Chapter 1. Mu Yuan's disdain for her. Peonies blossom in spring, yet the season is already past. Princess Yao was born on a spring day of the Southern Way and met her demise on a spring day in the Liang Kingdom. Blood turned a deep brown before ultimately desiccating, and the stench of decay gradually spread. The heavy iron door creaked ominously, and the sound of hurried footsteps grew ever closer. The girl, who had been ensnared beside the corpse, glanced back. In her memory, a striking young man clad in red approached her, not her, but her lifeless body. Hu Yao. The young man's voice was husky, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hu Yao attempted to shield her eyes from his gaze. Surely no woman would wish for the man she once admired to witness her decaying form. She felt a profound sense of despair. Each time her pitiful state was beheld by Mu Yuan, it was a humiliation she could scarcely endure, just as it had been a month prior at the literary banquet. A month ago, at the Jiang Kingdom's duke's residence, the curtains of the small pavilion by the lake fluttered like funeral banners in the wind, and the voices of men echoed within. After all the effort to bring her out of the palace, now that the moment has arrived, you dare not proceed? Regardless, she is the prince's betrothed and a princess of the Southern Way. If we force the issue, she may raise a ruckus before his majesty, and we would undoubtedly suffer the consequences that a woman's loss of virtue is a matter of life and death. She lacks the courage to speak of it. The prince is not present, and moreover, he does not favor her. Perhaps he has long sought an excuse to refuse the marriage. We are merely assisting the prince in this regard. Slap. The three men were taken aback, turning at the sound. The girl of exquisite beauty had awakened from her slumber. Before they could react, the man seated on the bowtie's couch had already helped the girl to her feet. The princess has awakened? His gentle inquiry received no answer. Hu Yao merely stared at him. She was bewildered as to how she had ended up here and why her body felt so weak, yet she sensed an underlying danger. She gazed at the man before her, as warm and polished as jade, and sought to place her hopes upon him. I am a princess from the Southern Way. Might I implore you to escort me back to the palace? The three men behind her erupted into laughter, as though they had heard the most amusing jest. The man chuckled lightly, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "Once we are done, I shall return the princess home. Be obedient, princess." Hu Yao's heart constricted sharply, and she instinctively recoiled. The man grasped her hand, saying, "You should be grateful it is I who came first, otherwise you would be the one to suffer." Hu Yao wished to shake off his hand or grasp an object for defense, but before she could, she was pulled onto the couch. "How dare you?" she protested, struggling to rise, but froze when she inadvertently caught sight of the open window behind the man. Not far beyond the rocks, the man who had once instructed her turned away with indifference. "Now that's more like it." The man pressed her down, leaning in to kiss her. Hu Yao turned her head to evade him. Slap! A resounding blow landed mercilessly on her face. The man's false smile vanished as he tore away her outer garments. Hu Yao's cheeks burned, her head began to spin, and her consciousness waned. She could not fathom how she had ended up in such a predicament. Her initial choice to enter into marriage with the Liang Kingdom was based on the knowledge that her father and the Emperor of Liang were old acquaintances, compounded by the fact that the late empress was her cousin T. The tender age of 12. She was brought into the Liang court, where, due to her youth, she was temporarily nurtured within the palace, receiving exceptional care from all around her. By the time she turned 14 and her first menstruation arrived, the Emperor of Liang sent her to the Eastern Palace, intending for her to cultivate a bond with the crown prince, who was 12 years her senior. However, the crown prince harbored affections for his deceased wife and showed no interest in her. Hu Yao, surprisingly indifferent to this, reciprocated no feelings for the crown prince either. She had always yearned to marry someone she truly loved, yet the ones who captured her heart were never enamored with her in return. Now, she found herself akin to fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to the whims of others so utterly absurd. In a moment of dazed reflection, Hu Yao let out a soft laugh. The sound of her laughter. The expressions of the three men present turned serious. One of them hurried forward to restrain the man who was about to pull at Hu Yao's garments on. "The couch. Someone is coming, we must leave at once." The man paused but did not divert his gaze from Hu Yao. What manner of person could instill such fear in you gentlemen? Mu Yuan, the man replied with a wry smile. Whether in the Duke of Jiang's residence or the imperial palace, Our esteemed General Mu seems to come and go at his leisure. Make haste. If he discovers this, both the crown prince and the emperor will surely learn of it." The man glanced at Hu Yao, whose condition had worsened. "It seems we're doing a favor for General Mu. Let's depart." Unbeknownst to Hu Yao, she was entirely oblivious to their conversation. She felt an overwhelming discomfort and failed to notice when someone approached her. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, and a hand brushed against her face. The icy touch elicited a soft, instinctive sigh of comfort from her bewildered state. Hu Yao instinctively leaned into the caress, but the hand withdrew without hesitation. Feeling aggrieved, she slowly lifted her gaze to the figure before her. Uncertain whether this was a hallucination or reality, she murmured his name, Mu Yuan. His brow furrowed, and a flicker of panic crossed his phoenix-like eyes. He had arrived in haste, without any antidote to counteract the fragrant poison, and he was unsure if Hu Yao could endure until the dark art delivered the remedy. Hu Yao was unaware of Mu Yuan's concern. She simply recognized him as the one she had once adored, now a lifeline in her moment of despair. Acting on instinct, she lunged into Mu Yuan's embrace, tugging at the ties of his robe. Mu Yuan looked down at the disheveled figure in his arms, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was only when Hu Yao attempted to loosen his belt that he grasped her wrist to halt her, saying, "Princess, please do not touch me. I wish to—" Mu Yuan's ears flushed crimson as he turned his head to avoid her gaze, his tone stiffening as he declared, "I do not wish to be your husband under such circumstances." His words struck Hu Yao like a bucket of cold water. Not only was her body in distress, but her heart ached as well. I understand." With downcast eyes, she dared not meet Mu Yuan's gaze, instead fidgeting with her own skirt. In truth, she had known from the moment she first encountered Mu Yuan that he did not harbor feelings for her. Chapter 2. Flowers bloom again. The initial encounter between Hu Yao and Mu Yuan was far from auspicious. As the envoy approached the Liang kingdom, they were ambushed, and the carriage she occupied was overturned. Dressed in a resplendent red wedding gown, she found herself in a disheveled state, seated awkwardly in the wreckage, her bridal veil having vanished without a trace. Outside the carriage, the panicked voices of her maidens echoed with concern, mingling with the heated disputes among the envoys and the clamor of combat between assassins and guards. Hu Yao could only peer through the cracks of the carriage to catch a glimpse of the chaos outside. In an instant, her gaze fell upon a striking figure clad in red, a youthful boy riding towards her with an air of vibrant confidence. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, he rode through the swirling dust, brandishing a red-tasseled spear. His high, flowing ponytail danced in the wind, presenting himself before her like a deity. Mu Yuan. Though Hu Yao had never laid eyes on him before, she was certain that this radiant boy was indeed Mu Yuan. She had heard her father mention him. Mu Yuan had accompanied his mother, the national general, into battle at a young age, and by 13, he had independently led his elite cavalry to conquer 3 prefectures, thereby earning his renown. Hu Yao recalled that the envoy had mentioned the Liang emperor would send a prince to escort them. Thus the man she was destined to marry was the very one before her. In her quiet delight, she awaited the boy's approach. He dismounted gracefully, opened the damaged carriage door, and when his gaze fell upon the little princess's face, the tips of his ears flushed with a hint of crimson. He crouched down and, using the dialect of Southern Wei, inquired, "Is the princess injured?" "No," Hu Yao replied in the language of Liang. Upon hearing her response, the boy raised an eyebrow, his gaze now laced with curiosity and amusement. "My apologies," he said, as he gently lifted Hu Yao from the carriage. She wrapped her arms around his neck, stealing glances at him. Having always appreciated beauty, she found herself increasingly captivated by this extraordinarily handsome youth. The maidens, filled with concern, gathered around to inquire after her well-being. Hu Yao discreetly rested her head on the boy's shoulder, smiling as she assured them she was unharmed. The boy, not comprehending the occasional exchanges between her and the maidens, silently placed her within the makeshift tent. As she watched him prepare to leave, she blurted out, "What is your name?" "Mu Yuan." "I am Hu Yao, Hu Shigui." The boy repeated her name, Hu Yao, Hu Shigui. She nodded. "Are you my prince consort?" Mu Yuan's phoenix-like eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he replied nonchalantly, "I am not, for a princess of your stature is destined to be betrothed to a prince. Hu Yao pondered this, believing that matters of marriage were worth fighting for, especially since women of Southern Wei were traditionally allowed to choose their own husbands. She had no fondness for the unattractive. If the prince were to be unappealing, she would likely be unwilling to enter into such a union. Moreover, there was no decree from the Wei and Liang kingdoms mandating her betrothal. If I were to say that I wish to choose you and marry you, would you consent? Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Hu Yao's forthright declaration. Recovering, he raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, appraising her with an audacious gaze. Hu Yao felt goosebumps rise under his brazen scrutiny, and just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of his teasing smile. "I am not interested in a yellow-haired girl," he remarked with a chuckle. Hu Yao, irritated, retorted, "What of it? A yellow-haired girl can grow up too." Mu Yuan laughed dismissively, leaving her with the words, "Then let us speak of it when a yellow-haired girl has matured." Hua Yao gazed at the retreating figure of Mu Yuan, muttering softly to herself, "This insufferable boy." Though he was merely 3 years her senior and possessed a countenance more handsome than most men, what was there to be so proud of? The heat enveloping her did not dissipate with her own touch, and she let out a soft, distressed sound. "Hua Yao," she ignored Mu Yuan's gentle call. "You will hurt yourself this way." Still, she paid him no heed, aimlessly caressing herself in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. Mu Yuan seemed to let out a light sigh and then settle beside her. She was drawn into his embrace, his cool hand covering hers. "Do not be afraid." Hua Yao looked at him in confusion. "Mu Yuan, I'm not afraid." He chuckled softly, guiding her errant hand downward. "I will not touch you. Just follow my instructions." The alluring sound of Mu Yuan's voice whispered in her ear, and Hua Yao obediently complied. Mu Yuan's ears turned crimson as he turned his head away, unwilling to gaze upon the beauty of the girl in his arms. Yet she chose that moment to tilt her head and call to him. "Mu Yuan, it feels nice." Hua Yao's translucent hand ultimately did not obscure Mu Yuan's vision. She could only watch as he carried her lifeless body away. Reminiscent of that day at the lakeside pavilion when Mu Yuan claimed he fortuitously rescued her, carrying her from the Duke of Zhang's residence. She vaguely recalled Mu Yuan telling her, "Hua Yao, I will take you back to Nanwei, back home." Hua Yao was unsure if this was merely a figment of her longing for home, or if Mu Yuan had indeed uttered those words. Yet in that moment, as Mu Yuan held her lifeless form, it created an illusion that if she were alive, perhaps he truly would take her home. Hua Yao wished to pursue Mu Yuan, who was carrying her body away, but soon realized she was unable to move, and then she lost consciousness. When Hua Yao awoke once more, she found herself outside the general's residence in the capital. She had intended to return to Nanwei, but discovered that apart from the vicinity of the general's estate, she could not go anywhere. She overheard street vendors discussing how the Emperor of Liang had deposed the crown prince due to her, and shortly thereafter, the crown prince had succumbed to illness. The emperor too had passed away, his old ailments resurfacing. Although she felt the emperor had not deposed the crown prince solely because of her, she was still moved by the news. She learned of the ascension of the new emperor, with factional strife intensifying. Rumors circulated that Mu Yuan had been gravely injured in the Battle of Jianlongyu and had become foolish. It was said that Mu Yuan's brother, of the same mother, had submitted his resignation to the new emperor and taken Mu Yuan back to their homeland. When she heard this, she felt a pang of pity for Mu Yuan. Yet, reflecting on her own demise, she thought perhaps he was not so pitiable after all. She heard once again of Liang's defeat, but this time, unlike before, Liang had conferred the title of princess upon Ningping, marrying her off to the West Liang. As a fellow woman, Hua Yao couldn't help but feel sympathy for Ningping. She began to wander aimlessly around the general's estate until one day, the smoke of war rose, and the sound of drums echoed. Amidst the raging inferno, Hua Yao lost consciousness entirely with the fall of the general's plaque. Time passed, and when Hua Yao awoke again, she was startled by the sight of several people before her. She was taken aback. She had never imagined she would once again see her father, the emperor of Nanwei, her mother, her younger brother, and Mu Gu, all gathered beside a coffin. Her father comforted her weeping mother softly in his embrace. Sat silently beside them, his already pallid face devoid of any color. Mugu quietly wiped away his tears. Hu Yao hurried to their side, wishing to offer solace. Yet they remained oblivious to her presence. Chapter 3. Rebirth. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed from a nearby room. Hu Yao noticed that her family seemed unresponsive, leaving her puzzled. Another anguished cry pierced the air from within the room. Unable to quell her curiosity, Hu Yao approached the source of the sound, glancing back at her unresponsive family. Inside the room, a bloodied figure was bound to a torture rack, the floor strewn with blood and flesh. When Hu Yao recognized the face of the tortured man, she was taken aback. He was the personal guard of the Crown Prince of Liang, the last person she had seen before her demise. Strangely, the guard was not clad in the attire of Liang, but wore garments she had never encountered before. As Hu Yao scrutinized the guard's attire, a man wearing a silver mask and a white and gold embroidered robe entered. Her gaze fell upon him, and she felt an inexplicable familiarity. "I hear you wish to meet me," the man proclaimed. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief at the sound of his voice. Hu Yao, however, felt as if she had heard that voice before. "Your Highness, please do not let this filth stain your feet." Your Highness? The only nation to have conferred the title of Crown Prince was Jiangbei. Could this man be the Crown Prince of Jiangbei? Hu Yao recalled hearing from Jiangbei people in Liang about their Crown Prince's beauty, intelligence, and strategic prowess, with the only lament being his affliction. Observing the man before her moving with ease, she suddenly remembered the letter sent by the Emperor of Jiangbei proposing her hand in marriage. If given a second chance, she mused, she might not choose Jiangbei again. For reasons unknown, Hu Yao felt a pang of longing for Mu Yuan. She thought that if she had been more persistent in her affections, perhaps Mu Yuan, with his flirtatious nature, might have been tempted to marry her for her beauty. "If you wish to meet me, I shall grant you clarity." The man's voice jolted Hu Yao back to reality. Filled with curiosity, she attempted to draw closer, only to find herself unable to move. Her consciousness began to fade, and in her daze, she thought she heard someone calling her name. "Hu Yao, Hu Shigui." In the residence of the Duke of Jiang, a gentle breeze caressed the young girl's face, fluttering the curtains as an unfamiliar fragrance slowly wafted through the air. Suddenly, the girl jolted upright, her body trembling uncontrollably as she beheld the familiar surroundings. Hu Yao could not comprehend why she had returned from the dead, nor why she found herself in the lake pavilion, but she knew she had no time to ponder. She must leave immediately. Supporting herself against the beauty couch, Hu Yao stood and peered through the window, observing that the area was deserted before hastily making her escape. The journey felt oddly smooth, leading Hu Yao to question its strangeness. It was only when she could no longer see the lake pavilion that she dared to pause. Leaning against a tree, she gasped for breath, and before she could relish her second chance at life, she discovered another terrifying truth. At this moment, she was still within the Duke of Jiang's residence. If there were no means to avoid departure, her fate would inevitably mirror that of her past life. "Princess?" A voice, gentle and as warm as jade, resonated from behind her. Hu Yao's bright eyes flickered as she turned to face the source of the voice. The man before her appeared unchanged from her memories, still exuding an air of elegance and grace. Yet her mind was plagued by the image of his surprise, followed by his departure. Wang Qingyun's decision not to rescue her was understandable. After all, she bore no connection to him, and he had no reason to offend the esteemed young gentleman of noble families for someone so unrelated. In her previous life, it had been Mu Yuan who fortuitously passed by and saved her. If she could find Mu Yuan and plead with him, he would surely take her away from the Duke of Jiang's residence. Perhaps, if she seized this opportunity to persuade Mu Yuan to marry her, she could accompany him and his younger brother back to their homeland after he fell into foolishness. Once the Liang kingdom was destroyed, she could return to the southern way. This time, she must not die under any circumstances. "Young Master Wang, where is Mu Yuan?" The way Hu Yao addressed Wang Qingyun sent a tremor through his heart. He recalled that aside from their initial acquaintance, she had never referred to him in such a manner. Her utterance of young Master Wang today seemed to signify that he had irrevocably lost her. "Young Master Wang?" Wang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback and replied truthfully, "General Mu is at the Guiyin Pavilion in the far north." "Thank you." Hu Yao expressed her gratitude and, without looking back, hurried toward the direction Wang Qingyun indicated. He watched her depart, then turned to head toward the pavilion by the lake. The Guiyin Pavilion stood at the lake's center, its red draperies billowing in the breeze, revealing glimpses of a youth of exquisite appearance within. The young man's features were striking, adorned in a crimson robe embellished with golden cloud patterns. His fiery hair tied back in a high ponytail that danced with the wind. He lounged lazily against the back of a chair, observing a black glazed cup in his hand with a half-smile. Mu Yuan, his hand paused momentarily as he glanced toward the source of the voice, spotting the little princess, who had often visited his dreams, running toward him, her dress flowing like the first time they met as she emerged from the carriage window. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Yuan's eyes, and he raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on his lips as he inquired, "Why is it only the princess?" "Well, the young master of the Wang family." Unaware of Mu Yuan's reasoning for mentioning Wang Qingyun, Hu Yao simply replied, "I have matters to discuss with you. Young Master Wang is likely preoccupied with his own affairs." "Young Master Wang? Does the princess not usually call him by his full name?" Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. "How do you know how I address him?" Mu Yuan set down the black glazed cup and, with a teasing smile, replied, "When the princess first arrived in Jin City, she often had her personal maid inquire about my affairs. At that time, I truly believed the princess held deep feelings for me. Yet, within a year, you abandoned me for another suitor. Upon learning of this, I was utterly heartbroken, as if my heart were being cleaved in two." "You must be joking. Your heart was cleaved. Yet you spent spring nights with courtesans and pampered the beauty you brought back from the border, while also enjoying outings with Princess Ningping." The more Hu Yao spoke, the more her anger flared, as memories she had long buried resurfaced. Everyone knew she had dwelled in sorrow for several days and nights over Mu Yuan. However, after her heartache, Hu Yao had come to terms with it. Since Mu Yuan is a man who believes that youth should not be wasted in frivolity, she naturally cannot tether herself to him alone. The women of the Southern Way are adept at both holding on and letting go. Hu Yao initially thought that her words would cause Mu Yuan to feel a bit shy. To her surprise, not only did he remain unperturbed, but the smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced, eventually leading him to tilt his head and laugh aloud. She had underestimated Mu Yuan's fortitude. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "Mu Yuan, what are you doing here?" Mu Yuan ceased his laughter, propping his chin on his hand as he regarded her. "I have come to the Jiangwood Duke's residence to partake in some wine." "Alone?" she queried. "I had intended to drink in the company of the young lords, but it turns out that only young Master Wang remains." Bored, I inquired about the whereabouts of the other young lords. Young Master Wang informed me that they have dispersed to indulge in various amusements, and some even mentioned going to see the horses delivered from Yangzhou. How could the horses from Yangzhou possibly be at the Jiangwood Duke's residence? At that moment, I shared the same thought as the princess and asked young Master Wang what the young lords had truly said. He replied that they were going to see the thin horses from Yangzhou. Mu Yuan's gaze darkened, a smile dancing on his lips as he remarked, "Young Master Wang, with your bright and clear demeanor, surely you are unaware of the implications behind the thin horses from Yangzhou, but I am well aware. From the very beginning, it appeared that Mu Yuan had been privy to the true nature of the thin horses from Yangzhou. How could he fortuitously pass by the pavilion situated amid the waters? Why had she ever believed him? For reasons unknown, Hu Yao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 4. A proposal for marriage. Since the young general is aware of the thin horses from Yangzhou, he must also know the intentions of those young lords. The little princess's address shifted from Mu Yuan to young general. Mu Yuan understood that Hu Yao was beginning to distance herself from him. He was somewhat familiar with her. When she was fond of someone, she would call them by both title and name. When her affections waned, she would adopt a pretense of politeness. Today, she treated Wang Qingyun in this manner, as she did with him. Mu Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, his thoughts transforming into the words, "I shall inform young Master Wang of this matter," as he hastily departed, presumably to play the hero. But what if young Master Wang had no intention of acting the hero at all? Why did he not come sooner, knowing full well he could assist her? He seemed to prefer letting others help her, perhaps fearing she would grow complacent with him. In his past life, He had discovered that even those who usually guided her were reluctant to offer assistance, only helping her out of pity. Hu Yao wished to refrain from shedding tears before Mu Yuan. Yet the moment their eyes met, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Deep down, she understood she was being unreasonable. She was merely a princess destined for marriage. Mu Yuan's lack of exacerbating her misfortune should have been enough to merit gratitude. What right did she have to demand that he come to her aid in a timely manner? Seeing Hu Yao in such distress, Mu Yuan felt flustered. He drew her close, awkwardly using his sleeve to wipe away her tears. Please don't cry. Young Master Wang will surely help you. Even if he doesn't I will go myself. My martial skills are commendable. I will reach there in no time. Hu Yao grasped Mu Yuan's sleeve and wiped her face clean of tears. She was not one to hold a grudge without cause, since Mu Yuan promised he would come, and had only been delayed in his previous life due to unforeseen circumstances. She chose to trust him. This matter is naturally more significant than her fleeting encounters and her desire to marry him as a princess. She choked back her emotions and shifted the topic, asking, "Do you not have a handkerchief?" "No, I am not the esteemed young Master Wang, with so many beautiful confidants. Is there not one who has embroidered a handkerchief for you?" "I have no such confidants," Mu Yuan replied earnestly. Hu Yao found his response dismissive. A person like him surely uttered such words to every woman. Suddenly, she recalled the scent of blood she had detected from Mu Yuan in her previous life. Had he gone to commit murder? Gazing at the strikingly handsome youth before her, Hu Yao inexplicably thought of the crown prince of Zhongbei. She remembered that the royal family of Zhongbei bore the surname Mu. In that instant, she connected two entirely different individuals in her mind. Fixating on Mu Yuan's face, she sought to uncover some flaw. Noticing her gaze, Mu Yuan leaned closer, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Am I handsome?" Hu Yao furrowed her brow slightly, replying, "Yes, you are." "Your expression does not convey that sentiment," he remarked. Hu Yao recalled that Mu Yuan's father was a frail scholar. During the turmoil of Ningjian, Mu Yuan's father was saved by his mother, General Muing, and they gradually fell in love, becoming husband and wife. Mu Yuan took his mother's surname. She was the late General Mu's youngest daughter. The Mu family had fought for the Liang kingdom throughout their lives. So how could Mu Yuan be from Zhongbei? Hu Yao dismissed the notion of him being the crown prince of Zhongbei. Mu Yuan playfully hooked a finger under Hu Yao's chin. "Who do you take me for?" Hu Yao swatted his hand away, retorting, "The crown prince of Zhongbei." "When have you seen him?" Mu Yuan chuckled softly, as if recalling something, and added with a hint of mischief, "So, you aspire to be the crown prince's consort?" "I never said that." Hu Yao thought that mere desire was one thing, but the ability to attain it was another matter entirely. "Then it is still a desire." Mu Yuan mused, toying with the ends of her hair. "The crown prince of Zhongbei is hardly a good match. If you truly wish to be the crown prince's consort, crying and whining like this will not suffice. What must I do to achieve that? For instance, if you can live well and conveniently eliminate those suitors who harbor improper intentions towards you, you could become one." Hu Yao nodded slightly, feeling that this had little to do with her. She was quite aware of her own limitations. As for the position of consort, it was merely a casual inquiry. Now that she had been reborn, her sole desire was to live well until her return to Nanwei, to lead a peaceful existence. Having cried enough and asked enough, she felt it was an opportune moment to delve into the main topic. With a serious expression, she regarded Mu Yuan. "Mu Yuan, can one be the wife of the young general and still cry and wail like today? Would you be willing to be my husband? If you are unwilling, I can still become the young general's wife." Mu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. But his words echoed the same dismissal he had offered upon their first meeting. "I have no interest in the yellow-haired girl. I'm not a yellow-haired girl. I shall come of age next month." Mu Yuan's gaze turned cold as he avoided Hu Yao's eyes, casually stating, "I am not interested. Interest can be cultivated. If you take me as your wife and care for me, I am certain I will become the kind of person you desire. If after 2 years you still do not like me, we can part ways." Hu Yao spoke to herself, entirely oblivious to the change in Mu Yuan's expression upon hearing the mention of divorce. She recalled that 2 years hence, Mu Yuan would embark on a military expedition to Jianlang Valley, sustaining grievous injuries that would leave him dazed and foolish. This presented Huyo with a rare opportunity. Aware of her own beauty and firmly convinced that Mu Yuan was a charming and flirtatious man, she believed that as long as she clung to him tenaciously, her chances of marrying him would surpass those of seeking another suitor. However, when she noticed Mu Yuan's lack of response, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. What do you think? Chapter 5. Consideration. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, regarding her with a half-smile. Does the princess truly hold such affection for me? Indeed, more genuine than gold itself. Huyo felt that any hesitation would belittle the countless declarations she had made. Moreover, she was not entirely deceiving Mu Yuan. She had fallen for him at first sight when they first met, genuinely wishing to marry him at the tender age of 12 or 13. Alas, her affection was unreciprocated, leaving her powerless. Just as Huyo was about to further express her admiration, Mu Yuan dismissed her with a teasing remark, calling her a little liar, and turned to leave. A surge of unnameable anger surged within Mu Yuan. He could not fathom why Huyo, who seemed enamored with Wang Qingyun, would suddenly wish to marry him, nor could he comprehend her attempts to curry favor with him. How could the bright and charming princess he had once cradled in his arms, whose eyes sparkled like stars, transform into the person before him today? Suddenly, Mu Yuan caught sight of Wang Qingyun approaching from a distance. He halted in his tracks. Huyo, not expecting him to stop, collided with him, and fearing he might leave abruptly, grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "Mu Yuan, I genuinely wish to marry you." Mu Yuan turned to her with a playful smile. "I see your feelings are sincere. Since the princess is so enamored with me, if you agree to my conditions, I might consider it." Huyo suspected that Mu Yuan looked down upon her, a dignified princess of the Southern Way, shamelessly pleading for his hand. If he disdained her, so be it. As long as she could survive, her pride paled in comparison to her life. She raised her head, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. "Please, tell me your conditions." Mu Yuan lowered his gaze upon her, his tone somewhat detached. "After our marriage, you shall not inquire about my whereabouts, regardless of when I leave or return home. Very well. You shall not question whom I associate with or my activities." "Agreed. And you must not indulge in petty jealousy." "Understood." Huyo acquiesced with remarkable alacrity, devoid of any hesitation. Conversely, Mu Yuan, who initially intended to jest with her, found his expression darkening. A faint, cunning smile played on his lips as he leaned closer to Huyo's ear, whispering, "Since the princess has consented to my terms, I shall not be unfair. If we marry, I shall not meddle in your affairs. If you wish to keep a paramour, that is permissible." A paramour? The matter of courtiers was something Huyao had previously heard her father mention. In foreign lands, courtiers referred to as mianshou are akin to the shijun of the Southern Way, who are not only handsome and gentle in nature, but are also proficient in music, chess, literature, and painting, as well as skilled in charming women. Her father had once mentioned that when she reached the age of maturity, she could support such a shijun. Though she considered maintaining such a companion to be an expensive endeavor, the thought of being surrounded by several handsome men brought her a sense of joy. Huyao never anticipated that by marrying Mu Yuan, she could also have a shijun. She recalled that women of Liang Kingdom were seemingly not permitted to keep shijun. Observing Huyao's flushed cheeks and her distracted demeanor, Mu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Is the focus truly on courtiers? Shouldn't the emphasis be on marriage? If I have acquiesced to your request, when will you discuss the matter of marriage with His Majesty? I was merely making an analogy. Huyao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, ultimately failing to voice her thoughts. Rather than be toyed with by Mu Yuan, she would prefer to throw herself before the Liang Emperor. Notijin Huyao pour sin halips, Mu Yuan sikit silently. Matters of marriage should be given careful consideration, Princess. Perhaps it is best for me to reflect on this further. Huyao, sensing an opportunity, swiftly responded, "You must provide me with an answer before my coming-of-age ceremony. In the event that Mu Yuan ultimately decides against marrying her, she would need to seek alternative paths." Suddenly, the sound of birds chirping broke the silence. Mu Yuan frowned slightly, "And I will provide the princess with a response within the next few days. Yan Jin, escort the princess back to the palace." "Understood." A handsome young man, whose origins were unknown, approached and bowed, saying, "Please, princess, this way." Huyao nodded slightly, and followed Yinjin. As the carriage departed from the Jiangguo Duke's residence, Hu Yao exhaled in relief. She needed to contemplate the details of her coming-of-age banquet and consider other options. A few months prior, the Crown Prince of Liang had received an edict, leading troops to quell the unrest instigated by Yuan Kingdom along the borders of Wudu, and he was currently absent from the Eastern Palace. Hu Yao recalled that in an admission Mu Yuan subsequently sought permission to go to Wudu as well. She was uncertain if Wudu had managed to hold its ground afterward. Wudu is a vital location. Should it fall, the Liang Kingdom would be engulfed in flames of war. "Princess, we have arrived." Yinjin's voice interrupted Hu Yao's musings. She lifted the curtain and alighted from the carriage, thanking him. "Is my duty, as the carriage cannot enter the palace, I shall ensure the princess enters safely. Please convey my gratitude to your young general." "Understood." Upon entering the Eastern Palace, Hu Yao was met by Ping Ping, who rushed towards her in a flurry. The two exchanged anxious inquiries. When the maid and Ping Ping awoke, they found the princess missing. They questioned those in the Eastern Palace, but no one knew of her whereabouts. "We were terribly worried. And then speak softly. We must not allow anyone to overhear, lest they use it against the princess." Hu Yao smiled gently to reassure them. "I'm fine. I was merely a bit hungry." The maids immediately set about preparing food for the princess, and then pulled Ping Ping along to prepare the meal. But Ping Ping cast a worried glance back at her. Hu Yao replied with a smile, "I truly am well. If you're concerned, you may verify it." Only upon hearing her words did Ping Ping feel reassured enough to step back within an alone in her chamber. Hu Yao had scarcely settled when an expressionless palace servant entered. The servant announced, "Someone requests an audience." Chapter 6. Do not stay. Hu Yao turned to the intruding servant, who had not even bowed, her tone laced with unmistakable malice. "Kneel." She had once believed that treating the palace maids kindly would ensure they would not conspire against her due to the crown prince's indifference. Yet ultimately, kindness often invites cruelty. In her quest to ease her worries, Ping Ping had silently borne far more suffering than she had imagined. In her past life, she had perished far from home because of them. Now, reborn, she merely needed to seek a new path, for there were matters she no longer needed to concede. The maids, emboldened by the absence of the crown prince in the Eastern Palace, turned a deaf ear to her words. Furrowing her brow, Hu Yao seized a cup from the table and smashed it to the ground, kneeling. "What are you doing? To defy one's superior is a grave offense. If I were to report today's incident along with previous grievances to His Majesty and the Crown Prince, your life would be forfeit." The maid, sensing Hu Yao's displeasure and frowning in defiance, replied, "This servant dares not. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Bring someone in. You will kneel at the door for 2 hours. If you refuse, I shall take my grievances to His Majesty." In the past, these maids had disregarded her entirely in the absence of the Crown Prince, wielding his influence to oppress her, and this one had never spoken in the prince's presence. Now, faced with such a situation, the maids harbored resentment but dared not voice it, fearing she might indeed report to the emperor. Understood. The maid bowed and departed. Hu Yao recognized her obedience stemmed from the Liang emperor's relative concern for her, yet she had acted somewhat impulsively. With the maid kneeling today, it was likely that tomorrow rumors of her mistreatment of servants would circulate. Hu Yao tapped her fingers on the table, gazing toward the entrance when Wang Chengyun, clad in an ice-blue silk robe adorned with bamboo leaf patterns, entered gracefully. He maintained his usual composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the kneeling maid outside. Hu Yao had never before witnessed Wang Chengyun in a state of panic. He bowed and inquired, "Have I unwittingly offended the princess?" For the first time, Hu Yao observed a frown on Wang Chengyun's brow. It appeared that even such a gentle and refined person could display such an expression. Was he displeased with her unannounced departure from the Jiangguo Duke's residence, or was he upset by her lack of decorum in his presence? In the past, when she had desired to marry him, she had meticulously observed all formalities. Now that she no longer wished to wed, she cared little for his sentiments. With a faint smile, she replied, "How could a gentleman like you, Wang Gongzi, ever provoke Yongle's displeasure?" A hint of sorrow crept into Wang Chengyun's typically tranquil demeanor, as if 1,000 words were trapped within him, and what he finally uttered came out almost as a whisper. If I have erred in any way, please inform me, and I shall amend my actions. Hu Yao was taken aback, looking up at Wang Qingyun, who maintained his usual calm expression. Indeed, she must have misheard him earlier. How could someone like Wang Qingyun utter such words? She smiled, her once cherished admiration for him now absent from her eyes. It was merely a dream I had while at the Jiangui Duke's residence. A dream? She continued. Indeed, I dreamt that I was being humiliated, only to be fortuitously witnessed by you, Wang Gongzi. Those who abandon me should not be retained. Wang Qingyun's heart quivered, as though Hu Yao's words were not mere dreams, but rather reflections of a reality that had transpired. He longed to declare that he would never forsake the princess, that he would stand by her side through any tribulations. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, he heard Hu Yao's dismissal. The palace gates are about to close. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly, Wang Gongzi. Hu Yao rose and walked toward the exit. As she brushed past Wang Qingyun, she heard his indifferent response. All right. She paused momentarily, but did not turn to look back at him. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded onto the bed curtains, and Hu Yao lay in bed, contemplating the events of the coming-of-age banquet. In her previous life, during the banquet, she had excused herself to the restroom and distanced herself from the crowd of palace attendants to take a stroll in the garden. Along the way, she lost her way and inadvertently overheard a conversation between a man and a woman behind some rocks. Hu Yao recalled the woman's voice. It belonged to the consort of the Liang emperor. As for the man's voice, it seemed familiar, yet she could not place it. Her first instinct was to flee, but as the banquet concluded, she returned to her room only to be struck unconscious. Upon waking, she found herself in the presence of the crown prince as personal guard. This led Hu Yao to mistakenly believe that the crown prince was involved with the consort. Yet, upon reflection, although the voice bore some resemblance to the crown prince's, it was still distinct. Who could the man behind the rocks be? Lost in thought, she soon drifted into a hazy sleep. In her dreams, Hu Yao caught a faint whiff of blood. Groggily, she opened her eyes and, through the bed curtains, vaguely saw a figure seated in a chair by her bedside. Instantly alert, she reached for the dagger she had concealed beneath her pillow. The inner palace was no place for just anyone to enter or exit at will. And this person reeked of blood. Could he be an assassin? No. If he were there to kill, he would not be in her quarters as a princess of alliance. As she pondered the notion of assassination, the figure approached her. What to do? Calling for help would clearly be too late. If she were to fight, given her abilities, she would likely meet her end. Would she truly be so unfortunate as to face death again on her first day of rebirth? Awake? A familiar voice called from beyond the curtains. As they were drawn aside, Hu Yao beheld the face of the supposed assassin. The youth's thin lips curled slightly, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with amusement, his movements languid and nonchalant. He was extraordinarily handsome. This was precisely why he had garnered numerous romantic entanglements, causing many a heart to secretly yearn for him, and she had once been among them. Mu Yuan made himself at home, sitting by her bedside, lazily observing her. Hu Yao, if you do not wake up soon, I shall take my leave. For a fleeting moment, Hu Yao was captivated by Mu Yuan's beauty, but as she regained her composure, she could not help but remind him, this is the imperial palace. Mu Yuan mischievously replied, yes, I am aware. Are you concerned for me? I am worried about you, of course. She thought to herself, though she shamelessly said, indeed, I am quite worried about you. You little liar. Mu Yuan chuckled, taking the dagger from her hand and toying with it. Hu Yao silently wrapped herself in the bedding, concealing herself completely. What did the palace attendant you punished by kneeling do today? Hu Yao was taken aback. News traveled far quicker than she had anticipated. Wait a moment. That attendant was quite attractive, and Mu Yuan often visited the East Palace. Could it be that the attendant was Mu Yuan's woman? Hu Yao knew Mu Yuan was fiercely protective of those close to him. She recalled hearing that when a man had made lewd remarks towards his personal maid, he had unhesitatingly broken the man's arm right there in the street. Hu Yao hesitated momentarily before stammering. Actually, Mu Yuan, observing her indecisiveness, gazed at her with a piercing intensity. Has she been tormenting you? Chapter 7. Irreplaceable with a blink, Hu Yao immediately responded, yes, she has. She recounted various instances of bullying to Mu Yuan, who listened quietly without interjecting. Once she finished her account, Hu Yao noticed Mu Yuan's penetrating gaze upon her. "What do I appear like in your dreams?" "What?" Hu Yao replied, taken aback. "In your dream, Wang Qingyun turned away. And what about me?" Hu Yao instinctively recoiled. How could Mu Yuan possibly know what she had discussed with Wang Qingyun earlier? She did not believe for a moment that Wang Qingyun had shared it with him. Lowering her gaze, Hu Yao questioned, "Mu Yuan, do you have spies in the Eastern Palace?" Mu Yuan replied, "Today, yes." "I knew you would say that," Hu Yao responded. "But you still haven't told me. What did I do in your dream?" Seeing a playful yet elusive smile on Mu Yuan's face, Hu Yao sighed inwardly. "You saved me and promised to take me home." As soon as the words left her lips, Hu Yao found herself unexpectedly enveloped in Mu Yuan's embrace. In that fleeting moment, as she was held, the events in the pavilion flashed through her mind, causing her complexion to pale. She tightly shut her eyes, biting her lip until it bled. "Hu Yao, it was merely a dream," Mu Yuan reassured her gently. "Hu Shigui." He softly patted her back, comforting her like a child. Inhaling the faint scent of blood emanating from Mu Yuan and hearing words reminiscent of her past life, Hu Yao gradually regained her composure. A swell of grievance and resentment rose within her, and she buried her face in Mu Yuan's shoulder, weeping softly. Mu Yuan murmured, "I am sorry." His abrupt, uncontextualized apology disrupted Hu Yao's sorrowful mood. She discreetly wiped her tears away with the sleeve of Mu Yuan's robe. Just as she was about to express her forgiveness for his sudden embrace, he interjected, "You were right. I underestimated the situation." Her hand, gripping Mu Yuan's robe, shifted slightly. "Mu Yuan, you owe me nothing. Even if something were to happen to me in the Duke of Zhang's residence, and you did not come, I would never blame you." Mu Yuan tightened his hold on her, his voice low and husky as it brushed against her ear. "Deceiver, you claim not to blame me, yet in your heart, you have already sentenced him to death. Abandon those who leave you. In the dream, Wang Qingyun did not save you. So upon awakening, you must forget him entirely, despite having longed to marry him before." Hu Yao was taken aback, instinctively replying, "How do you know I want to marry Wang Qingyun? Was it that obvious?" Mu Yuan let out an almost imperceptible hum, and, when he released her, he kindly rearranged the bedding around her. "Now I understand." Hu Yao gazed at him in disbelief. "You tricked me." Mu Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "Hu Yao, why do you wish to marry Wang Qingyun? If you refuse to speak or choose to lie, then my proposal to marry you is off the table." He leaned against the bedpost, crossing his arms, his gaze unabashedly fixed on her, as if he could discern any falsehoods she might utter. "Speak." Hu Yao carefully chose her words, speaking cautiously. "Young Master Wang is exceptionally talented, graceful, gentle, and adheres to propriety while maintaining his integrity. All the noble ladies of Jinsheng aspire to marry him." As she observed Mu Yuan's expression, she continued, "Even if young Master Wang does not harbor affection for me, should we marry, we would surely live harmoniously and treat each other with respect. Do you have feelings for Wang Qingyun?" Hu Yao could not discern Mu Yuan's expression as he spoke, but she detected a mischievous tone in his voice. She replied, "I did like him before." In the tranquil bedroom, her heartfelt response echoed. Mu Yuan regarded Hu Yao with a half-smile, his usually warm, phoenix-like eyes now cold as ice. Regret washed over him. He wished fervently that Hu Yao would lie. Suddenly, Mu Yuan leaned closer. Hu Yao instinctively recoiled, only to hear him say, "Hu Yao, you don't truly need Wang Qingyun, do you?" Without hesitation, she answered, "No, but Mu Yuan, I cannot do without you." He had been her benefactor, the one who collected her remains, and the most capable individual to help her escape the palace. Thus, she felt an undeniable connection to him. This was not a lie. Hu Yao met Mu Yuan's gaze, allowing him to scrutinize her feelings. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and determination. Had Mu Yuan not already known of her disinterest in him, he might have believed her assertion of being unable to part from him. "Hu Yao, embrace me. If you hold me, I will believe that you cannot do without me, and I shall not marry anyone but you." Mu Yuan found his words both despicable and shameless. He was acutely aware of Hu Yao's lack of affection for him, her desire to leave the palace, and her reluctance to wed the crown prince. Yet, he insisted she embrace him, seeking to share in her discomfort as a reflection of his own dissatisfaction. Hu Yao was bewildered by Mu Yuan's antics. However, if a mere embrace could grant her the chance to marry Mu Yuan and escape the palace, what harm could it do? Without waiting for Mu Yuan's reaction, she emerged from the bedding and nestled into his embrace. Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback as he wrapped his arms around her. The moment his hands made contact with her body, Hu Yao trembled in fear. Hu Yao, should we marry, there will be more intimate acts than mere embraces. So you must not be afraid of me. I do not wish to be your wife. Echoed in her mind the words Mu Yuan had spoken in her previous life. Hu Yao responded softly, resting her cheek against Mu Yuan's broad, warm chest. He was right. She could not allow fear to dictate her actions. Mu Yuan rested his chin atop her head, gently patting her back. Hu Yao, what are you thinking? Chapter 8. I am waiting for you, Hu Yao. Caught off guard by Mu Yuan's question, blurted out, Are you going to kill someone? Mu Yuan idly toyed with the ends of her hair, responding carelessly, Yes. I changed my clothes before coming. Do I smell unpleasant? Had I known, I would have burned incense like young Master Wang. Hu Yao realized then that Mu Yuan harbored no fondness for Wang Qingyan. She understood. Both were esteemed young talents of Liang, inevitably subject to comparison. Young and impetuous, Mu Yuan would certainly dislike being compared to Wang Qingyan. From now on, she resolved not to mention Wang Qingyan in Mu Yuan's presence. You do not smell bad. Your scent brings comfort, she said, and her words were met with Mu Yuan's hearty laughter above her. Startled, she hastily covered Mu Yuan's mouth, whispering urgently, Do not laugh. We will be discovered. The warmth of his breath brushed against her palm as her hand met his soft lips. Hu Yao's face flushed instantly. Mu Yuan gazed at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth, a mischievous glint evident at the corners. Flustered, Hu Yao withdrew her hand and shot him an exasperated glare. Mu Yuan tilted his head, chuckling softly. This is the first time I have heard someone say the scent of blood brings comfort. Hu Yao remained silent, simply observing him. She could never reveal to Mu Yuan that the reason for her comfort was that in her past life, he had appeared before her drenched in the scent of blood. After a moment of silence, Mu Yuan, noticing Hu Yao's lack of rebuttal, lifted his gaze to study her. He recalled their first encounter, her seated awkwardly in a broken carriage. The crimson wedding gown accentuated her snow-like complexion, rendering her beauty exquisite yet, due to her youth, adorably innocent. Despite her disheveled appearance, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. At that moment, Mu Yuan thought that if he were to nurture her well, by the time she turned 17 or 18, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. He carefully lifted her from the carriage, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling with her eyes gleaming. In the dialect of Southern Wei, she proclaimed to the maidens that he was the prince consort, her future husband. Her voice, imbued with the soft, mellifluous tones characteristic of Jiangnan women, gently settled into Mu Yuan's heart. He longed to be Hu Yao's prince consort, but alas, he was not. Mu Yuan cautioned himself against harboring feelings for Hu Yao. They were not of the same world. His existence was one of peril on the battlefield, while her life was destined to be bright and serene. Yet now, the sight of her frail form and the calculating, submissive expression she wore in order to survive spoke volumes to Mu Yuan. Her journey had not been as he had imagined. Cradling Hu Yao, he murmured, Upon my return from Wudu, I shall petition His Majesty for your hand in marriage. No, Mu Yuan felt a pang of sorrow and released her, rising to leave. Today, I have overstepped. Let be as if I never spoke. Realizing Mu Yuan had misconstrued her words, Hu Yao hurriedly sprang from the bed and grasped his sleeve. No. What I meant was that waiting until your return from Wudu is too late. I wish to marry you immediately, before my coming-of-age ceremony. Mu Yuan, I will come of age next month. His Majesty will surely announce my marriage at the banquet. Mu Yuan paused, looking at her, the depth of his gaze intensifying, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The crown prince is in Wudu. Even if the marriage is proclaimed, it is of no consequence. Rest assured, once I declare my intentions, I shall marry you, come what may. He took her hand, leading her back to the bed. Hu Yao, joyfully celebrate your coming-of-age banquet. I will return to marry you. While I am away, the shadow guards will protect you. Now rest. Hu Yao nodded and sat on the bed. He has left. Indeed, she murmured to herself, watching Mu Yuan's retreating figure. No matter what, I will wait for you. Sunlight streamed through the window, caressing the draped bed curtains. How noisy! Hu Yao, curled up on the pear-blossom bed, furrowed her brow and sat up. She threw off the covers, approached the nearest window, and impatiently shouted, "Silence! All of you!" Surprisingly, her words had quite the effect. The palace maids, who had been chattering animatedly just moments ago, turned to her in sheer terror upon hearing her words and soon dispersed. Hu Yao inquired, "Are they usually this obedient?" Ping Ping, and then approached upon hearing her voice, and exclaimed, "Princess, you are awake. I shall fetch your breakfast immediately." Ping Ping entered from another room, saying, "Princess, allow me to assist you with your attire first." Hu Yao slightly nodded and asked, "What transpired outside? It seems someone has died. Please wait for Inen to return." She was inquiring about this matter earlier. Ping Ping replied, "A death? Could this be the reason for Mu Yuan's clandestine entry into the palace last night?" And then hurriedly arrived with breakfast, stating, "Princess, a corpse was discovered in the pond of the Imperial Garden this morning. I overheard that it was the maid who was punished to kneel yesterday, consumed by resentment. She accidentally fell into the pond while intoxicated and drowned." Upon hearing of the maid's demise, Hu Yao immediately thought of Mu Yuan. "What a Mu Yuan?" she asked, and then was taken aback to hear the name of General Mu from her princess's lips. After a brief pause, Ping Ping responded, "I have heard that General Mu has sought the Emperor's permission this morning to journey to Wudu, and he is likely already en route." So, it was indeed Mu Yuan who set out for Wudu today. Does the princess miss General Mu? Hu Yao looked at Ping Ping in confusion. Ping Ping exchanged a knowing smile with an in and chose not to elaborate further. Clearing her throat, Hu Yao shifted the topic. "Is the Emperor aware of the maid's incident?" "Yes, he has instructed the 9th Prince to investigate," and replied indignantly, "You may not know, Princess, but those maids spoke ill of you before the 9th Prince, blaming you for the incident, even though it was clearly the maid's own negligence." Ping Ping added, "Fortunately, the 9th Prince did not heed their slander. Do not worry, Princess. It seems today, for some reason, the kitchen has prepared all your favorite dishes. Please enjoy your meal." "Princess, please dine," they urged. Hu Yao nodded and, under the attentive care of the two, partook in a sumptuous breakfast. After the meal, she resumed her usual activity of writing letters home. "This humble servant comes to pay respects to the princess," announced the matron in attendance to Empress Li Yin of the Liang Kingdom. Li Yin, the Empress, was the Emperor's cousin, gentle and kind, yet weak in health and childless. 3 years after the Emperor ascended the throne, she was made Empress. By that time, Hu Yao's cousin, whom she had never met, had already passed away for 3 years. The Empress treated this princess of marriage alliance exceedingly well. During Hu Yao's initial nights in the Liang Palace, feeling homesick, the Empress often visited Zhao Yang Hall to keep her company. The Empress recounted how her cousin had also felt homesick upon her arrival in Liang, and how she had accompanied her during those times. Hu Yao set down her brush and greeted, "What brings you here, dear matron?" After Ping Ping and Ina performed their greetings, they stepped aside. Matron Yi assisted Hu Yao back in her chair, saying, "The Empress has heard of the happenings in the East Palace. As a gentle and kind princess, it is inevitable that there may be wicked servants who deceive their masters. The Empress sent this humble servant to offer some admonition. If anything arises in the future, please do not hesitate to speak with the Empress and do not bear it alone. Yongle will remember this. I appreciate the Empress's concern," Hu Yao replied. "The princess may also visit the Empress often if there is nothing pressing." Hu Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Then I shall not disturb the princess further." The matron said, and Hu Yao gave a slight bow as the matron departed slowly. Ping Ping and then busily escorted Madame Yi out. Hu Yao leisurely and peacefully spent a period of time. Chapter 9. Coming of Age on the morning of the Coming of Age banquet. Hu Yao was drawn by Madame Yi to the Kuinda Palace for adornment. Ordinarily, as a princess betrothed to a foreign nation, her coming-of-age celebration would not require such grandeur. Not only were the concubines of the harem present, but even princes and ministers attended. According to Empress Li, the Emperor Liang was attempting to compensate for a lingering regret in his heart. The Emperor Liang had once had a daughter with his maternal cousin, who tragically passed away due to complications from a premature birth. Defying the opposition of his ministers, he proclaimed his cousin's daughter as the crown princess, but alas, the frail child soon perished. Hu Yao pondered that if Empress Li's words held any truth, then the Emperor Liang's intention to marry her off to the crown prince was likely an attempt to mend that sorrow. After all, the emperor frequently remarked how the crown prince resembled him in his youth. At the coming-of-age banquet, "Is Yongle tired? Perhaps a stroll outside the hall would be refreshing?" Yongle replied that she was not tired. Hu Yao feigned casualness as she glanced towards the concubines, noting that Xu Fei was absent from the hall. She then turned her gaze to the ministers, who were indeed present in their seats. Though her curiosity about the man behind the stones was piqued, she was unwilling to risk her life for it. The figure behind the stones was not a minister. Could he be a guard? Surely not. Hu Yao hesitated with the fruit wine in her hand, casting a doubtful look towards the area where the princes were seated. Several spots remained unoccupied. Could it be? Before Hu Yao could fully process her suspicions, the Emperor Liang spoke. "Now that Yongle has reached her coming of age, I've been contemplating her marriage these past few days. After much consideration, I believe she is most suited to the crown prince. What do you, my esteemed ministers, think?" Upon the emperor's pronouncement, an awkward silence enveloped the banquet. Hu Yao, observing her downcast demeanor, heard Empress Li's teasing voice. "Has Yongle grown shy?" Hu Yao replied. The sixth prince, Xie Xian, rose to break the silence. In response to Father Emperor, "I believe it would be prudent to defer this discussion until fourth brother returns. After all, it is said that the will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker are paramount. Fourth brother and Princess Yongle are a match made in heaven. I find it quite agreeable." The moment Hu Yao heard the words "quite agreeable," she turned to the speaker. It was none other than the third prince, who had been absent from the hall moments before. So, it was the third prince who had been involved with Xu Fei. "I believe this matter is inappropriate. The crown prince, as the heir apparent, should not marry a foreign woman as his consort." Hu Yao's attention was divided, finding some truth in the minister's words. She focused her gaze and was taken aback. The speaker was none other than Wang Qingyun's father, the Grand Tutor Wang Zhi. When Hu Yao looked at Wang Zhi, she noticed his serious and intense gaze upon her. Feeling slightly anxious under his scrutiny, she finally comprehended why Wang Qingyun exhibited such decorum and propriety. If Wang Zhi were to watch her closely each day, she would undoubtedly become a paragon of virtue in Liang Kingdom. "Your Majesty might consider selecting another accomplished gentleman from Liang to serve as the princess's consort." Wang Zhi continued, "Speaking of which, the eldest son of Lord Wang has reached the age of maturity and has previously been by the princess's side, teaching her the language of Liang. Could it be that you wish for him to marry the princess?" "Your Majesty, I have no such intention." Wang Zhi's direct refusal left Hu Yao feeling somewhat embarrassed and disheartened. Before her arrival at the Jiangwu Duke's residence, she had wholeheartedly wished to marry Wang Qingyun. Hu Yao silently picked up a piece of mung bean cake and placed it in her mouth. With Wang Zhi's words, the officials in the hall began to fervently debate her engagement to the crown prince. At that moment, a figure resembling a soldier rushed in. "Your Majesty, a great victory. A great victory." The soldier presented a report of triumph. "Victory at the frontier, victory at Wudu. The crown prince has secured the rear while the young general leads the Wolf Riders to defeat the Yuan army, slaying their chief commander. The Yuan troops have retreated to Tianjiao Pass." Emperor Liang's face brightened with joy. "Excellent. Inform the crown prince and Mu Yuan that should they quell the unrest in Wudu, I shall bestow them with substantial rewards." "As you command." Upon hearing of the great victory, Hu Yao imagined Mu Yuan on the battlefield, wielding a red-tasseled spear with an imposing presence, radiating valor. The entire court raised their cups in celebration, and Emperor Liang beamed with delight. Only Empress Li wore a worried expression. Noticing this, Hu Yao inquired, "Is the Empress concerned for General Mu?" Empress Li regained her composure and replied with a smile. "On the battlefield, swords and blades are blind. Of course I worry, but let us not dwell on this. Yongle, this milk cream is quite sweet." Hu Yao nodded and scooped a spoonful of the milk cream into her mouth. Indeed, it was sweet. After the banquet concluded, and after bathing and changing, Hu Yao did not approach her bed. She extinguished the candle that Ping Ping had lit for her and sat in a chair. After much contemplation, Hu Yao resolved to directly inquire about the shadow guard that Mu Yuan had dispatched for her protection. Is there anyone tonight who wishes to capture me? Silence filled the room, with no one responding. Hu Yao thought, perhaps Mu Yuan merely spoke without truly sending someone to guard her. How embarrassing. How could she have believed it? Feeling rather awkward, she poured herself a glass of water. No, princess, rest assured and sleep soundly. Suddenly, voices outside startled Hu Yao, causing her hand holding the cup to tremble. So, he truly did send a shadow guard. This made her wonder, if she hadn't sought solace in her previous life and overheard the conversation behind the rocks, would she have met her demise? Yet, she distinctly remembered the crown prince's bodyguard being present. Hu Yao found this matter peculiar and could not fathom its reasoning. Never mind, she decided. After all, she had heard that the third prince and consort Shu had met even more tragic ends than her own. Now, in a foreign land, devoid of power or influence, acting rashly would be akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on her own foot, potentially risking her life. At that moment, she had successfully avoided the literary banquet and the coming-of-age ceremony. As long as she married Mu Yuan, left the palace, and lived well, she could witness the grim fates of those people without provoking trouble herself. A weight lifted from Hu Yao's heart as she drained her glass of water and walked towards her bed in high spirits. Just as she settled onto the bed, she noticed a small purple sandalwood box beside her pillow. Upon it lay a letter. Hu Yao picked up the letter and opened it. The night grows long, yet your indifference is well known. Spring has already been tainted by longing. The characters of Southern Way on the letter were bold and vigorous. One might mistake them for a proclamation, yet they contain a line of poetry about yearning. Noticing there were 2 sheets of paper, Hu Yao picked up the other to read. In essence, this general misses you. With a gentle smile, Hu Yao carefully stored the letter and opened the small purple sandalwood box. Within the box lay a letter and a string of passion fruit seeds, adorned with a peace lock. Hua Yao, I hope this letter finds you well. May your birthday be filled with joy. As I strolled through Wudu, I noticed the children wearing similar bracelets. The villagers believe they ensure the safety and happiness of their young ones. The young girl, being a child herself, had one made according to Wudu customs as a coming-of-age gift. Should you feel moved to tears, remember to wait for my return and cry slowly before me. Mu Yuan felt a sudden pang in his nose as Hua Yao tucked the letter and bracelet back into the box, hiding it in the cabinet beside her bed. Oh, Hua Yao, how trivial it is to be so easily moved. A man like Mu Yuan knows how to win a woman's heart. His attentions are merely a fleeting fancy. One mustn't forget that Mu Yuan is renowned in Jin City for his romantic escapades, and the birthday gifts he has given likely number in the hundreds. Once his interest wanes, you shall be but a mere embellishment in his series of liaisons. Do not allow your heart to be swayed, for only you will bear the sorrow. The moonlight streamed through the window, caressing Hua Yao's sleeping visage and casting its glow upon the military tent of Wudu. Achoo! Are you all right, Major General? Should I fetch the doctor? No need, came the response. Perhaps it is merely a sign that a lady is thinking of you. As Mu Yuan paused in polishing his red-tasseled spear, he turned to the speaker. The man, sensing the scrutiny, hastily explained, in my hometown, it is said that sneezing means someone is thinking of you. Before he could finish, another chimed in teasingly. In our hometown, we say that sneezing indicates you have a cold and should see a doctor. Chunjia, I am certain your sneezes are indeed due to a cold. Curse you. Look at our Major General's expression. It's clear not only is the lady thinking of him, but he is also thinking of her. Major General, is she an exquisite beauty? Lin Yin, can you not be so superficial in your inquiries? It is evident that the lady favored by our Major General must be a beauty. Isn't that so, Major General? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, she is a precious little beauty. I knew it. Chen Jie beamed at Lin Yin. No, wait a moment. What do you mean by wait? Lin Yin, why are you shouting? Major General. Lin Yin rushed forward, disbelief etched on his face. Are you planning to settle down? Lin Yin, have you lost your wits in battle? No, you're the one who is daft. Has the Major General ever mentioned a woman in our presence? Well, it seems he has not. Not only has he never brought up a woman, but after all this time, aside from Princess Ningping, We have not seen any other lady in his company. Chen Jie, feeling somewhat cornered by Lin Yan's inquiries, looked to Mu Yuan for assistance. Survive and succeed. Upon our return to Jin City, I shall treat you to a wedding feast. Now, prepare for departure. Though they were puzzled, they replied in unison, "Yes, Major General." In an instant, dust swirled, and the sound of galloping hooves echoed into the distance. Chapter 10. The triumph of today. The crisp sound of horse hooves echoed from afar, prompting the citizens of Jinsheng to part ways, creating a clear path. Many craned their necks and stood on tiptoe, eagerly gazing towards the city gates. Emperor Liang awaited the triumphant return of the soldiers at the entrance of the imperial city, accompanied by the princes and ministers. Meanwhile, Hu Yao, following Empress Li, was poised to partake in the celebratory banquet within the hall. Empress Li, believing Hu Yao to be averse to crowds, had arranged for her to occupy a position that was close yet unobtrusive. Present in the hall were not only the concubines of the imperial harem, but also the families of various ministers. Although Hu Yao sat quietly, she attentively listened to the conversations among the noble ladies. It was said that Princess Ningping had also gone out to welcome General Mu, which stirred feelings of envy among them. The disparity between their stations was evident. It was a privilege granted by His Majesty for them to be in attendance today. Hu Yao was well aware of the Princess Ningping they spoke of. Su Yun, a striking beauty with a vivacious spirit, the daughter of Princess Andy of the Liang Kingdom. Emperor Liang was her maternal uncle and Empress Li her cousin. Reflecting on her limited knowledge of Princess Ningping, Hu Yao realized it was primarily connected to Mu Yuan, instances of them enjoying flowers, boating, and attending lantern festivals together. In her previous life, she had heard of Liang's defeat, leading to Princess Ningping being betrothed to the Western Liang Kingdom. The fate of a princess married into a defeated nation in tumultuous times was grim, and Hu Yao could only sigh, knowing she was powerless to assist the princess. I just heard from a palace maid that the general rode into the city clad in a red robe and golden armor, astride his steed, as dark as silk, accompanied by his soldiers. Upon entering, the citizens erupted in cheers, with even bold women tossing sachets at the general. Stop, stop. If you continue, I shall regret entering the palace. Hu Yao lowered her gaze, fiddling with the sachet at her waist, her mind wandering back to her first encounter with Mu Yuan. Countless young maidens in Jinsheng must be falling for him at first sight, just as she once had. Footsteps resounded outside the hall, prompting the ladies to quiet down. The princes and ministers entered, and the women stood to pay their respects. Hu Yao rose and quietly retreated to a corner, having mastered the art of remaining inconspicuous during her time in the Liang Kingdom. She followed the whispers of the ladies with her gaze. Among the young noblemen, Mu Yuan, dressed in a crimson brocade robe, stood out remarkably. Hu Yao mused that even without illustrious military achievements, his lineage and appearance were captivating enough. Brother Yuan, a melodious voice rang out in the hall. Hu Yao turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. The Princess Ningping, clad in violet, beamed as she rushed toward Mu Yuan. Take care, slow down. If you fall, I certainly won't play the hero to save you. Hu Yao heard the playful tone in Mu Yuan's voice and couldn't help but scoff quietly. If he truly wished to avoid playing the hero, he would have turned to face Princess Ningping. The princess seemed to share some jest with Mu Yuan, eliciting laughter from him. Their mere presence together was strikingly harmonious. Hu Yao sighed silently. In her previous life, had Mu Yuan not been afflicted with foolishness, he would undoubtedly have wed Princess Ningping upon reaching maturity. When Mu Yuan glanced in Hu Yao's direction, she was absorbed in playing with the sachet at her waist. She concealed herself in a corner, silent, her moonlit white attire blending seamlessly with the drapes within the hall. Had it not been for Mu Yuan's immediate search upon entering the grand hall, one might have remained oblivious to her whereabouts even until the conclusion of the celebration. Her complexion appeared significantly improved compared to a few months prior. What is Brother Yuan contemplating? I am speaking to you. The man clad in purple beside Mu Yuan chuckled while fanning himself. Your brother Yuan could not possibly be thinking of you. Jiang Ming Yuan, if you cannot contribute to the conversation, kindly remain silent. Be wary, or this princess shall tear your wretched fan apart. Jiang Ming Yuan laughed and waved his fan. "Oh, little master, how frightful." Su Yun huffed, dismissing him with indifference. "Brother Yuan, you have yet to respond to my earlier question." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I have an object of affection. I am unworthy of the princess's beauty." Su Yun, unfazed, retorted, "You always say that." "I do not believe you." Jiang Mingyuan snapped his fan shut. "Indeed, could you not fabricate a different excuse?" "Very well. After the banquet, I shall conjure another reason." Mu Yuan had spotted the person he wished to see and turned to make his way to his seat. Su Yun furrowed her brow at Jiang Mingyuan. "What do you think Brother Yuan will concoct as an excuse?" Jiang Mingyuan opened his fan. "We shall know once the banquet concludes." Su Yun intended to say more, yet the announcement of the emperor's arrival from outside compelled her to cease. Emperor Liang took his seat, and all present paid their respects, officially commencing the celebration. Hu Yao bowed her head to eat, entirely indifferent to the happenings around her or the conversations that ensued. It was not until Emperor Liang called Mu Yuan's name that she glanced up. Setting down the wine vessel, the emperor declared, "Yuan heir, I have promised you a substantial reward if you quell the turmoil in Wudu. The crown prince has sought rewards for you and the soldiers. What do you desire for yourself? Whatever it is, I shall grant it." Mu Yuan stood and inquired, "If I voice my desires, your majesty truly will bestow them upon me?" The emperor replied with a smile, "A sovereign's word is not to be taken lightly." Mu Yuan left his seat, advancing to the center of the hall to bow to the emperor. "In my youth, I harbored affection for someone. Yet due to our disparate statuses, I dare not aspire to wed her. Now, having achieved success, I wish to express my feelings to her. If she is willing, I implore your majesty to grant us marriage." Upon hearing these words, the emperor stood up, prompting all in the hall to rise with him. Hu Yao, observing the sudden complexity in Empress Li's expression directed at her, felt an unwarranted sense of guilt. After a prolonged silence, the emperor finally spoke, "Be seated." Only then did the assembly dare to sit. The empress glanced at the emperor, letting out a soft sigh. The emperor looked at Mu Yuan with a hint of resignation. If his guess was correct, Mu Yuan's intended was Yongle. "Mu Yuan, I am here. You shall now declare your feelings to her. Should she consent, I shall arrange a marriage. If she declines, you must not press her. Do you understand?" Chapter 11. A supportive ally, I understand. The previously quiet assembly began to murmur upon hearing this proclamation. Jiang Mingyuan retrieved the fan that had fallen to the ground. "Did I hear correctly? That fellow truly intends to wed. His object of affection is genuine." "Xiejio, were you aware of this matter?" Xietsong, wiping his wine-soaked attire, replied, "I had no idea. However, it is said that heroes have always struggled against the allure of beauty. Perhaps one day, you too will, like Yuan, suddenly find yourself seeking a bride." Jiang Mingyuan, fanning himself, gazed into the distance, where a brilliant talent stood akin to you all. The young general's beloved maiden was also present in the hall. Is it not obvious? The young general has mentioned the disparity in their statuses, indicating that the young lady must possess an illustrious lineage. With such a distinguished background, how could she possibly be absent from such a significant occasion? However, considering the young general's own noble status, it is plausible that the maiden hails from a more modest family, and he, fearing public opinion, sought the emperor's blessing for their union. I believe that could be the case. I feel like crying. Today, having just seen the young general, he is already to be wed. Who could disagree? Look, the young general is heading towards Princess Ningping. Su Yun, upon hearing her name mentioned and observing Mu Yuan approaching, felt a wave of discomfort and glanced towards Xie Kong. Mu Yuan walked past Su Yun and positioned himself before Hu Yao. Wang Ji, upon seeing the young general halt in front of Princess Yongle, turned his gaze towards his son. Wang Xingyun sat upright with poise, and aside from a slight tremor in his hand gripping the cup, he displayed no signs of unease. His son's elaborate schemes had ultimately come too late. The crowd's curiosity was piqued, yet all they could see was the young general's silhouette. The esteemed Princess Yongle was entirely obscured by him. In that moment, Hu Yao found herself hesitant to meet Mu Yuan's gaze, her hands tightly clasped together. "Hu Yao, I have returned to marry you." Mu Yuan's voice was soft, so much so that the crowd was unaware of his utterance. Yet each word resonated deeply within Hu Yao's heart. She lifted her eyes and found Mu Yuan gazing at her unabashedly. As their eyes met, his smile grew ever brighter. "Have you been crying?" Hu Yao, captivated by the mischievous grin on his face, whispered back, "I have not cried." "Very well, no tears." Realizing that Mu Yuan was about to commence his performance, Hu Yao prepared herself as he bowed in her direction. Moments later, she heard Mu Yuan passionately declare his affection. "When I first encountered the princess in my youth, I was instantly smitten. Since then, I have cherished my feelings for you for many years. Would the princess consider marrying me? I vow to cherish you for life, unwavering until death." Though his voice was not loud, each word was articulated with clarity and seriousness, leaving the assembly momentarily stunned. Had Hu Yao not known that this marriage was her request to Mu Yuan, she would have been moved by his proclamation. What if she were to decline at this moment? Such thoughts crossed her mind. Ultimately, Hu Yao earnestly replied, "I am willing." Her voice, though soft, rang clear and distinct as everyone awaited her response. Mu Yuan smiled. "Your Majesty, the princess has expressed her willingness. I beseech you to grant us your blessing." The Emperor Liang, his eyes smiling and brows relaxed, was about to nod but paused. He recalled the words spoken to him by his father in the Grand Hall years prior. "You honor, it is not that I do not wish to grant your marriage, but I have already arranged Princess Yongle's betrothal." Upon hearing this, Empress Li chuckled and shook her head. "When was this decided?" "I was unaware." Emperor Liang replied with a smile. "You were in Wudu at the time." "I see. I was indeed presumptuous." "To whom was she betrothed?" Hu Yao quietly observed Mu Yuan's figure shielding her, listening to the murmurs of the ladies around her, attempting to discern Mu Yuan's emotions. The tone and expression of the young general suggest he is aware of the identity of the young master and is about to confront him. However, with His Majesty present and amidst the celebratory feast, it is unlikely the young general would act so rashly. Yet, one cannot say for certain. During the previous birthday of the eldest princess, the young general had nearly beaten Lord Zhu to a pulp, and at that time, the eldest princess could not intervene. How is it possible that Lord Zhu did not seek retribution from the young general? It seems that before he had the chance to retaliate, the young general had already entered the palace to plead for mercy and received a punishment. It is said that upon learning of this, the empress visited the young general and wept throughout the night upon seeing his injuries. The general and the empress share a close friendship, and since the young general was raised by the empress and His Majesty, it is only natural that she would feel heartache for him after his punishment. Consequently, Lord Zhu was reprimanded by His Majesty for the incident. What had provoked the altercation in the first place? It appears that Lord Zhu had spoken disrespectfully towards General Mu and his family, while also cursing the young general's brother, who is unaware of the young general's brother's frail health. Surely, Lord Zhu deserved the beating he received. Indeed, Hu Yao was somewhat taken aback. She had previously known that Mu Yuan's mother was stationed at the frontier, and the Mu family was renowned for their loyalty. She had thought that this was the reason why Emperor Liang was particularly tolerant of Mu Yuan. But now it seemed there was more to it than just the Mu family. Having been raised in the palace since childhood and under the direct guidance of the emperor and empress, it is likely they regarded him as their own. She had indeed found a formidable ally. When Empress Li noticed Emperor Liang giving her a knowing glance, she smiled wryly and said, "Your Majesty has designated the crown prince for Yongle. However, at that time, both you and he were in Wudu, so this matter has been temporarily set aside." Mu Yuan, with a slight smile, suggested, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince is present today, why not inquire about his thoughts?" "Your Majesty, what do you say?" Emperor Liang raised an eyebrow and, following Mu Yuan's lead, posed a question to the Crown Prince. "Fourth, what are your thoughts?" Upon witnessing the Crown Prince rise, Hu Yao felt an involuntary tightening in her chest and instinctively averted her gaze. Something flickered before her eyes. Nervously, she looked over to find Mu Yuan's hand, which had somehow reached behind her. His hand was strikingly beautiful, with well-defined joints and long, clean fingers, now beckoning her gently. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Hu Yao extended her hand towards him. Their fingers intertwined, and though she could not see Mu Yuan's expression, she heard his soft laughter. Mu Yuan's hand tenderly caressed hers, and Hu Yao felt the calluses on his fingertips, mimicking his movements in a daze. Empress Li, seated at a vantage point, witnessed their subtle exchange and chuckled as she discreetly tugged at Emperor Liang's sleeve. Following her gaze, Emperor Liang remarked with a light reprimand, "This impudent lad is even bolder than I was in my youth." Empress Li laughed softly. "Nonsense. Your cousin was far more outrageous than you honor. Just after your uncle consented to your marriage with your cousin, you whisked her away from the grand hall, without a clue as to what you intended to do." Emperor Liang, taken aback, felt his ears flush and sighed, falling silent. Observing his reaction, Empress Li chose not to press further. When Hu Yao regained her senses, she heard Emperor Liang declare, "In that case, let the marriage between the crown prince and Yongle be dismissed." Empress Li chimed in, "You honor, you ought to thank His Majesty." Hu Yao was left speechless. She had finally achieved her heart's desire. She could leave the palace without marrying the crown prince. After spending just 2 more years in the Liang kingdom, she would be free to return home. As Murong Yuan gently squeezed her hand, Hu Yao felt a twinge of disappointment when he withdrew his touch. Chapter 12. Are we well matched? Gazing at her hand where Murong Yuan had just held it, Hu Yao felt a sense of loss. His earlier actions were merely to fulfill a prior promise to her. The one who had fallen in love at first sight during their youthful encounter was never Murong Yuan. It was she who longed to marry him, to grow old together in the twilight of life. All of these sentiments existed solely within her heart. To him, she was likely no different from any other woman, merely a fleeting affection. Hu Yao believed one should not be excessively greedy. Her sole desire was to leave the royal palace and return alive to the southern way. Now, everything had unfolded as she wished, even beyond her expectations. Whether it was a fleeting romance or something else, she simply aimed to navigate these 2 years in tranquility. On this auspicious day, I shall command someone to select a propitious date. The Empress Li, ever perceptive, inquired, "You honor, would it be better to await your parents' return from the frontier before discussing this?" "No," he replied. "Pray tell, why not?" "I fear that the longer we delay, the more dreams may arise in the night. It would be prudent to proceed tomorrow." Upon hearing this, several ministers nearly choked on their wine, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Matters of marriage cannot be rushed." Empress Li exchanged glances with Murong Yuan, acknowledging that tomorrow was indeed too hasty. "Perhaps we should choose a favorable day within this month instead. I will send someone to inform a general. What does your Majesty think?" Emperor Liang sighed, conceding, "Very well. Let it be this month. Truly, the greater the status, the more vexing the concerns." "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Highness." Hu Yao had thought that after Murong Yuan expressed his gratitude, the matter would conclude. To her surprise, he suddenly mentioned her again. "I noticed that the Yongle princess seems somewhat unwell. Might I escort her back?" Hu Yao was taken aback. The emperor paused, pointing at Murong Yuan and chastising, "You rascal. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" Empress Li subtly reminded, "Your Majesty the Emperor clear his throat. I understand. Be swift in your return." "Yes." Hu Yao had no desire to remain in the hall, subjected to the gaze of others, and with the emperor's consent, she naturally followed Murong Yuan out of the grand chamber. Empress Li smiled as she observed their retreating figures, remarking, "Truly, children take after their parents." The emperor, beaming, replied, "These are merely tricks of mine that have been repurposed." Hu Yao emerged from the hall, drenched in cold sweat, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She yearned to return to the palace and cleanse herself. After instructing her attendant to prepare warm water for her return, she heard Murong Yuan address the palace attendants, saying, "You may all withdraw." "Yes." The attendants bowed and swiftly vanished into the night. The once bustling palace path now lay silent, leaving only Hu Yao and Murong Yuan. Initially, Hu Yao wished to express her gratitude, yet fearing that her words might provoke regret in him, she chose to silently follow in his wake. Suddenly, Murong Yuan halted, and Hu Yao, caught off guard, bumped into him. Rubbing her forehead, she asked, "What's wrong?" "It's dark. Aren't you afraid of falling while walking behind?" "Rest assured, General, should I fall, I will pick myself up. No need for a hero to rescue me." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan chuckled, his pitch-black eyes brimming with mirth. He had assumed that Hu Yao, standing with her head bowed in the hall, was entirely oblivious to the world outside. Feeling a twinge of jealousy? Hu Yao quickly shook her head, insisting, No, I recall the promise I made to you. I would never indulge in petty jealousy. Mu Yuan regarded her with a half-smile, inquiring, What color attire does the young Master Wang don today? Hu Yao, immensely nervous in the hall, was utterly unaware of Wang Qingyun's attire, let alone whether he had even arrived. Noticing her bewilderment, Mu Yuan laughed heartily. If you do not know, then it's of no consequence. Hu Yao found his tone particularly uplifting. Suddenly, Mu Yuan grasped her wrist. She felt his fingers glide from her wrist to her palm, intertwining their fingers. Initially, she felt a twinge of shyness, but recalling their earlier moment of intertwined hands in the hall, she thought it would seem overly affected to pull away now. Thus, she allowed Mu Yuan to lead her into the palace. Beneath the night sky, she discreetly glanced up at him. Is it beautiful? Indeed, she blurted out, quickly adding, No, I meant to say the palace lantern you carry is lovely. Mu Yuan turned to her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I was merely inquiring whether the princess finds this lantern appealing. Did you think I was asking something else? It compliments you quite well. Hu Yao, in this regard, was truthful. The lantern he held resembled an embroidered ball, intricately carved with swirling floral patterns, adorned with painted dragons and gilded with vermilion lacquer, resplendent and vibrant, much like Mu Yuan himself. Teasingly, Mu Yuan asked, A good match? Then are you and I a good match? Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yao exclaimed, Naturally, we are a good match. Mu Yuan paused, leaning slightly closer to her, affirming, Indeed, we are well suited. Hu Yao felt a flutter of nervousness as she beheld his face so near, swallowing hard. As her gaze fell upon his brow, she momentarily froze, noticing a broken segment at the tail of his eyebrow. Mu Yuan, that broken brow is inauspicious. Mu Yuan dismissed her concern. I do not believe in such superstitions. I do, Hu Yao confessed, though she too had previously been skeptical. The phenomenon of coming back from death was so extraordinary that she could find no logical explanation aside from supernatural beliefs. Seeing Hu Yao's serious demeanor, Mu Yuan nodded slightly. It's nothing. It will grow back. MHM. Hearing her dismal tone, Mu Yuan nonchalantly suggested, Why not draw my brows for me when we return to the palace? All right. As they entered the courtyard and approached eagerly, Princess, the hot water is ready. Please allow me to pay my respects to the princess and the young general. After a brief curtsy, Ping Ping subtly tugged at Nen, signaling her. Noticing this, Nen quickly remarked, The water may have cooled a bit. I shall check on it again. Princess, please return to your room and rest for a moment. Yes, indeed. The young general should also have some tea in the room. You two maidservants are quite attentive, Mu Yuan joked, lightly shaking the hands they held. I am indeed a bit thirsty. Princess, might you offer me some tea? Hu Yao did not respond, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Yuan. Chapter 13. An unexpected turn. As soon as the door closed behind them, Hu Yao released Mu Yuan's hand. Mu Yuan's eyes, slightly lowered, teased, Princess, you truly prefer to use people in front of you rather than behind. Hu Yao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, though I am to marry you, you must not harbor any intentions towards Ping Ping and Nen. She had just witnessed his gaze towards them, which seemed to appraise them as mere objects. Well, have I ever had thoughts about them? I merely scrutinized the company surrounding the princess. If this is how the princess perceives her subjects, then naturally I cannot compare to the esteemed Wang Dezong, who upholds propriety and virtue. What does this have to do with Wang Chengyan? Mu Yuan frowned, returned the tea to Hu Yao, and moved towards the door. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider this marriage. How can that be? It cannot end like this. Hu Yao hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Mu Yuan's arm. Mu Yuan, I misspoke. You are certainly not the frivolous and capricious young master of my heart. Frivolous and capricious. These are the very words Hu Yao had silently attributed to him over the years. Should he be grateful to the dream version of Mu Yuan for inspiring Hu Yao to choose him over Wang Qingyan? Since the princess views him as such, he could not let her down. Saying this, Mu Yuan gently pried Hu Yao's hand from his arm. Hu Yao looked up at him in confusion and seized his arm once more. What are you up to? Mu Yuan's gaze leisurely fell upon her hand, clinging to his arm, a playful smile gracing his lips. Naturally, I seek to indulge in the joys of flight. The joys of flight? Noticing her bewilderment, Mu Yuan intentionally teased her. Does the princess wish to know what that entails? Hu Yao quickly shook her head. What a pity. I had hoped to enlighten the princess. An idea sparked in Hu Yao's mind. Then tell me after we are wed. Mu Yuan deliberately elongated his tone, lowering it as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering ambiguously, after we are wed, indeed. As he leaned in, a peculiar fragrance, cool and refreshing, infiltrated Hu Yao's senses. The scent was ethereal and slightly sweet, reminiscent of fruit, delicate yet strong. Hu Yao. As she turned to face Mu Yuan, her lips brushed against it softly. In that moment, Mu Yuan froze, his body stiffening. He blinked in slight panic, his ears flushing crimson as if they might bleed. Hu Yao released her hold on his arm and retreated, her lips pale from biting them. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head in them, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Yuan, who had intended to jest with Hu Yao, felt his smile fade as he noticed her reaction, his expression growing increasingly serious. Was what she spoke of truly just a dream? Hu Yao. The girl responded with a soft refusing to lift her gaze. I must attend the celebration banquet. His Majesty and the others are waiting. Hu Yao choked out. You may go. All right. Mu Yuan replied, and the chamber fell into silence once more. Hu Yao's quiet sobs filled the air. She thought Mu Yuan must find her utterly perplexing, hence seeking an excuse to leave. After all, in her past life, he had saved her. How could she ever fear him? Hu Yao hastily wiped away her tears with her sleeve, and upon raising her head, she met the amused gaze of Mu Yuan. Confused, she looked at the man who should have already departed. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, A broken brow is inauspicious. You mentioned you would fix mine. Yet here we are. Did you not claim you did not believe? Yet here you are believing. A faint smile appeared on Hu Yao's pale face. Then allow me to assist you in remedying it now. Mu Yuan, with a slight curve of his lips, stood up and replied, Very well. Mu Yuan, my legs have gone numb. Just as Mu Yuan was about to bend down to lift her, he recalled her earlier reaction and halted his movement, silently extending his hand instead. Hu Yao grasped Mu Yuan's hand to rise and urged him to take a seat on the chair. In the flickering candlelight, it was only then that Hu Yao discerned the reason behind Mu Yuan's broken brow. A wound extended from his forehead to the corner of his eye, already scabbed over, suggesting it would heal in a few days. She carefully avoided the injury as her hand brushed over his brow and eyes. Had the wound been just a fraction more askew, it could have jeopardized Mu Yuan's eye. No, the injury was not misaligned. It had been aimed directly at his eye, but he had skillfully evaded it. If you continue to touch recklessly, I shall retaliate in kind. Chapter 14. Unable to let go, Hu Yao met Mu Yuan's teasing eyes and returned the brush to her cosmetic box. Is that not the case? Hu Yao gently shook her head and asked Mu Yuan, does it hurt? As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. For Mu Yuan, such an injury was likely trivial, and her inquiry seemed to exaggerate the matter. Mu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, and he swallowed hard before uttering a single word. It hurts. He had anticipated that his admission would evoke comfort from Hu Yao, yet to his surprise, she turned and walked away. Mu Yuan? Hu Yao crouched beside the bed and rummaged through a dark cabinet, retrieving a small, exquisite peony-wood medicine box and placing it before him. Are you going to apply medicine for me? No, I can't. As she spoke, she began to extract the contents of the box. Mu Yuan was taken aback when he received the herb she handed over, chuckling lightly, cistanche, golden thread orchid, ginseng, blood spirit mushroom, and even hemostatic powder. If anyone were to catch a glimpse of your medicine box, they would surely be envious. They won't see it. I've hidden it well. In her previous life, she had never found the opportunity to utilize them. Now that she had married Mu Yuan, it seemed unlikely she would need them, so it would be better to offer them to him as a gesture of goodwill. Mu Yuan, I am giving you these herbs. Are you pleased? Pleased. Mother told me these can be used to make medicinal dishes. Father mentioned that the hemostatic powder is incredibly rare, specifically for treating cuts and stab wounds. Just a sprinkle on the wound will immediately stop the bleeding and promote healing. If the old geezers in the Imperial Hospital find out about these, they might go mad. Then let us keep it a secret. If you run out, I will write to father and mother, asking them to send more discreetly. Hu Yao thought that for these herbs, Mu Yuan ought to treat her well. She was feeling quite pleased with her flattery. But then she noticed Mu Yuan's brow slightly raised, staring at her with a gaze that was both amused and enigmatic. The wealth of the world is abundant, flourishing in the grain trade and perfected by the salt merchants, with both in hand and canals linking all directions. Southern Wei truly is a land of gold flowing into Yangzhou, unmatched in prosperity. Hu Yao. No, that is not right. Mu Yuan should not be reacting this way. How could she lose herself in such pride? Mu Yuan, a general of the Liang Kingdom, harbors the ambition of conquering enemies and expanding territories. Her current behavior is akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile. I fear Mu Yuan is now pondering how to seize the Southern Wei and bring it under the Liang banner. Mu Yuan, I have come to the Liang Kingdom for a political marriage, solely for the purpose of ensuring peace between our nations. Hu Yao emphasized the significance of this union and peace in her tone. Mu Yuan, with a slight curve of her thin lips, let out a knowing laugh. Of course. I understand that the princess seeks peace through this marriage. What do you think I am contemplating? Hu Yao, hearing Mu Yuan mimic her tone, pouted slightly. What are you thinking? Surely you must know. I wager you are contemplating our nuptials. Indeed, you are correct. Mu Yuan rose, placing all the medicinal herbs back into the box, except for the golden healing ointment. I shall keep the ointment. The rest you may either keep or present to Erlang after our marriage. Consider it a gift from your sister-in-law. Hu Yao, beaming with joy, clutched the medicine box and agreed, very well. She squatted by the dark cabinet to organize her things when she noticed a long, slender hand withdrawing a purple sandalwood box from her cabinet. Mu Yuan, you must not meddle with my belongings. Those are part of my dowry. In Southern Wei, one who covets a bride's dowry is looked down upon. Mu Yuan, seated on the bed, cast her exquisite phoenix eyes downwards at her. Is this also your dowry? Hu Yao, glancing at the box in Mu Yuan's hand, chuckled shyly. It is a gift from you, so it counts as mine, does it not? It is indeed yours. Mu Yuan retrieved a bracelet from the box and gently said, hand. Hu Yao, adhering to the principle of knowing when to stop while ahead, obediently extended her hand. Mu Yuan wrapped the bracelet around her wrist, teasing, aren't you afraid of your legs going numb, squatting like that? Upon hearing this, Hu Yao abruptly stood up, entirely forgetting that Mu Yuan was still holding her hand. The sudden movement caused her to feel faint, and she stumbled forward, inadvertently pinning Mu Yuan beneath her. Mu Yuan's warm breath brushed against her face, causing every nerve in her body to tingle. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she stammered, I apologize. My legs are a bit numb. I will get up in a moment. Then let me a moment. The low, husky voice of Mu Yuan resonated in her ears. Mu Yuan reminded herself that the princess was timid. Should she frighten her now, she might be lost forever. Hu Yao gazed at Mu Yuan's face and exclaimed softly, Mu Yuan, your face is so red, and your ears too. The girl seemed to have uncovered a monumental secret, entirely forgetting their current position, still fidgeting atop him. Mu Yuan was not merely blushing. He felt as though his face, his hands, and his entire being were aflame. For reasons unknown, he recalled the day he first met Hu Yao. He had claimed disinterest in the yellow-haired girl, yet found himself unable to resist teasing her, and to his astonishment, he dreamed of her that very night. It was the first time in his life he had such a dream, and the subject of that dream was none other than her. To avert a recurrence of such incidents, he deliberately avoided Hu Yao on his journey back to Jincheng, refraining from any contact with her. Nevertheless, he found himself intermittently haunted by dreams related to her. In these dreams, he was undeniably yearning and unable to let go. Chapter 15. Emotional turmoil upon his return to Jincheng. Mu Yuan promptly sought out Xietsong and Jiang Mingyuan. He recounted the events of his dreams in a succinct manner, deliberately obscuring Hu Yao's image within them. Jiang Mingyuan fanned himself and remarked, It seems you have gained some insight. Why not consider a concubine? Xietsong chimed in with a chuckle. Why didn't you seek a concubine when you gained this insight? Jiang Mingyuan retorted, That was for the sake of my future wife, preserving my chastity. Xiet Song teased, that's quite different. At least other people's wives aren't pursuing a Yuan day and night, insisting on marrying him. You're mistaken. She hasn't gained any insight. Donot jest with mistrzostwem Europy. The little princess from Nanwei has yet to choose a husband. It is common knowledge that His Majesty intends to select one from among you princes. Xiet Song poured himself a cup of wine and continued, originally, it was meant for the fourth brother to welcome her, but it ended up being you, Yuan. Tell me, do you think father will marry the princess to you? Mu Yuan languidly replied, I am not a prince. I should never have involved myself. Is simply inviting trouble. What trouble? Jiang Mingyuan inquired, folding his fan and leaning closer to Mu Yuan, whispering, could it be that you have slept with that little princess? Cough. Mu Yuan choked on his wine, erupting into a fit of coughs. Jiang Mingyuan bore an expression of triumphant discovery, patting Mu Yuan's shoulder. You beast, she is only 12. How could you take advantage of her? Did you truly sleep with her? Xiet Song asked, wiping the wine-soaked fabric of his attire. I had no idea you harbored such inclinations. Mu Yuan? Xiet Song refilled his cup and remarked, it matters not. As the adopted son of the emperor, you are considered half a prince. Marrying the princess would not be a loss. Indeed, recognizing one's mistakes can lead to great improvement, Jiang Mingyuan added. Mu Yuan's lips curled into a semblance of a smile, his languid voice carrying an air of authority. Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan hastily retreated behind Xiet Song, exclaiming, no, it was merely a jest. Our esteemed general is not that kind of person. Xiet Song moved his wine aside. Young Master Jiang, consider your own fortunes. Xiejio, you are inhumane. Well then, a Yuan, be a bit more forceful. Mu Yuan felt that his companions, Xiet Song and Jiang Mingyuan, were the very embodiment of folly, for they failed to offer him any sensible advice in critical moments and instead added to his troubles. Eventually, Mu Yuan sent them away and spent some time at the pleasure house. Later, Xiet Song inquired, are you planning to solidify your reputation as a flirt? Jiang Mingyuan remarked, whether or not that reputation holds, it matters not. Do you fear he will remain unmarried? Mu Yuan indeed wished to affirm such a reputation. Yet upon opening and closing his eyes, all he could think of was Hu Yao. He felt that if he were to engage with any other woman, it would be a betrayal to Hu Yao. During his time at the pleasure house, aside from drinking, he perused the romantic tales provided by Hong Shu, uncovering many matters of love and desire of which he had been previously unaware. After dismissing the two, he indulged in a life of extravagance for a while longer, but soon realized he could not continue in such a manner. He accepted a summons and ventured to the borders of Jingzhou. However, he did not anticipate that upon his return, Hu Yao would have changed her heart. Hu Yao found herself enamored with the eldest son of Wang Taifu, the gentleman acclaimed by the young ladies of Jin City as a paragon of elegance, Wang Qingyun. Wang Qingyun reciprocated her affections, even going so far as to hire a chef from the Southern Wei dynasty to prepare delicacies for her whenever he visited the palace, to which she would always greet him with a radiant smile. Her mother had once spoken of love as a matter that requires mutual feelings. With both Wang Qingyun and Hu Yao harboring deep affection for one another, what could he do but indulge in wine and dreams? Unexpectedly, as he drank, Hu Yao emerged from his dreams, returning to his presence. In dreams, one often forgets their role as a guest. Mu Yuan's voice was husky, almost as if he were speaking to himself. Hu Yao had heard this phrase before and seamlessly continued the unfinished thought he had begun. A moment of indulgent joy ensued. The low, raspy laughter captivated Hu Yao, causing her to become momentarily entranced by Mu Yuan's handsome visage. Suddenly, her cheek was gently pinched. Turning to confront the culprit, she found him smiling mischievously, gazing at her unabashedly. That hurts, she remarked. It seemed evident it was quite painful, as her face flushed crimson. Mu Yuan's hand grazed the spot he had just pinched, his eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. His palm was warm. The calloused tips of his fingers pressed against Hu Yao's cheek, and his thumb inadvertently brushed her lips before finally settling upon them. Hu Yao felt her heart racing, her flushed face igniting with heat. This sensation was peculiar. The places Mu Yuan had touched tingled pleasantly, neither repulsive nor unwelcome. Hu Yao. She met his gaze. In his usually languid and carefree eyes, a complex emotion danced, one that eluded her comprehension. I wish, before Mu Yuan could finish his thought, a voice from outside the chamber interrupted. Young General, His Majesty requests your presence. All the ministers await you. His Majesty also mentioned that should you refuse to attend, he will reconsider the marriage. Upon hearing that the marriage was to be reconsidered, Hu Yao's heart ceased its frantic beating, her face cooled, and the tingling sensation dissipated. In a flurry, she scrambled away from Mu Yuan. He sat up, turning toward the door with a displeased tone. I'll be there shortly. Furrowing his brow, he adjusted his breathing, murmuring to himself, I feel utterly miserable. Hu Yao, soft and earnest, said, I'm sorry. Mu Yuan paused, slightly taken aback. And with a teasing glance at Hu Yao, he asked, What are you apologizing for? I didn't know you were hurt. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have leaned on you. Are you still feeling unwell? Should I call for a physician? Mu Yuan lowered his gaze, a light chuckle escaping him, followed by a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with mirth. Hu Yao was taken aback, thinking, what a foolish predicament. Once Mu Yuan had laughed to his heart's content, Hu Yao kindly reminded him, His Majesty is still waiting for you. Mu Yuan tousled her already disheveled hair and replied, All right, let us go. As he made his way toward the door, Hu Yao couldn't resist the urge to remind him, You should tidy your attire. Mu Yuan glanced at his somewhat disheveled robes and returned to Hu Yao with a playful grin, saying, Thank you for your concern, Princess. Seeing Hu Yao remain motionless, he repeated her words with a charming smile, His Majesty is still waiting for me. Chapter 16. A gift of a pouch. Hu Yao reluctantly approached Mu Yuan, carelessly tugging at his disheveled robe. The already chaotic garment became even more wrinkled under her casual handling. All right, Hu Yao said dismissively. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Shall I proceed like this? Wait, it's not finished yet, Hu Yao interjected, grasping his arm and murmuring with pursed lips. Did you also have someone else help you arrange your attire in the military camp? A slight smirk played on Mu Yuan's lips as he responded with a teasing tone. What do you think? Hu Yao's hands paused momentarily as she recalled a similar remark he had made long ago, followed by his audacious statement about how he was never short of women, particularly those who were eager to please. That day had been her 13th birthday, and she had eagerly awaited Mu Yuan's return from the frontier of Jingzhou, excitedly clutching the pouch she had embroidered for him. However, upon hearing his indifferent words before even laying eyes on him, her courage to present the pouch evaporated. As a princess of the Southern Way, despite her affection for Mu Yuan, she could not allow him to look down upon her or the women of her kingdom because of her overt advances. Ultimately, the pouch remained unbestowed, and she retreated to her room, weeping for several days. After her tears had run dry, Hu Yao found a measure of acceptance. She had long been aware of Mu Yuan's numerous romantic escapades, yet she had clung to hope until that fateful day when she finally heard the truth with her own ears. As she gazed at the neatly arranged robe, a bitter smile crossed her lips. When she looked up at Mu Yuan again, her expression had transformed into a composed smile. The young general dedicated himself tirelessly to the Liang kingdom, and it was only fitting that he had several attendants in the camp. Regardless, once they were wed, she would not accompany him to battle. Thus, the number of his attendants would not concern her. How magnanimous of the princess, Mu Yuan chuckled softly, lifting her chin with his hand to meet his gaze. His usual languid demeanor was now tinged with an air of danger, and his features appeared somewhat austere. No one serves me in the camp, he stated, seemingly explaining himself. Though unsure of the truth behind his words, Hu Yao found solace in his willingness to placate her. The days ahead would not be too disheartening. A smile crept to her lips as she mimicked Mu Yuan's usual demeanor, raising an eyebrow. I believe you. Mu Yuan caressed her chin, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Much better than the previous one, he remarked. Hu Yao gently swatted his hand away. Hurry along, the emperor awaits you. Off I go, Mu Yuan replied, walking towards the door before pausing once more. Hu Yao, he called. Yes. Will you make me a pouch? Standing there, he gazed intently at her, and for reasons unknown, Hu Yao sensed a hint of sorrow in his expression. She replied softly, Of course, what design do you desire? Wolf's claw. Hu Yao blinked in surprise. Wolf's claw? Is that acceptable? Certainly. I shall present it to you once I have finished. Very well, he affirmed before stepping through the door. My young general, at last, you have decided to emerge. Your Majesty and the esteemed lords are awaiting your presence. You, the great benefactor, are absent. What significance does this celebration hold? Chang Jin spoke to himself, noticing Mu Yuan's lack of response, and quietly inquired, Your expression seems rather unwell. Could it be that you had a disagreement with the little princess? Please do not hold a grudge against her. She is alone in this foreign land, after all. Chang Gonggong turned his gaze towards Mu Yuan, anticipating his reply. After months apart, the old servant had become even more handsome. You have begun to jest with me again. We should be on our way. Mu Yuan casually responded, his eyes resting on the fragrant pouch at the waist of a palace maid carrying a lantern. He recalled that Hu Yao had also worn a similar pouch today. The design and fabric of the pouch mirrored the one frequently worn by Wang Qingyun, albeit his was more exquisite, adorned with intricate wolf claws embroidered on red silk. As Jiang Mingyuan entered the Mingyi Pavilion of the Huai building, he spotted Mu Yuan toying with a pouch. Ah, which young lady has gifted you such a pouch? It seems quite fitting for some of your stature. Mu Yuan tossed the pouch to Jiang Mingyuan, stating, I found it in the Imperial Garden. If you like it, it's yours. I dare not keep something that has fallen in the palace. Jiang Mingyuan examined the pouch in his hand, noting that its craftsmanship was likely not that of the palace embroiderers, and the design was unlike what any of the noble ladies would create. It was indeed rare. Xie Tsong entered, and upon seeing the pouch in Jiang Mingyuan's hand, he paused momentarily and asked, Mingyuan, is that pouch not from the Imperial Garden? Jiang Mingyuan replied, How did you know? I passed by the garden on my way out of the palace, and saw Wang Qingyun searching for something. I inquired, and he mentioned he had lost a red pouch embroidered with wolf claws, worried that someone might pick it up and cause unnecessary trouble. Xie Tsong pointed to the pouch in Jiang Mingyuan's hand. Isn't this pouch identical to what he described? It looks like rain is imminent. You should return it to him another day. He seemed quite anxious about it. Jiang Mingyuan, intrigued, remarked, given his concern for this pouch, it must have been given to him by a lady he admires. Xie Tsong laughed. Surely there is mutual affection. Otherwise, why would he receive a pouch from the esteemed Wang? Jiang Mingyuan fanned himself and exclaimed, Who would have guessed that Wang Qingyun is also one to privately pledge his heart? Suddenly, Mu Yuan rose and took the pouch from Jiang Mingyuan's grasp, heading outside. Jiang Mingyuan called out, What are you doing, Yuan? Mu Yuan waved the pouch in his hand, declaring, I am delivering the pouch to Wang Qingyun. Seeing that Mu Yuan had already gone far, Xie Tsong turned to the attendants who had yet to react and said, Why are you not hastening to follow the young general? With such heavy rain, do you intend to let him ride back to the palace alone? Yes, yes. The attendants hurriedly responded, rushing to catch up with Mu Yuan. Jiang Mingyuan poured himself a cup of wine and remarked, When did a Yuan become so warm-hearted? Braving the rain to return a pouch? If this were to spread, it would surely become a delightful tale. Wang Qingyun is talented and upright. He will undoubtedly serve in the court in the future. Today, as a Yuan braves the rain to return the pouch, Wang Qingyun will owe him a favor. Xie Tsong accepted the wine from Jiang Mingyuan and added, The emperor holds great expectations for Yuan. He will surely become an important minister in the future. This favor will eventually find its way back to him in the court. Chapter 17. The day before the wedding, the rain fell gently. Mu Yuan stood in the pavilion, watching Wang Qingyun still searching for the pouch in the rain, and sighed softly. He decided to deliver the pouch to Wang Qingyun. Yes. Mu Yuan suddenly recalled that a few days prior, a spy had informed him that Hu Yao had crafted a red pouch embroidered with wolf claws. He had initially assumed it was a token meant for him, hastily concocting various excuses to return from Jingzhou. In the end, it was merely his own misguided sentiment. The pouch was not intended for him. Hu Yao had fallen for another and no longer sought information about his whereabouts. A rumble of thunder jolted Mu Yuan back to reality. He sauntered into the grand hall, resuming his usual languid demeanor. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with song and dance, the clinking of goblets drowning out the incessant patter of rain outside. Since the engagement between Hu Yao and Mu Yuan had been settled, She had relocated from the Eastern Palace to temporarily reside in Empress Li's Kundi Hall. The persistent rain had not ceased. Hu Yao, who had always disliked venturing out on rainy days, often found solace in napping within Kundi Hall. As she stretched, still drowsy, she overheard the conversation between Emperor Liang and Empress Li outside the curtain. Tomorrow is the wedding. Yet Mu Yuan has not visited Yongle in these past 2 weeks. Empress Li nodded and replied softly, "Your Majesty, please lower your voice. Yongle is still resting." Mu Yuan must be busy preparing the general's residence, the emperor mused. When I was betrothed to Qingyi, I was not so preoccupied. No matter how busy, I visited her daily. Indeed, you went to see your cousin the day before your wedding, and were scolded by your uncle and aunt, the emperor sighed. Had I known it was inauspicious to meet the day before the wedding, I would have refrained from visiting her. And indeed, it has come to pass. Empress Li, lowering her gaze, deftly shifted the topic. Your cousin used to sneak into your aunt's bedroom at midnight. Thankfully, Mu Yuan is not like you. I bet that lad has peered through Yongle's window at midnight, the emperor retorted. A father knows his son best. Yes, indeed. Hu Yao, listening to their voices grow fainter, sighed and lifted her eyes to the delicate rain on the window sill, gradually drifting back to sleep. The silk quilt that covered her waist slipped down as she shifted in her slumber. After an unknown duration, a hand, defined by prominent knuckles, picked up the quilt and gently laid it back over her resting form. Mu Yuan closed the window, which had been blown ajar by the wind, and seated himself on the stool beside the bed. The spy had reported that Hu Yao had not left her room in the past fortnight. It seemed she had been listening to the wind and rain through this small window while asleep. Propping his chin on his hand, Mu Yuan languidly observed the rain outside for a while before his gaze drifted to the slumbering figure. Today, Hu Yao wore her hair in twin buns adorned with a pair of peony hairpins. Her outfit, a pale yellow, wide-collar top paired with a blue octagonal floral skirt, was both enchanting and charming. She was utterly without any guard. As Mu Yuan contemplated this, a hand gently rested upon her wrist. After learning of Hu Yao's affection for Wang Qingyun, he had ceased to receive reports about her. If the spy's findings were indeed accurate, aside from the occasional lectures and a few light reprimands from the crown prince, Hu Yao should not have been poisoned. When had she been poisoned? Who was the perpetrator? These matters required meticulous investigation. The poison within her body must also be gradually alleviated and carefully treated. Mu Yuan withdrew his hand and removed the precariously balanced peony hairpin from her hair, placing it on the cabinet beside the bed. Hu Yao felt as if she were perhaps losing her mind. She dreamt that Mu Yuan was seated on the stool at her bedside, frowning as he embroidered a fragrant pouch. She somewhat dazedly reached out to touch the pouch on the cabinet. Instead of the pouch, her fingers grazed the peony hairpin gifted to her by the empress mother. Hu Yao distinctly remembered asking Ping Ping to pin it in her hair while getting ready in the morning. Surely, she must be dreaming. With this thought, she turned her body and unabashedly gazed at Mu Yuan. In her dream, Mu Yuan was adorned in a red brocade robe, his high ponytail secured with a red ribbon. The scar at the corner of his brow had healed, leaving no trace behind. With long brows framing his striking features, he truly appeared both handsome and charming. Hu Yao gently called out Mu Yuan. Upon noticing her gaze, Mu Yuan moved closer, taking a seat beside her while holding a fragrant sachet. "Are you embroidering a sachet?" he asked, a charming smile gracing his lips as he observed the slightly dazed Hu Yao. "I noticed there was extra fabric and thread on the cabinet, so I thought to make you a sachet." "Why?" "The one you wear at your waist has become worn." "Worn?" Hu Yao unfastened the sachet from her waist and inspected it before handing it to Mu Yuan. "It looks fine to me." She rarely wore this sachet. How could it possibly be worn? Mu Yuan took the sachet she offered and casually placed it on the cabinet, then handed her the one he had made. "Do you like it?" Hu Yao looked at the red sachet in her hand and asked, "What did you embroider on it?" "I embroidered it based on the pouch you made for me," Mu Yuan replied. "I had embroidered a wolf's head and claws." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Clearly, I embroidered the same." "Oh, I see. It's truly adorable. I like it very much." Hu Yao shoved the sachet back into Mu Yuan's hands, lifted the silk quilt, and instructed, "Tie it on for me, right here." Mu Yuan's exquisite phoenix eyes scrutinized Hu Yao's face for a moment without further comment. Then he lowered his gaze to her slender waist. Hu Yao's waist was so petite that Mu Yuan felt he could encircle it with a single arm. He wondered if it felt the same as it did in his dreams. His ears flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, swiftly tying the sachet in place, and did not forget to pull the silk quilt over Hu Yao to keep her warm. "Yamama, what brings you here?" Anan's loud voice echoed, reaching Hu Yao in the hall. Wait, how could she hear Anan's voice? Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan, only to find him gazing back at her. Unable to resist, she reached to pinch her own cheek, but Mu Yuan grasped her hand. He toyed with her delicate, soft fingers and said with a relaxed smile, "It's not a dream." Hu Yao silently withdrew her hand and sat up, just as Yamama rushed in. Yamama bowed to both her and Mu Yuan, and then turned to pull at Mu Yuan. "Young general, why have you come today?" "It is inauspicious to meet the day before the wedding." Mu Yuan languidly allowed Yamama to tug at him. Wazti had said that one cannot meet a month before the wedding, but the day before is permissible? Who told you that? Old Jiao and Ming Yuan. Good heavens! Those two have yet to marry themselves. How would they know such things? And then, who followed closely behind Mama, asked worriedly, "What should we do, Mama?" No need for alarm. Ignorance is no crime. The Empress has sent someone to offer incense money. The deities will not hold it against us. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Mama, wouldn't this be considered bribery?" "General, you are truly driving this old servant to despair." Hu Yao smiled gently upon seeing Yumomo's conflicted expression, torn between reprimanding and withholding her ire. "Wishing you a long and prosperous life." Mu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Noticing Hu Yao's gaze, he playfully shook the pouch in his hand, declaring, "I have taken it." Hu Yao nodded in response. "Very well." Yumomo urged Mu Yuan toward the exit, saying, "General, after your wedding tomorrow, feel free to speak to the princess for as long as you wish. But now, let us hasten to meet His Majesty and Her Highness." "I am indeed on my way, Momo. No need to rush." Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Hu Yao cast her eyes down to the fragrance pouch tied at her waist. Unexpectedly, a sense of anticipation welled up within her. Chapter 18. To marry a good husband in the 31st year of Linda, the great Liang formed a close alliance with Nanwei and Fan, akin to lips and teeth. On the day of the wedding, the Emperor of Liang granted a special decree to cancel the customary curtain and barriers. Officials and soldiers lined up in an orderly fashion, creating a pathway, while the citizens of the city poured out of their homes in droves. Amid the crowd, someone shouted, "She's coming. The princess is here. The bride is coming out." Upon hearing the commotion, the assembled throng turned to behold the bride, adorned in an exquisite and intricate red wedding gown, shimmering resplendently in the twilight, with each step accompanied by the melodious sound of her waist ornaments. Hu Yao, veiled beneath the bridal canopy, was supported by Momo and the matchmaker as she stepped onto the crimson carpet. The rising cheers from the crowd inexplicably tightened her nerves. Her hands concealed beneath the wedding attire instinctively clenching. She had finally completed her mission in the Liang kingdom. All that remained was to live well, and when the kingdom fell, she could return home. A warm breeze rustled the edge of her veil. Hu Yao looked up to see Mu Yuan, who should have been at the forefront of the bridal procession, galloping toward her. The young man, clad in splendid attire, exuded a vibrant and carefree spirit. As the matchmaker adjusted the veil, Hu Yao's vision was once again enveloped in a sea of red. "Princess, it is time for you to be carried to the bridal sedan," the matchmaker announced. "Thank you for your assistance." Hu Yao recalled that the brides of the Liang kingdom were not permitted to ascend the sedan themselves. It was customary for a brother or uncle to carry them. Due to the proximity of the wedding date, her elder brother and younger sibling could not arrive in time, leaving the matchmaker to fulfill this role. With the help of the palace attendants, Hu Yao leaned upon the matchmaker's back. A faint, enchanting fragrance gradually filled her nostrils, causing her to pause and softly call out, "Mu Yuan?" "Indeed, this time you have not miscalled my name." Hu Yao retorted quietly, "When have I ever miscalled it? There was that time you fell gravely ill, and word reached His Majesty. Out of kindness, he asked me to check on you," Mu Yuan casually recounted. "I tended to you, bringing you water and medicine, caring for you with good intentions for quite some time. Yet, You had the audacity to pull on my sleeve, expressing gratitude to Wang Qingyun, while the princess simply dismissed the matter. Hu Yao recalled the incident Mu Yuan mentioned. She had been utterly heartbroken over him, and after resigning herself to despair, she had fallen seriously ill. After taking her medicine under the watchful care of another, she had drifted into a deep slumber. Awakening from thirst, she called out a few times without receiving a reply, prompting her to attempt to rise and fetch water herself. However, she was immediately supported as she sat up. "What do you need? I will get it for you." Hu Yao forced her eyes open to see the person speaking. "Water. I am thirsty." "Very well." She watched the figure in the icy blue robe retreat, slowly closing her eyes once more. The man supported her while she drank, urging her to take her time. "I will always be here. If you desire anything else, just let me know." Hu Yao nodded with her eyes closed and said, "Wang Qingyun, thank you." Later, when she recovered from her illness, she specifically expressed her gratitude to Wang Qingyun. He looked perplexed and replied, "It seems the princess has dreamt. I did not enter the palace that day." Hu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, thinking it was all a figment of her fevered imagination. However, this incident inadvertently brought her closer to Wang Qingyun. It turned out she had mistaken him for someone else. Well, it seems there was some truth to it, but I distinctly remember that person wore a blue brocade robe. Among those I have seen in the Liang kingdom, only Wang Qingyun donned such a hue, she stammered, her voice growing fainter. "In any case, I misidentified you. Although it may come late, thank you, Mu Yuan. We are about to become husband and wife. Let this expression of gratitude be heard by outsiders," she replied obediently. She quietly nestled against Mu Yuan's back, warmth blossoming in her heart. His gait was steady, neither too fast nor too slow. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed, "The young general returns just to carry the princess to the sedan chair." The princess of Nanwei is truly fortunate. Who would have thought our young general, who flits through flowers, would be ensnared by one from Nanwei? "Oh, do you wish to pluck flowers from Nanwei as well? Be cautious. If you fail, you might end up with a sworn brother of a different surname." "Bah, you're the one with such a brother. I wager many a lady is secretly shedding tears. Regardless, I shall certainly return to wipe away my own." "Get lost. You were just smiling so broadly at the young general, yet you speak of tears." Jiang Mingyuan listened to the discussions in the crowd and turned to Xie Kong. "When did I Yuan become enamored with the little princess? Even you and I were kept in the dark." Xie Song chuckled. "It seems it was on the day of the literary gathering at the Jiangguo Duke's residence. After reuniting with the little princess, he became smitten and shamelessly pursued her to marry him." "What? When did this little princess visit my residence?" "Xiejiu, you must tell me everything." "I am not quite certain." Yuan did not elaborate. "You should ply him with more wine today and inquire further." Xie patted Jiang Mingyuan, preparing to leave. "Very well." Outside the bridal sedan, the sound of hooves gradually faded away. Hu Yao looked down at the sweet candy in her hand, unwrapping one and placing it in her mouth. It was sweet, mirroring her current mood. The bridal sedan was lifted. As it ascended, attendants scattered the prepared wedding candies and silver coins among the gathered townsfolk. The people joyfully accepted them, often exchanging auspicious phrases, with some even humming songs. In the southern land, there are virtuous ladies, graceful and splendid as the city of brocade. Heaven grants its wishes, marrying a good husband. The courtyard sinks into night, the bridal chamber bright with candles. With the support of her maidens, Hu Yao settled onto the bridal bed. No sooner had she sat than she heard the matchmaker calling her. "Princess, please keep this booklet safe," the matchmaker said as she pressed a small booklet into her hands. Hu Yao, somewhat perplexed, accepted it nonetheless. "Princess, remember to read this booklet when no one is around. Of course, you may also read it with the young general." Hu Yao guessed this was a custom of the Liang kingdom regarding marriage, so she did not inquire further and replied obediently, "All right." Chapter 19. The ceremony. The lively chatter filled the air as the door to the bridal chamber swung open. Hu Yao instinctively tightened her grip on the small booklet hidden within her sleeve. The crowd erupted in playful banter, urging Mu Yuan to lift the bridal veil. A flickering candlelight was momentarily obscured by the figures around her. She heard Mu Yuan's languid voice inquire, "Aren't you all going to step outside?" Jiang Mingyuan, fanning himself with a playful grin, reassured him, Fear not. Once you unveil the bride, we shall cause a ruckus in the bridal chamber and then take our leave. It will certainly not hinder your time with the little princess." The crowd chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Young general, do hasten to lift the veil so we may gaze upon the young lady." Xietsong teased, "Why hide her from us now? Sooner or later, you'll have to introduce her to us. As the saying goes, an unsightly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Ah Yuan, do unveil the bride." "Cousin Jiao, don't take advantage of brother Yuan," Su Yiyun interjected, eagerly wishing to lift the veil herself. Having encountered Princess Yongle in the palace before, she had refrained from engaging due to her mother-esque counsel. Who could have anticipated that upon their next meeting, Princess Yongle would be wed to brother Yuan? A shy boy clad in splendid attire gently reminded her, "Cousin Yun, do remember to speak softly." "Is Xiao sure suggesting that I am not gentle?" "No, no." Xie Hui hastily shook her head. "Cousin Yun is indeed the gentlest." Jiang Mingyuan chuckled. "Ha! Su Yiyun, Xiao sure is just teasing you. Do you want to be hit?" "Jiang Mingyuan?" Mu Yuan surveyed the playful crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips as he casually asked, "Did you all bring something when you entered?" The crowd looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. Without further explanation, Mu Yuan led them outside the bridal chamber. Once positioned outside, he pointed to a strip of colorful satin that had been torn from the doorframe. Upon entering, the matchmaker advised us to take a piece with us. So I trust you all did. We managed to snag some as well. "Young general, fret not," they assured him. "Indeed, we wouldn't miss such a fortuitous event." "Cousin Yun, did you manage to secure yours?" "Of course. If I didn't get it, how could I possibly have missed this small piece of satin?" Jiang Mingyuan let out a hum of approval. Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes at Jiang Mingyuan and asked, "Did Mingyuan get his?" With a proud smile, Jiang Mingyuan replied, "Naturally. I was the first to grab it." "Then I am relieved." A slight grin appeared on Mu Yuan's lips as he stepped into the bridal chamber. With a resounding thud, the door to the bridal chamber was shut behind him. "Damn it, we've been tricked," Jiang Mingyuan exclaimed, realizing what had just happened. He was about to knock on the door when Xietsong stopped him. "Let be. If a Yuan doesn't want us to cause a fuss, we shall refrain." "Cousin Jiao is right. Su Yun, you are such a fence-sitter. All right, let us head to the front hall." "It's almost time to disperse," Xietsong suggested, glancing at the now darkening sky as he beckoned everyone to leave. The eastern wing of the general's residence returned to its former tranquility. A maid presented the bridal scale, placed upon a jade platter before Mu Yuan. "Young general, please use the bridal scale to lift the veil, ensuring harmony and fulfillment henceforth." As Mu Yuan lifted the veil, the maidservants in attendance discreetly stole glances at the future mistress of the general's household. Beneath the veil, the young maiden's delicate brows framed bright eyes. Her lips were a rosy hue, and her porcelain-like face blushed with a charming tint. "Madam," she gazed upon the ethereal beauty of the young princess before her, suddenly comprehending why the dashing and romantic young general sought her hand in marriage. She had heard tales of a woman's smile that could captivate a city, and a second that could enthrall a nation. Today, she witnessed such charm firsthand. Should the princess's age advance a little further, it would be a daunting task to find another maiden of such exquisite beauty across the 13 provinces. Not only were Madame Shi and the maidservants spellbound, but even Mu Yuan appeared entranced. Hu Yao slightly lifted her gaze towards Mu Yuan, who, adorned in a crimson robe and golden crown, looked even more striking and noble than usual. Perhaps it was the occasion of their wedding that rendered Mu Yuan particularly enchanting in Hu Yao's eyes. Madam, she was the first to regain her composure, jesting, "The bride is so beautiful that even this old woman is captivated. It is time to partake in the nuptial wine." The maidservants presented 2 cups connected by red thread, filled with wine. Hu Yao accepted a cup and shared a drink with Mu Yuan. The act of drinking together symbolized their union, pledging to share joys and hardships, never to part. With the ceremony complete, Madam, she stepped aside, while the maidservants respectfully approached Hu Yao to remove the heavy bridal crown from her head, styling her hair into a simpler updo. Hu Yao immediately felt a sense of relief. The maidservants exited the bridal chamber quietly, leaving the room enveloped in silence once more. Hu Yao discreetly stole glances at the young man beside her, who sat with a slight frown, lost in thought. recalling the red booklet Madame she had given her earlier. Hu Yao hesitated, feeling that presenting it to Mu Yuan at this moment might seem rather odd. Just as she contemplated this, Mu Yuan spoke. "Are you hungry, my lady?" Hu Yao, momentarily taken aback by his address of my lady, replied, "Yes." Upon hearing her response, Mu Yuan let out a melodious chuckle. Hu Yao thought, "What does that mean?" He lowered his gaze, unabashedly observing her, and added, "Soon, Erlang will bring the meal. My lady should eat well. If there is anything you desire, simply inform him." "Is your younger uncle coming later?" "Yes." Feeling flustered under Mu Yuan's steady gaze, Hu Yao turned her head to avoid his eyes, saying, "If you are tired, you need not concern yourself with me." "I'm not tired. What do you wish me to call you?" His warm breath brushed against Hu Yao's ear, making her shiver. "Husband," she stammered. Mu Yuan chuckled lightly. "Yes. Would you kindly retrieve a set of clothing for me from the second tier of the cabinet behind the screen?" Hu Yao nodded, escaping from the bed as if on instinct, leaving the red booklet given by Madame Xi on the table. Chapter 20. The flower candle night of nuptial kisses. Moonlight bathed a courtyard in the general's residence, where the matrons were enjoying wine. Suddenly, Madame Xi exclaimed, "It's over. I've made a mistake," drawing the attention of the other matrons. "What mistake did Madame Xi make?" Madame Xi stood up, saying, "The booklet was given incorrectly. I handed over the illustrated booklet instead of the written one." An elder matron grasped Madame Xi. "So what if it's wrong? The content is quite similar." Indeed, the housekeeper specifically instructed that no one was to enter the eastern chamber tonight. But does the Princess of Nanwei even recognize the characters of Liang? Whether she does or not, we have a young general, do we not? Surely he understands. Exactly. Do not worry yourself, old friend. The others persuaded Madame Xi, continuing their jovial drinking. Meanwhile, Hu Yao strolled, observing the arrangements within Mu Yuan's chamber. General Mu Yuan, indeed, is a precious gem nurtured by Emperor Liang. Were an ordinary official to possess such an abundance of treasures, they would likely be accused of embezzlement. He is the dandy who indulges in opulence, yet also the one who generously rewards his soldiers and provides relief and support for the refugees at the borders. Mu Yuan is truly an enigma. Hu Yao paused before a Zeton cabinet and opened it, revealing several sets of dark brocade, robes neatly arranged on the second tier. She casually picked one and walked toward the screen. Behind the screen, Mu Yuan had already changed out of his festive attire. He received the brocade robe from her and donned it. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, his expression now bore a certain coolness. "Are you heading out?" Hu Yao regretted her words the moment they escaped her lips. She recalled her earlier promise to Mu Yuan not to inquire about his whereabouts, and quickly amended. "Are you hungry, my lord?" Mu Yuan chuckled softly, pulling her into his embrace. "Not hungry. I have matters to attend to outside. During this time, you should remain in the residence. If anything urgent arises, seek out Erlang, and I shall take you out when I return. Is that agreeable?" Though Hu Yao had many questions swirling in her mind, she nodded in acquiescence. "Very well." Seeing her compliance, Mu Yuan smirked. "Since I have been so kind to you, shouldn't you offer me some praise?" He pointed to his cheek. "A kiss, perhaps?" Hu Yao was taken aback by his sudden playfulness, realizing he had been waiting for her. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free dinner. Yet, despite her thoughts, she found no reluctance in bestowing a kiss upon Mu Yuan. After all, they were now husband and wife, and some matters could only be evaded temporarily. Gently tugging at the collar of Mu Yuan's robe, she rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips. His lips were warm and soft. At the moment her lips met his, he was momentarily stunned. Blinking in surprise, unsure how to react, he had merely intended to tease Hu Yao, never expecting her to actually kiss him. All right. Hu Yao lowered her head, stealing glances at Mu Yuan from the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she found herself caught in his smiling gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head even further. Mu Yuan observed her actions, a smile gracing his slightly blushing face. He buried his head in the crook of her shoulder, his voice low and languid with a hint of playfulness. "I don't want to leave." His hair brushed against Hu Yao's neck, causing a tickling sensation that reminded her of Zhang Lang, the dog she and Brother Mu had raised during her time in the Southern Way. Each time they parted, Zhang Lang would nestle in her arms, resting its head on her shoulder, whimpering for quite some time. When she left for the marriage alliance, Zhang Lang had chased her for a long while before brother Mu carried it away. Hu Yao reached out to pat Mu Yuan's head. Before long, her hand was captured by him and placed on his waist. Mu Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes leisurely tracing the contours of her lips before shifting to her slightly flushed cheeks. "What is it?" Hu Yao inquired. No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt his soft mouth brush against her cheek. She froze, her heart racing. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his playful gaze brimming with mischief. "A fair exchange. When I return, we shall continue." Without waiting for her response, he pushed open the door and stepped out. In the joyous chamber, Yan Jin saw Mu Yuan emerging and hurriedly approached him, saying, "The young general has acted upon your instructions." Mu Yuan accepted the riding whip handed to him by Yan Jin, instructing him to take good care of the young mistress. "Understood," Yan Jin replied, watching the young general depart before turning his gaze towards the brightly lit, joyous chamber. Some individuals truly lack the sense to choose auspicious days. They deserve their misfortunes. Although the young general must have comforted the young mistress, it was surely quite disheartening for her to spend the wedding night alone. At this moment, Yan Jin imagined that Hu Yao, who must be feeling quite sorrowful, was seated in a chair, mindlessly consuming the festive delicacies. She casually picked up the red booklet that had been placed on the table and began to leaf through it. It was a thick volume densely filled with text. This could not possibly be the teachings of female virtue from the legends of the Liang Kingdom. Could it? Hu Yao recalled that the matchmaker had insisted she must read it, perhaps intending to inquire about it later. As she turned to the first page, she suddenly discovered a significant problem. Although she could speak the language of the Liang Kingdom, she was utterly incapable of comprehending its written characters. Never mind, she thought. She would wait for Mu Yuan to return and read it to her. Pushing the red booklet aside, Hu Yao began to shell walnuts for herself. Speaking of Mu Yuan's younger brother, her little uncle, she believed his name was Mu Tian. According to Empress Li, he was merely 2 months her senior, a frail youth who had just reached the age of adulthood. Would he truly remember to bring her food? The more she pondered, the more improbable it seemed. Just as she was about to call for someone, she heard a knock at the door. Chapter 21. The little uncle, after a few moments, the knocking ceased. A youthful, cool voice came from outside. "My brother instructed me to deliver a meal to my sister-in-law at this hour. If you're asleep, I shall not disturb you." Hu Yao, feeling famished, hurried to open the door. "I am not asleep. Please do come in." Good heavens, if he left, what would she eat? Hu Yao had prepared herself to see a mischievous child upon opening the door, yet what greeted her was the shoulder of a young man. She lifted her gaze slightly to behold the youth before her. His features bore some resemblance to Mu Yuan's, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his hair tied in a half ponytail with a moon-white ribbon, presenting a demeanor that was both refined and aloof, in stark contrast to Mu Yuan's vibrant and exuberant nature. If Mu Yuan was the blazing sun, then Mu Tian was the serene, solitary moon. This little uncle had remarkably fair skin, even lighter than her own. Noticing that Hu Yao was staring at him in a daze, Mu Tian furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Is my sister-in-law intending for me to stand outside holding this food box all night?" Hu Yao quickly stepped aside, apologizing, "Please come in and take a seat." Her little uncle was an invalid, a patient who had spent most of his time within the confines of the estate. So it was entirely understandable that he would possess a somewhat cold and peculiar temperament. Mu Tian placed the food box on the table and arranged the contents before her. "My brother mentioned that you do not consume spicy foods, so I have refrained from including any. Please choose what you like." "Thank you for your consideration, little uncle," Hu Yao said, taking a seat and reaching for the nearest delicacy. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly remembered Mu Tian was still present. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Have you eaten, little uncle? Would you like to share some with me?" "I have already had my meal," Mu Tian replied, placing a plate of meat before Hu Yao. "My brother said that your health is not well." Hu Yao paused with her chopsticks raised, looking up at Mu Tian. "I'm quite well." Mu Tian noticed that Hu Yao had paused her actions and spoke slowly. "Sister-in-law, your health seems quite good, likely because the poison has yet to take effect." Hu Yao was taken aback. Poisoned? When and by whom? No wonder she had been feeling weak lately and suffering excruciating pain during her menstruation. It turned out someone had poisoned her. Sister-in-law? Yes, I study medicine, and my brother is quite concerned about your health. So he asked me to assist you in detoxification and recuperation. If you wish to decline, please feel free to say so. Hu Yao, however, had no intention of refusing. She sensed that Mu Tian himself might be reluctant to treat her, hoping she would reject the offer. However, when it came to her health, she would not refuse. Then I shall rely on you, little uncle. Mu Tian sighed softly and nodded. Hu Yao was uncertain of her little uncle's medical skills, but she figured that using this opportunity to build a rapport with him would be advantageous. After all, in the future, when Mu Yuan was muddled, she would need this very person to guide her back home. Mu Tian instructed hand. Hu Yao promptly extended her hand. He placed his fingers on her wrist. His lips slightly pursed. There are no major issues. With proper care over the next 2 years, you will be just fine. Really? Mu Tian nodded. Thank you, little uncle. Well, my brother, how is he? Hu Yao awaited Mu Tian's elaboration. Nothing much. I hope you will treat my brother well. Hu Yao nodded while taking a bite of sweet dumpling. Rest assured, little uncle, my husband treats me well, and I shall reciprocate. She was not ungrateful, considering how Mu Yuan had taken care of her in the past, and now even arranged for his brother to treat her. She would certainly treat Mu Yuan with kindness. However, Mu Tian detected the underlying tone in Hu Yao's words. If her brother were to treat her poorly, she would not extend kindness in return. Although he did not comprehend the nuances of romantic feelings, he believed that affection should be mutual. Yes, you may call me Erlang, just as my brother does. Seeing Mu Tian smile lightly, Hu Yao inferred that she had passed this small test and responded cheerfully. All right. Erlang, your health is fragile. It will be best for you to return and rest early. At that moment, Hu Yao felt exceptionally considerate as a sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I study medicine. Hu Yao looked at Mu Tian with newfound affection. How unfortunate that a healer cannot heal themselves. Mu Tian paused slightly at her gaze and replied with a faint smile. When I first arrived in Jin City as a child, I indeed fell ill for a time due to the unfamiliar climate. Once I recovered, I had no further issues. I simply disliked going out and prefer to avoid crowded places. Over time, people began to assume that my health was poor, rather than concocting various excuses. I found it easier to let them believe their misconceptions and avoid unnecessary trouble. Is that truly an option? Hu Yao thought she had learned something valuable. She decided that, after some time, she too would use this excuse to avoid trouble and peacefully endure the next 2 years in the general's manner. Sister-in-law, yes? The Mu family can only have one patient. Having more would raise suspicions. Hu Yao quickly denied, I thought of nothing. Mu Tian replied lightly as he stood up to collect the empty plates from the table. Suddenly, the red book resting at the edge of the table was accidentally brushed to the ground by Mu Tian's sleeve. Chapter 22. The maid Mu Tian bent down to retrieve the fallen red book. Sister-in-law, were you reading this just now? Indeed. I am not well versed in the language of Liang Kingdom and find it somewhat perplexing. Mu Tian placed the booklet upon the table, and my elder brother remarked that my sister-in-law speaks Liang dialect remarkably well. Hu Yao casually responded, it's passable. My brother had previously instructed me to teach my sister-in-law to read during our leisure, while I could also practice the Qiangbei dialect. Why is it necessary to learn the Qiangbei dialect? As the young mistress of the general's residence, she ought to master the languages of various realms. Hu Yao shrugged and conceded, very well. She understood that being a young mistress was no simple task. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden, so acquiring more knowledge could only be advantageous. With our mother stationed away, my sister-in-law need not pay formal greetings. She could wake naturally and partake in lunch before learning characters in the study later. As Mu Tian spoke, he casually flipped open the booklet and inquired, which part have you reached, sister-in-law? What characters do you not recognize? Hu Yao settled beside Mu Tian and pointed, Here, what does this say? Mu Tian replied nonchalantly, The man has already donned the cap of maturity. And what follows? She prompted, The gentle countenance resembles jade. What sort of booklet is this? It sounds akin to the tales recounted by Father Emperor. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Yao pressed, and then, seeing her eager anticipation for him to continue, Mu Tian silently sighed. This hardly seemed like a suitable demeanor for a young mistress. It felt as though he had brought home a little ancestor. As he read on that youthful night, he abruptly halted. Realizing the inappropriateness of the text, he quickly scanned the page. Under the crimson glow, the flowery whiskers shall unveil the parrot-s words. Tender affections entwine with the crimson garment, and the delicate feet align with the principles of yin and yang, forever unyielding. With a decisive clap, the booklet was shut. Hu Yao was startled by Mu Tian's sudden action. His gaze was indifferent, and his slightly pursed lips exuded a sense of aloofness, though the tips of his ears were faintly flushed. It is getting late. You should retire for the night, sister-in-law. I shall read this to you when my brother returns. With that, Mu Tian discarded the remark, picked up the food container, and departed without a backward glance. What a perplexing individual, Hu Yao mused, tossing the booklet onto the cabinet. After tidying herself briefly, she made her way to bed, enjoying a peaceful slumber. The following day, Hu Yao observed Ping Ping and Anun, who were preparing her attire and grooming her, hesitating to speak. She chuckled softly. Are you wondering where the young general has gone? Anun nodded eagerly, while Ping Ping regarded her with concern. Do not fret. Marrying into the general's residence is far superior to being wed to the crown prince in the palace. The young general treats the princess well, as all the servants can attest, yet it is only the second day of their marriage, and the young general has seemingly vanished. Should word of this get out, it might not bode well for the princess. It will not be known, Hu Yao assured them with conviction, though inwardly she was uncertain whether the matter would remain concealed. While she was indifferent to the opinions of outsiders, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Judging by the meal delivery last night, it seemed that the Mu brothers also wished to keep the previous night's events under wraps. Delivering meals was indeed true, leading others to believe that Mu Yuan was still within the residence. Hu Yao remarked, henceforth, let us refrain from inquiring or discussing the young general's affairs. After all, we are from the Southern Way. We are outsiders. It is best to navigate life with a sense of ambiguity. Ping Ping, in an exchange, relieved glances and replied in unison, we understand, young mistress. Young mistress, are you awake? A gentle voice called from outside the door. Hu Yao nodded slightly at Ping Ping. Ping Ping nodded slightly and walked towards the door, announcing that the young mistress had awakened and inviting them to enter. Anun assisted Hu Yao in taking a seat. As the door swung open, 7 or 8 maidservants clad in azure garments entered, carrying delicate food boxes. Among them, the leading maid, although also dressed in azure, wore fabric and adornments that set her apart. She and her companions bowed to Hu Yao, with the maidservant Jingzhe respectfully greeting. I have seen the young mistress. The second young master has instructed us to bring breakfast to you. We are at your service. Once Hu Yao acknowledged her, Ping Ping stepped forward to assist Jingzhe, while Anun discreetly handed a prepared small pouch to the maidservants. However, the maidservants did not reach out to receive the pouch until Jingzhe nodded in their direction. Only then did they extend their hands to accept it, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, young mistress. Hu Yao observed this exchange, smiling as she replied, I shall rely on you all in the future. The maidservants humbly insisted. It is our duty. Should the young mistress require anything, please do not hesitate to instruct us. Hu Yao nodded in acknowledgement, and under Jingzhe's direction, the meal was arranged for the young mistress. As Hu Yao began her meal, Jingzhe detailed various matters concerning the household. Hu Yao responded with nods, though her mind seemed elsewhere. Noticing her set down her chopsticks, Jingzhe instructed the maidservants to clear the dishes. With a bow, she announced, we shall take our leave for now. As Hu Yao observed Jingzhe prepare to depart, she could not restrain herself from calling out, Jingzhe, my dear, does the young mistress have further instructions? Jingzhe inquired, are you a maidservant of the second young master, or the young general? Hu Yao finally posed the question that had lingered in her mind since their meeting. Chapter 23. Interactions. Jingzhe hesitated momentarily before responding with a bow. In answer to the young mistress, I am a maidservant of the young general. He specifically instructed us last night to accompany you after your arrival. Despite his hurried departure, he had taken the time to meet with Jingzhe. A flicker of melancholy crossed Hu Yao's eyes as she offered a self-deprecating smile. I shall rely on you, Jingzhe. Ping Ping and Nen are new here. I hope you'll guide them. Jingzhe replied gently. You flatter me, young mistress. This is merely our duty. Please feel free to command us, should you need anything. Very well. Thank you, dear. Now, you may return to your tasks. Understood. Jingzhe bowed and withdrew. As the maidservants exited, Ping Ping and Nen hurried to crouch before her. Hu Yao, initially harboring minor grievances, found them dissipating upon seeing their concerned expressions. Maidservants or concubines alike. She had long accepted that her choice to marry into the Liang kingdom meant her future husband would take concubines. She was simply adhering to custom. Why should she mourn what she had already anticipated? Looking at the two, Hu Yao teased. Why do you gaze at me so? Ping Ping replied, Princess. Jingzhe is the maidservant who was harassed in the streets. I inquired within the estate yesterday and learned that when she was out, an insolent rogue, taken by her beauty, attempted to misbehave. Nen interjected. The young general happened to witness the incident and, in a fit of rage, struck the rogue with his whip, inflicting a grievous wound. It is said that had it not been for Jingzhe's intervention, it could have resulted in a fatality. In the end, the stern guard had incapacitated that man, leading to the resolution of the matter. The two conversed with vivid detail, as if they had witnessed the scene firsthand. Hu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Ping Ping, and Nen, perplexed, inquired Princess. She replied with a smile. I thought you both had seen it all. Ah, these two naive girls. Had they not described it with such intricacy, she wouldn't have felt so disheartened. Considering it from another perspective, Mu Yuan treated the women who accompanied him kindly, so he would likely not be unkind to her, as his legally wedded wife. She recalled that Jingzhe had just mentioned that family members were expected to dine together at home, which might mean she would soon see Mu Tian. Ping Ping. And then the princess called, and they responded in unison. Where have you placed the rosewood medicine chest that I had concealed beside my bed? It is temporarily kept in the maid's quarters. Please fetch it for me and bring it to the dining hall during lunch. Understood. At lunchtime, Hu Yao, accompanied by Jingzhe, traversed the floral archway, passed through the corridor, and walked along the winding gallery. Jingzhe pointed towards a distant, ethereal pavilion in the courtyard. Young madam. That is the west wing where the second young master resides. When the general and the master return, they stay in the northern courtyard. The young general often practices martial arts in the eastern wing's back courtyard, which is not far from your current chamber. Just a short walk through the corridor will take you there. You may visit whenever you have the time. Hu Yao smiled in response. Very well. With Jingzhe's continuous explanations, Hu Yao gained a general understanding of the general's residence. Upon entering the dining hall, she happened to encounter Mu Tian as he walked in. Their eyes met, yet his expression remained impassive. Greetings, Erlang. Hu Yao, as an elder, took the initiative to break the silence. Mu Tian responded with a detached courtesy. Greetings, sister-in-law. Hu Yao sensed that were it not for his upbringing, he likely would not have bothered to acknowledge her. Young madam, please sit here, Jingzhe called. Hu Yao nodded and took her seat. Only after she was settled did Mu Tian sit down. Jingzhe, serve the meal, he instructed. Understood. Jingzhe bowed and exited with the maidservants. Hu Yao glanced at Mu Tian across the table, then quietly averted her gaze. The dining hall was not as extravagant as she had imagined. Rather, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. As Hu Yao redirected her gaze, she found Mu Tian looking at her. Although he was not as cold as before, a certain aloofness still lingered. They exchanged glances for a moment, until Hu Yao suddenly remembered her rosewood medicine chest. She called for Ping Ping to place it on the table. Erlang, this is a welcoming gift from your sister-in-law. Please open it and see if you like it. Mu Tian resolutely pushed the chest back towards her, stating, I do not want it. Hu Yao opened the chest and pushed it back toward him. You truly do not want it? If not, then I shall take it back. As she spoke, she feigned an intention to retract the chest. A delicate, fair hand swiftly grasped her wrist. Hu Yao looked at the owner of the hand, feigning confusion. What is it? I want it. Thank you, sister-in-law, Mu Tian replied, his gaze slightly lowered, his voice considerably softened. Hu Yao smiled as she handed the medicine chest to Mu Tian's attendant, saying, It is for Erlang. If he wants it, then it belongs to him. Observing the suddenly obedient Mu Tian, Hu Yao was reminded of her first encounter with Mu Yuan, who, at the age of 15, was far less easily deceived. Humph! Not even a ghost knows what Mu Yuan is currently up to. Hu Yao shook her head, unwilling to dwell on it, and began to engage in a casual conversation with Mu Tian. Did you sleep well last night, Erlang? Not really. Did you have a nightmare? Hu Yao glanced at Mu Tian, who responded with a slight frown and an indifferent tone. Jing was arranging the meal on the table with the maid. What did you dream about? Sister-in-law. Let us dine. Clearly, Mu Tian was not inclined to continue the conversation. Hu Yao, understanding his cue, fell silent. After finishing the meal and resting for a moment, she followed Jing to Mu Tian's study in the West Wing. Rather than a study, it resembled a pharmacy, with herbs outnumbering books. Upon seeing her, Mu Tian handed her a stack of books. Sister-in-law, please copy each of these 10 times. 10 times. I don't want to study anymore. I want to escape. Just as Yao set the books down, she heard Mu Tian's cool voice. If you don't finish copying, you won't be allowed to dine tonight. You must be mad. Mu Tian replied with an expressionless face. Begin your copying. Humph. Even with a hum, she still had a copy. How cruel. She retracted her earlier compliments about Mu Tian. She missed Mu Yuan. Chapter 24. Remarried during Mu Yuan's absence. Hu Yao indeed managed to build a good rapport with Mu Tian. Mu Tian was a person of cold exterior but warm interior. After becoming familiar, Hu Yao discovered that Mu Tian was quite considerate towards her as a sister-in-law, except when it came to copying books. She felt that ultimately, she had to thank that box of medicine. In the dining hall, sister-in-law, have some soup. Hu Yao reached out to receive the medicinal soup Mu Tian offered. Initially, she worried that the two brothers might intend to poison her, but upon further reflection, it seemed they had no reason to do so. While drinking the soup, a cheerful little servant burst in. Second young master, young madam, the general and master have returned. Hu Yao choked on the soup. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently, her face reddening. Mu Tian stood up and walked to her side, gently patting her back to help her breathe. Sister-in-law, are you all right? I'm fine, cough, cough, cough. Mu Tian frowned slightly, his patting becoming gentler. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Oh no, she had completely forgotten about Mu Yuan's parents. Initially, she only thought about how to marry Mu Yuan and never considered his parents far away at the frontier. What if they disliked her and urged Mu Yuan to divorce and remarry? No, she was the princess of a peace treaty, representing Southern Wei. They could never dismiss her. Sister-in-law, you need not worry excessively. Mother will like you. Hu Yao looked up at Mu Tian with a hint of unease. Really? Indeed. But what? Mother is rather unconventional. Sometimes her words and actions differ from those of other women. Just go along with her when the time comes. Do not take things to heart. Different? How so? Before Hu Yao could inquire further, a bright and hearty female voice resonated from the entrance. You little rascal. Hu Yao turned to look. Approaching was a striking woman clad in a red robe, exuding confidence. A sword was fastened at her waist, her skin a healthy wheat tone, and her every gesture radiated a unique charm. Hu Yao quickly rose to her feet. You mischievous boy, instead of learning to be good, you have chosen to follow your brother down the wrong path. Muing approached the two of them and firmly grasped Mu Tian. As for your brother's marriage, I shall address that matter with him later. For now, tell me, who is this young lady? How did you manage to bring her back? Your brother understands the importance of marriage, yet you have skipped that formality and commenced living together. Upon entering, Muing caught sight of her beloved son tenderly caressing the young lady's back, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. If she remained silent any longer, it would not be long before she became a grandmother. If you dare to claim that this is merely a frivolous affair, I shall send you to the palace to become a eunuch. Mu Tian was about to explain when Mu Ying seized his hand. Fear not, dear child. This general shall ensure that this scoundrel honors you with a grand marriage. In truth, Mu Ying's words interrupted Hu Yao before she could finish. Mother knows you are a good child. You must have been deceived by him. Hu Yao hurriedly shook her head. No, it is not. Mu Ying raised her hand and struck Mu Tian, scolding, Why are you silent? Must you rely on others to speak for you in such matters? Mu Tian rubbed his arm and sighed. Whenever I attempt to speak, you interrupt me. Just earlier, when my sister-in-law was talking, you did the same. Sister-in-law? Mu Ying looked at Hu Yao in confusion. The wife of Yuano? The Princess Yongle from Nanwei? It is I. Mother may call me Yao Yao. Hu Yao bowed respectfully to Mu Ying and continued, "We did not consult you and father regarding our marriage, and that is our fault. We do not. I am aware of everything. This is not your fault. It is Yuan who acted impulsively, as he is wont to do. Watch how I handle that boy." Mu Ying helped Hu Yao to a chair, urging her to sit down, and turned her gaze to Mu Tian, who was quietly pouring tea. "Where is your brother? He accidentally stained his robe during the meal and has gone to change." Hu Yao glanced at Mu Tian, who slightly shook his head in response. Cluck, cluck, cluck. These brothers must have engaged in such deceptive antics many times, lying without batting an eye. How old are they now, and they still manage to stain their robes while dining? Mu Ying took a sip of the tea offered by Mu Tian and declared, "Yao Yao, you should remarry." "What?" Hu Yao exclaimed. "Mother." Mu Tian's mildly reproachful tone brought Mu Ying back to her senses. She looked at Hu Yao, who was now silent and looking down, and quickly clarified, "Yao Yao, that is not what I meant. The moment I laid eyes on you, I took a liking to you. I meant to suggest that you marry Tian. Mu Tian, Hu Yao, the attendants. Do not be fooled by Tian's seemingly cold demeanor. He is actually more considerate than his brother," Mu Ying continued, oblivious to the reactions around her. At that moment, Hu Yao suddenly comprehended what Mu Tian meant about their mother being unorthodox compared to other women. Indeed, she was very different, even in the relatively progressive Nan way. It was rare to encounter a situation where a daughter-in-law was encouraged to remarry the younger son. Had she not witnessed the astonished expressions of Jing Zhe and the others as they exited, she might have doubted her own hearing. "Yao Yao, Tianer, what are your thoughts on this?" "Huh?" Hu Yao felt that she would need to be reborn several times to respond to such an unexpected question with ease. Wasn't the culture of Liang Kingdom supposed to be conservative? "Tianer, what do you think?" Hu Yao followed Mu Ying's gaze towards Mu Tian. Mu Tian casually set down the white porcelain cup and remarked, "If both my brother and sister-in-law are willing, I naturally acquiesce." Was this merely Mu Tian's way of nonchalantly echoing the sentiment? No, his response seemed to cast the question towards her, especially with Mu Yuan absent. How foolish she had been to think Mu Tian was exceedingly considerate. Seizing the moment while Mu Ying was distracted, Hu Yao shot a fierce glare at Mu Tian. Not perturbed by her stare, Mu Tian merely curled his lips in response, suggesting that perhaps their mother should inquire with his sister-in-law. Chapter 25. The Return of Mu Yuan, Retribution. A blatant act of vengeance. All she had done was spill the medicinal concoction Mu Tian had painstakingly prepared while coughing. And this was how he chose to retaliate against her. Mu Ying regarded her with utmost seriousness, asking if Yao Yao was willing. Clearly, this was not simply a matter of willingness. "I am not willing," a familiar, languorous voice echoed from the doorway. Hu Yao turned to look. The remnants of the setting sun illuminated Mu Yuan, casting a radiant glow around him. His expression was not the carefree exuberance of yesteryears. Rather, his brows and eyes bore a sharpness that hinted at danger, making him appear both proud and fierce. Mu Yuan approached her, taking her hand. The warmth and softness of a young girl's hand allowed him to break free from his restraints. He playfully caressed Hu Yao's hand, saying, "Mother cannot, out of fear that Erlang may fail to find a wife, bestow upon him the spouse I have so diligently sought." Hu Yao tilted her head to gaze at Mu Yuan, momentarily lost in thought. Mu Ying interjected, "You should understand that Mother does not mean it that way." "I know. It won't happen. Mother need not worry," Hu Yao responded. "Brother is right. Mother should not fret unnecessarily." Hu Yao found herself perplexed by the cryptic exchange between the mother and her sons. Aside from the tidbits she had gleaned from her previous life, she knew little of the Mu family dynamics. Observing his son's banter, Mu Ying chose to remain silent. "Mother has been busy. She must not have had dinner yet." Mu Yuan called for Jing Zhe. "Is dinner ready?" "Yes, it is prepared," Jing Zhe replied, glancing at Mu Ying. "Shall the general dine now? Let's wait for the master to arrive before we eat." "Understood. Serve the meal," came a soothing voice from the entrance. Hu Yao turned to see a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Mu Yuan, possessing a temperament akin to Mu Tian, yet exuding a gentler aura. It must be the father of Mu Yuan and Mu Tian. The maidservants bowed in unison, "Greetings, master." Hu Yao sensed the scrutinizing gaze of Master Mu upon her. Just as she was about to bow in respect, Mu Yuan halted her. Confused, she squeezed Mu Yuan's hand, to which he simply tightened his grip. Father has never been inclined to visit Jin City. Why has he come today? Master Mu scoffed. Did you not previously state that one should prioritize the nation over family and refrain from marrying? Now, lacking parental consent or a matchmaker's endorsement. How have you taken a wife? Mu Yuan sneered. My previous reluctance stemmed from a lack of desire. Moreover, His Majesty and the Empress are my adoptive parents, and the wedding arrangements are being handled by a matchmaker. How can you claim there is no parental consent or matchmaking? Master Mu retorted angrily. Do you presume that I have forgotten your mother? Mu Tian interjected with a cold laugh. When you reprimand brother, do you ever reflect on how you and mother came to marry? Oh, how could I forget? All of father's kin have perished. Thus there is no longer any parental mandate. Hu Yao remained oblivious to the source of their palpable tension. In that moment, she finally comprehended that they were merely using her marriage as a means to vent their own emotions. A sudden slap resounded as Mu Tian's shoulder was struck forcefully by Mu Yin. Mu Yin reprimanded, You insolent boy, are not your father's relatives your own? How can you speak to your father in such a manner? You are becoming increasingly unruly. Her mother had spoken the truth. She decided to retreat to the West Chamber to reflect on her actions. Mu Tian rose and made his way outside. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Mother, please enjoy your meal. My wife and I shall return to our chambers. Before Hu Yao could finish her farewell, Mu Yuan took her hand and led her out of the dining hall. Seeing both of his sons behave in such a manner, Mu Yin sighed in exasperation. My dear husband, it is not for me to criticize, but why must you always speak so harshly to our sons when you meet them? We had agreed that you would have a good conversation with them. Yet, you began by chastising Yuan for his marriage. Lord Mu chuckled as he embraced Mu Yin. You are right, my dear. Sighing, he continued, if only you had not accompanied me to the frontier back then. They were so young. And you left them in Jin City. They must have been heartbroken. Now, our once harmonious father-son relationship feels like that of enemies. A flicker of light danced in Lord Mu's eyes before he returned to his usual warmth. Mu Yin remarked, I understand you have other plans regarding our sons' marriages, but their happiness is of utmost importance. I believe Yao Yao is a fine girl, and Yuan truly loves her, as evidenced by his words in the court. So let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Very well, I shall heed your words. The corridor was silent save for the sound of their footsteps and the chirping of insects in the courtyard, while the red lanterns swayed gently in the summer evening breeze. Hu Yao found herself lost in thought as she gazed at her intertwined hands with Mu Yuan. She wished to inquire what he had been up to lately, whether he missed her. The sudden thought startled her, prompting Hu Yao to shake her head quickly. Sure Gui, Mu Yuan called her pet name, his voice laced with playful affection. Unable to resist, Hu Yao turned to him, their eyes meeting unexpectedly. Chapter 26. The kiss. Mu Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes gleaming with charm. When he regarded her, it evoked a delightful illusion that he cherished her deeply. Releasing her hand, he gently lifted her chin and, with an enticing smile, proposed, Sure Gui, shall we continue? Hu Yao blinked her sparkling eyes. Momentarily dazed, continue what? Mu Yuan's captivating gaze drew closer, his smile lingering. Instinctively, Hu Yao took a step back. Do not fear, my lady. Mu Yuan's voice was imbued with a bewitching quality, momentarily rendering Hu Yao in a trance. In that fleeting moment, warmth descended upon her lips, followed by a tender pressure. Suddenly, Hu Yao recalled the final words he had spoken on their wedding day. Wait for my return, and we shall continue. Her heart raced like a drum, and she felt a flush of warmth spread across her face. The gentle pressure ceased, yet his warm breath lingered at the corner of her lips. Sure Gui, you should part your lips. Mu Yuan's voice was husky and coaxing. Instinctively, Hu Yao complied, slightly parting her pressed lips. The warmth returned, enveloping her once more. Her eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes, her delicate hand instinctively grasping the lapel of Mu Yuan's garment, an alien breath invading her senses with an overwhelming force. The gentle friction of their lips elicited uncontrollable, fragmented moans from Hu Yao, her warm breath seemingly on the verge of engulfing her entirely. Time slipped away, and she became acutely aware of her numbed lips and weakened body, her mind blanking out completely. Just as she thought she might suffocate, the pressure on her lips receded. Hu Yao's face flushed crimson, her mouth slightly agape as she gasped for air. So this is how it feels, so tender. Mu Yuan's voice, husky and soft, floated into her ears, ethereal in its quality. Hu Yao's thoughts were a whirl, her cheeks reddening to the roots of her hair as she gazed at Mu Yuan. Somewhat dazed. "My lady, may I steal another kiss?" The teasing words, laced with mirth, barely reached her ears when the warm, soft sensation descended upon her once more. Hu Yao stepped back, only to be encircled by his arm at her waist. With his other hand cradling the nape of her neck, her unspoken words were utterly crushed. After a series of delicate whimpers, a more fervent entanglement ensued, as if he sought to claim everything about her. The lantern at the eastern corridor was extinguished by the wind, prompting a voice to echo, urging Hu Yao to quicken their pace in delivering the lantern. The sudden sound jolted her, and instinctively, she bit Mu Yuan's lip, the faint metallic taste of blood mingling between them. Mu Yuan caressed the back of her neck as if to soothe her, then gradually released her. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. "What are you afraid of? We are not engaging in infidelity." Hu Yao, her face aflame, shot him a reproachful glare. "You." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he leaned down to kiss her once more. Hu Yao, rendered speechless, hastily extricated herself from his embrace and hurried towards the eastern corridor without a backward glance. Mu Yuan watched her retreating figure, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he touched his own mouth. A cornered rabbit indeed bites. He made no immediate move to pursue her, casually leaning against the wall while awaiting the approach of two maidens carrying lanterns. "Young General," the older maid, upon spotting Mu Yuan, rushed forward to present the lantern in her hands, speaking respectfully. "The steward sent us to deliver these to you and the young madam." The younger maid hurriedly followed suit. "Young General, this is for the young madam." Mu Yuan accepted the lanterns, responding with a nonchalant, "You may leave now." "Yes." The younger maid, seeing Mu Yuan about to depart, hesitated before attempting to follow him. The older maid halted her. "What are you doing?" "Sister." The young madam's lantern. "The young general forgot it. I must deliver it." "You foolish girl." The young general holds one lantern in one hand and the young madam in the other. "Are you suggesting they walk separately?" Right. Then why did the steward provide us with two lanterns?" "Because we need one for our way back as well. Now let us go." The night was dim, the moonlight draping over the young girl clad in pale pink attire. She furrowed her brows, likely muttering curses under her breath. Mu Yuan's smile deepened, enriched by Hu Yao's actions, his eyes sparkling with delight. Licentious, impudent, a rogue, Hu Yao had succumbed once more. Aside from struggling to breathe, she surprisingly found herself rather fond of Mu Yuan's kiss. Her fingers brushed against her lips, the lingering sensation of softness and warmth still apparent. Mu Yuan approached Hu Yao, narrowing his eyes playfully as he regarded her. "What unflattering words have you spoken about me, my lady?" The sharp retorts that had been on her lips were silenced by the sound of his voice. Hu Yao replied with a smile, "It is too dim, far too dim. The extinguished candlelight makes it difficult to discern the path. My husband, let us hasten our return. For the sake of your address as husband, I shall overlook it." Mu Yuan chuckled lazily, taking her hand in his unlit one. The summer night breeze carried a hint of coolness, tousling Hu Yao's bangs and stirring her heart. She gazed at the brightly lit eastern wing in the distance, suddenly wishing the corridor could stretch a bit longer. The moonlight tonight is truly exquisite. The sound of Mu Yuan's voice, laced with mirth, reached her ears. Following his gaze outside the corridor, she mused, with the clouds obscuring the moon. "How can one discern its beauty? Does my husband enjoy the moon?" "I do, especially when accompanied by one who appreciates it." Hu Yao withdrew her gaze from the moon to look at Mu Yuan, her eyes reflecting an unrecognized anticipation. At that moment, Mu Yuan's gaze fell upon her as well. "Hu Yao, I'm enamored with you." Accompanying these words was the gentle brush of Mu Yuan's lips against hers. Their lips met briefly before parting, barely qualifying as a kiss. Mu Yuan's brow furrowed as he lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushed, unable to meet Hu Yao's expression. In that moment of passion, he had revealed the feelings he had harbored for so long. After confessing right after their kiss, how would Hu Yao perceive him? His reputation in her eyes was already less than stellar. Would she now think him even more frivolous? Indeed, he had acted too impulsively. Hu Yao felt her head spin at his words, a mix of shyness and awkwardness washing over her. Blushing, she furtively glanced at Mu Yuan. He tilted his head, preventing her from reading his expression. For a moment, both were lost in their thoughts, silence enveloping them. Chapter 27. A fleeting heartbeat upon returning to the eastern wing. Hu Yao seized the opportunity to slip away under the pretense of bathing and changing clothes. However, upon entering the bathing room, she was promptly ushered out by the maids, as the hot water was not yet ready. Unsure of how to respond to Mu Yuan's confession, she meandered toward her bedroom. Just as she reached the door, she halted. There stood Mu Yuan at the entrance, arms crossed and a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he watched Jing Zhe. The two exchanged words, causing Mu Yuan to erupt into hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Jing Zhe, blushing profusely from Mu Yuan's laughter, yelled "General," in a mix of anger and embarrassment before fleeing. Mu Yuan, seemingly taken aback by her sudden departure, called upon Yan Jin, the maid who had escorted her back to the palace, to pursue her. Yan Jin appeared somewhat flustered, but complied with Mu Yuan's command and rushed out. Hu Yao stood momentarily stunned before turning back towards the bathing room. She was uncertain about her earlier bashfulness. Mu Yuan's declaration of affection was likely a result of their kiss, merely uttering sweet nothings to charm her. Yet, she not only enjoyed those words, but had also taken them to heart. She felt utterly foolish. As she exited the bathing room, she was surprised to find the princess waiting at the door. "Your Highness," she exclaimed, startled. "I thought you would be ready, so I came over." Startled, Hu Yao thought you had been outside all along. She forced a smile as Ping Ping helped her walk towards the bathing room, while stepped forward to assist her in changing clothes. Submerging herself in the water, Hu Yao engaged in casual conversation with Ping Ping and then, eventually drifting into a discussion about Jing Zhe. From them, she learned that Jing Zhe was rescued by Mu Yuan's mother during a year of famine, along with Yan Jin and several other children. Ultimately, only Yan Jin and Jing Zhe survived. Mu Yuan's mother brought the two back to Jincheng. The 10-year-old Yan Jin and the 7-year-old Jing Zhe remained in the general's residence by Mu Yuan's side for a decade. Mu Yuan and Jing Zhe shared an innocent bond, having grown up together. The affection they held for one another was something Hu Yao, as a princess, could never compete with. Mu Yuan must have whispered many sweet nothings to Jing Zhe, causing her tears to fall uncontrollably during their kisses. Seeing this, Ping Ping hurriedly checked the water temperature, asking if the princess was uncomfortable or if the water was too hot. An anxious wiped away Hu Yao's tears, asking what was wrong and urging her not to frighten her. Hu Yao shook her head, assuring them that she was fine, attributing her discomfort to the steam irritating her eyes, promising it would pass soon. She ought not to be swayed by Mu Yuan again. She had already faced death once, and it was essential for her to adopt a more detached perspective. Her survival and return to Nanwei was evidently of greater significance than Mu Yuan's affections for her. In the bedroom, the red candles flickered brightly, casting a soft glow upon the sleeping figure on the bed. Upon entering, Hu Yao beheld the sight of Mu Yuan in slumber. She tiptoed softly to the bedside, crouching down, resting her hands on her knees, and gazing at him intently. Perhaps Mu Yuan was utterly exhausted, as he remained oblivious to her stare. As she contemplated his face, a realization dawned upon her. What was it that she truly liked about Mu Yuan? After a moment of reflection, she concluded that it was indeed his strikingly handsome visage that captivated her, much like how she had once been drawn to Wang Qingyun for his looks. Hu Yao mused that her taste in men seemed rather superficial, merely fixating on appearances. "Mu Yuan, husband," Hu Yao tentatively called out twice. The figure in bed responded sleepily. Unable to resist, Hu Yao's fingers brushed against Mu Yuan's face, gently gliding over his brows, eyes, and nose, finally resting upon his lips, which bore faint teeth marks. The mere thought of their shared kisses flushed her fair cheeks. She instinctively swallowed hard. "Stop it," Mu Yuan suddenly murmured, startling Hu Yao into retracting her hand from his lips and scurrying behind the screen. After a prolonged wait, without hearing any further sound from him. She cautiously peeked out to confirm he was merely talking in his sleep before stealthily returning to the bedside. It was imperative for her to find a place to rest. The inlaid Zeton bed is quite spacious, accommodating 3 or 4 individuals without a hitch. However, it is evident that she cannot shift from Mu Yuan's side to the inner side. Hu Yao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately resting on the small couch not far from the bed. She retrieved the bedding she had previously seen from the cabinet and spread it on the couch, taking a moment to glance at Mu Yuan before extinguishing the candlelight. Once satisfied, she snuggled beneath the covers with haste. The following morning, she groaned in pain. "It hurts." "Mu Yuan, be gentle." Hu Yao mused that if given another chance, she would undoubtedly choose to sleep on the bed rather than the couch. Mu Yuan's touch grew even gentler, suggesting, "Perhaps I should fetch some medicine from Erlang. It would alleviate the discomfort." It was his first encounter with someone who had fallen from the couch while sleeping. Yet, he acknowledged that it was somewhat his fault. He had not rested well in recent days and had intended merely to nap, only to succumb to deep slumber. Hu Yao, her cheeks flushed, shook her head vehemently. "No, absolutely not. You cannot tell anyone. It's too embarrassing. No one must know." As she felt the warmth dissipate from her waist, she turned to see Mu Yuan rising. In a moment of panic, she grasped his sleeve, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "Where are you going, my husband?" "To the medicine cabinet. I believe there are still some remedies available that might be of use to you. Just stay put, my lady. I won't mention this to anyone." Hu Yao regarded him skeptically. "Really?" "Indeed," Mu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Upon locating a vial of medicinal alcohol in the cabinet, he turned to find Hu Yao lying motionless, her face buried in the soft pillow. He approached her with a smile. After warming the medicinal alcohol in his palm, he delicately applied it to her waist. The moment his hand made contact with her skin, Hu Yao instinctively shivered, her entire body tensing involuntarily. Chapter 28. "May I have a kiss?" Mu Yuan observed Hu Yao's slightly trembling form, his usually languid and smiling eyes darkening with a cold glint of menace. He regretted allowing jealousy over Wang Qingyun to prompt him to withdraw the shadow guards. Mu Yuan had assumed that during their absence from Jin City, Wang Qingyun would remain by Hu Yao's side. However, upon investigation, he learned that Wang Qingyun had returned to his hometown for several months due to his grandfather's passing around this time last year. Had anyone dared to insult her during that period, she would likely have refrained from confiding in the crown prince, perhaps even mistakenly believing it was orchestrated by him. Yet, his recent inquiries yielded no leads whatsoever. If he were to ask Hu Yao, she would surely insist that it was merely a dream. Mu Yuan now had no choice but to seek an opportune moment for Hu Yao to lower her guard and reveal to him the identities of those who had wronged her in her dreams. Since they dared to act, they must face the consequences of their actions. Hu Yao lifted her head slightly from the soft pillow, turning to glance at her waist, only to inadvertently lock eyes with Mu Yuan. Breaking the silence, Hu Yao asked, "What time is it, my husband?" Mu Yuan, pulled from his thoughts, gently responded, "It is 1/4 past the hour of Chun." 1/4 past Chun, Hu Yao exclaimed, hastily rising. "What's the matter?" Mu Yuan, his warm hand avoiding her bruised waist, steadied her. "Your Majesty, the Empress has decreed that women of Liang must pay respects to their mothers daily after marriage. Your mother sent someone last night to say that you may sleep in and need not pay your respects today." Mu Yuan seemed to recall something. Raising an eyebrow and lazily smiling, "Of course, that does not include waking up naturally after falling off the couch." "You still dare to say?" Hu Yao puffed her cheeks and glared at Mu Yuan. "Let the ladies sleep in the bed tonight, shall we?" Mu Yuan curved his lips, displaying an indulgent demeanor. Hu Yao reluctantly replied, "All right then." "Wait a moment. Does Mu Yuan mean he will come to her room tonight?" Hu Yao looked up at him. "What's wrong?" Mu Yuan gazed at her for a while, then said, "Nothing. I'll have Jing Zhe and the others come in to help you change. We still need to go to the palace to express our gratitude later." Hu Yao nodded and only got out of bed after watching Mu Yuan leave. Was Mu Yuan's face flushed just now? She approached the bronze mirror and was startled by her reflection. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, and the ties of her nightgown were loose, revealing glimpses of her skin. No wonder Mu Yuan looked as if he had something to say, but held back. The mere thought of having spoken to Mu Yuan in such a state and falling off the couch while asleep filled Hu Yao with embarrassment. If Mu Yuan hadn't fortuitously woken up and swiftly caught her, she might have hurt more than just her waist. 3 strikes and you're out, she thought. She could not afford to embarrass herself again today. The sounds of vendors calling out and pedestrians chatting mingled with the clatter of hooves. Were all kept at bay outside the carriage. Inside the carriage, Hu Yao played with the bracelet on her wrist, recalling the moment she encountered her mother when leaving the residence. Her mother, upon learning they were to express their gratitude at the palace, kindly asked, "Will you be back for dinner?" Mu Yuan nodded and was about to step outside when he suddenly received a punch on his shoulder. Mu Yuan, mother, what is the reason? Hu Yao you? Mu Yuan asked, accustomed to such interactions. Mother, the reason? Hu Yan replied, take good care of her, and don't mess with her. Well, have I ever messed with her? Mu Yuan began to speak, but swallowed his words, casually responding with an As for Yao Yao, let her be. Everything should be mutual. If you do not wish for it, let him go. Hu Yao, how's your waist? Do you want me to check? Hu Yao felt her face flush under her mother's scrutinizing gaze and hurriedly shook her head, explaining, it's nothing, really. Please do not worry, mother. Are you truly all right? Hu Yao nodded. I am genuinely fine. If anything were wrong, I would certainly tell you. Since Yao Yao says she is fine, then it must be so. The carriage jostled slightly, and Hu Yao returned to her senses, casting a silent glare at Mu Yuan. I certainly did not mention to my mother that you fell off the couch. Had I done so, I wouldn't have received a punch from her. Hu Yao felt a twinge of guilt and said, I did not say anything about you either. Is that so? Mu Yuan opened his exquisite phoenix eyes, his gaze leisurely drifting towards her, his thin lips curling in a teasing smile. Hu Yao, with a sincere expression, nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, since he would not admit it. Neither would she. Does the lady realize that she often unconsciously rubs her waist with her left hand while walking? Do I? Hu Yao replied, flustered. Mu Yuan lazily pointed it out clearly. Following his finger, Hu Yao noticed her left hand resting on her waist. She defended herself. I was just trying to avoid bumping into anything during the bumps of the carriage. Mu Yuan patted the soft cushion beside him. If you wish to avoid being jostled, come sit here. Huang Yao cast a glance at Mu Yuan and then at the soft cushion, decisively taking a seat. In this second life, maintaining a facade of restraint and pride paled in comparison to the importance of living comfortably. Moreover, if Mu Yuan were to become foolish later, no one would remember her embarrassing moments. Mu Yuan slightly squinted, teasingly inquiring, is the cushion comfortable? Huang Yao nodded with a smile, and as she did so, Mu Yuan's hand gently hooked her chin. Mu Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he asked, may I have a kiss? As soon as the words left his lips, Huang Yao turned her head away in haste. Noticing this, Mu Yuan halted his approach, asking, not now? Huang Yao nodded with a slight inclination. Not now or never. Mu Yuan's voice lowered, rendering his emotions uncertain. Huang Yao's face flushed, her hands clenched tightly, remaining silent. Observing her actions, Mu Yuan reached out to gently separate her tightly grasped hands and took hold of them tenderly. Madam, could you tell me why not? Chapter 29. An audience because I applied lipstick today and a kiss would smudge it, Huang Yao responded, noticing Mu Yuan gazing leisurely at her. Mu Yuan's eyes fell upon her lips. No wonder they appeared more vibrant than usual today. And what else? He inquired, noting her hair was styled like a rabbit. Huang Yao closed her eyes and replied, and it feels uncomfortable. How so? Mu Yuan probed gently. I can't breathe properly, Huang Yao murmured softly. Mu Yuan chuckled, his voice low and husky. Madam, perhaps you could try breathing through your nose next time? Huang Yao's face warmed slightly at his suggestion of a next time, and she casually responded before shutting her eyes to rest. Mu Yuan observed her profile, choosing not to disturb her tranquility. The carriage adorned with crimson tassels emitted a melodious sound. Upon hearing the sound, palace attendants and guards halted, respectfully stepping aside. A gray-clad attendant couldn't help but inquire, who is traveling in that carriage? It's unusual for the young master to walk, and without the emperor's special permission. Even the esteemed officials must walk through the palace gates, yet this carriage boldly enters. A gentleman in a sky-blue robe replied gently, in De Liang, Only the crown prince or the young general of the National Defense General's residence could ride in such a carriage. The attendant mused. The emperor seems to be quite cautious regarding the young general. Before the gray-clad attendant could finish, he was interrupted. Understood, I acknowledge my mistake. The gentleman in the blue robe gazed softly at the departing carriage, murmuring, perhaps today we shall meet the young princess of Nanwei. I remember our first encounter was 2 years ago. Let us proceed. Yes, came the obedient reply. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Huang Yao took Mu Yuan's outstretched hand as they disembarked. The pair made their way towards the Chen Hall. As Huang Yao attempted to withdraw her hand from Mu Yuan's grasp for the third time, he finally reacted, casting her a sidelong glance. His lips curled into a mischievous smile as he remarked, if you let go, you might find yourself unconsciously rubbing your waist later. And I want TB there to explain. While saying this, Mu Yuan loosened his grip, adopting an air of indifference. Huang Yao hurriedly clasped his hand, intertwining their fingers as if fearful he might withdraw. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow playfully, teasing, Madam, why not let go? Huang Yao gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Husband, I have misjudged you, and for that I apologize. Had it not been for the knowledge that Hu Yao was merely feigning her demeanor, Mu Yuan might have been genuinely deceived by her pitiable appearance. His wife was exceedingly cunning. She knew that by addressing him as husband, he would not hold her accountable for her antics. It seemed likely that in the future, she would call him husband when there was a matter at hand, and Mu Yuan when there was none. If she spoke so, it would be unbecoming of him, as her husband, to appear petty. How could a husband be stingy? He was, after all, magnanimous, and his wife's words were the sweetest. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mu Yuan's lips, his tone carrying a hint of enigmatic amusement. Hu Yao inquired, why has Master Chang come out? Following Mu Yuan's gaze, she saw Chief Eunuch Chang Jin standing outside the hall, beaming with a smile. During her time in the palace, this esteemed Chang had always treated her with utmost courtesy and kindness. The elderly servant, upon spotting the young general and his wife, intended to approach and greet them, but refrained from interrupting their jovial exchange. Your Majesty is waiting for you both inside. Please follow me, Chang Jin said, while leading the way. Young general, His Majesty has granted you leave. You haven't entered the palace for some time, and both he and Her Majesty the Empress have mentioned you on numerous occasions. Mu Yuan replied languidly. Did you remind His Majesty that he previously complained about my frequent presence before him and encouraged me to spend less time in the palace? Oh, my young general, you still recall that? Was it not you who first remarked on His Majesty's age and his incessant fussing, prompting him to say such things? Listening to their exchange, Hu Yao felt her earlier irritation and tension dissipate, her features relaxing. Mu Yuan observed the transformation in her expression, a gentle smile forming on his lips. Chang Jin respectfully approached Emperor Liang, announcing, Your Majesty, the young general and his wife have arrived. Emperor Liang lifted his gaze to the two who were preparing to bow and said with a smile, No need for formalities. Yuan, bring Yongle over here to admire my paintings. Mu Yuan frowned. Not again. Just as Hu Yao felt puzzled, Mu Yuan's voice reached her ears. His Majesty always produces a multitude of paintings, yet not a single one is worth viewing. It is an utter waste of ink and paper. Speak softly if you wish to whisper. I can hear you, the emperor replied. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Chuckling, I intended for you to hear it. Finally, Emperor Liang set down his brush and scrutinized them from head to toe, nodding in approval. Well matched. Mu Yuan accepted the painting Chang Jin offered, remarking, Your Majesty's work today is exceptionally fine. Hu Yao gazed at the painting in Mu Yuan's hand, momentarily taken aback. How audacious of him to speak such nonsensical flattery. Chang Jin, do take a look at this lad, so smitten with his new bride that he speaks falsehoods with his eyes wide open. With a hearty laugh, Emperor Liang snatched the painting from Mu Yuan, exclaiming, Go on, leave quickly. I have no desire to see your foolish face. Hurry to your mother. She has been inquiring about you for quite some time. Mother? Hu Yao mused, realizing the close bond between Empress Li and Mu Yuan. Previously, she had never heard Empress Li mention Mu Yuan. Indeed, It seemed that Empress Li had deliberately avoided discussing any man besides the crown prince in her presence, likely to prevent the very situation they found themselves in today. "I shall take my leave and not impose upon your presence," Mu Yuan said, performing a bow before taking Hu Yao's hand and leading her out of the hall. Halfway through, Emperor Liang called out to him, "Inform your mother that I shall join her for lunch." Understood. Upon seeing the two figures depart, Emperor Liang gently sighed as he set aside his painting. Chang Jin inquired with concern, "Your Majesty, why the sigh?" "The sight of Yuan and Yongle standing there instantly reminded me of the time I brought Qingyi to meet my father. It was truly a mirror image," Chang Jin remarked. "The young general is personally nurtured by your Majesty, and Empress Xiaowei is indeed the maternal cousin of Princess Yongle, hence the resemblance." Emperor Liang appeared to recall something and smiled. "Yuan possesses far more eloquence than I did in my youth. In my days, I was too timid to express my desire to marry, merely lamenting my wish to wed the princess, which led to a reprimand from my father. Alas, what a pity." "My lord, your words are even more perplexing," Chang Jin replied. Chapter 30. Youthful amusements. Emperor Liang stored the painting away, lamenting that Yuan was not his biological son. Otherwise, he could abdicate in favor of him and pass the realm of De Liang into his capable hands. "With such sentiments from your Majesty, the young general need not feel regret." The emperor cast a significant glance at Chang Jin. "You sly old fox. Ah, your Majesty. Are you off to see the empress now? Let's proceed." During lunch, the emperor recounted numerous amusing anecdotes about Mu Yuan. For instance, when Mu Yuan was 2, he insisted on accompanying Emperor Liang to court. The emperor, with no choice but to carry him, was mortified when the young boy, frightened by the ministers, soiled him. At 4, upon seeing his long-absent parents, he wept and wailed, insisting that the emperor and empress no longer wanted him. At 6, angered by the 8th prince, Xie Chen's claim that he was not the offspring of the emperor and empress, he, along with the 7-year-old 9th prince Xie Tsong and 6-year-old young master Jiang Mingyuan, confronted the 8th prince and his companions. The altercation left them bloodied, and when the situation escalated, Mu Yuan, sensing trouble, took the injured Jiang Mingyuan and Xie Tsong to the emperor and empress to lodge a complaint, alleging that Xie Chun had ganged up on them and prevented the palace attendants from intervening. Ultimately, all were reprimanded by the emperor and, under the empress's persuasion, managed a reluctant reconciliation. At 7, he learned to wield the red tassel spear under the emperor's tutelage, but wept over his inability to lift it, declaring his desire to pursue literary studies instead. At 8, he tended to Erlang, ultimately falling ill himself due to his care. Hu Yao, entwining her arm with Mu Yuan's, playfully inquired, "How did my husband manage to care for Erlang and end up ill himself?" A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Mu Yuan's gaze as he jested. "Ah, that is a tale of considerable length." "Then pray, husband, shorten the tale." Just as she finished speaking, Hu Yao noticed Chang Jin hastily approaching them. Chang Jin bowed and stated, "Young general, His Majesty mentioned there was something he forgot to convey earlier and requests your presence privately." "Very well." Mu Yuan adjusted Hu Yao's bangs and said, "Dear wife, please meander in the imperial garden. I shall join you shortly after my audience with His Majesty." As Hu Yao watched Mu Yuan and the others depart, she strolled peacefully towards the pond in the imperial garden. In her past life in Southern Wei, she would spend summers with her elder brother and younger sibling at the summer retreat, surrounded by lotus blooms. The pavilion was constructed amidst water, teeming with lotus flowers both inside and out, evoking a sense of serenity and indulgence in nature. She wondered if the ponds in the De Liang Imperial Garden bore similar blossoms. Today, she would take the opportunity to admire them. In the pond, a scattering of lotus leaves floated, the flowers yet to bloom, while several fish swam gracefully beneath the surface. Ping Ping chuckled, although the lotus has yet to bloom. "The princess can feed the fish." Hu Yao responded, "That sounds good. It will help pass the time." Anin said, "I shall fetch some fish food." Hu Yao nodded and led Ping Ping into the Tsuiwei pavilion. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the fish in the pond. A girl standing among the flowering trees asked in a soft voice, "Isn't she simply enchanting? What do you think she is looking at?" The young maid beside her replied, Perhaps she is observing the fish in the pond. The fish long for their deep waters. Does she miss Brother Yuan so soon after parting? Your Highness, that doesn't seem to be the interpretation, the girl muttered to herself. Come, I shall take you to meet the princess from the southern way. Clearly, it is you who wishes to see her, dear girl. You little rascal, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Yes, yes, I truly wish to see her. Let's go. Hu Yao, lost in thought while staring at the pond, was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps and Ping Ping's greeting. She lifted her gaze and saw Princess Ningping, Su Yiyun, approaching with an imposing demeanor in her resplendent purple attire. Su Yiyun crossed her arms and questioned, "Why did you not salute upon seeing me?" A maid behind her quietly reminded, "Your Highness, she is a princess. It is we who should pay our respects." Oh, I see. Su Yiyun huffed lightly and slightly bowed in acknowledgement. Hu Yao, taken aback by her sudden approach, was at a loss for Su Yiyun's intentions. Su Yiyun frowned and asked, "May I take a seat?" Hu Yao smiled. "Please, Your Highness, be seated. This princess is rather endearing. No wonder Mu Yuan enjoys her company." Noticing Su Yiyun's unwavering gaze upon her, Hu Yao gently inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Su Yiyun, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "I have matters to discuss with you." Hu Yao responded, "Please do tell. Were you just observing the fish?" Hu Yao nodded. "Indeed, you were thinking of Brother Yuan." Hu Yao was taken aback. What connection could her fish-watching have with Mu Yuan? "I have intended since childhood to marry Brother Yuan. Even now that you are wed, I do not plan to relinquish my intentions." Hu Yao's hands instinctively clenched. What did the princess mean by that? "What I mean is that I intend to marry Brother Yuan as a secondary wife, and we shall regard each other as sisters henceforth. Rest assured, I shall not leverage my status to bully you, but you too must not use Brother Yuan's affection to intimidate me as a princess." Hu Yao was momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation as she regarded Su Yiyun. So, the women of the Liang kingdom can indeed accept sharing the men they cherish. Though she often thought of blending in and feigning grace and acceptance, she was ultimately not a woman of Liang. If Mu Yuan truly were to take a secondary wife, she would certainly return to Southern Wei and seek a new husband. Su Yiyun's proposal was not without merit. After all, she would inevitably part ways with Mu Yuan. If Su Yiyun were to marry him, she could avoid the fate of a political marriage leading to an uncertain demise. Once Mu Yuan became foolish, she could simply depart without complications. Cough. What do you think of my proposal? Chapter 31. Seeking Aesthetic Pleasures. Su Yiyun waved her hand before Hu Yao's face. "What are you thinking? How do you find my proposition?" "The proposal from the princess is indeed commendable, but what is it?" "It is simply that the princess ought to inquire of Mu Yuan rather than of me. Should he be willing, I would naturally concur." The words spoken resonated with Hu Yao, striking a familiar chord. Upon reflection, they were precisely the sentiments expressed by Lang to his mother yesterday. It is indeed a persuasive argument, yet uttering it left her with a tinge of discomfort. Hu Yao had yet to lament the fact that she had wed a dashing gentleman when her hand was seized by Su Yiyun. With a look of affirmation, Su Yiyun held her hand with utmost seriousness, declaring, "You truly are remarkable. Fear not. This princess shall endeavor to persuade Brother Yuan to acquiesce." Remarkable? Fear not. Hu Yao momentarily found it difficult to discern whether Su Yiyun's words were heartfelt or mere jest. She could only respond cautiously. "Then I wish the princess the fulfillment of her desires." Su Yiyun, beaming, released her hand and rose. "Thanks to Sister Yao for her kind words. This princess shall not intrude further. I wish Sister Yao and Brother Yuan a swift arrival of offspring and a lifetime of togetherness." Sister Yao? Swift arrival of offspring? A lifetime of togetherness? Did she truly harbor feelings for Mu Yuan? Ping Ping, observing the princess depart, inquired softly, "Princess, do you believe that the Ningping princess genuinely admires the young general? Whether true or false, it is not for us to ponder." "Princess, I perceive that the young general sincerely cherishes you," Ping Ping continued, extolling Mu Yuan's virtues. Though Hu Yao allowed her words to drift in one ear and out the other, unaware of the matters concerning the Jiang Guogong residence, Ping Ping could not fathom the promises Hu Yao had once made to Mu Yuan in order to secure his marriage. Her previous response to Su Yun was less an act of fidelity and more a reflection of her contemplative strategy. She would not tether herself to a foolish man for eternity, nor would Mu Yuan accompany her to the Southern Way. Ultimately, she and Mu Yuan were not so different. Both were merely enamored with each other's outward appearances, lacking any genuine affection. Princess, and it has returned. Hu Yao's attention shifted as she saw Anan rushing towards them. Clutching fish food, and in her haste, she stumbled. Ping Ping, go assist Anan. She seems likely to fall. Understood. Ping Ping dashed towards Anan, calling out. Anan slowed down. Hu Yao, entirely absorbed in their plight, neglected to notice the step beneath her feet. In a moment of distraction, she misstepped and fell forward. Expecting a disastrous tumble, she was instead caught. Young madam, are you unharmed? The gentle, jade-like voice, laced with concern, reached Hu Yao's ears. With the sound of his voice, memories that she had nearly forgotten began to take root anew in her mind. Hu Yao's breath hitched as she slowly raised her gaze to the source of the voice. Just as when they first met by the lake in her past life, the man clad in a stone-blue robe stood before her. His gaze was tender and focused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that time, she believed this elegant and handsome man could aid her, yet he was the harbinger of her nightmares. Hu Yao's heart contracted sharply, a chill coursing down her spine. Trembling, she wrenched her hand from his grasp and retreated. Ping Ping, and then rushed back to her side. Ping Ping steadied her. Princess, you haven't injured yourself, have you? And then wiped the fine beads of sweat from her brow. It is my carelessness, Princess. You are not hurt, are you? Hu Yao grasped Ping Ping's hand, her face pale as she shook her head and said, we should leave quickly. The two hurriedly supported her, replying affirmatively. Hu Yao trembled all over, her legs weak to the point of almost being unable to walk. The emotions of unease and fear tormented her like a knife. Countless voices in her mind urged her to remain calm. The gentle voice of a man intertwined with echoes from her past in the pavilion. The young lady appears quite unwell. Perhaps we should summon a physician. Be good, Princess, or you shall be the one to suffer. The young lady ought to rest in the pavilion. You should be grateful I arrived first. Otherwise, it would have been far worse for them. Young lady? Qin Zhao. The languid and carefree voice fell upon Hu Yao's ears, enveloped by a faint, enchanting fragrance. It was an embrace that felt immeasurably warm and spacious to Hu Yao, like sunlight piercing into an abyss or peonies blooming in the wilderness. She held Mu Yuan tightly, burying her face in his arms, her myriad unspoken words ultimately coalescing into a single utterance. Husband. Mu Yuan gently caressed Hu Yao's back, speaking to Qin Zhao only when the trembling in his embrace ceased. My wife is delicate and timid. I apologize for her distress. Qin Zhao slightly inclined his body in greeting to Mu Yuan, acknowledging it was indeed my rudeness that startled the young general's wife. Mu Yuan's lips curled slightly, though the mirth in his gaze did not reach his eyes. It was indeed abrupt, but one doubts there will be a next time. Qin Zhao chuckled thoughtfully. It was a sudden occurrence. I assure you, next time I shall not intrude upon the young lady. The world often speaks of the wolf's nature, greedy and fierce, fiercely protective of its possessions. Those who covet shall surely be bitten. Today, Qin Zhao had witnessed this firsthand. Mu Yuan casually inquired, speaking of which, did you attend the literary gathering at the Jiangwugong residence? The mention of the Jiangwugong residence caused Hu Yao to visibly tremble. Mu Yuan tenderly stroked Hu Yao, lowering his gaze upon her. Hu Yao looked up, meeting Mu Yuan's eyes, which were filled with gentle affection. As it was a literary gathering, I naturally attended. Qin Zhao replied. Hu Yao once again buried her face into Mu Yuan's embrace, her arms tightening around him. Noticing her movement, Mu Yuan smiled and said, it is truly unfortunate that I did not encounter you that day, but I'm glad to have met you today. Qin Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Indeed, I have long sought to become acquainted with the young general. He glanced at Hu Yao, who was hidden in Mu Yuan's embrace, and with a knowing chuckle remarked, when the young general arrived at the Jiangwugong residence, I happened to be observing the birds kept in cages. Regrettably, I arrived a tad too late, and a small bird somehow managed to escape. However, I have always believed that if there is fate, one will eventually meet again. To encounter both the young general and the young lady today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Mu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he smiled freely. Indeed, it is fate. If time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit to the Qin residence. Chapter 32. Sending one off west inside the carriage. Mu Yuan's gaze fell upon Hu Yao, who had shrunk into the corner. Hu Yao's complexion was pale, and a hint of anger lingered. She was likely irked by his conversation with Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, how effortlessly he had arrived. There was no longer a need to find an opportune moment for Hu Yao to lower her guard and reveal the identities of those who had wronged her in her dreams. Hu Yao quietly settled beside Mu Yuan. "Husband," she murmured. Upon noticing her presence, Mu Yuan placed a soft cushion behind her. "What troubles you?" After much deliberation, Hu Yao decided to speak. She did not wish for this chance encounter to forge a friendship between Mu Yuan and Qin Jia, nor did she desire for Qin Jia, a potential friend of Mu Yuan, to appear at the general's residence. Above all, she hoped that Mu Yuan and Qin Jia were not alike. "Husband, I have heard from the palace servants that Qin Jia is not a benevolent individual. It would be wise for you to limit your interactions with him." Hu Yao kept her gaze lowered, avoiding Mu Yuan's eyes, for she doubted he would heed her words. Mu Yuan gently embraced Hu Yao, assuring her, "I shall listen to my lady. Please do not invite that man to our home." "Very well." Uncertain whether Mu Yuan's response was sincere or merely a formality, Hu Yao nestled quietly in his embrace, saying no more. Mu Yuan gazed down at the sleeping Hu Yao, whispering softly, "He shall not set foot in our home. Not now, nor ever." The bright moon hung high in the sky, while the cicadas chirped softly. A gentle summer breeze carried a hint of coolness into the chamber. In the disheveled state, a man glanced at the woman beside him. He sighed wearily and closed his eyes. It is all a facade, ultimately. He had not anticipated encountering the Princess of Yongle today. Her radiant and charming smile had lingered in his thoughts for 2 years. The opportunity he had meticulously crafted slipped away, watching her fall into another's grasp. The mere thought of the girl's innocent demeanor intensified his desire to see her willingly surrender to him. With reddened eyes, the man reached into the woman's hair, brutally venting his desires. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the room, scattering the scrolls on the desk. One of the scrolls depicted a young girl holding an umbrella, dressed in a light pink gown, adorned with peony hairpins. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glancing back. Qin Jia cast one last glance at the slumbering woman before rising from the bed, adjusting his attire as he approached the desk to retrieve the scroll. Gazing at the girl in the painting, he murmured, "Hu Yao, you shall inevitably belong to me. This protective wolf must eventually hunt." "Patience, my lady." No sooner had his suggestive words left his lips than he felt a sudden sharp pain at his neck. "Qin Shaoqing, were you just addressing my lady?" Qin Jia gasped. Mu Yuan, observing Qin Jia's subtle gesture to summon his hidden guards, Mu Yuan chuckled, "Shaoqing, wolves typically travel in packs." A chill ran down Qin Jia's spine as he realized Mu Yuan had overheard. It seemed he might not survive this encounter. "Why?" Qin Jia asked, his voice trembling. "Did I not inform you, Shaoqing, that I would visit your residence if time permitted? Have you forgotten so soon?" Mu Yuan casually glanced at the painting in Qin Jia's hand, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "His Majesty previously praised your artistic prowess, yet I was skeptical. Today, however, I see the artwork is indeed lifelike. Such a pity." Gazing at the sword poised at his neck, Qin Jia was enveloped by a bone-chilling dread, rendering him paralyzed and forgetting to struggle. "I have stated there will not be a next time." As Mu Yuan turned his head, his indifferent and cold gaze fell upon the sleeping woman's face, causing his eyes to darken. The sword pressed against Qin Jia's neck pierced his heart. With wide eyes, Qin Jia struggled to grasp Mu Yuan's hand, desperation flooding his senses. "Cough. Yet all are merely enamored with appearances. What distinguishes you from me? If she truly held you in her heart, how could she consent to your union with Qin Ji?" Her voice gradually dissipated, and ultimately, she collapsed amidst a pool of blood. Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain whom he was to marry. It appeared that his lady was present in the imperial garden today, and besides Tanji, she encountered others as well. Mu Yuan picked up the painting from the ground and turned to leave. "General, as per your command." I have dispatched someone to inform the crown prince about Qin Ji's collusion with the third prince. My subordinate has investigated and found that on the day of the gathering at the Jiang Duke's residence, in addition to Qin Ji, there is also Jiang Shao Gongye's third cousin, the fifth master of the Su family, and the second master of the Minister of Personnel's household. According to reports from our spies, they will visit Jingchang Temple in 5 days, though their purpose remains unclear. Who else was present in the Imperial Garden today? Princess Ningping. She conversed with the young madam for quite some time. It seemed they were enjoying themselves. Mu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Ningping? Indeed, his lady possesses a keen mind. She might just take note of that troublesome girl's words and hold them against him. Mu Yuan handed the painting to Yen Jin. Yen Jin received the scroll and opened it for a glance. My subordinate will order it to be burned immediately. Burned? This Qin Ji not only covets the young madam, but also hoards her portrait. Merely killing him and destroying the painting would be too lenient. I shall send someone at once. Mu Yuan interrupted Yen Jin's words, jestingly inquiring, Yen Jin, what do you suppose Jingzhe finds appealing about you? Huh? Jingzhe and I have been childhood friends, enduring trials together. She thinks I am not lacking in looks and does not shy away from admiration. Enough. My ears are about to develop calluses from your prattle. Have someone replicate this painting and dispose of it. Once the copy is made, send it to me. Understood. The flickering candlelight cast a wavering glow upon the pale visage of the young girl. Hu Yao awoke with a start, gasping as she sat up. She hastily wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, her mind still lingering on the scenes from her dream. Chapter 33. Nightmare crimson drapes were adorned with a multitude of yellow talismans. Blood seeped from the pavilion and slowly flowed into the lake. In her dream, Hu Yao yearned to discern what lay beneath the drapes of the pavilion. Yet no matter her efforts, clarity eluded her. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, transforming the talismans from yellow to red. Chaotic and fragmented sounds emanated from the pavilion, and the blood continued to flow into the lake unabated, staining the waters a dark crimson hue, inching closer to her. Hu Yao unconsciously retreated, only to trip over a short sword. This stumble jolted her awake from the nightmare. Hu Yao could not fathom why such a dream had befallen her. Neither in her previous life, nor in this one had she visited the Jiang Duke's residence after the literary banquet. So why dream of it? Why envision the pavilion of the return banquet? Could it be the result of her encounter with Qin Ji today? Shaking her head, she rose from her bed to pour herself a glass of water. What were those sounds, those talismans about? What secrets lay within the pavilion of return? Blood. A deluge of blood. Aside from animals, what could bleed so profusely? Hu Yao drained her glass, and, upon attempting to pour another, caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, aside from animals, humans too could bleed copiously. In the dimly lit Guiyin pavilion, Hu Yao pondered a haunting question. Could it be that a human was bleeding? Almost simultaneously, the lone crimson candle in the room extinguished, plunging the chamber into complete darkness. A creaking sound announced the opening of the door, yet the night attendant seemed oblivious to the ominous atmosphere. In the vague shadows, Hu Yao perceived a hazy figure advancing towards her. Although she had faced death once, the eerie circumstances of the night instilled a deep fear within her. Hastily, she placed her cup aside and darted beneath the quilt on her bed, cocooning herself in its warmth. Covering her head with the fabric, she huddled into a ball, fully aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat. However, she also understood that one should not meet an untimely demise without clarity. As light footsteps approached her, Hu Yao cautiously parted the quilt to peer through a small opening. The visitor, clad in a thin nightgown and draped in a scarlet robe embroidered with gold, bore an air of elegance, with hair loosely tied back by a crimson ribbon, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Who could this be? The candle by the bedside flickered back to life, casting its glow upon the figure's face. Mu Yuan. It was her husband. His gaze lazily drifted in her direction, causing Hu Yao to feel an inexplicable sense of guilt, prompting her to swiftly close the gap through which she had been spying. It seemed that the lady had developed a peculiar habit of staying awake in the dead of night, pretending to be a mushroom on the bed. In the stillness of the night, Mu Yuan's languid voice, laced with amusement, instantly dispelled all of Hu Yao's unease. Emerging from her quilt, she mumbled, "Who would have such a strange habit?" Mu Yuan sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to smooth her tousled hair. "What are you up to, my lady?" he inquired. Hu Yao pointed toward the nearby table. "I was just drinking water." "Drinking water should be done properly. Why hide beneath the quilt? I had a nightmare just now, and when you suddenly entered, I thought you might be." She hesitated, the word ghost lingering unspoken. She recalled Mu Yuan's previous assertion of disbelief in spirits. If she divulged the details of her dream, he would likely mock her. Observing Hu Yao's pale face and her timid demeanor as she nestled beneath the quilt evoked both sympathy and innocence in Mu Yuan. A sudden thought struck him. Death was too lenient a fate for Qin Jia. She deserved a more severe punishment. "Have you resolved the matter you mentioned?" Hu Yao, ever clever, deftly shifted the topic. She recalled how, after their dinner, Mu Yuan had informed her of his pressing affairs. A revelation that had filled her with joy at the time. "It is resolved." Mu Yuan rose and poured her a cup of water. "Drink." Hu Yao cradled the cup he offered, sipping slowly as Mu Yuan's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon her. Feeling slightly bashful under his scrutiny, she glanced between him and the bed, coming to a realization. The matchmaker had previously mentioned that if a husband visited his wife's chamber at night, it implied intentions of intimacy, which could not be declined. Though aware of the impossibility of refusal, Hu Yao found herself reluctant at that moment. She blinked and smiled sweetly at Mu Yuan, saying, "You look truly handsome tonight, my lord." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Oh, I am handsome every day. Do indulge me with a moment's praise." Hu Yao extended the cup towards him. Mu Yuan took the cup and had just risen when Hu Yao lowered the bed curtain, covering herself with the quilt, and lay down comfortably. She did not forget to remind Mu Yuan, "Husband, when you leave, please extinguish the candle for me. I shall rest now." Mu Yuan thought her worries were clearly unfounded. After placing the cup down and extinguishing the candle, he walked toward the door. Halfway there, he suddenly halted and casually sat down on the couch. Within a quarter of an hour, the quilt on the bed was indeed kicked to the floor, just as Mu Yuan had anticipated. He got up to retrieve the quilt, gently lifting Hu Yao and tucking her in once more. Finally, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead before departing. The next day, after finishing her meal, Hu Yao wandered in the courtyard. After taking a few steps, she overheard the maids whispering amongst themselves. "Is it true that Xiaoqing has died? You mustn't speak such nonsense." "Of course it's true. The entire city is discussing it. Indeed, I heard from my third uncle. Such matters should typically be suppressed. How could it have become so widely known? He must have offended someone. How could someone like Master Qin offend anyone? You cannot judge a person's heart by their appearance. One must not only consider Master Qin's outward demeanor." "Exactly. Have you heard of the undress beasts?" "Of course not. I've never learned to read." "Regardless of whether he is such a creature, no matter how good Master Qin is, does he surpass our General Xiao or the second young master? Naturally, he cannot compare. Speaking of which, the palace sent for the young general early this morning. Do you think Master Qin's affair is related to the young general? Qin Ji has died. Mu Yuan has entered the palace. Surely Mu Yuan did not kill Qin Ji? Were the young ladies discussing?" The general, hearing the voice, Hu Yao turned to see Mu Ying amusing the maids. Whatever Mu Ying had said made one of the young maids blush and flee. Hu Yao found the scene somewhat familiar. It seemed Mu Yuan had also teased Jingzhe in such a manner. Truly, like mother, like son, Hu Yao finally understood whose nature Mu Yuan resembled. As Mu Ying continued to jest with the maids, she spotted her beautiful daughter-in-law standing in the shade of a tree. Lost in thought. Chapter 34. Worth 1,000 gold. Before Hu Yao could react, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Mu Ying held her briefly before releasing her. "Were you waiting for Yuan here?" Hu Yao was about to deny it, but then reconsidered and nodded. "I heard the maid say my husband entered the palace early, seemingly due to Master Qin's matter." Mu Ying chuckled. "So, our Yao Yao is worried about her husband." Hu Yao, blushing, defended herself. I am not. I was just asking casually." "Very well, if you were just asking casually, then mother will also speak freely. The death of Qin Ji involves the crown prince and the third prince. His Majesty has asked you, Honor, to assist the Court of Judicial Review in investigating this matter." Mu Ying took Hu Yao's hand and patted it. All right, do not worry about him. Hu Yao nodded. Mother has just returned from court. Would you like to rest for a while? How thoughtful of you, my daughter. Those two rascals, let us not speak of them. Mu Ying led Hu Yao into the courtyard. Yao Yao, have you been to the Songjin villa? Songjin Zhuang, the largest jewelry fabric shop in Jincheng, rises 3 stories high, with distinct entrances on the east and west that do not connect. As summer arrives, Yao Yao is indeed in need of some jewelry and clothing. A visit to Songjin Zhuang seems in order. With a word from Mu Ying, Hu Yao found herself seated in a carriage bound for Songjin Zhuang. She cast a glance at Mu Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed, and sighed. It was time to take Tian out. He ought not to languish in the study, lest he become dull-witted. Today, she would keep a watchful eye on him, particularly noting which young ladies he gazed at and smiled toward. Recalling Mu Ying's instructions, Hu Yao felt the weight of her task. In truth, she believed her mother's concerns to be entirely unwarranted, setting aside the fact that Mu Tian was only 15 and not in a hurry to marry. With his looks and family background, it was inconceivable that he would struggle to find a suitable match. If her sister-in-law continued to lament, they might as well return home now. Absolutely not. After the effort it took to leave the estate, she had no intention of going back. Mu Yuan had previously promised that upon his return, he would take her outside. Yet, on his first day back, he had taken her into the palace, and now, on the second day, she had not even caught a glimpse of him. Sister-in-law, Wei Vi, arrived, Mu Tian announced, lifting the curtain of the carriage to step out. Hu Yao silently retracted her earlier thoughts about Mu Tian's prospects. He was hardly being considerate. As she lifted the curtain of the carriage, she was taken aback. Y&T Erlang entered. Noticing Hu Yao's intention to disembark, Mu Tian reached out to grasp her wrist, assisting her down from the carriage. Why am I rushing in when I could help sister-in-law carry something? Indeed, Hu Yao decided to dismiss her earlier doubts about Mu Tian's prospects. She chuckled softly, her gaze wandering over the magnificent Songjin Zhuang. Her attention was soon captured by the resplendent building across the street. The grand crimson structure loomed impressively before her, adorned with colorful lanterns nestled in the eaves, and a single character, Huan, hung prominently on the door. So, this was Huan Lu. Seeing Hu Yao's fixation on Huan Lu, Mu Tian inquired, "Sister-in-law, are you planning to visit Huan Lu?" Hu Yao, feigning ignorance, replied, "No, let us hurry into Songjin Zhuang." Even if she wished to go, she could not bring Erlang along. As it was a summer afternoon, Songjin Zhuang was not overly crowded. Aside from the occasional murmur of conversation, it was mostly quiet. After a brief introduction, the attending servants discreetly retreated to their corners, busy with their tasks, ready to assist if called upon. Hu Yao stood before several bolts of fabric adorned with intricate peony patterns, feeling uncertain. Perhaps she should simply purchase them all, especially since she had her monthly allowance and dowry. Mu Tian approached her, about to speak when he was interrupted by the voices of 2 young women nearby. "Lord Tian, you are unaware of Qian Shaoqing and Qianji?" A girl in a light green gown whispered. "Fourth miss, keep your voice down. I have only just arrived in Jincheng 3 months ago. How could I know such things? Let me put it this way. If Qian Shaoqing were to paint a portrait of you, within half a day, you would be renowned throughout Jincheng." The girl in the green gown covered her mouth and laughed. "You exaggerate." "Not at all. Qian Shaoqing's paintings are worth a fortune," came the reply. Hu Yao could not help but roll her eyes at their conversation. Mu Tian, observing Hu Yao's reaction, chuckled softly. Sister-in-law's eye roll is almost reaching the heavens. Qin Zhan is nothing but a hypocritical Pharisee. Erlang must not emulate him. Sister-in-law, perhaps you should select some more fabric. I have already made my choices. Hu Yao pointed to the fabric she had just chosen, only to find that the original piece hanging there was missing. "Where's the fabric? I had it all wrapped up." "Wrapped up?" "Yes. Summer attire is frequently changed, and the vibrant colors are quite appealing. Mother had instructed me to purchase whatever sister-in-law fancied. The general's residence is not lacking in funds, and I have money as well. Good heavens! This is the most delightful thing Hu Yao has heard since arriving in the Liang kingdom, aside from Mu Yuan expressing his affection for her. Marrying Mu Yuan is truly the wisest decision she has made in this new life. What a wonderful mother and a splendid little uncle. Mu Tian, somewhat disdainful, remarked sister-in-law. Your expression is neither truly crying nor genuinely smiling. It looks rather unappealing." Hu Yao replied, "Sometimes it is best not to speak if one has nothing to say. I am feeling quite moved at the moment." "Oh," Mu Tian responded with great indifference. The maidservants trailing closely behind the two stifled their laughter. Meanwhile, the voice of a girl in a light green outfit could be heard nearby. "Just a few days ago, you mentioned that the calligraphy of young Master Wang Qingyun is worth a fortune, and today you say that the paintings of Qin Shaoqing Qinzhan are similarly priceless. It is evident that you're merely speaking nonsense. Is Wang Qingyun's calligraphy truly worth a fortune? Does that imply that she may come into an unexpected windfall?" Chapter 35. Mutual gifts. Hu Yao recalled how, when she was infatuated with Wang Qingyun, she had insincerely praised his calligraphy, claiming it would fetch a high price if sold. In truth, she had never closely examined his writing at that time. Wang Qingyun had jokingly suggested that he would write more for the princess, and when she sold the pieces, she could treat him to a meal. Because of this remark, she had feigned a request for poetry, prompting him to compose a plethora of verses filled with sentiment and love. Not only did he write them down, but he also inscribed his name and affixed his personal seal. She had treasured those writings, but over time, she had forgotten where she had hidden them. Hu Yao resolved to retrieve those writings upon returning home and have Ping Ping sneakily sell them. When it comes to finances, she has always believed that more is better. Hu Yao's mind was consumed with thoughts of the writings, and she was completely oblivious to the fact that the two women had transitioned from discussing priceless items to Mu Tian. The girl in the light green attire secretly glanced at Mu Tian, while the woman referred to as Fourth Miss, having seen many individuals, wondered which family that young master belonged to. After careful observation, Fourth Miss shook her head and replied, "I do not know." The girl in green chuckled. How surprising that there are matters even Fourth Miss is unaware of. Fourth Miss smiled. "I feel that this young master's features seem somewhat familiar. Perhaps he, like you, is newly arrived in Jin City. After all, a young man of such striking looks would certainly have made his presence known among the young ladies of noble families if he had been in Jin City for long." Fourth Miss, as if struck by a thought, teased, "Could it be that a Jing has fallen for that young master at first sight?" The girl named a Jing blushed slightly and said, "I merely asked out of curiosity. Did you not see the enchanting lady beside him? She could very well be his wife." Fourth Miss nodded. Indeed, a fitting pair. However, considering their ages, they might be siblings. Hearing the two converse, Mu Tian frowned slightly and cast a glance in their direction. The two girls, startled, quickly covered their mouths and looked away. Mu Tian took Hu Yao by the wrist and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go to the third floor and take a look." Hu Yao glanced at Mu Tian and then at the direction in which Mu Tian had last looked. There stood a girl in a bean green dress, blushing as she stole glances at Mu Tian. Hu Yao thought, "How is it that I was momentarily distracted, and Mu Tian has already exchanged glances with that lady?" She felt compelled to observe the lady's appearance closely, so as to inquire about her later. With frequent glances over her shoulder, Hu Yao noted that the other was a beautiful and gentle young woman. She committed the woman's features to memory, planning to have Mu Yuan investigate upon her return. As she turned back repeatedly, Mu Tian led her to the third floor. Within an exquisite brocade box lay a white jade hairpin adorned with a beast's visage. Hu Yao surveyed the white jade crown and then looked at Mu Tian, realizing it suited him perfectly. She instructed a servant to retrieve the white jade crown. Mu Tian cast a glance at the jewelry before selecting a pair of delicate jade peony butterfly hairpins. Hu Yao presented the white jade crown to Mu Tian as a token of gratitude for the lessons he had given her brother. Mu Tian deftly pinned the hairpins into Hu Yao's hair, signifying his appreciation for her medicinal gifts. Hu Yao beamed as she placed the white jade crown into Mu Tian's hands and approached a copper mirror to admire her reflection. 3 slender tassels cascaded beneath the peony, dangling near her ears like earrings. The butterfly wings beside the peony fluttered gently with her movements, the golden bells attached to them chiming melodiously. With a bright smile, Hu Yao expressed her gratitude to Mu Tian, exclaiming how lovely it looked, praising his discerning eye. Mu Tian, observing Hu Yao's radiant smile, slightly averted his gaze. content that his sister-in-law was pleased. As Yao toyed with the tassels that brushed against her ears, she replied, "I adore it. Thank you, Mu Tian." Mu Tian's gaze fell upon her ears, prompting him to ask, "Why do you not have your ears pierced, sister-in-law?" Without hesitation, Hu Yao replied, "I fear the pain." She had always been someone who dreaded hardship, fatigue, and pain. However, after having faced death once, she was no longer afraid of hardship or fatigue. Yet, her aversion to pain lingered, as she had indeed suffered greatly. Mu Tian chuckled, clearly amused by her fear of pain. Hu Yao observed the lively expression that blossomed on Mu Tian's face and remarked, "When you smile, you resemble your husband remarkably." Mu Tian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is that so?" Hu Yao, seeing him mimic Mu Yuan's eyebrow raise, burst into laughter. "That makes you even more alike." Mu Tian smiled faintly. "After all, we are fraternal twins." Hu Yao nodded in agreement, laughing as she gestured towards the nearby red brocade box. Mu Tian, seemingly anticipating her words, nodded affirmatively. "It would suit my brother well." Feeling shy, Hu Yao touched her chin and confessed, "I have never seen my husband wear a headband, nor do I know if he likes them. If it is a gift from sister-in-law, my brother will surely appreciate it. No one knows him better than his own brother." Hu Yao thought to herself that if Mu Tian believed so, then Mu Yuan would undoubtedly like it. She called for a servant to retrieve the brocade box. Mu Tian gazed thoughtfully at the white jade crown in his hands before lifting his eyes to Hu Yao, who was instructing the servants, his gaze softening considerably. Meanwhile, in the half-open window of the joyful pavilion, Jiang Mingyuan leaned against the window, fanning himself. "Let us not speak of him. Do we summon him merely to watch him nap?" Xietsong poured himself a drink. "It's the honeymoon phase. You must understand. Yuan, I must say, even if you adore your wife, you ought to exercise some restraint and be cautious." Jiang Mingyuan's words were cut short by a soft pillow that Mu Yuan tossed in his direction. He tilted his head to evade, catching a glimpse of the three-story Zongjin Manor. Jiang Mingyuan, with a fan in hand, chuckled. "A most extraordinary sight. Can you guess whom I spotted at Zongjin Manor?" Xietsong, noticing Jiang Mingyuan's ghostly expression, rose and sat beside him. Erlang. Chapter 36. Jealousy. The moonlight figure clad in pale white at Zongjin Manor may be unrecognizable to others, yet to Jiang Mingyuan and Xietsong, who had grown up alongside Mu Yuan, it was unmistakably familiar. Xietsong, in disbelief, raised his hand and pinched Jiang Mingyuan's arm sharply. Jiang Mingyuan swatted Xietsong's hand away, scolding, "Xiejio, are you out of your mind? This isn't a dream." But what could Erlang possibly be doing at Zongjin Manor? Xietsong turned to the still relaxing Mu Yuan and asked Yuan, "Did you send Erlang to fetch something for you?" "What?" Mu Yuan sat up leisurely, glancing toward the two by the window. "Fetch what? Did you not see the enchanting young lady standing beside Erlang?" Xietsong followed Jiang Mingyuan's pointing fan and indeed spotted a stunningly beautiful woman beside Mu Tian. A match made in heaven, indeed. Jiang Mingyuan, shaking his fan, teased, "It seems the general's residence is in for a joyful event this year." Xietsong frowned. "I can't shake the feeling that I've seen this young lady somewhere before." "Ah, who would have thought that Erlang, who often appears aloof, is quite considerate. Not only does he accompany the lovely young lady to purchase jewelry, but look, he even adorns her with it." Xietsong pondered. "I'm certain I have seen her before." Jiang Mingyuan remarked, "If you can't recall, then let it be. You can simply ask Erlang later." Mu Yuan joined the two, sitting between them. "I have not heard Erlang mention having a lady of affection." Jiang Mingyuan playfully tapped Mu Yuan with his fan. "As children grow, they inevitably harbor secrets. Have you seen her then?" Mu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, languidly observing the jovial couple at Zongjin Manor. "I have seen her." However, Hu Yao's genuine smile, devoid of flattery or scheming, has not graced my sight since our encounter at the Gian Pavilion. Jiang Mingyuan leaned closer, intrigued. "Seen her? Which family's daughter is she?" "Get lost, it's sweltering." Mu Yuan disdainfully pushed Jiang Mingyuan away and picked up a riding whip as he stepped outside. Xietsong hurriedly called after Mu Yuan, Yuan, where are you headed?" Waving the whip in his hand, Mu Yuan replied, "To the Dali Temple." Jiang Mingyuan, shaking his fan, remarked on Mu Yuan's fierce expression. I thought he was going to beat the couple apart. Xietsong observed Mu Yuan's retreating figure before glancing back at Mu Tian and the young woman who had just emerged from Zongjin Manor and boarded a carriage. If it remembered, Jiang Mingyuan picked up his fallen fan. What have you recalled about which family's daughter? That is the Princess Yongle of the Southern Way. The wife Mu Yuan has just married. With a loud clap, Jiang Mingyuan dropped his fan again. What did I just say? Xia Song chuckled and patted Jiang Mingyuan's shoulder. No worries. I'll collect your remains when the time comes. Jiang Mingyuan smirked. If anyone is to collect remains, it will be me for both of you. One is the Emperor's biological son, and the other is the Emperor's foster son. Who knows how it will all end? Xietsong rolled his eyes at Jiang Mingyuan. Oh, please, with that mouth of yours, you're bound to invite trouble. Jiang Mingyuan, grinning shamelessly, replied, Who can argue with that? Xiejio, pour me a drink to calm my nerves. Allow me to share a tale of the little princess from the Southern Way. As twilight descended, the room was illuminated by the flickering glow of a lamp. Hu Yao knelt beside the Zeton cabinet, rummaging through the delicate notes penned by Wang Qingyun. She recalled that after moving into this chamber, she had transferred all her significant belongings. At last, she found it. With excitement, she retrieved a small, intricately designed box containing the colorful notes from the very bottom of the cabinet. Hu Yao carefully opened the box, her heart easing upon seeing the neatly arranged notes within. Suddenly, a slender hand swiftly snatched the notes from her grasp. Hu Yao looked up in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. After a brief moment of shock, she hurriedly rose to her feet. Husband, Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, My lady seems quite surprised to see me. And no, not at all. I am merely delighted, Hu Yao replied, offering him a radiant smile. Did you not say you would not return today? Mu Yuan, with a knowing smirk, glanced at her and inquired, Did I? Hu Yao reached out for the notes in his hand, insisting, Of course you did. The night is upon us. You should return to rest. No hurry, he replied. I am far more intrigued by what sort of note could evoke such joy in my lady that she failed to notice her own husband approaching. Mu Yuan lifted the notes above her reach, evading her outstretched hand. Hu Yao adopted a pitiful expression, pleading, Must you not look? Mu Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. I may. I knew you were the best husband in the world, she exclaimed, showering him with compliments as she reached for the notes he was offering. However, just as her fingers brushed against them, Mu Yuan withdrew them once more. Hu Yao blinked in confusion, gazing at him. You must first tell me who penned these notes, he insisted, holding the notes aloft. Hu Yao mumbled faintly, Wang Qingyun. Mu Yuan lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes, which reflected an inscrutable emotion. Who? Speak clearly. Feeling uneasy under his intense gaze, Hu Yao steeled herself. It was I who asked Wang Qingyun to write them. Mu Yuan released her, extracting a note. Hu Yao instinctively raised her hand to shield his view, exclaiming, Did you not say you would not look? Would I ever say that? I merely stated I could. Hu Yao's face flushed with indignation. You are being unreasonable. Indeed, I am, he replied, unabashedly admitting his mischief. As Mu Yuan perused the poetry inscribed on the notes, his gaze fell upon Wang Qingyun's name and seal. Unconsciously, his eyes narrowed, a shadow of gloom crossing his features. Such a note, if revealed to the world, would undoubtedly be perceived as a correspondence from the eldest son of the Wang family to a lady of his affections. Truly, it was a tale of mutual longing. What prompted my lady to seek out these notes today? I would say it is for monetary gain. Do you believe me? Mu Yuan scoffed. Since it was my lady who requested the esteemed Wang to compose these, I trust you are well aware of the meaning behind the poetry. Hu Yao regarded him with curiosity. As a mere martial man, I am naturally ignorant of such literary matters. Perhaps my lady could enlighten me on their significance? You are too humble, my lord, who does not recognize your prowess in both martial and literary arts. Just as Hu Yao attempted to escape, she found herself ensnared between the bed and the Zeton cabinet. Before her stood Mu Yuan, blocking her only escape. Chapter 37, Jealousy 2. Without regard for Hu Yao's feelings, Mu Yuan swiftly extracted a few colorful sheets of paper and cast a glance over them. Could you enlighten me, madam, on the meaning of the phrase when flowers bloom? They must be plucked, lest the branches remain bare? Hu Yao replied, it refers to the day when the plum blossoms bloomed beautifully at Zhaoyang Palace. I thought of this poem when I wished to pluck a branch. Mu Yuan's voice revealed no trace of emotion, neither joy nor anger. Hu Yao, there are no plum blossoms at Zhaoyang Palace. When shall we meet again? This night is fraught with awkwardness. Hu Yao babbled, I simply miss Ninwei. I miss home. Mu Yuan chuckled coldly, wishing at that moment that he were unfamiliar with poetry. In this verdant garment, my heart wanders, though I do not venture forth. Does the one I long for not come to me? A day apart feels like 3 months. Are you suggesting, madam, that you're yearning for your parents? Hu Yao nodded slightly. Mu Yuan clenched his jaw, his once exuberant demeanor now darkened ominously. I believe, madam, that you are not longing for your parents, but rather for Wang Qingyan. Hu Yao's heart jolted. I'm not. The atmosphere plummeted to an unbearable silence, realizing that continuing this conversation would surely lead to a quarrel. Hu Yao resolved to refrain from further words. She gazed at Mu Yuan, her eyes settling on his tightly pressed lips, controlling her emotions. She endeavored to dismiss thoughts of Mu Yuan's intimacy with other women. She reached out, encircling his neck, and with closed eyes, pressed her lips against his. Hu Yao distinctly felt Mu Yuan's body tense, and moments later, he gently pushed her away. Hu Yao, for these sheets of paper, you truly... Mu Yuan hesitated, swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips. Hu Yao bit her lip and lowered her gaze to avoid his eyes. How foolish she was. After merely 2 days of acquaintance, she had convinced herself that Mu Yuan harbored some affection for her. How could she have thought that by kissing him and acting coy, he would believe her words? Mu Yuan's eyes fell upon her. Hu Yao, had it been Erlang at the Gaian Pavilion that day, would you have wished to marry him? Hu Yao frowned slightly. What does that have to do with Erlang? It is of no consequence. I had forgotten that for a princess, as long as someone can escort her out of the palace, it matters not who that person may be. Hu Yao, without that dream, you would not have desired to marry me, would you? Hu Yao lifted her gaze to meet Mu Yuan's. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, and his dark eyes seemed to harbor tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, Hu Yao found it amusing. Mu Yuan's current demeanor suggested he was deeply in love with her. With reddened eyes and clenched fists, she replied, Indeed, without that dream, I would not have thought to marry you. Mu Yuan, when I first expressed my desire to wed you, it was you who claimed not to like me and would not marry me. It was I who shamelessly begged you to take me as your wife, agreeing to your nonsensical demands before you finally consented. Do not forget, you once said you would not interfere in my affairs. While you frolic among flowers and beauties, I have never meddled in your affairs. So what right do you have to control mine? The words that had been pinned up within her burst forth, and immediately, Hu Yao regretted her outburst. She cast a panicked glance at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan cast his gaze downward, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his demeanor both indifferent and distant. Indeed, I have forgotten. Today, I have overstepped my boundaries. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon the princess's reminiscing. He placed the colored note on the bed and departed without casting a glance back at her. She reached out in an attempt to grasp Mu Yuan, but her fingers failed to touch even the hem of his garment. Hu Yao lowered her head, concealing her face with her hands as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Ever since her marriage to Mu Yuan, she had become increasingly greedy. She not only wished to survive and return to the Southern Way, but also yearned for Mu Yuan's exclusive affection. Although she knew her desires were unreasonable, she had committed no transgressions. Frustrated, Hu Yao could not comprehend why Mu Yuan was allowed to be close to other women while she was expected to remain devoted to him alone. The customs of Liang Kingdom were utterly unreasonable. In the study, Mu Yuan noticed the candlelight still flickering and pushed the door open. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Tian looked up briefly before returning to his task. It was not until Mu Tian had organized the medicinal herbs that he realized Mu Yuan had no intention of leaving and finally spoke. Brother, has something occurred in court? Mu Yuan shook his head, replying, I had a quarrel with Shirgui. Mu Tian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Mu Yuan in confusion. Who is Shirgui? Mu Yuan rolled his eyes, your sister-in-law. Mu Tian poured a cup of tea, realizing, so sister-in-law's given name is Shirgui. But what could have caused you to argue with her? Mu Yuan took the tea from Mu Tian and recounted the incident involving Wang Qingyun's note. Mu Tian chuckled. No wonder sister-in-law was so delighted upon hearing Wang Qingyun's name today. It all makes sense now. What do you mean it makes sense? Stop being cryptic and clarify. Sister-in-law, and I visited Songjin Zhuang today, and I heard people say that Wang Qingyun's writing is worth a fortune. It must be for this reason that sister-in-law sought out the note. Mu Tian, as if struck by a thought, added with a light laugh, "Brother, do not be misled by sister-in-law's noble status as a princess. She is quite enthusiastic when it comes to receiving her monthly stipend and has an unexpected fondness for money." Mu Yuan's expression darkened, his gaze shifting slightly. He recalled Yao asking him if he believed her when she said she was doing it for money. At that moment, he had not only disbelieved her, but had also scoffed. He had never truly believed Hu Yao's words, just as she had never believed his declarations of affection for her. Since their first encounter at the Yuan banquet, they had never trusted one another. As the moon hung high in the night sky, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and birds. Mu Tian sighed as he observed the silent Mu Yuan emerging from the study. Mu Yuan halted and turned to Mu Tian, stating, "My dispute with Shirgui was not solely about the note." "What was it about then?" I asked her if, had she had other options at the time, she would still have married me. Mu Tian pondered whether lovers quarreled over matters that had never actually transpired, pondering the absurdity of all. "Brother, you should return and apologize to avoid sister-in-law, crying her eyes out, for tomorrow her eyes will resemble that of a rabbit's, and mother will undoubtedly inquire." Mu Yuan replied nonchalantly, then called after Mu Tian as he was about to leave. "Yelong, do you like rabbits?" Mu Tian was momentarily taken aback, looking toward Mu Yuan. Chapter 38. Joyous events. The shimmering moonlight cascaded upon the silk canopy of his eaten bed. On the bed, Hu Yao curled up, her delicate brows furrowed, long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears, indicating her restless slumber. Mu Yuan settled beside her, gently caressing the corner of her eye with his fingertip, causing the soft tears to cascade down. Hu Yao mumbled incoherently in her sleep, restlessly turning over and kicking the quilt aside. The thin nightgown revealed her youthful figure, subtly yet enticingly, before him, fragile and slender. If Mu Yuan desired, she would have nowhere to escape. Yet, should he act upon that desire, he would be no different from Qin Zhan and his ilk. Hu Yao flipped on her other side once more, prompting Mu Yuan to reach for the quilt and cover her tenderly. Though her thoughts were tumultuous, preventing her from sinking deeply into slumber, she stirred awake as the quilt enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Mu Yuan sitting at the edge of the bed, his head slightly tilted, obscuring his expression. As Hu Yao regained her senses, she discovered Mu Yuan gazing at her intently. His calloused hand brushed her brow gently. "Did you have a nightmare?" he inquired. Hu Yao shook her head. His hand, which had rested on her brow, now caressed her cheek. I'm sorry. Their gazes locked, and they spoke in unison. Accompanied by Mu Yuan's smile, his lips descended upon hers, tender and fervent. Hu Yao's hand gently pressed against him. Yet she ultimately refrained from pushing him away. Let it be, she thought. It was futile to continuously reject Mu Yuan, rather than pondering on ways to refuse him. She might as well acquiesce. After all, Mu Yuan was handsome. She had nothing to lose. Closing her eyes, she parted her lips slightly to meet him. Yet, he withdrew before her. Under the half-lit moonlight, Mu Yuan gazed at Hu Yao, his inky eyes harboring emotions she could not decipher. "Sleep now. The next few days will likely be quite busy," he stated. Hu Yao had intended to inquire about his impending busyness, but ultimately, she remained silent and obediently nodded. She mused that their earlier encounter must signify reconciliation, yet an inexplicable void lingered in her heart. The young woman's breathing gradually steadied, and she succumbed to slumber. Mu Yuan lowered his gaze upon her, reflecting on their recent kiss. She seemed unwilling, yet why had she not pushed him away? Her docile demeanor left him somewhat bewildered. The general's mansion was festooned with vibrant decorations, exuding a festive atmosphere. Hu Yao stood at the doorway of her chamber, observing the maids diligently adorning the eastern wing. It was not until the red lanterns, inscribed with auspicious characters, were hung at the Jinshin Pavilion in the Eastern Wing side room that she comprehended the meaning behind Mu Yuan's earlier remark about being busy in the coming days. It dawned on her that Mu Yuan was preparing to bring home a bride, coinciding with the arrival of the awakening of insects. Grateful for her mother's bustling activity that morning, she had even sent Ping Ping in to assist. No wonder Mu Yuan had been so gentle with her lately. He must have feared she would cause a scene. But she would not. When she returned to Nanwei, she too would take a consort. Hu Yao grasped a silk fan and strolled towards the study in the western wing. Presently, aside from herself, it seemed only Mu Tian remained idle in the general's mansion. The summer afternoon was warm, and the door to the western study, rarely seen ajar, welcomed her. From a distance, she spotted the modified water-powered fan working diligently to circulate the air within. Upon entering the study, a subtle fragrance of herbs wafted through, alleviating the heat by half. Hu Yao scanned the room, yet she could not find Mu Tian's figure. She gently swayed her fan, treading softly as she approached the screen. Behind it, she indeed spotted Mu Tian, engrossed in organizing medicinal herbs. Hu Yao stealthily crept up behind him, intending to startle him. To her surprise, Mu Tian abruptly turned around, causing Hu Yao to jump. He caught the fallen fan and dismissively remarked, "You startled me." "Humph." Hu Yao snatched the fan from his hand and waved it vigorously. "What brings you here on such a sweltering day, sister-in-law?" "I missed Erlang and wanted to see what he was up to." "You speak nonsense with your eyes wide open." Aware that in Nanwei there were no restrictions between men and women, Mu Tian chose not to inform her of the strict decorum observed in Lianghua, allowing her sweet words to flow unchallenged. Hu Yao chuckled softly. "Actually, I was craving the icy cold Yuanzi and crispy mountain pastries that Erlang makes." As expected, ever since their mother instructed him to prepare some refreshing treats, Mu Tian had anticipated a busy summer ahead. "I can make them for you, but what? Sister-in-law, please help me organize the remaining herbs." "All right." Hu Yao set down the fan, took the herbs from Mu Tian's hands, and urged him to leave. "Don't worry. By the time you return, everything will be neatly arranged." Mu Tian, still feeling uneasy, cautioned her, "Don't place them haphazardly. Wait for my return to do it properly." Hu Yao replied repeatedly, I understand. Erlang, hurry along." As Mu Tian reached the door, he glanced back at Hu Yao, who waved her hand and called out, "Erlang, don't fret." Once Hu Yao finished organizing the herbs, she lazily laid on the 8 Immortals table, enjoying the cool breeze. Bored, she fiddled with the tassel of her fan, unknowingly drifting her thoughts back to Mu Yuan. What was he doing now? Was he preparing the bridal chamber with Jingzhe? Alas, don't think about it. When Mu Tian returned with the treats, he found Hu Yao shaking her head like a curious rabbit. "Do you like rabbits?" The question posed by his brother 2 days prior resurfaced in his mind. He had instinctively replied that he did. His brother understood, and so did he. What he truly cherished was not the rabbit, but a person. Just as Hu Yao finally shook off her thoughts of Mu Yuan, she saw Mu Tian entering with his attendants. She swiftly got up, took the food from Mu Tian's hands, placing it on the table, and picked up the fan to fan him. "Erlang, you've worked hard. Please sit and rest. If sister-in-law truly thinks I've labored, then do not come tomorrow." Hu Yao paused in her fanning, bashfully touching her chin, and reluctantly agreed. "All right, then I shall come the day after tomorrow." "Isn't there a wedding to attend the day after tomorrow? Are you not going to witness the ceremony?" "Hu Yao, it's happening the day after tomorrow." She had barely entered when she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law? I got so excited that I forgot. Of course, I will attend the ceremony. Enough of this. Let us eat." The icy cold Yuanzi was soft and delectable, while the crispy mountain pastries were refreshingly sweet and melted in the mouth. Hu Yao noticed Mu Tian retrieving several pieces of watermelon from the ice cabinet and saw another serving of icy Yuanzi and crispy mountain pastries, puzzled by the extra portion. "Why is there another serving?" Before Mu Tian could respond, a languid voice drifted in from the entrance. "This heat is truly unbearable. You seem quite comfortable. Erlang, please prepare 2 servings of crispy mountain delicacies." As I spoke halfway through to Mu Yuan, I noticed the 2 individuals seated in the chair, and with a light chuckle remarked, "It seems I have arrived just in time." Chapter 39. Thoughts manifested even on a sweltering summer day. Donning red attire does not seem to evoke discomfort. Hu Yao pouted slightly and continued to savor the crispy mountain delicacies in her bowl. Mu Yuan, too, remained silent, accepting the spoon handed to him by Mu Tian and began to eat. Observing the two in their quietude, Mu Tian propped his chin on his hand and rose to organize the medicinal herbs. Upon finishing the last morsel of her crispy mountain delicacy, Hu Yao picked up her folding fan and declared, "Erlang, I shall take my leave now." Without waiting for Mu Yuan or Mu Tian's response, she departed without a backward glance. Shielding herself from the scorching sunlight with her fan, she hastened towards the eastern wing. Just as she reached the shade, she overheard the conversation of passing maidens. Why has this marriage suddenly become so urgent? Wasn't it originally scheduled for after May? The weather at that time would be splendid. That's because both the general and the master are in the estate. The young general believes that there is no better day than today to hasten the marriage before the general departs. Indeed, a proper wedding requires the blessings of the elders. Who knows when the general and master will return to the frontier? The voices of the maidens gradually faded, but Hu Yao fell into contemplation regarding the need to pay homage to the elders for the wedding. She and Mu Yuan had never performed such a rite. "Young madam," a familiar voice interrupted Hu Yao's thoughts. Turning around, she saw Jingzhu approaching with an umbrella. "Why are you alone in this heat? What would happen if you were to suffer from heat stroke?" Hu Yao waved her hand dismissively. "I instructed them not to follow me. I shall be there shortly. Allow me to escort you back." "No need. You carry on with your duties." Hu Yao reassured Jingzhu, noticing her concern. "Truly, I am fine. Go on, young madam." Just as Hu Yao was about to step away, Jingzhu called out to her again. "I just heard from the attendants that the young general has returned. Have you seen him?" "I have seen him. What do you wish to discuss with him?" Jingzhu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "I wanted to speak with the young general about the upcoming marriage." Hu Yao waved her fan vigorously. "He is in Erlang's study. You may encounter him if you go now." "Thank you, young madam. I shall take my leave." Jingzhu bowed, placing the umbrella in Hu Yao's hands before hurriedly making her way towards the western wing. Hu Yao sighed as she held the umbrella given by Jingzhu. "Let them marry, let them marry. One or two, it is all the same." After Jingzhu, there is still the Princess Ning Ping to consider. Mu Tian, watching the pale figure disappear completely, finally spoke. "Have you and sister-in-law truly reconciled?" "We have, though it feels as if it is not entirely resolved." Mu Tian retrieved a prescription from the cabinet beside the writing desk and handed it to Mu Yuan. "I can see that." Mu Yuan accepted the prescription. "Once I resolve matters tomorrow, I shall have a proper discussion with your sister-in-law." Mu Tian noted that Mu Yuan had finished his meal, yet remained seated, half closing his eyes while gazing at him. "Why do you stare at me so? Your white jade crown suits you well. It was a gift from sister-in-law." Mu Yuan grunted softly. "You and your sister-in-law are quite well matched in attire today." Mu Tian paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Brother, instead of indulging in this playful banter and jealousy, perhaps you should consider how to fully reconcile with sister-in-law. I recall the day when my sister-in-law chose a gift for my brother at the Tibetan brocade manor. If she were to withhold it from you indefinitely, that would indeed be unfortunate." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan's handsome brow furrowed slightly. The current state of affairs was entirely of his own making. As the saying goes, what one thinks tends to manifest. Just yesterday, Hu Yao had contemplated Ning Ping, and today she had arrived. After lunch, she was napping in her room, though she could not discern how long she had been asleep when she was abruptly awakened by a commotion outside her door. "The princess cannot enter now. Lady, the young mistress is resting. Would you prefer to come another day?" "What time is it?" "Resting? If she continues to rest, it will soon be time for dinner." "Princess, quickly, stop her. Who dares to obstruct me?" threatened the princess. "Beware. I shall inform Brother Yuan that you are bullying me." At this proclamation from Su Yun, the maidservants found themselves at an impasse. Should they stop her or not? By the time they resolved to intervene, she had already entered the room. Hu Yao was thus groggily pulled from her bed by Su Yun. "Sister Yao, did you not sleep well last night?" "Sister Yao?" Oh, it suddenly dawned on her. The Ningping princess had mentioned they should address each other as sisters. Thanks to the princess, her sleep had been even more elusive. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" It was not merely a restless night. In truth, she had not slept at all. The very thought of Mu Yuan's impending marriage to Jing kept her wide awake. I have come to invite Sister Yao to accompany me to Jing Chong Temple. And please, do not keep calling me Princess. Simply refer to me as Yiyun. Why does Yiyun wish to take me to Jing Chong Temple? Hu Yao had heard of this temple in Jin City, renowned for its vigorous incense offerings and reputed efficacy. Nobility and commoners alike flocked there to seek blessings. I have heard that Taoist Xianqing has returned from his travels and is presently at Jing Chong Temple. His divinations and fortune-telling are said to be remarkably accurate. Given its reputed efficacy, it is likely that many will seek his counsel today. We may not even be able to see him. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone our visit. No, if we do not go today, who knows when the next opportunity will arise. Taoist Xianqing is known for his unpredictable travels, and he only offers his guidance to those fated to receive it, so there shouldn't be too many people. I certainly do not consider myself among the fortunate. I shall not go. Upon uttering this, Hu Yao lay back down, only to be playfully pulled by Su Yun. Sister Yao, just accompany me. Once we finish our divination, I shall treat you to a meal at the Huai Lu. Consider it a favor from Yun. Hu Yao possessed a significant flaw. She could not resist the charms of those who looked appealing, especially when they feigned helplessness. Furthermore, she was quite curious to visit the Huai Lu. She withdrew her arm from Su Yun's embrace and relented. Fine, fine, I shall go. I knew you would agree. Sister Yao, quickly, let us prepare you. After Su Yun commanded the preparations, she settled down to enjoy some pastries while waiting. The maidservants, under the pressure of Su Yun's watchful eye, hastened their efforts, and before long, Hu Yao was ready. Grabbing a silk fan from the divan, she declared, "Let's be off." Su Yun seamlessly linked her arm with Hu Yao's as they stepped outside. Waving her fan, Hu Yao asked, "Aren't you bothered by the heat?" Su Yun replied with a smile, "Not at all. I have long wished to walk alongside a friend like this." Hu Yao teased, "One might think you fear I would flee. Sister Yao would never escape, would she? Of course not. The princess regards me as a friend, and naturally, I reciprocate her sentiment. In the Liang Kingdom, I possess no companions. She is my first true friend. Suziun Jukka Sopti." And I discern that any woman capable of winning Brother Yuan's affection must possess remarkable discernment. Hu Yao smiled helplessly. Su Yun indeed extends her affection to those associated with her beloved. Chapter 40. Forbidden Arts. Jing Chong Temple exudes an ancient and tranquil aura, adorned with verdant tiles and crimson columns. Hu Yao and Su Yun alighted from their carriage and traversed the serene mountain path towards Jing Chong Temple. Although the temple was filled with many worshippers, it remained remarkably quiet. After lighting incense, they inquired about the whereabouts of the young Taoist priest, Xianqing. The young acolyte merely shook his head, indicating ignorance of his location. The duo, accompanied by their maidservants, meandered through the temple but still failed to locate the white-haired, slender man clad in a white Taoist robe as described by the acolyte. Su Yun grumbled. Could it be that the acolyte is deceiving us? After searching for so long, where could this white-robed priest possibly be? Hu Yao offered consolation. Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. Su Yun, smiling, linked her arm with Hu Yao's. Sister Yao, let us visit the pleasure pavilion. They strolled outward, engaging in light conversation. In the course of their discourse, Hu Yao noted that Su Yun mentioned the young master of the Jiang Duke's manor, Jiang Mingyuan, far more frequently than she did Mu Yuan. Hu Yao harbored no favorable impressions of the Jiang family, and consequently regarded Jiang Mingyuan with disdain. As Hu Yao contemplated advising Su Yun to distance herself from the Jiang family, she heard Su Yun curiously inquire, "Sister Yao, did you happen to wear a poorly crafted incense pouch tied at your waist when you left?" Hu Yao paused, glancing down at her waist. The pouch gifted by Mu Yuan was missing. Ever since Mu Yuan had presented her with the pouch, she had adorned it daily. She had intended to cease wearing it after Mu Yuan's wedding to Jingzhe the following day, yet it had inexplicably vanished today. Hu Yao's breath momentarily faltered as she grasped Su Yun's arm and moved towards the exit. If it is lost, so be it. It appears that I am simply not fated to possess that pouch. Her relationship with Mu Yuan mirrored her connection with the pouch, a fate marked by absence. Su Ziyun, observing Hu Yao's concealed sorrow, exclaimed with fervor, It was indeed your pouch. How can there be no fate? We can surely find it again. After all, it is still early. If we search diligently, we are bound to recover it. Hu Yao was taken aback by Su Yun's enthusiasm, nodding in acknowledgement. Su Ziyun, seeing her acquiescence, instructed the maidservants to disperse and search. Each of them, accompanied by their maidservants, ventured in different directions. Hu Yao scoured several grand halls they had previously visited, yet found nothing. Just as she was about to concede, she spotted a secluded courtyard to the north. In the courtyard stood a magnolia tree adorned with blooming white flowers, and there, tied upon the tree, was her missing red pouch. Hu Yao hurriedly approached and retrieved the pouch from the magnolia tree, inspecting it closely. Indeed, it was the very pouch embroidered by Mu Yuan. Behind the magnolia tree, the innocent voices of children reached her ears. Master Taoist, please tell us what became of Emperor Lai Zhao. I asked my father, and he said there was no such emperor in the Liang kingdom. How could your unlettered father possibly know? Does your father know? My father is a scholar. Of course he knows. He even understands the meaning of posthumous titles. Then what does Lai Zhao signify? The children, animatedly engaged in debate, were soon addressed by the man they referred to as the Taoist priest. Why not inquire about the meaning of Lai Zhao from the sister who ties the fragrant sachets behind the magnolia tree? Just as Hu Yao finished securing her sachet and prepared to leave, she was drawn towards the Taoist by 3 or 4 children calling out, "Sister, sister." Before her stood a man with flowing white hair and a handsome visage, slender in form, clad in a white Taoist robe. He exuded an ethereal presence, akin to that of an immortal. "Sister, sister, do you know what Lai Zhao means? What does Lai Zhao signify?" Hu Yao indeed had knowledge of it. In her childhood, upon learning of mortality, she felt profound sorrow and resolved to find a posthumous title for herself. This endeavor led to a reprimand for her father, during which she discovered the meaning of Lai Zhao. To serve the people is to be Lai, to uphold virtue and respect one's profession is Lai, to possess beauty and grace is Zhao, and to be renowned and widely acknowledged is Zhao. Am I mistaken? Taoist Xianqing? Xianqing, resting his chin on his hand, smiled and replied, "Not a word amiss." "What does that mean?" "I cannot comprehend. Neither do I understand." The children chimed in. "Please continue, Taoist, and we shall understand in due time." "Indeed, indeed. Since we have encountered a lady, it must be fate. She might as well listen, and afterward I shall offer her some insights. I have a dear friend. Might you also provide her with guidance?" "Of course." Xianqing turned to an inn, saying, "I would trouble you, my lady." Hu Yao nodded as and looked her way. Once and departed. The children eagerly urged Taoist Xianqing to recount a story. "Previously, I spoke of Emperor Lai Zhao, who ruled during a time of peace and prosperity. After 2 years on the throne, he passed the crown to his younger brother, who was also a wise ruler." Hu Yao gazed at Xianqing, somewhat perplexed. After abdicating, the emperor entered the Taoist temple to cultivate his practices, distancing himself from those close to him, leaving many to wonder about his intentions. I know. He must have sought the secrets of immortality. Indeed, since ancient times, emperors have yearned for eternal life. Perhaps he aspired to become a deity. Enough speculation. Let the Taoist continue. "Please, Taoist, proceed." Taoist Xianqing smiled at Hu Yao, saying, "The emperor discovered a text that spoke of reversing heavenly principles, allowing the dead to return. The emperor wished to employ this technique, yet it was forbidden." Chapter 41. The matters of the world have their causes on this sultry day. A chill coursed up Hu Yao's spine, momentarily dispelling her discomfort. She recalled a dream she had previously experienced and cautiously inquired, "Taoist, does this forbidden technique require the use of a yellow talisman?" "I do not know, but—" Hu Yao swallowed nervously. "But what?" "But it is merely a story. Do not let dreams burden your thoughts of past lives. I foresee that you possess a countenance that shall bestow blessings for millennia, granting you longevity." Hu Yao paused slightly, smiling as she responded, "I appreciate your auspicious words, Taoist." A little girl tugged at Taoist Xuanqing's white robe, asking, "And then what happened?" "He died." "What? Just like that, he perished? How lamentable." The text concluded with the assertion that Emperor Lai Zhao left no heirs, no consorts, and no children, passing at the age of 24. So what moral does this story impart? The children responded in exasperation. One must not practice forbidden or malevolent arts. Every time it ends the same way. It's predictable. Indeed, I shall no longer believe in the Taoist tales. Next time, please weave a different narrative. Let's go now. Off to enjoy some cool water. The children scattered in a flurry, leaving Master Xianqing seated beneath the tree. Hu Yao found the scene amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Master Xianqing, however, gazed silently at her. I have arrived, Sister Yao, Su Yun exclaimed, rushing in with a young acolyte in tow. The maids, holding up their skirts, hurried after her, reminding her to slow down. The acolyte respectfully announced, a distinguished guest seeks the master. I shall attend shortly, Master Xianqing replied, turning to Su Yun. If you wish to contemplate fate, there is no need for a lottery. Su Yun, panting, looked at Master Xianqing in disbelief. The connection of destiny from past to present lingered in the air, far away, yet close at hand. Jiang Yuan? As Yao pondered Master Xuanqing's words, Su Yun interjected, I knew it was Brother Yuan. Isn't that precisely what it means? Hu Yao raised an eyebrow. Perhaps there is some truth to that. Huh? Master Xianqing blinked, confusion etched on his face. Su Yun grasped Master Xuanqing's hand, exclaiming, Master, you truly possess remarkable insight. Master Xianqing quietly withdrew his hand and offered the lottery cylinder to Hu Yao. Go on, draw. Sister Yao, do not be anxious, Su Yun encouraged. Though Hu Yao initially felt calm, the scrutiny of the crowd and Su Yun's words caused her to feel a twinge of apprehension. With her eyes closed, she randomly drew a stick from the cylinder. Su Yun, brimming with excitement, took the stick from Hu Yao's hand and presented it to Master Xianqing. Master, please take a look. After examining the stick for a considerable time, Master Xianqing finally spoke. It is an auspicious sign. All your wishes shall be fulfilled. Just follow your heart. Hu Yao bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. I hope that, as you say, I may return to Nanwei as desired. Master Xianqing, holding the cylinder, strolled away from the courtyard. Standing beneath the magnolia tree, Hu Yao gazed at his retreating figure and posed a question she had been pondering. Master, does the Emperor Lai Zhao in your story ultimately achieve his desires? Master Xuanqing's voice was soft, barely audible. Indeed, he finds fulfillment. Sister Yao, what story? What Emperor Lai Zhao? Su Yun inquired. I will tell you while we ride in the carriage. Very well. Let us proceed to the Hu in Lu. Hu Yao nodded. As she glanced at the pouch at her waist, her eyes caught a glimpse of a lottery stick that had fallen to the ground unbeknownst to her. She picked it up and instructed Ping Ping to deliver it to Master Xianqing. Although Ping Ping located Master Xianqing, the young acolyte informed her that he was occupied with a distinguished guest, so she handed the stick to him and departed. The acolyte examined the stick closely before delivering it to the room and retreating outside. Master Xianqing regarded the man across from him, leisurely sipping tea, and nonchalantly placed the stick sent by the acolyte back into the cylinder, shaking it gently. Let me draw a fortune and see, he murmured. The young man in red pushed the cylinder back. I do not believe in such things. It is mere curiosity. Master Xianqing returned the cylinder if you draw. I shall reveal the fortune your wife just drew. No sooner had he spoken than a stick landed on the table. Seeing Master Xuanqing's unusual expression upon reading the stick, Mu Yuan chuckled. It seems you have drawn an unfavorable sign. Master Xianqing shot him a glare, returning the stick inscribed with the number 58 to the cylinder. I advise you not to tread the treacherous path, lest the untamed horse falter. Mu Yuan dismissed the notion of fate, stating that if one were truly faced with the brink of life and death, one could carve out a path to survival. Xianqing's expression darkened, admonishing Mu Yuan, do you not realize what your fortune foretells? It speaks of self-destruction at Wu River. A path of survival lies before you, yet you choose death. Mu Yuan, holding a black glazed teacup, retorted with a hint of mockery. Thus, I profess my disbelief in such omens. I am neither foolish nor naive. Why would I forsake a path to life for one that leads to demise? Xianqing carefully stored the fortune sticks, warning him to abandon such beliefs. Mu Yuan, narrowing his phoenix-like eyes, set down the teacup. And what of my wife's fortune? You claim disbelief, yet when it concerns her, I must take it to heart. If she believes, then I too shall believe. Your words are as empty as the wind, Xian Qing scoffed, rolling his eyes. Your wife's fortune is quite auspicious. Perhaps in the annals of history, her name shall be immortalized. Mu Yuan absently tapped the table. I appreciate your kind words. Our esteemed guest has arrived at the second hour of the afternoon. A respectful voice of a young acolyte echoed from outside. Mu Yuan retrieved the fallen fortune slip from the ground, placed it upon the table, and departed. Xian Qing called out to Mu Yuan's retreating figure. When should I arrive? In 2 days. The acolyte entered and respectfully replied, Our esteemed guest requests that the Taoist master come after the morning meal in 2 days. Xian Qing picked up the fortune slip from the table, noting his ability to give instructions. The acolyte, noticing the slip in Xian Qing's hand, leaned in to examine it. This is the very fortune I just provided to the Taoist master. Did the esteemed guest draw this? Xian Qing casually tossed the fortune slip back into the container. He merely picked it up. What a coincidence! This is the same slip I gave earlier. The lady who provided it said it was found by their mistress, the one in the light yellow robe, whom you mentioned would live a long life. Xian Qing paused for a moment, reaching for the container, only to find the slips now mingled together. The acolyte reminded him, This is the 24th slip. Well done, Xian Qing commended the young boy, patting his head as he extracted the slip. It read, A good fortune comes from renewed connections. The affairs of the world are bound by cause and effect. Chapter 42. Yi Jing. As dusk approached, the Jingchang temple was mostly deserted, save for a few lingering devotees. The magnolia tree stood silently in the courtyard, while Hu Yao and Su Yun returned to the courtyard where they had serendipitously encountered Taoist Xian Qing earlier. Su Yun picked up a silk handkerchief from the ground, waving it at Hu Yao, just as he said it was dropped. Let us hurry and leave, Su Yun exclaimed, gathering her skirts as she rushed over. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from a larger room in the corner, followed by a woman's cries. Is anyone there? Please help me. I beg you, let me out. I implore you. The woman's voice was hoarse and her words slurred. Upon hearing the cries, Su Yun clutched Hu Yao's sleeve in fear. Sister Yao, it sounds like a woman in distress. No, could it be a ghost? Despite her usual fearlessness, she admitted, I fear ghosts above all else. Hu Yao comforted her with a reassuring pat. Do not be afraid. It is likely someone who accidentally got trapped inside. She approached the room from which the voice emanated, with Su Yun anxiously trailing behind, gripping her sleeve tightly. Hu Yao paused at the door, surveying the room before her. The door was locked and all windows tightly sealed. As Hu Yao observed the room, Su Yun had already begun to inquire about the woman within. So, you merely felt a darkness envelop you, and upon awakening, you found yourself here? Yes. I implore you, my lady, please assist me. Once I am free, I shall personally express my gratitude to you. Hu Yao found the voice somewhat familiar, as though she had heard it before. Su Yun, hands on her hips, demanded, First, tell this princess your name and surname. Hu Yao couldn't help but find Su Yun's demeanor amusing. It was as if she were the one who had imprisoned the girl rather than aiding her. Princess, you are the Ningping princess. I am Yi Jing, daughter of the minister of the imperial household, Yuan Mao. I earnestly hope you will help me. The name Yi Jing startled Hu Yao, prompting her to glance at the lock on the door. In her previous life, she had heard the palace maids speak of the eldest daughter of the minister of the imperial household, Yi Jing. It was said that Yi Jing had gone missing after visiting a temple and was discovered the following night in an abandoned residence, disheveled and in a state of distress. As a result of this scandal, her reputation was irreparably tarnished. To preserve the honor of her family, she ultimately hanged herself. Hu Yao had never comprehended why women of the Liang kingdom would resort to such drastic measures to protect their dignity. But she speculated that those who had painstakingly orchestrated her transfer from the palace hoped she would take similar actions. Should they fail to assist Yi Jing today, she would likely meet the same tragic fate as in her past life. While searching for something to break the lock, Hu Yao reassured her, Do not worry, my lady. We shall certainly rescue you. Yun, quickly find someone to unlock the door. We must save Yi Jing at once and leave this place. Upon hearing Hu Yao's words, Su Yun suddenly crouched by the door. What are you doing? Su Yun produced a peculiar key from somewhere, her expression unusually grave as she set about unlocking it. Moments later, with a click, the lock sprang open. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Yao inquired, "How did you manage to unlock it?" Su Yun carefully stowed the key and removed the lock with precision. "Jiang Mingyuan taught me. When he was young, his grandmother would lock him up, and his brother Yuan would help him escape. After a time, when Yuan fell ill and could not assist him, he learned to unlock it himself and then taught me." Hu Yao pushed the door open, realizing the situation. A familiar fragrance wafted forth, one that gave her a slight headache. It was reminiscent of the scent she had encountered in the Jiang Guogong's residence before her rebirth. Could Yi Jing's confinement be connected to those individuals? A woman in a pale green gown rushed out, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Hu Yao pulled Su Yun back several steps until they could no longer detect the scent before turning to observe the woman who had emerged. Upon recognizing her face, Hu Yao was taken aback. It was she, the gentle and refined lady who had captured Erlang's heart at Songjinzhuang. No wonder the voice had seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Jing paused upon seeing Hu Yao, then bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, princess and my lady, for saving my life. I shall be sure to repay your kindness." Su Yun, unabashed, replied, "Very well, you shall cover the expenses of Huanyue Tower tonight." Yi Jing, momentarily stunned, nodded and replied, "All right, of course." Hu Yao took Su Yun's hand as they made their way outside, intending to leave Jingchong Temple first, with the matter of repayment to be discussed later. Yi Jing followed closely behind, but Su Yun suddenly halted. Hu Yao turned to her and asked, "What is it?" Su Yun glanced at the two of them, retrieving a small pouch from her pocket. "Please wait a moment. This princess shall add something for them." Yi Jing cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, what is this?" "It's a mesmerizing incense," Su Yun replied. Jiang Mingyuan said it could incapacitate 2 or 3 bulls at once. Jiang Mingyuan again. Without waiting for their reaction, Su Yun covered her mouth and nose and hurried into the room. Yi Jing retracted her hand, which had instinctively reached out to stop Su Yun, and turned to Hu Yao, speaking softly, "Are you not going to prevent the princess?" "Why should I?" Hu Yao responded. "I thought you wished for the same." Yi Jing understood that had it not been for Hu Yao and the Ningping princess's fortuitous appearance today, she might have faced a dire fate. She murmured, "I wish to, but what can be done afterward?" Hu Yao's gaze darkened slightly. "Afterward, they will die." As they spoke, Su Yun had already returned, pulling them towards the courtyard. "Hurry! We must escape." Just as the three reached a concealed spot outside the courtyard, they heard the laughter of men. Hu Yao looked up, her breath catching. The three entering the courtyard were indeed those who had been with Qin Zhan in her previous life. Drawing on her years of experience with tales, Su Yun speculated on what might unfold. "Jiang San? I never expected him to stoop so low. I had thought him a man of integrity. Let us see how this princess deals with them." Yi Jing urgently grasped Su Yun's arm, her voice trembling. "Your Highness, please don't go. If you provoke them, they may harm you. Who dares to threaten this princess?" Su Yun retorted defiantly. "For your sake, I shall pretend to know nothing of today." Yi Jing frowned. "How can we act as if we know nothing? Those 3 young masters hold esteemed positions. They are not to be trifled with by the Yi family. I do not wish to bring trouble upon my family. Let us return, Your Highness." Su Yun shook off Yi Jing's hand, declaring, "You fear trouble, but I do not." "Yi Jing, let her go. Su Yun, you must confront them." Chapter 43. A drink to soothe 1,000 sorrows. Su Yun looked at Hu Yao in disbelief. "Sister Yao, what did you just say?" "I said you should go in and confront them. If you cannot do that, can you ensure they are expelled from Jin City forever?" Su Yun shook her head. "I cannot achieve that, but I can report this matter to my uncle, the emperor, and to my mother and father." "What will you tell them?" "Of course, I shall inform them that they have imprisoned Yi Jing, and then, shall I relay your suspicions to His Majesty?" "Yes. And afterward, will His Majesty act upon your conjectures? Will he banish them from Jin City?" Su Yun shook her head, lost in thought. Hu Yao took Su Yun's hand, speaking gently. "Yun, remain calm. If you rush in now, it may bring you momentary relief, but have you considered how they might retaliate against Yi Jing afterward? In Liang country, to dispose of a woman, one need only repeat today's events. What then for Yi Jing?" Yi Jing began to sob softly. Su Yun comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Do not cry. We shall devise a long-term plan. They will receive their due retribution. Indeed, They shall face retribution. Hu Yao took both their hands, leading them toward the exit of Jingchang Temple. The shadow guard watched as Hu Yao and her companions departed, securely locking the door behind them and igniting the fragrant incense to elevate the ambience. Upon observing the couplet at the entrance, he felt a chill run down his spine. After this night, it was likely that the trio would either perish or be rendered incapable. As darkness enveloped the sky, the vibrant lanterns adorning the eaves of the pleasure house were lit, radiating a dazzling brilliance and exuding grandeur. Although the customs of Liang Kingdom were not as liberal as those of Southern Wei, Hu Yao had learned from Su Yun that women could dine with 3 or 4 friends in public and stroll through the night market, provided they returned home before the hour of the boar. Hu Yao, Su Yun, and Yi Jing visited the medical hall. After becoming acquainted, they sent a maid back to inform their families of their outing. Upon entering the pleasure house, Hu Yao discovered that it was not merely a place for men to seek indulgence, but also the largest tavern in the city. The first floor was bustling with patrons, while the second floor offered quieter private rooms, and the third floor, reserved for men, was only accessible at night. The first floor was crowded and lively, prompting Hu Yao and her companions to ascend to a private room on the second floor. As Hu Yao pushed open the small window of their room, she noticed that many windows on the second and third floors were ajar, revealing women with veils peeking out and handsome young men fanning themselves as they gazed outside. Gradually, Yi Jing regained her composure and remarked on the lively atmosphere, exclaiming how much more vibrant it was than usual. Su Yun adeptly rang the bell on the door, summoning the courtesan for the banquet, and inquired about the cause of the merriment. The courtesan explained that after tonight, the renowned Hong Shu would retire from her profession, making this her final performance. After entertaining the guests, the evening would return to its customary routine. Su Yun nodded in understanding, instructing the courtesan to attend to her tasks and to return if needed. Yi Jing, curious, asked what the customary routine entailed. Su Yun elaborated that following Hong Shu's performance, the courtesans would present flower bells to the guests on the second and third floors, and those wishing to spend a delightful evening with Hong Shu could ring the bells to signal their interest. Hu Yao, eyeing the elegantly set round table, raised an eyebrow and inquired if it was a matter of the highest bidder wins. Su Yun confirmed, adding that if one did not wish to ring the bell, they could hang it outside the window, indicating that anyone who rang it would pay double the price. Hu Yao smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the round table, then asked Su Yun if there were any male courtesans at the pleasure house. Su Yun, taken aback by the question, hesitated before shaking her head, asserting that there were none. With a blush, Yi Jing asked if Hu Yao had ever encountered a male courtesan. Hu Yao replied that she had only heard of them. In Southern Wei, royal sons and daughters could only leave the palace at the age of 13, and since she had arrived in Liang at the age of 12, she had never had the opportunity to see one. As expected, they have arrived, Su Yun suddenly murmured. Curious, Hu Yao inquired who had come. Su Yun pointed to one of the private rooms on the third floor, indicating that Jiang Mingyuan and his companions had arrived, specifically in the Mingyi Pavilion. Following Su Yun's gaze, Hu Yao caught sight of the window of Mingyi Pavilion being pushed open. A man in purple, holding a fan, was engaging in light-hearted conversation with a gentleman clad in a jade-patterned robe. Hu Yao recognized the man in the jade robe as Xie Tsong, the 9th son of the Liang emperor. The other, she surmised, must be Jiang Mingyuan, as mentioned by Su Yun. Glancing toward Mingyi Pavilion, Hu Yao, relieved to confirm that Mu Yuan was not present, allowed her furrowed brows to relax. Upon encountering Jiang Mingyuan, Su Yun began to curse, prompting Yi Jing to lean closer to Hu Yao and whisper, "Madam, does the princess perhaps harbor feelings for young Master Jiang?" "Perhaps," Hu Yao responded, unsure herself. According to Su Yun, she genuinely wished to wed Mu Yuan, yet her actions clearly indicated a greater concern for the young master of the Jiang family. Lost in her thoughts, Hu Yao was suddenly stirred by a resounding cheer from the crowd below. Peering down, she saw the throng parting to reveal a woman in a jade green and crimson gown, gracefully making her way forward. The woman possessed a captivating allure, her elegance accentuated by an enchanting gaze that did not come off as vulgar. Hong Shu, true to her name, surely, She must be the courtesan spoken of by Ping Ping, and the thought that Mu Yuan had shared numerous intimate moments with Hong Shu, coupled with the knowledge that he was to take in Jing the following day, left Hu Yao feeling quite unsettled. She summoned the banquet maid to bring a few jars of wine, leaning against the window to pour for herself, her gaze lingering on Hong Shu, who was skillfully playing the pipa. Perhaps she should learn to play the pipa as well? No, she had never understood music theory. Even the Guqin lessons her mother had given her in childhood had left her weary. Perhaps Hu Yao's gaze was too intense, for upon finishing her piece, Hong Shu glanced over at her. Their eyes met, and Hong Shu smiled warmly, causing Hu Yao's cheeks to flush uncontrollably. She quickly averted her eyes and silently drank her wine. As the saying goes, a drunken state alleviates 1,000 sorrows. Perhaps intoxication would spare her from having to attend the ceremony the next day. Chapter 44. Intoxicated affections. The sound of flower bells gradually diminished. While the Mingyi Pavilion had long since hung its decorations outside the window, in a fit of anger, Su Yun raised her drink as if to smash it against the Mingyi Pavilion, only to be swiftly restrained by Yi Jing. Hu Yao, feeling slightly tipsy, gazed towards the pavilion, and their disturbance seemed to have caught the attention of those inside. Jiang Mingyuan waved his fan and greeted them with a smile, while the ninth prince beside him merely nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yun, clearly incensed by Jiang Mingyuan's grin, closed the window and muttered a curse before sulking into her drink. Hu Yao contemplated comforting Su Yun, yet words failed her as they hovered on the tip of her tongue. Ultimately, she merely refilled Su Yun's cup. After a considerable time, the sound of the flower bells ceased, confirming Su Yun's assertion that Hong Shu had indeed gone to the Mingyi Pavilion that night. When Yi Jing returned from the restroom, she found that the 5 jars of wine had already been consumed by Hu Yao and Su Yun. Hu Yao, reclining by the window with a smile, inquired, "Which family does the lady belong to? Is she available for marriage?" Meanwhile, Su Yun lay sprawled on the table, cursing Jiang Mingyuan. Yi Jing hurriedly instructed the banquet maid to summon their personal attendants. However, the first to arrive was not their maid, but rather the young master of the Jiangguogong residence. Su Yun, with her eyes closed and inebriated, shouted, "Jiang Mingyuan, go die." Hu Yao, smiling, looked at Jiang Mingyuan and asked, "Which family do you belong to, young master?" Jiang Mingyuan waved his fan and replied, "I am Jiang Mingyuan of the Jiangguogong residence." The glances this young lady had cast upon him earlier suggested she was not unaware of his identity. Yi Jing, glancing at Jiang Mingyuan, hurriedly explained, "Dear young master, the princess is merely speaking drunken nonsense. Please do not take it to heart. It seems the madam, when intoxicated, does not recognize people, so do not let it trouble you. It is often said that alcohol reveals one's true sentiments, and I shall certainly keep this in mind until Su Yun awakens, at which point I will meticulously account for our dealings. As for the young lady, it is quite normal not to recognize someone upon first meeting." Ye Ving inwided, while Jiang Mingyuan closed his fan and stepped beside Su Yun, gently tapping her cheek with it. "Do not touch me, miss, lest you find yourself in peril." "Indeed, I am truly afraid for my life," he replied with a hint of sarcasm. As Yi Jing pondered how to send Jiang Mingyuan away, a servant entered to deliver a message. "Young master, the general's residence has sent for the second young master to retrieve the young lady. The carriage is currently waiting at the back street of Huanlo." Jiang Mingyuan murmured, "Where has Mu Yuan scurried off to at such a time?" He then addressed Hu Yao's personal maid. "Make sure to support her properly. We must not allow the young lady to fall." "Understood," they replied, as Ping Ping and hurriedly stepped forward to assist Hu Yao. Yi Jing felt a sense of relief upon learning that it was the general's second young master coming to escort her, yet a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Initially, when she discovered that the individual beside Hu Yao at Sangjin Pavilion was her uncle, she felt a surge of joy. However, upon realizing that Hu Yao was the Princess Yongle of the Southern Wei and the wife of General Mu, and that the man who captured her heart was the second young master of the Mu family, Yi Jing's budding affections were quelled. As Yi Jing prepared to assist the princess, she observed Jiang Mingyuan already lifting Ning Ping, the princess, into his arms. Hastily, she stepped forward to cradle the princess herself, suggesting, "Allow me to escort the princess back to the manor." Jiang Mingyuan frowned and unhesitatingly reclaimed Su Yiyun from Yi Jing's embrace. There is no need. But Jiang Mingyuan, regarding the fussing Su Yiyun in his arms, gently reassured, do not worry, my dear. I shall ensure the safe return of Princess Ning Ping to the residence of the Grand Princess. It is late, and you must return home. The personal maids of Su Yiyun seemed to sense Yi Jing's concern and stepped forward to offer comfort. Do not fret, Lady Yi. Please return to your home. Indeed, indeed. The princess will certainly fuss for a while after drinking, they added. Typically, only the young master can manage the inebriated princess, so rest assured. Having grown up alongside the princess and being her sworn brother, the young master is quite capable. You need not worry, Miss Yi. With such reassurances, Yi Jing had no choice but to take her leave. In the final moment of departing from the elegant chamber, she thought she saw Jiang Mingyuan crouching down to carry the princess upon his back. Sworn brother? She could not shake the feeling that there was a mutual affection blooming between the princess and Jiang Mingyuan. The path from Huanlo led directly to the back street, which connected to the rear entrances of the residences of various officials' families, and became eerily quiet at night. Ping Ping and Nen, somewhat apprehensive, supported Hu Yao as they made their way. The princess, when intoxicated, had an unfortunate habit of not recognizing people and had a penchant for teasing handsome individuals. In the past, during her time in the Southern Way, the princess once mistakenly consumed fruit wine, and upon encountering Lord Mu, she had clung to him, asking which family he hailed from, if he was eligible for marriage, and inquiring about her appearance. Ultimately, she had even taken his hand, insisting that he must be her secondary husband. At that time, Lord Mu had been left blushing for 3 months whenever he encountered the princess. Upon learning that it was the second young master coming to escort them, Ping Ping and Anne's hearts raced in trepidation. From a distance, Hu Yao spotted a figure clad in moonlight. The individual bore an expressionless visage, his gaze cold and detached, yet remarkably handsome. Hu Yao brushed off Ping Ping and stumbled toward him. Tilting her head, she blurted out, "Whose son are you?" Mu Tian observed Hu Yao's flushed cheeks, slightly furrowing his brow. He was taken aback that someone could forget themselves after drinking. Ping Ping hurriedly seized Hu Yao's errant hand, exclaiming, "Second young master. The young madam is intoxicated." Hu Yao repeated, "Whose son are you?" Ping Ping quietly reminded her, "Young madam, he is your husband's younger brother, the second young master of the general's manor." And an interjected, "You usually refer to the second young master as Erlang." "Husband? Erlang? So he is Erlang. How handsome." As she spoke, Hu Yao shrugged off Ping Ping's grasp and opened her arms, preparing to embrace Mu Tian. Ping Ping and then they gasped, "Young madam, you mustn't." Before she could reach him, Mu Tian grasped her wrist. Hu Yao struggled a few times, but could not free herself. The handsome Erlang ignored her, pulling her away instead. "Erlang, slow down. I can't keep up." Mu Tian silently slowed his pace. "Has Erlang taken a wife? What kind of girl does Erlang like? How does Erlang view me? Why doesn't Erlang speak?" "Erlang," Mu Tian replied curtly, "be quiet." "Erlang, you're hurting my wrist." Mu Tian halted, releasing her wrist. "I barely applied any force." Hu Yao nodded, smiling brightly. "Erlang is truly handsome. This princess loves beautiful people. Dos ilike Erlang. What Erlang?" Ping Ping and then hastily stepped forward to support Hu Yao, urging, "Young madam, mind your words." Hu Yao squinted at the two who interrupted her, one hand playfully entwining itself with Mu Tian's. Ping Ping quickly explained to Mu Tian, "Second young master, the young madam, when intoxicated, tends to speak recklessly and be overly familiar. Please do not take offense." Mu Tian's ears tinged slightly red, and he replied coolly, He gently disentangled Hu Yao's hand from his, regaining hold of her wrist. "Let us go home." Suddenly, Hu Yao seemed to recall something, frowning as she squatted down, refusing to rise while Mu Tian held her wrist. "I want to go back. I refuse to return." As Mu Tian loosened his grip to inquire, he was interrupted by a gentle voice. "Is the princess all right?" A man in an ice-blue brocade robe approached Hu Yao, naturally aiding her to her feet and shielding her behind him. The man turned to Mu Tian and asked, "May I inquire who this young gentleman is?" Mu Tian cast a frosty glance at the man, his eyes icy, and remained silent. Ping Ping, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly clarified, young Master Wang. This is the younger brother of the young general, the second young master of the general's manor. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyun's expression turned solemn. As the second young master, you ought to understand that the etiquette between uncles and aunts is not to be trifled with. The earlier scuffle between you and your sister-in-law, if witnessed by malicious eyes, what do you suppose they would say? Ping Ping felt a jolt of alarm. This was her first realization of the etiquette concerning uncles and aunts in the Liang Kingdom. Mu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. What others say is of no concern to you, young Master Wang, as an outsider. Young Master Wang, being so respectful and principled, should not have concealed my sister-in-law behind him at this moment. If an observant person were to witness this, have you considered what they might say? Wang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. He had seen the two struggling from a distance, and, recalling the dream that Hu Yao had mentioned, momentarily lost his composure. Indeed, he had acted discourteously just now. Hu Yao, gazing at the elegant and handsome gentleman before her, tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Pray tell, which family do you belong to, young Master Wang?" Upon hearing Hu Yao's delicate voice, Ping Ping regained her senses and hurriedly stepped forward to separate them. Yet, Hu Yao clung to Wang Qingyun's sleeve, refusing to let go. "Madam, we ought to return home." Ping Ping coaxed. "It is getting late, and young Master Wang must surely be on his way back as well." Indeed, and then chimed in, "I do not wish to leave. He hasn't told me which family he belongs to. If he doesn't tell me, how can I visit him?" And then, feeling anxious, covered Hu Yao's mouth. "And madam, you are married." Hu Yao released her grip on the gentleman's sleeve and pulled an Anne's hand away from her mouth. "Father once said, I am a princess, and I can," but before she could finish, Ping Ping covered her mouth again. Just as Hu Yao finally managed to remove Ping Ping's hand, she found both handsome gentlemen staring at her, one with an indifferent expression, and the other with a solemn countenance. Hu Yao silently covered her mouth once more, muttering to herself, "Do not look at me, do not look at me." Wang Qingyun observed Hu Yao and remarked, "Your ladyship is inebriated, yet has summoned her younger brother. It appears that what General Shao said in the Great Hall was merely a fleeting thought." Hu Yao nodded quietly in agreement. Mu Tian retorted with sarcasm, "That is certainly preferable to young Master Wang's earlier pretense of ignorance." Hu Yao again nodded in silent agreement. Wang Qingyun's gaze flickered slightly, though he remained silent. It seemed he had recalled something. After all, with such eloquence, how could young Master Wang be unaware of the true meaning behind the colorful notes your sister-in-law asked you to write? Some matters, some individuals, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. As Mu Tian spoke, he did not look at Wang Qingyun, but instead fixed his complex gaze upon Hu Yao. "Colorful notes!" Hu Yao exclaimed, breaking free from Ping Ping and running to Mu Tian's side. She grasped his clothing with one hand and pointed at Wang Qingyun with the other. "Erlang, he is the one who wrote the colorful notes." What is it?" Mu Tian's tone was much gentler than before. Hu Yao lowered her head, confessing, "My husband and I quarreled over the colorful notes. He said I was being nostalgic, and though I once adored the notes and wished to marry him, after marrying my husband, my heart belongs solely to him. I speak nothing but the truth." Ping Ping interjected, "We must never let the princess drink again. She spills all manner of secrets." And then added, "Indeed, the words of a drunkard cannot be trusted." The princess just suggested that the second master and young Master Wang become her concubines. Ping Ping and then exchanged knowing glances and, seizing the moment while Hu Yao was distracted, they expertly guided her toward the carriage. Hu Yao shook off their supportive hands, pouting, "But I haven't finished speaking yet." Ping Ping smiled. "Madam, you can share your thoughts with General Shao once you return to your chambers. He may very well be waiting for you at home." Hu Yao tilted her head and asked, "Is General Shao truly waiting for me?" And hesitant and then remarked, "It should be so, but if the young general has not yet returned, the young lady can certainly wait for him." Ping Ping nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, once the young general returns, the young lady can convey to him what she just shared with the second young master, that her heart is devoted solely to him." Hu Yao, shyly smiling, inquired, "Is the young general handsome? If he is not, may I pursue Erlang and Lord Wang?" They are both quite attractive. Young lady, you must never utter such words in front of the young general, came the admonition. Hu Yao pouted in silence, allowing them to assist her into the carriage. Lord Wang, it would be prudent for you and your belongings to refrain from frequently appearing before my brother and sister-in-law, Mu Tian coldly declared, walking away from the carriage without a backward glance. Wang Qingyun gazed at the slowly departing carriage, an irrepressible bitterness surging within him. He murmured an apology, believing that there was still time for everything. Father, your son harbors feelings for Princess Yongle. I am aware of what I am saying, and I sincerely wish to take her as my wife. I have never asked anything of you throughout my life. Today, I beseech you to advise the emperor during discussions with the ministers regarding the princess's marriage. Father, I implore you. That is sufficient. How would the princess know that I am participating in next year's imperial examination? The young lady chuckled, placing the colored note handed to her by Wang Qingyun into a box. It is undoubtedly because of my cleverness. Wang Qingyun, should you succeed, I will certainly present you with a grand gift. Is the princess speaking truthfully? The young lady nodded with a smile. Of course, but it depends on what you desire. If it is something I possess, I shall naturally grant it. What I desire, the princess surely has. The young lady leaned closer to Wang Qingyun, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What is it? What is it? At that time, I shall personally inform the princess. Will you wait a bit longer? Wang Qingyun raised his hand as if to smooth her somewhat disheveled hair, but he hesitated, placing it back down. He could not act upon his feelings for her in a manner that would overstep boundaries. He now understood her affections for him, and they had ample time ahead. There was no need to rush. The young lady pouted, muttering to herself, when one is named on the gold list, will it be the wedding night? Upon hearing him repeat her words, her cheeks flushed crimson. You misheard. Very well, I misheard. It was he who was mistaken. He was late. Chapter 46. Intoxicated affections in the stillness of the night. As Mu Yuan stepped into the eastern chamber, he was immediately surrounded by maidservants. Young general, you must definitely persuade the second young master. Indeed, the young lady is still the second young master's sister-in-law. We cannot cast him out simply because the young lady was sick. Exactly. The carriage was bumpy, and the young lady was intoxicated. Vomiting was inevitable. Young general, the young lady has broken the lanterns of Jean Xian Pavilion. We have replaced them. Would you like to go and take a look? The young lady is quite drunk. I fear she may be unable to see off Sister Jingja tomorrow. The young lady also mentioned wanting to go to the countryside to cultivate her character and vowed never to return to the general's residence. Young general, should we inform the general and the master about the young lady's drunkenness? The general's lady-in-waiting chattered incessantly, causing a headache for Mu Yuan. He frowned slightly and remarked, as long as the lanterns are replaced, I shall persuade Erlang. How is the young lady now? The young lady has just bathed and changed. She is currently in her chamber waiting for you, General. Will the general still sleep in the study tonight? Sleep in the study? The young lady is intoxicated. Indeed, General, this is a fleeting opportunity. The saying goes, couples may quarrel at the head of the bed, but reconcile at the foot. How do you know that the young lady and the general have quarreled? Are you foolish? The young lady never drinks, and the general has been sleeping in the study lately. It is evident they have had a disagreement. Ah, I see. Mu Yuan thought to himself that he had spoiled these girls too much with Hu Yao's indulgence. From tomorrow onwards, you shall all serve in the West Wing. At this proclamation, the maids scattered in a flurry, unwilling to face the second young master, fearing his reprimands would bring them to tears. Mu Yuan entered the room, only to see a small head peeking out from behind the screen. Hu Yao's fair and delicate face was tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes gazing at him with a hint of bewilderment. After a moment, she shyly retreated behind the screen. A faint smile played upon Mu Yuan's lips as he gently closed the door. Just as it clicked shut, the figure behind the screen emerged again, softly inquiring, "Which family do you belong to?" "Your husband," he replied. Hu Yao, with a puzzled tilt of her head, asked, "My husband?" Leisurely, Mu Yuan loosened the sash at his waist and said, "Yes, your husband." The figure behind the screen gestured for him to come closer, speaking in a playful, mysterious tone. "Come here, husband." Mu Yuan casually hung the sash on a wooden rack and approached the screen. As he drew nearer, Hu Yao felt an inexplicable shyness wash over her, though she was not fond of her attire, which felt as if she were clad in naught. The maids had assured her that men preferred their wives to dress in such a manner. Her husband was a man. Surely he would appreciate it. What's the matter? Mu Yuan's voice faltered as he beheld Hu Yao. She wore her hair loosely, clad in a sheer, rosy garment that subtly showcased her delicate figure beneath. Mu Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson, and he found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. Not receiving the praise she anticipated, Hu Yao tilted her head and gazed intently at him, asking, "Do you like it, husband?" Whether he liked it or not, Hu Yao could not discern. All she knew was that immediately after her question, her husband casually retrieved a red brocade robe from the rack and wrapped it around her. As he turned to face away from her, he reminded her to fasten the robe securely. "Tie it tighter," he instructed. His voice, though low and slightly husky, was melodious, and she had noted how exceptionally handsome he truly was. Hu Yao obediently responded, slowly donning the brocade robe. The ties proved troublesome, sometimes one and sometimes two, and she struggled to fasten them properly. She tugged gently at Mu Yuan's sleeve, her voice soft as she said, "Husband, I cannot tie the strings well. Would you help me?" Mu Yuan nodded and turned back around, swiftly tying two firm knots for her. He detected a faint scent of alcohol on Hu Yao and frowned. "How much have you drunk?" Hu Yao, with a beaming smile, extended 4 fingers and waved them before Mu Yuan, saying, "Husband, guess." Mu Yuan grasped her flailing hand and replied, "For jars." Hu Yao shook her head, pouting, "Husband, you underestimate me." Mu Yuan inquired, "Ferns?" Hu Yao proudly nodded, "Husband, am I not impressive?" Mu Yuan's expression turned somewhat helpless. "Indeed, my lady is quite remarkable. Even inebriated, she dares to wear whatever she pleases." "Husband, you haven't answered my earlier question," Hu Yao said. Mu Yuan gazed at her lips, which moved enticingly, and leaned in slightly. "What question?" Hu Yao stood on her toes, whispering in his ear, "Do you like my outfit?" Mu Yuan, seemingly recalling something, felt his ears flush. After a moment, he parted his lips gently. "My lady should rest. I will take a bath." Hu Yao sighed as she watched Mu Yuan's retreating figure. He still had not answered her question. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of closing doors and windows echoed outside, a precaution against theft. The distant sound of the watchman's drum could be heard from the general's residence. Hu Yao sighed again. It was already the second watch of the night, and her husband had yet to finish bathing. When Mu Yuan entered, he found Hu Yao sitting on the bed with her head tilted, clutching a soft pillow, appearing drowsy. He sat beside her. "Why are you still awake?" Hu Yao smiled sweetly and scooted closer. "I am waiting for you to sleep together. The matchmaker said that if you come to the room at night, we should sleep together." Mu Yuan teased with a smile. So you remembered what the matchmaker said after drinking. He had not forgotten how Hu Yao had previously drawn the bed curtains, covered herself with a quilt, and pretended to sleep. "I certainly remember. The matchmaker even suggested we look at the book together," Hu Yao said as she attempted to get out of bed to find the book. But Mu Yuan pulled her back. "Let's look at it tomorrow." Hu Yao nodded and reached to untie the sash of her brocade robe. After struggling for a while without success, she looked at Mu Yuan with a hint of disappointment. "Husband, could you help me with this?" Leaning casually against the bed, Mu Yuan smiled down at her and shook his head. He had no intention of letting her untie it when he had tied it just moments ago. Not only would it take her a long time, but it would also take him considerable effort to undo it. Hu Yao huffed, puffing her cheeks, and kicked the quilt he had placed over her legs aside. Mu Yuan gently covered her again, saying, "I will untie it for you tomorrow." "Why?" Mu Yuan smiled slyly, leaning closer to Hu Yao's ear and whispering, "I fear my lady might take advantage of my slumber to kiss and touch me." The warm breath brushed against Hu Yao's ear, sending a ticklish sensation through her. She turned her head slightly, contemplating Mu Yuan's handsome face. After a moment of thought, Hu Yao extended her hands toward him. "Husband, perhaps you should bind my hands as well." Chapter 47. May I kiss you? Mu Yuan gazed at Hu Yao as delicate, fair wrists and let out a low, husky laugh. Hu Yao felt a bit embarrassed by his laughter, her already flushed cheeks deepening in color. Husband, do not laugh. I am doing this just in case. Besides, you cannot blame me. It is your fault." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow in jest, teasingly remarking, "How is it my problem if my wife wishes to be affectionate with me?" She hesitated, confessing, "I never thought it was possible until you mentioned it. And now I find myself yearning to do so, yet I do not wish to impose upon my husband." Hu Yao twisted the corner of a soft pillow, occasionally stealing glances at Mu Yuan from the corner of her eye. Observing her subtle movements, Mu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently grasped her chin, urging her to meet his gaze. His thumb caressed her jawline, inadvertently brushing against her lower lip. "Does my wife wish to touch me?" Hu Yao responded coyly, "Yes." Mu Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed as he chuckled. "Does my wife desire to kiss me?" Hu Yao, entranced by Mu Yuan's delicate lips, found herself swallowing hard and asked, "Husband, may I kiss you?" Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed playfully as he leaned closer to her, their warm breaths intertwined, causing Hu Yao to clutch her pillow with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Mu Yuan's lips parted slightly, no. Hu Yao was taken aback. Why not? He then covered himself with the blanket, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to sleep. "Why not?" she exclaimed, hurling the pillow at him in frustration. Mu Yuan caught it effortlessly, replying, "I do not wish to take advantage of a drunken person. We shall discuss this once you are sober tomorrow." "Tomorrow again," she muttered. "Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there?" Hu Yao retrieved the pillow he offered and tossed it to the corner of the bed before cuddling his arm, pouting, "Husband, I am actually quite sober now. Just a little kiss, and then we can sleep, all right?" Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Sober, you say?" Hu Yao nodded vigorously. "It seems you truly are," he mused, cradling her face and placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Now sleep." Hu Yao complied, dutifully tucking herself under the covers, turning her back to Mu Yuan. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. "I await tomorrow, as all things fall into delay." She had always felt her husband harbored little affection for her. This moment only confirmed her fears, as he had only kissed her reluctantly after her repeated entreaties. She recalled how her mother had never been refused a kiss from her father, even when intoxicated. Yet her husband used her drunkenness as an excuse to deny her. Just as Mu Yuan was about to lie down, he noticed Hu Yao's frail back trembling slightly. Leaning closer, he discovered she was crying, her tears flowing quietly yet profoundly. Alarmed, he reached out to wipe the tears from her cheek. "Is something amiss?" His inquiry seemed to unleash a torrent, as Hu Yao's tears cascaded down like relentless rain. "Woe is me," she sobbed softly, refusing to respond. Mu Yuan's brow furrowed, his expression growing anxious. He pulled her into his embrace, asking gently, "Why are you crying?" Hu Yao clung to his neck, weeping, "Husband, why do you not love me?" Mu Yuan tenderly stroked her back. "I love you. How could I not?" Hu Yao released her grip around his neck, her tear-filled eyes searching his. "You do not love me. When I was drunk, you did not come for me. You even argued with me over the colored paper and wanted to send me away." Mu Yuan paused, bewildered. "When did I ever wish to send you away?" Hu Yao fell silent, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Mu Yuan comforted her, saying, "I will never drive you away, my lady." Hu Yao pouted and replied, "Yet you knew I had a fondness for colored paper before you married me. Why then did you argue with me over it?" Mu Yuan lowered his gaze, resting his chin on her shoulder, confessing, "I was merely feeling jealous. I feared that you still harbored feelings for Wang Qingyun, who has affection for you, and you reciprocate." Hu Yao interrupted him. "Husband, Wang Qingyun has never expressed any affection for me. He doesn't like me, so please do not feel jealous." Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Raising his eyes to meet Hu Yao's, he realized that had it not been for Hu Yao's dream, he might have been like Wang Qingyun, scheming and waiting for the right moment, ultimately failing to express his own feelings for her. Hu Yao wrapped her arms around his neck and tilted her head to look at him. "If you love me, why not kiss me more? You only kissed me once just now." At her words, Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile dancing in his eyes as he quipped, "Is that why you wept like a sorrowful soul, because of the lack of kisses?" Hu Yao shyly averted her gaze, murmuring, "You ask this knowing the answer." With one arm around her waist and the other cradling her face, Mu Yuan said, "Hu Yao, you are drunk. I do not wish to take advantage of your intoxication and regret it once you awaken." Hu Yao, somewhat confused, murmured, "What is there to regret about kissing?" No matter how much self-control I have, how could it be merely a kiss in bed? Before Mu Yuan could finish his thought, Hu Yao's soft lips pressed against his, prompting him to gently pull her away. This action, however, ignited her fury. Hu Yao began to wail, "You liar! A great liar! Woe is me! My husband is a deceiver, pushing me away again. I shall never love you again. You wish to take a concubine and kiss other women. Take a concubine?" The sound of laughter from Jingzhou was drowned out by Hu Yao's cries. Mu Yuan stood in shock, finally understanding her recent odd behavior. Hu Yao's lamentations made him forget his earlier words entirely. He bowed his head, pressing warm kisses to her cheeks and the corners of her eyes, gently wiping away her tears. Suddenly, a flurry of delicate kisses silenced Hu Yao's sobs, leaving her gazing at Mu Yuan in a daze. His face flushed with a hint of red, and as he caught her gaze, his ears turned crimson as well. Hu Yao yearned to see more, but Mu Yuan covered her eyes with his hand, commanding, "Do not look. Close your eyes." Chapter 48. Awakening from Intoxication in the Darkness. Mu Yuan's warm breath brushed against her ear. "Hu Yao, tomorrow you will regret this, hate me, and demand we part ways, but I shall not relent." His lips were suddenly silenced by her soft, fervent kiss, the mingling of sweet fragrance and faint scent of wine entwining in a series of tender exchanges. A tingling sensation spread as Hu Yao instinctively wrapped her arms around Mu Yuan's neck. Time slipped away, and she felt his heated breath against her neck. The air was filled with murmurs and hushed, raspy breaths. Where their skin met, a thin sheen of sweat formed, sticky and warm. Hu Yao felt herself becoming even more intoxicated. In this moment, she sensed she ought not to speak, yet she could not resist tugging at Mu Yuan's clothing, softly calling out to him, "Husband, I." Amidst her gentle entreaties, Mu Yuan paused, his deep gaze fixed upon her. "What is it?" Hua Yao covered her mouth, looking pitiful as she said, "My husband. I feel nauseous." Mu Yuan paused for a moment, his gaze falling on Hua Yao's somewhat pale face. Noticing his silence, Hua Yao anxiously waved her hands in explanation. "I didn't mean that your kiss made me feel sick. She covered her mouth and hurriedly jumped out of bed, rushing to the cleansing room. Mu Yuan quickly rose to follow her. After she had vomited, feeling utterly exhausted, Mu Yuan carried her out of the cleansing room. She languished in his embrace and looked up at him, her brow slightly furrowed. "Are you angry with me, my husband?" He replied softly, Hua Yao gently tugged at his sleeping robe. "I truly feel unwell and want to vomit. It's not that I intentionally avoided your kisses. I'm not upset about that. I am upset that you did not tell me sooner that you were feeling unwell. Must you endure until you can no longer bear it before confiding in me? Because I also enjoy your kisses, and I wanted to savor them a little longer, so I held back." Her voice grew softer, eventually burying her face in Mu Yuan's chest, falling silent. Accompanying her realization of his affection was the sound of Mu Yuan's low, husky laughter, free and enchanting. He laid her down on the bed and poured a glass of warm water for her. After she finished drinking, she gazed at him drowsily. "My husband, I'm tired. Let us sleep." Hua Yao shifted her body inward, creating a space beside her. "Will you sleep with me, my husband?" Mu Yuan tucked the quilt around her and said, "I will bathe first. You may rest." Hua Yao looked at him in confusion. "Haven't you already bathed?" Mu Yuan gently lifted her chin, brushed his lips against hers, and replied in a deep, languid voice, "Yes, but it's too hot." "Is it hot?" Hua Yao pondered as she glanced at the small fan laboriously blowing air in the room and the ice cubes in the jade dish, eventually drifting off to sleep. She had no idea when Mu Yuan left or returned. All she knew was that in her dreams, she had fallen into a warm embrace. Hua Yao was awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside the general's residence. At first, she wondered which child was bold enough to set off firecrackers outside. It was only when she fully awoke that she realized it was not a child but the joyous celebration of Mu Yuan's marriage to the bamboo of the Awakening of Insects Festival. Looking around her empty bedroom, she pouted slightly. She softly called out for Ping Ping and an but no one appeared. So she picked up a silk fan and sat on a small couch by the window. The ice in the jade dish beside her had melted into water. Hua Yao felt it mirrored her current mood, her heart as stagnant as the water. Sigh. She let out a breath. reminiscing about the events following her drunkenness the previous day. She had gone to the joyful pavilion with Su Yiyun and Yi Jing. After seeing Hong Shu, her frustration led her to drink, and she became intoxicated after only a few sips. It seemed Mu Yuan had spent the night in her room. She vaguely remembered vomiting. In a half-wakeful state, she seemed to have disturbed Mu Yuan repeatedly, whether out of hunger, thirst, or the need to use the restroom, not knowing how many times she had fidgeted before finally settling down to sleep. Perhaps she had deliberately troubled him to prevent his marriage to the bamboo. Though it was clear she had not succeeded. Upon awakening, she noticed the spot beside her in bed was devoid of warmth. Hu Yao set aside her round fan and lowered her gaze to untie the intricate golden silk ribbons of her crimson brocade gown. Who could fathom why she was adorned in Mu Yuan's attire? The more she attempted to loosen the ties, the tighter they seemed to constrict, fueling her frustration, which only intensified her struggle. "Madam, you are awake." A youthful voice emerged from behind the screen as a young maid, no older than 12 or 13, rushed towards her, clutching a painting. "Madam, are you still unwell?" The maid gasped upon noticing the jade crystal plate, exclaiming, "Oh, the ice has melted. I shall fetch fresh ice immediately." "Madam, this is a painting sent by Guardian yesterday. He mentioned it was requested by the young general. Please hold on to it for him while I retrieve the ice." The maid hurriedly thrust the painting into Hu Yao's arms before dashing out of the room. "Guardian, Yanjin?" Hu Yao mused, reflecting on how she hadn't seen Yanjin in recent days, likely occupied with procuring the painting for Mu Yuan. What could be so significant about this artwork that it warranted the attention of a personal guard, since Mu Yuan could marry another? Was it truly excessive for her to steal a glance at his painting? As Hu Yao slowly unfurled the scroll, her eyes were met with a pair of delicate pink and white embroidered shoes, leading up to a soft pink skirt. The sound of footsteps outside startled her, prompting her to hastily conceal the painting atop the cabinet. She felt a twinge of guilt as she fanned herself with a round fan, realizing that despite Yan Jin's seemingly upright character, he was clandestinely aiding Mu Yuan in acquiring portraits of women. Truly, a master and his servant are often of kind. Yet, she wondered where the woman in the painting might be now. Judging by her attire, she likely had not yet reached adulthood. The young maid, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed in carrying a bucket of ice. With deft motions, she replaced the water in the jade crystal plate with fresh ice before bowing cheerfully and departing with the bucket. As Hu Yao regained her composure, she noticed the maid's pale pink figure already at the door. "Isn't this a sight both distant and near?" she exclaimed. "Wait." Hearing her call, the maid quickly placed the bucket down and hurried back to her. "Madam, Ping Ping and Unan have gone to visit Sister Jingjia. The young general said you were quite inebriated and asked them to go in your stead. They will likely return after the banquet. If you have any instructions, just let me know. Why don't you go?" Hu Yao inquired. The maid pouted, looking distressed. "I fear I would cry if I went." Hu Yao, already feeling a tinge of sorrow, found solace in the maid's evident distress, which lightened her own heart. The young maid, Jiang Shi'er, was 12 years old. As she recounted, she had fainted on the road at the age of 10 and was rescued by the valiant Lin Yan, who had just returned from disaster relief. When Mu Yuan returned to Jin City, she accompanied him in search of family. With all her relatives lost, she took residence in the general's manor, learning to manage household affairs under Jing's guidance. Hu Yao felt a sense of familiarity in Jiang Shi'er's story. Upon reflection, it was reminiscent of the tales Ping Ping and Nen had once gathered, about how the young general brought back a young beauty from the border and kept her sheltered within the estate. After dining, Hu Yao reclined on the couch, gazing at the setting sun outside the window. The golden rays of dusk spilled into the room, prompting her to exclaim, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful." Yet it heralds the approach of twilight. Since ancient times, weddings have been celebrated at dusk. At this very moment, Mu Yuan should be exchanging vows with Jingjia. She mused, "Why does the sunset seem so splendid, yet it is merely the onset of twilight?" Hu Yao set down the half-eaten melon and gently patted Jiang Xi on her shoulder, speaking with heartfelt seriousness. "Silly girl, it is perhaps better for you to remain oblivious to certain matters at your tender age. Might you share with me what has stirred such sentiments within you?" Pausing momentarily, her hand on Jiang Xie's shoulder. She turned to see Mu Yuan leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a languid smile gracing his features, embodying the essence of a carefree young master. He was not clad in ceremonial attire, nor in his usual crimson brocade robes, but rather adorned in a gown of pale yellow woven with lotus motifs and gold threads. Why was he here? Jiang Xie curtsied, saying, "Young general, you have swiftly escorted Sister Jingzhe to the residence of the esteemed guardian." Hu Yao blinked in astonishment. Jingzhe and Yanjin? But I thought. Her words faltered as she noticed the intensifying smile on Mu Yuan's face. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken all along. Jingzhe was not to wed Mu Yuan. She was to marry Yanjin. How foolish was she to lose sleep and act irrationally over a matter that was inconsequential. Wait a moment. While she had erred regarding Jingzhe, she was certain about Jiang Xie's situation. Both person and item were indeed within the room. It appeared that Hu Yao and the lady would be engaged in a lengthy discourse tonight. Mu Yuan casually settled onto the couch, his lips curving into a playful smile. "What say you, my lady?" Hu Yao chuckled awkwardly, diverting her gaze from Mu Yuan and subtly shifting to the side. Glancing at Jiang Xie, who still remained in the room, Mu Yuan commanded, "Take your melon and leave." "Yes," Jiang Xie replied promptly, gathering her melon and heading towards the exit. "Xie, do not leave," Hu Yao blurted out, her words escaping before her thoughts could catch up. Jiang Xie halted, intending to approach the young mistress, but was met with a glare from the young general. She could only stand there, motionless beside the screen. "Leave," Mu Yuan reiterated. Jiang Xie, hearing the young general's order and glancing at the pitifully pleading Hu Yao, steeled her resolve and walked over to her side. Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed at Jiang Xie's actions. "Are you planning to share the same fate as the young mistress?" Hu Yao, peering out from behind Mu Yuan, whispered to Jiang Xie, "Do not worry, Xie. I would never allow you to sacrifice yourself for me." Upon hearing Hu Yao's words, Jiang Xie promptly seated herself between Hu Yao and Mu Yuan. She grasped Hu Yao's hand solemnly, declaring, "With your words, dear mistress, I would gladly brave fire and water for you." Hu Yao laughed lightly. "That is quite unnecessary. The young general is a benefactor to you. Since you and the young general are united as husband and wife, you are also a benefactor to me." Mu Yuan, forced to stand as Jiang Xie sat down, furrowed his brow at their intertwined hands. "Benefactor, brave fire and water, is it? Jiang Xie, you shall forego supper tonight. Is it merely a meal?" Hu Yao began to advocate for Jiang Xie, but then saw Jiang Xie release her hand, a look of guilt crossing her face. "My lady, I am so sorry." In a swift motion, Jiang Xie packed her belongings and vanished through the door, even remembering to close it behind her. Hu Yao gazed incredulously at the now-closed door. Just moments ago, Jiang Xie had declared her willingness to face any peril for her, yet in the end, she chose to abandon her for the sake of dinner. How could it be that a princess of the Southern Way and the young mistress of the general's residence was deemed less significant than a mere meal? Mu Yuan settled beside Hu Yao, not because the lady was less appealing than a sumptuous dinner, but because Jiang Xie was famished. Jiang Xie was a life salvaged by Lin Yin after fainting from hunger on the road. Lin Yin indeed harbored affection for her and wished to take her under his care, yet he felt it inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to act thus. He entrusted me with the task of finding Jiang Xie a place to stay, and seeing her adeptness at work, I decided to keep her in the general's residence. Lin Yin likes Xie? Indeed. Once Jiang Xie reaches maturity, Lin Yin will surely come to seek her hand in marriage. Does Xie have feelings for Lin Yin? I observed her singular focus on her meal, suggesting she might not comprehend the notion of affection at all. Perhaps the lady should inquire about Lin Yin when next she has the opportunity. Hu Yao sweetly replied, "Certainly." Mu Yuan, observing Hu Yao's radiant smile, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "By the way, the lady previously mentioned at Guian Pavilion that I am indulging the lovely maiden brought back from the border." Hu Yao hastily changed the subject, insisting it was mere gossip from outsiders, and professed her unwavering trust in her husband as character. "I merely spoke in jest at the time. I can hardly recall it now." "Ha ha ha, hardly recall indeed." Mu Yuan's gaze shifted, his lips curving into a teasing smile. "I, however, remember it quite vividly." Hu Yao instinctively recoiled. She understood that whenever Mu Yuan referred to himself as this subject, it signaled trouble. This subject recalls the princess once said that this subject spent spring nights in the pleasure house with a courtesan, nurturing the beauty brought back from the border while accompanying Princess Ningping to admire flowers and row on the lake. Hu Yao murmured, "Why do you remember so clearly? What the princess has uttered is something this subject has etched in memory, word for word." Hu Yao replied, "It feels a bit like settling scores after the fact." Mu Yuan leaned closer to Hu Yao, his tone laced with an enigmatic lightheartedness. "Now that we've concluded the matter of the lovely maiden, how about discussing my spring nights in the pleasure house with a courtesan?" Chapter 50. Understanding each other's hearts. Mu Yuan's words brought an immediate headache to Hu Yao, reminiscent of the previous days' overindulgence in wine. "I seem to have developed a headache suddenly. Perhaps you could share this later?" Regardless, she knew she would not listen later either. Hu Yao draped a silk quilt over herself. Mu Yuan, gazing down at her with a smile playing on his lips, rose to his feet. "What a pity! I had intended to speak with you about the ninth prince and Hong Shu." "The ninth prince and Hong Shu?" Hu Yao grasped Mu Yuan's arm, pulling him back. "My headache seems to have vanished. Please do continue." "Vanished, has it?" Mu Yuan allowed Hu Yao to draw him beside her. "You need not force yourself. Perhaps you should rest a while." "I am not forcing myself. With you here to converse, I feel much better." Mu Yuan gently brushed back Hu Yao's hair. "Indeed, then today I shall keep you company. I heard someone mention that Hong Shu intends to sever her ties and live a better life. The ninth prince has been assisting her with this." "Is the ninth prince to marry Miss Hong Shu?" Mu Yuan nodded before shaking his head. Hu Yao looked at him in confusion. Xie Jiu indeed harbors feelings for Hong Shu and has helped her, but the one she loves is not him. Hong Shu is to wed a scholar preparing for the imperial examination. As a prince, Xie Jiu's frequenting pleasure houses would not bode well if it were to become public. Ming Yuan and I have borne the brunt of the reputation for spending nights in such establishments, but I have no connection to Hong Shu beyond that, nor have we ever been intimately involved. Upon hearing this, Hu Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Mu Yuan was attempting to explain himself to her, his lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached his ears. Indeed, today was a splendid day. As Hu Yao reached for the round fan, her hand inadvertently brushed against a painting instead. Noticing her sudden distraction, Mu Yuan turned his gaze towards the cabinet. Observing Hu Yao touching a painting, he inquired, "Did Yin Jin send this?" Hu Yao nodded silently. "Has a lady had a chance to examine it?" "Just a little," she replied with a sheepish chuckle, feigning nonchalance. "It fell to the ground, and I merely saw the parts that were scattered. I certainly did not peek." However, Mu Yuan interpreted her words as an admission of having opened it, but not having fully inspected it. "Is this painting significant to my husband?" Hu Yao asked indirectly. Mu Yuan gently caressed the scroll with his fingers, responding, "The painting itself is not important. Rather, the person depicted within holds great significance." Hu Yao murmured quietly, "Surely, my husband must be quite fond of the person in the painting." "Indeed, I am," Mu Yuan replied as he slowly unfurled the artwork. "Would you like to see it?" "Yes." "Oh, perhaps it's better not to look." "You remain unconvinced, do you?" After much internal conflict, Hu Yao finally resigned, saying, "Since my husband so warmly invites me to view the painting, I cannot refuse." Mu Yuan placed the unfurled artwork into her hands. "Could you assist me in determining where it would be most suitable to hang it?" Without even glancing at the painting, Hu Yao declared, "Let us hang it in the study, so my husband can gaze upon it day and night." She was determined it should not be in her bedroom, lest she tear it down one day in a fit of displeasure. "Then it shall be in the study." Mu Yuan acquiesced with a slight nod. "Do you think it resembles you?" "Like a ghost," Hu Yao retorted with a fleeting glance. "Wait." Upon closer inspection, the figure in the painting seems somewhat familiar. She fell into contemplation, realizing, "Isn't this how I appeared on my 13th birthday?" Pointing at the painting and then at herself, she expressed her delight. "Husband, the woman in this painting resembles me." Mu Yuan gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. "Indeed, it is you from beginning to end." Suddenly, Hu Yao covered Mu Yuan's mouth and asked, "Why does my husband possess a portrait of me from when I was 13? Were you perhaps concerned that I would pursue you relentlessly, prompting you to send spies to watch me?" Mu Yuan blinked, finding her reaction rather unexpected. Gently, he removed her hand from his mouth, asking, "What sort of person did you encounter that day?" After pondering for a moment, Hu Yao returned the painting to him. "I did indeed meet a young gentleman who was lost in the palace. Seeing him adrift as the rain poured down, I pointed him in the right direction. Though I did not clearly see his features, his demeanor suggested he was an elegant and refined gentleman. Could it be that this painting was a gift from him? And what has become of that gentleman? Ah, he has returned to his homeland. Before departing, he wished us a long and happy marriage. What of your artistic skills?" "My husband?" Mu Yuan seemed to recall something, his expression tinged with resignation. "My painting was personally taught by His Majesty." Hu Yao, reflecting on Emperor Liang's artistry, remarked, "How truly unfortunate. In my childhood, I failed to comprehend why His Majesty expressed a desire to teach everyone the art of painting, while others sought excuses to slip away. By the time I grasped the meaning, it was already too late." I can vividly imagine the young Mu Yuan diligently learning to paint, occasionally praising Emperor Liang's artistry. Speaking of painting, didn't Mu Yuan just mention the significance of the figures within? He holds affection for those depicted. Placing the artwork on the cabinet, Mu Yuan brought the peeled delicacy to Hu Yao's lips. "Open your mouth," he instructed. Without a moment's hesitation, Hu Yao complied, and a piece of cool, sweet delight entered her mouth. As if anticipating her inquiry, Mu Yuan chuckled. "The wedding candies of Jingzhe and Yanjin. What are you pondering, my lady?" Hu Yao pressed her lips together, averted her gaze from Mu Yuan, and softly inquired, "Does my lord mean to say that the figures in the painting are important, thus implying that you hold affection for me?" "Indeed," Mu Yuan replied, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "Hu Yao, I cherish you. From the beginning to the end, you are the sole object of my affection." Hu Yao's face flushed crimson as she murmured, "But you previously called me a yellow-haired girl and claimed no interest in me." She fiddled with the ties of her crimson robe, pondering why she wore Mu Yuan's attire. Curiously, she tugged at the collar, only to discover the sheer fabric beneath. Chapter 51. The wedding night, Hu Yao's complexion shifted from red to pale and back again. Stammering, she exclaimed, "How did I end up dressed like this?" Mu Yuan's face turned crimson as he replied, "I am unsure. When I returned, you were already clad in that. I feared you might be cold and offered you an outer robe. As for those ties, they are rather intricate and difficult to undo quickly." Hu Yao glanced at the ties and then at Mu Yuan, questioning his sudden embarrassment. Mu Yuan took the hand fan Hu Yao had placed on the cabinet and waved it casually, remarking on the oppressive heat. "Do you truly hold affection for me?" He affirmed, setting the fan aside. Hu Yao's palms were clammy with sweat, her heart racing. "Then, why did you reject me at the Guiyin Pavilion? Why did you insist I fulfill your conditions before marrying me?" Genuine affection does not operate in such a manner. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, nearly choking on her words. Mu Yuan embraced her, stating, "I was angry at that time. Hu Yao, I was consumed by jealousy." Hu Yao gazed at him, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Mu Yuan continued, "Upon returning from Jingzhou, I sensed you had lost interest in me and had developed feelings for Wang Qingyan. I was furious, even wishing to harm him. However, upon reflection, I realized that it was my own rejection of you that led to this outcome. You mentioned I had been reckless while intoxicated, but my misdeeds went beyond that. I had disregarded others' warnings and nearly beaten Zhu Rue to death at the princess's residence. Was it not that young lord of the Zhu family who first spoke disrespectfully? It was not him. Rather, he came to inform me after hearing others speak. I was already in a foul mood, and his taunts only ignited my temper, leading to our quarrel. After receiving punishment, I came to understand that it was better to let go than to cling to such grievances." Mu Yuan seemed to recall something amusing, smiling as he said, "You, who had clearly moved on and placed your heart with Wang Qingyun, suddenly declared your wish to marry me. It irked me, compelling me to wish for your discomfort as well. At that moment, I expressed those conditions and immediately regretted it, never anticipating that you would acquiesce." Mu Yuan paused and said, "Hu Yao, I find it difficult to believe that you would genuinely change your mind and agree to marry me solely because of a dream. Yet here you are, marrying me because of one." Hu Yao gently leaned against Mu Yuan, listening intently as he continued. Mu Yuan, let out a self-deprecating laugh, acknowledging that he was well aware of your disdain for that dream, yet he found himself secretly reveling in it, grateful for its existence. Hu Yao, do you regret marrying me? Hu Yao shook her head, caressing Mu Yuan's brow, stating, I chose you. I will not regret it. Regret is futile. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, Mu Yuan's radiant smile was so captivating that Hu Yao found herself unable to look away. She extricated herself from his embrace and sat opposite him. Gazing into Mu Yuan's affectionate eyes, she said, Husband, let us proceed. Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. His face visibly flushed. As he noticed Hu Yao's gaze upon him, he slightly turned his head to evade her eyes. Hu Yao, noticing the crimson hue on Mu Yuan's ears, felt a warmth spread across her own cheeks, realizing she had spoken something quite audacious. Uncertain if such words could be uttered in Liang Kingdom, she remembered that in Southern Wei, one must always consider their words and actions. Although a tinge of fear lingered, the thought of Mu Yuan reassured her somewhat. Embracing the notion that it was better to confront the inevitable sooner rather than later, she playfully poked Mu Yuan's arm. If you do not wish to, I do. Mu Yuan interrupted her loudly. I will, he exclaimed again, cutting her off. Hu Yao blinked her bright eyes. Husband. Mu Yuan grasped her shoulders, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Does my wife no longer desire it? Hu Yao lowered her head, her voice almost a whisper. No, I meant to say I'm afraid it might hurt. If it does, could you please stop? This time, Mu Yuan did not interrupt her, quietly responding, All right. Hu Yao lifted her gaze. The young man smiled, his eyes filled with affection for her. As the saying goes, one feels shy when returning to one's hometown, and as Hu Yao sat on the bed, she began to feel a pang of regret and fear. Husband, should we perhaps change it to something sweeter? Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes, unwilling to grant Hu Yao an opportunity for reconsideration. Hu Yao looked at the person beside her in confusion. What? Mu Yuan playfully toyed with her hair ends, lazily asking, Is the wedding candy sweet? Hu Yao pursed her lips, responding, Yes, it's sweet, perhaps too sweet. Mu Yuan's hand brushed against her lips. Will my lady like some water? Hu Yao blinked, contemplating for a moment before softly replying, Yes. Then let us drink. As soon as the words left his lips, Hu Yao's own touched the warmth of his, igniting a flurry of sensations. Instantly, her breath became erratic, enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance. Her trembling body gradually relaxed, as Mu Yuan's low, husky voice enveloped her like a soothing balm. Indeed, it is very sweet. He planted gentle kisses one after another, his warm breath trailing from her ear to her neck and shoulders. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly heated, causing Hu Yao to involuntarily emit soft sounds. A hoarse voice, tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance, whispered, Had I known, I shouldn't have tied the knot yesterday. Hu Yao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mu Yuan appeared somewhat displeased. Pinch your waist, you're still laughing. It hurts. As the gentle caress lingered on her lips, Hu Yao playfully protested. I barely applied any pressure. A light bite was bestowed upon her lips. Hu Yao shot a glare at Mu Yuan, mimicking his actions as she opened her mouth to bite back. A muffled sound escaped her, eliciting a teasing smile from Mu Yuan. It hurts quite a bit when a rabbit bites. I'm not a rabbit. No, you mustn't laugh. Accompanied by a soft whimper, the ties of her crimson robe were abruptly torn apart. Chapter 52. The wedding chamber. The pain made Hu Yao frown in distress, while Mu Yuan, slightly flustered, kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'll step out immediately. Despite his consideration for Hu Yao's feelings, he could not suppress his urgency as emotions deepened. The strands of hair falling from Mu Yuan's forehead brushed against Hu Yao's cheek, stirring memories of his drunken antics from the previous night within her mind. Hu Yao felt a whirlwind of confusion, tightening her embrace around Mu Yuan, and after a long pause, managed to utter no. This sensation was profoundly strange. Although she felt wronged and sensed Mu Yuan's impatience and fervor, she could not bear the thought of him leaving. It seemed she wanted him to halt, yet simultaneously wished for him to continue. She was utterly bewildered. Outside, Jiang Shi'er stood blushing at the door. She had never encountered such sounds before, feelings of both embarrassment and curiosity washing over her. Uncertain of what the young general and his wife were engaged in, her instincts warned her against interrupting. Xiao Shi'er, dinner is ready. Have you inquired with the lady or the general? Yes. Today, the general, the lord, and the second young master have all gone to the banquet for Sister Jingzhe. If the lady wishes to dine, there is no need for her to go to the dining hall. Two maids, slightly older than Jiang Shi'er, approached. I haven't asked yet. Why not? One maid gently touched Jiang Shi'er's forehead, noticing its redness. You're not ill, are you? Jiang Shi'er pointed toward the inner bedroom. I don't know if I should go in and ask. The maid chuckled. What is there to hesitate about? Just knock and inquire. Shall we listen closely to what the lady and the general are up to? Just as the maids prepared to knock, unrestrained sounds emerged from the bedroom. The three unmarried women turned crimson and hurriedly retreated. Not far off, a group of maids approached, one of whom teased upon seeing the three come out in a daze. What mischief are you three up to? Have you even asked the lady and the general? What are you thinking? Jiang Shi'er whispered. Not yet. What's the matter? Has the general quarreled with the lady again? That shouldn't be the case. Indeed, our general seems like someone who cherishes women deeply. If he were to anger the lady back to Nanwei, what would we do? What a wonderful wife. What an admirable mistress she is. Jiang Shi'er mumbled. They probably haven't quarreled. As Mama Xia entered the east chamber, she found the maids gathered, whispering among themselves. You girls were summoned to inquire about dinner, yet you stand idly here. Be cautious, or I shall send you to the second young master. At the mention of this, the maids panicked, all speaking at once to explain. After Mother Xia grasped the circumstances, she cheerfully remarked, You little girls, should you hear anything further, do not disturb. What about dinner? We shall wait until the Major General calls for it. You must prepare some hot water and plenty of it. If the Major General asks for water, just take it in. As the moon hung low upon the willow branches and the red candles flickered dimly within the curtains, Hu Yao turned over, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Mu Yuan sat beside her bed, casually perusing a red booklet. Noticing Hu Yao had awakened, he tossed the booklet onto the bed and leaned closer to her. As Hu Yao gazed at Mu Yuan's face, her stomach audibly protested with a rumble. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems that my lady and I share a true telepathy. I just had the meal set, and you awakened right on cue. Does it still hurt? When Hu Yao did not respond, Mu Yuan inquired further, Is your body still in pain? Hu Yao was momentarily bewildered, staring blankly at him until a faint ache and chill coursed through her body, prompting her to react. Her face flushed an intense red as she shrank beneath the covers. Mu Yuan grew anxious. Is it still quite painful? Or, no, it doesn't hurt anymore, Hu Yao interrupted, realizing that not only had her wounds been treated, but her nightgown and bedding had also been changed, despite having been unashamed in their previous entanglement. She now felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Hearing Mu Yuan's comforting words through the quilt, she caught snippets of his reassurance. I know my lady is shy, so I did not ask the maid to assist you with bathing or changing. I took care of the medicine myself. No, please, don't say any more. Hu Yao emerged from beneath the quilt. I am fine now. You may go about your business. In the dead of night, Mu Yuan paused, then smiled. I shall carry my lady to dinner. After we dine, you can resume your tasks. Feeling languid and lacking strength, Hu Yao reached out to him. Thank you for your trouble. With a slight smirk and a glimmer of mirth in his eyes, Mu Yuan lifted her effortlessly. Hu Yao wrapped her arms around his neck, occasionally stealing glances at him. However, when Mu Yuan glanced down, she quickly averted her gaze. Observing her reaction, Mu Yuan chuckled softly, gently placing her into a chair. During the meal, neither spoke. Hu Yao, feeling famished, focused solely on the food, while Mu Yuan, distracted, picked at his meal before setting his chopsticks down. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Mu Yuan had just experienced a dream, a recurring one, in which he perished in the banquet pavilion of the Jiangwagong mansion, adorned with yellow talismans. Mu Yuan, you ought to stop believing in these things, Xianqing's words. Ill-timed, echoed in his mind. Mu Yuan frowned slightly. When had he ever believed? He glanced at Hu Yao, recalling Xianqing's words from long ago. Mu Yuan, your connection with that little princess is quite shallow. If it were truly shallow, how could he have married her because of a dream? Was it merely a dream? If it were not, How could he explain it? Chapter 53. The red booklet in the tranquil courtyard of Jingchong Temple. Qianqing sat comfortably beside an enamel fire basin. Warming himself, Mu Yuan set down his black glazed teacup and returned. Qianqing shifted his gaze from the solitary red plum blossom in the courtyard to Mu Yuan. Do you have no thoughts regarding what I just mentioned? Mu Yuan accepted the white fox fur cloak handed to him by the young acolyte. Have you found the person you were searching for? He inquired. Indeed, Qianqing remarked, cradling his cup, it is truly cold. As long as you have found them, that is what matters. Mu Yuan fastened his cloak and took the umbrella offered by the acolyte before departing. Qianqing called after him, Mu Yuan, your connection with that princess is rather tenuous. Mu Yuan paused at the door, casting a frosty glance towards Qianqing. I do not believe such notions. Qianqing chuckled, drawing his neck in. I am well aware. However, the princess has taken a liking to another. If she truly marries him, her life will undoubtedly be free of calamities. Yuan, she is not bound to you alone. Mu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled gently. Rest assured, I shall not engage in meddling. The Mandarin ducks clasp weapons within their sleeves. Why must a general be a husband? That is not the meaning of this poem. Without looking back, Mu Yuan stepped into the swirling snow. Qianqing watched as Mu Yuan's figure vanished completely into the tempest, then rose to retrieve an ancient box sealed with yellow talismans from a shelf. Though it is driven by my own desires, it may still assist you. Qianqing took the cloak handed to him by the young acolyte and ventured into the snowstorm. On the shelf where the ancient box lay, an old, yellowed note was affixed. The note faintly read, as the wind lingers and the moon conceals, as the sun sets and stars illuminate, the past friends waste their days in vain. The note was swept away by the wind and fell into the brazier, where the flames swiftly consumed it. Seeing Mu Yuan with a furrowed brow, Hu Yao gently reached out to smooth his expression. What occupies your thoughts, my husband? Her soft, mellifluous voice drew Mu Yuan from his reverie. He took her hand, resting it upon his brow. I was contemplating how lovely your hands are. They must be even more enchanting when playing the zither. Hu Yao replied delicately, my zither skills are on par with your painting talent. Mu Yuan offered a non-committal smile. My hands need not be limited to playing the zither. They can also wield a bow and ride as you do. Would you like to learn? Hu Yao nodded. I shall teach you in the autumn, but for now, let us lie down for a while. He lifted Hu Yao and walked toward the bed. As soon as she touched the bed, she burrowed into the covers, only to emerge halfway with a red booklet. She recalled that Mu Yuan had been perusing it when she first awakened. Husband, your book, she said, extending it to him. Mu Yuan did not take it. Instead, reclining languidly against the bed and gazing at her, Hu Yao shook the booklet in her hand. Husband, the booklet is not mine. It is what you mentioned the matchmaker had you read. Hu Yao hesitated, then pressed the booklet into Mu Yuan's hands. Please read it to me. But my lady, do you not know how to read the characters of the Liang Kingdom now? Hu Yao, sitting beside Mu Yuan with the quilt wrapped around her, replied, I do. But I wish to be lazy, and the matchmaker said it was fine to read it together with you. She shifted into a more comfortable position against Mu Yuan. Husband, read it to me as if we are enjoying it together. Mu Yuan chuckled softly and asked, do you truly wish to hear it? Hu Yao nodded lazily. Then I shall begin. Read on, she encouraged. Mu Yuan casually opened the booklet and recited, whether on the high tower under the moonlight, or by the quiet window at dusk, shedding the silk skirt, loosening the embroidered trousers, either lifting a foot over the shoulder or raising the skirt to the belly. Indulging in unrestrained passion, the rhythm quickens and slows, colors shift and voices tremble, hairpins droop and coifs become disheveled. Initially, Hu Yao felt a bit drowsy, but as the recitation continued, she increasingly sensed something amiss. She cast a fleeting glance at Mu Yuan, who was languidly flipping through a booklet, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. With a soft voice and a gentle sway, Hu Yao's face suddenly flushed crimson as she snatched the red booklet from Mu Yuan's hands. Stop. Please don't read any further. Mu Yuan, with a hint of playful grievance in his eyes, replied, but my lady insisted I read it. I didn't mean to. If I had known, I would have stopped you, Hu Yao said, her fingers nervously gripping the red booklet, on the verge of tears. Why didn't you tell me? You were clearly looking at it just now. I merely flipped through a few pages without examining them closely, Mu Yuan said, gazing at Hu Yao's blushing face with tender amusement. We are husband and wife. Not only is it natural for me to read this booklet, but it is also reasonable for us to follow its guidance together. Besides, you weren't looking at it with anyone else, were you? Mu Yuan's words, once spoken, drained the color from Hu Yao's cheeks. Clutching the red booklet, she murmured, I am finished. Mu Yuan enveloped her in his embrace and gently inquired, What troubles you? Husband, during our wedding night, when Erlang brought the meal, I asked him to read the booklet. He only read a little before stopping. Hu Yao paused for a moment and continued, I thought it strange how Erlang's demeanor changed so suddenly. It turns out, she then burst into tears. How embarrassing. Erlang must think I am a foolish sister-in-law. I was drunk yesterday and even vomited on him, uttering all sorts of nonsense. What nonsense did you speak to Erlang? Mu Yuan asked, his voice softening. Is that the crux of the matter? Hu Yao choked back her sobs. The important part is that. Mu Yuan's eyes glimmered as he coaxed her. I must first know what you said to Erlang to make amends on your behalf tomorrow. Hu Yao cried, her face a picture of sorrow. I told Erlang he was handsome, and I wondered if. She abruptly halted, meeting Mu Yuan's tender gaze, before burying her face in his chest, muttering, I told you, husband, not to be angry. Very well, Mu Yuan replied softly, having likely surmised the nature of her words. It might be best if I do not inquire further. After all, Erlang may cast me out of the general's residence. Hu Yao held him tightly, her voice trembling. From now on, I shall dwell at the head of the Yangtze River, while you reside at its tail, yearning for you each day without seeing you. Is your lady contemplating taking a paramour? Chapter 54. The lady wishes to keep a paramour. Hu Yao's breath hitched slightly as she bit her lip and looked up at Mu Yuan. Why? How could you know, husband? Did Erlang tell you? Mu Yuan lowered his gaze towards her, his lips curving into a teasing smile. It was merely a guess. Erlang would not divulge such matters, particularly knowing you are still mindful of your reputation. Hu Yao's eyes sparkled with mirth as she replied, Truly, he is worthy of being your brother. Instead of being indirect, he should give compliments outright. I would not be jealous of Erlang. She chuckled softly before snuggling closer into Mu Yuan's embrace. Is my lady indeed considering keeping a paramour? That was merely drunken chatter. The unfiltered truth spoken under the influence. Mu Yuan's discerning gaze remained unwavering upon her, and he languidly remarked, However, if you truly wish to keep a few, the general's residence is certainly capable of accommodating them. Merely, Mu Yuan lifted Hu Yao's chin and playfully nibbled at her lips. Yet, I am a person consumed by jealousy. Should he possess striking features, I would mar his visage. The warm breath cascaded from his lips, slowly caressing her neck. Mu Yuan's throat felt somewhat parched as he spoke in a low, husky tone. Should he gaze upon that which he ought not, I shall pluck out his eyes. If he were to touch what is forbidden, I would render his hands useless. Hu Yao instinctively grasped the quilt tighter as Mu Yuan's voice, tinged with a semblance of mirth, echoed in her ears. His legs, too, would be rendered incapacitated. Otherwise, he would prance before me, irritating my eyes. Hu Yao, unless I am dead, you shan't entertain a paramour. Hu Yao felt herself thoroughly enraptured by Mu Yuan's fervent caresses, her body growing languid. She unconsciously leaned back, prompting Mu Yuan to lift her onto his lap. Gazing at Mu Yuan's slightly tilted head, she found herself tenderly tracing his brow and eyes. Husband, I feel the same. Unless I perish, you shall not take a concubine, nor shall you keep a mistress. While I may not incapacitate them, as you would, I shall confine you. Hu Yao imitated Mu Yuan's earlier actions, her fingertips gently caressing his lips. Mu Yuan looked at her, deliberately enunciating as if to tease, confine me. You say? Her fingers, caught off guard by his sudden words, slipped into his mouth. Upon encountering his warm, soft tongue, her face flushed bright to the roots of her ears as she hurriedly withdrew her hand, stammering, I apologize. Seemingly in high spirits, Mu Yuan paid no mind, stroking Hu Yao's flushed ear and inquiring, How does my lady intend to confine me? Hu Yao's clear eyes sparkled as she replied with a smile, Naturally. I shall bind your hands and feet with iron chains. Thus you shan't gallop through the streets. and no maiden's heart shall be secretly bestowed upon you. She subtly evaded Mu Yuan's hand that toyed with her ear. Locked within our chamber, your eyes shall behold only me. As for your heart, since I possess your body, I care not where your heart may wander. Unable to restrain herself, Hu Yao cradled Mu Yuan's face and pressed a kiss upon his cheek. Mu Yuan squinted, allowing her to indulge in her playful antics. My heart, of course, resides with my lady. His usually languid and carefree gaze now brimmed with deep affection, as his long fingers untied the laces of Hu Yao's precarious nightgown, coaxing her to entangle herself with him. The following day, after the last corner of the east wing was tidied, the maidservants gathered in the shade to rest. Has the young lady yet to awaken? She has not partaken of breakfast today. I wonder how she fares. This morning, the general and master departed for the border, and the young lady did not bid them farewell. She must have been quite thoroughly exhausted last night. The night watchmaid reported that the young general summoned water 3 or 4 times, and only after the 3rd watch did the room fall silent. Not to mention, the young lady is inherently delicate. Even should she possess good health, she could hardly withstand such fervor from the young general. This morning, I saw the young general ride out, looking as fresh as a daisy. How could he appear so sprightly after such a night? The young general truly lacks the tenderness to cherish a delicate flower. That is a misconception. You have not seen how our young general cradled the young lady, coaxing and apologizing. It was an embodiment of gentleness. As the tears fell from the young lady, even the most steadfast general could be softened. To speak of the general, if the young lady were to nestle in my embrace and sweetly utter a few words, I would gladly brave any peril for her. Let your imagination run wild. Upon seeing Jiang Shi-er emerge from the eastern chamber, the maidservants rose and approached her. Has the young lady awakened? Jiang Shi-er nodded and replied, the young lady is currently having her meal. Then I must prepare some of her favorite fruits and treats. I too shall gather some novel items, and we must ready some garments. As the maidservants conversed, they dispersed. Before the mirror, a young girl styled her hair into twin buns, adorned with jade peony butterfly hairpins. Her dark tresses framed her face, complemented by a white and pale yellow floral-patterned chest-length skirt and a red ribbon accentuated with yellow silk, rendering her exquisitely beautiful yet adding a touch of allure. She gently dabbed some powder on the delicate red marks on the princess's neck. Though she was not yet wed, the late empress had advised her, and in that after sharing a chamber, such marks were inevitable and should not be overly concerning. A bit of salve would suffice to diminish them in a day or two. Indeed, it seemed there were rather too many. The young general, still inexperienced, had been rather excessive in his pursuits. The princess, having been pampered, might find herself utterly exhausted if the general continued in such a manner. She resolved to find a suitable moment to gently advise the general to exercise some restraint in the future. All done, Your Highness, the marks are no longer visible. Ping Ping softly announced. Hu Yao examined her reflection from various angles and confirmed that indeed, not a trace remained. Your desired bramble, Nen and Jiang Shi-er entered, carrying a bramble taller than themselves. Hu Yao remarked as she touched it. It is not prickly to the touch, but a bit too long. How much does the young lady require? The maidservants can shorten it. About half would suffice. Very well, we shall attend to it once. As an and Jiang Shi-er turned to leave with the bramble, Hu Yao called out to them. Wait, and then Shi-er. She picked up a round fan from the dressing table, gestured a few times, and said, let us keep it this length. All right, we will have it ready for you shortly. Ping Ping inquired, is the princess going out? I will arrange for the sedan. No need for a sedan, I shall walk. Ping Ping asked, where does the young lady intend to go? Hu Yao waved the fan and accepted the bramble from an un, stating, I'm going to offer an apology. Chapter 55. The Red Marks in the Warmth of Midsummer. The incessant chirping of cicadas finally ceased as Hu Yao stepped into the study. She sank onto the couch, fanning herself, feeling revitalized. Mu Tian glanced at her and casually pushed the small water fan towards her direction. Noticing Mu Tian engrossed in his medicinal preparations, seemingly indifferent to her presence, she could only pout in exasperation. Spotting an ice jar beside the couch, she retrieved a bowl of chilled mung bean soup. Just as she placed it on the table, Mu Tian, having approached unbeknownst to her, took it back and returned it to the ice jar. Hu Yao exclaimed. Sitting up straight, she sincerely apologized. Erlang, I have come specifically to make amends. I was wrong. I should not have allowed you to read the booklet, nor should I have indulged in drink. And most certainly, I should not have spoken to you so foolishly or vomited upon you. Since you regard me as your sister-in-law, and this is my first transgression, I implore you to forgive me. Erlang, extend your hand. Mu Tian, with an impassive expression, stretched his hand before her. Hu Yao, with a beaming smile, revealed the thorny branch concealed beneath her fan and placed it into Mu Tian's hand. I have come today to bear the burden of my guilt. The sister-in-law ought to bring a bundle. Mu Tian compared the thorny branch to the fan in Hu Yao's hand, finding it to be shorter than the fan. Hu Yao exaggeratedly declared, a small gift, yet it carries profound sentiment. I am nearly exhausted. In this sweltering heat, I neither took a carriage nor a sedan chair, relying solely on my own legs to arrive here, nearly fainting along the way. Given my sincere admission of fault, will you not grant me your forgiveness? Erlang? Mu Tian responded with a nonchalant mem. Erlang is truly kind. Erlang is the best. Hu Yao flattered him, reaching for the green bean soup from the ice basin, but her wrist was seized by Mu Tian. Hu Yao exclaimed, Did you not forgive me? Why then do you deny me sustenance? Mu Yuan, with a grave tone, called out sister-in-law. Hu Yao instinctively straightened. What is it? You are due for your monthly cycle. It is unwise to consume anything cold. Hu Yao's face gradually flushed as she stammered. Well, yes, that seems to be the case. But perhaps a small amount would be acceptable? No eating. I'm not keen on being disturbed by the group of maidens in the East Chamber tonight. The mere thought of those maidens gave Mu Tian a throbbing headache. When his elder brother was absent from the residence, they had barged into his chamber, weeping and exclaiming, leading him to believe Hu Yao was on the verge of death, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Hu Yao recalled this incident. The day prior to her cycle, she had consumed cold water and was writhing in pain in bed. At that time, Mu Yuan was not present, and the maidens, in their fright and mistrust of ordinary physicians, had summoned the just-awakened Mu Tian from the West Chamber. With a stern visage, he had cared for her throughout the night before returning to his own quarters. I shall not eat. I shall not eat. Just as Hu Yao finished her sentence, she felt a coolness at her neck. Mu Tian held his powder-stained hand before her eyes. What have you applied to your neck, sister-in-law? It has all been smudged by sweat. Makeup, Hu Yao replied, touching her neck and finding powder on her fingertips. This makeup is rather inadequate. I have never seen you apply it to your neck before. Why the sudden change? Mu Tian scrutinized Hernik, noting a red mark where the makeup had been wiped away. What is the matter with your neck, sister-in-law? Hu Yao was taken aback, hurriedly covering her neck with her hand. It's nothing at all. I simply like to enhance my beauty. Mu Tian frowned slightly. Your neck is red. How can that be nothing? Does it not hurt? Hu Yao's face burned with embarrassment as she hastily replied, No, it does not hurt. I shall return now. Do you not trust me, sister-in-law? Hu Yao quickly shook her head. No. Before she could finish, Mu Tian interrupted, It is only natural for you not to trust me, given that you sought refuge behind Wang Changyun when intoxicated. I did not. It was clearly Wang Changyun who pulled me behind him. Mu Tian scoffed coldly. Take care, sister-in-law. I shall not see you off. Hu Yao returned to the couch, muttering, If you wish for me to leave, then I shall not go at all. Mao Tian's expression was grim as he handed the thorny branch to Hu Yao, saying here. Hu Yao regarded the branch in her hand, exerting force to snap it in two. As a sister-in-law, she resolved to be magnanimous and, in light of Mao Tian's concern for her, decided to forgive his unreasonable antics. She placed the two segments of the branch heavily before Mao Tian, boldly declaring, I was wrong. Mao Tian glanced up at her, his brows relaxing as he responded with a simple, Is Madam here to offer a humble apology? A languid voice remarked from the doorway. Mao Yuan, unbeknownst to them until now, leaned against the door frame with crossed arms, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed the scene. Hu Yao pointed towards the thorny branch on the writing desk, making it abundantly clear. Mao Yuan chuckled softly and approached, picking up one of the branches to toy with. Acknowledging the obviousness of the situation, Mao Tian shot a glance at Mao Yuan, swiftly snatching the branch from his grasp and placing it, along with the other, into the box on the desk. Hu Yao murmured to Mao Yuan, the true instigator. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it reached both men's ears. Mao Tian looked at Mao Yuan with a hint of confusion. Mao Yuan paused, recalling what he had overheard at the door, his gaze falling upon Hu Yao's slightly flushed cheeks and the telltale marks on her neck. A teasing smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it is my fault." Hu Yao huffed softly. Mao Yuan gently took her hand, saying, "Ning Ping has arrived, claiming to have momentous news to share with you. The sedan chair awaits outside. Let's return." Hu Yao responded with a few affirmations, shaking off Mao Yuan's hand as she made her way towards the study's exit. At the doorway, she turned back to bid farewell to Mao Tian, saying, "Erlang, I am leaving." Mao Tian nodded. Hu Yao cast a glance at Mao Yuan, her expression brightening as she departed. Mao Yuan chuckled softly, finding her reaction reminiscent of the fickle men depicted in tales of romance. Mao Tian directed his attention to Mao Yuan, pointing at the collar of his brocade robe. "Brother, what happened to your neck?" Mao Yuan narrowed his eyes. Tugging the robe upward, "I was bitten by a rabbit." "Bitten?" Mao Tian blinked in surprise, recalling the marks on Hu Yao's neck and her flushed face. The dreams he had deliberately avoided thinking about and the words he had seen in that book resurfaced in his mind. Mao Yuan observed as Mao Tian's complexion shifted from pale to crimson and back to pale again, letting out a silent sigh. It was a good thing for Erlang to be smitten, but the object of his affections was less than ideal. Was Wang Qingyun present the day your sister-in-law was intoxicated? Chapter 56. 3 joyous events. Mao Tian nodded and succinctly recounted the event of that day to Mao Yuan. "Did you already know that my sister-in-law had feelings for Wang Qingyun?" Mao Tian spoke with a neutral expression as he organized the medicinal herbs into the cabinet behind him. Mao Yuan retrieved a bowl of mung bean soup from the ice chest, fully aware of the situation. "Erlang, can you guess why His Highness went to Wudu?" "Wang Qingyun." Mao Yuan nodded. With Wang Qingyun's talent, attaining the top scholar position in the spring examination will be like taking candy from child. After the palace examination, if he requests the emperor's permission to marry, knowing the emperor's disposition, he will undoubtedly grant it. By then, the esteemed Wang will have achieved fame and matrimonial bliss, while our prince is still engaged in battle at Wudu. Mao Yuan set down the spoon, speaking with a tinge of seriousness. "Erlang, Wang Qingyun was on the verge of success." Mu Tian halted briefly in his collection of herbs. "Were it not for the affairs of the Duke of Zhang's residence, I would not venture to Wudu. If not for the dream your sister-in-law had, she would not have wed me." "Brother, your sister-in-law is your wife and my sister-in-law. There are no ifs in this matter." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled at Mu Tian's serious demeanor. "Indeed, it is a pity that Wang Qingyun's intentions remain unknown to your sister-in-law, even now." Mu Tian, bewildered, inquired, "She is unaware?" Mu Yuan, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Tian, responded, "In matters of love, if you do not express your feelings explicitly, she shall never consider it." Mu Tian pursed his lips, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before asking, "Should we eliminate Wang Qingyun?" Mu Yuan, taken aback, chuckled softly before bursting into hearty laughter. Mu Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Brother." Mu Yuan, still laughing, replied, "Do not slay him. Wang Qingyun will undoubtedly be a capable minister in court, which bodes well for the De Liang. Furthermore, should he meet his demise, your sister-in-law would truly never forget him. You should refrain from harboring baseless jealousy." With a stern expression, Mu Tian slammed the medicine cabinet shut. "I do not." Mu Yuan squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. "You have mixed your feelings of joy with the 5-flavor fruit." Mu Tian chose not to respond, turning away in a flurry to reorganize the herbs. Mu Yuan teased, "Thankfully, I am your brother." Mu Tian's ears turned slightly red as he huffed. Throughout history, there have been many instances of brothers killing each other over their sisters-in-law. Mu Yuan tapped his fingers idly on the table, his usual languid demeanor now tinged with a hint of coldness. And what if a son entangled with his father's concubine, bearing a child, while the father still lives? Mu Tian cast a glance at Mu Yuan, his thin lips curling into a faint chill. clearly aware that the outcome for that son and concubine would not be favorable. Mu Yuan gazed out the window, responding, "Indeed." In the east wing, as Hu Yao entered, she found Su Yiyun languidly fanning herself with a folding fan. "What grand occasion has brought you to me on this sweltering day?" Su Yiyun rose and gestured for Hu Yao to sit, delightfully proclaiming, "Three joyous tidings, in fact." Hu Yao smiled gently, handing the round fan to Ping Ping. "Pray, take your time. I find myself rather idle today." Ping Ping accepted the fan, bowed, and retreated to the outer chamber. Su Yiyun offered Hu Yao a piece of mung bean cake from the table, saying, "The first piece of news bears little relevance to us. I have heard that the noble consort is with child." Cough. Hu Yao nearly choked on the mung bean cake. She had grown so accustomed to her tranquil life that she had forgotten about the third prince and the consort. Though she knew their eventual fate was death, she remained oblivious to the specifics of their demise. The Emperor of Liang treated her well. Should she seek a subtle chance to inform Mu Yuan of this matter, perhaps he could caution the Emperor. As long as she lives, the Emperor would not depose the Crown Prince. Absent other events, the Crown Prince would not be deposed, nor would he fall ill and perish. If the Crown Prince survives, the Emperor would not suffer a relapse, and the new Emperor would not ascend the throne, thus sparing Mu Yuan from the treacherous Jinlang Valley. Everything would unfold differently than it had in her previous life. Su Yiyun offered Hu Yao some water. "Sister Yao, are you unwell?" No, I am fine. It is just that this mung bean cake is rather verdant. It is delicious, is it not? I specifically had someone replicate the recipe from the Southern Ways mung bean cake." Hu Yao sipped some water and smiled. "It is indeed delightful. Then I may continue." The second piece of joyous news pertains to the three individuals we encountered previously at Jingchang Temple. Among them, one has passed away, while the other two have been exiled by the Emperor's uncle. Hu Yao was taken aback and turned to Su Yiyun, inquiring, "Who has died?" "The fifth son of the esteemed Su family, who was rather unremarkable," Su Yiyun replied. "Do you know how he met his end?" With a hesitant expression, Su Yiyun confided, "Let me share this with you, Sister Yao." She leaned closer to Hu Yao and whispered, "Their reckless actions led to their demise." "Reckless actions?" Hu Yao echoed, perplexed. "Yes, indeed, actions akin to those that left a mark on your neck, Sister Yao." A deep crimson flushed Hu Yao's cheeks as she exclaimed, Su Yiyun, this has nothing to do with me. It is you, Sister Yao, who has been oblivious, which is why I mentioned it. Besides, the mark on your neck is quite conspicuous. I noticed it the moment you entered." Hu Yao swiftly grabbed a piece of mung bean cake and stuffed it into Su Yiyun's mouth, saying, "Do not speak further." "Oh, Sister Yao, do not be shy. Such tales are commonplace in the storybooks. Are such things truly written in those storybooks? Where did you acquire those, Yiyun?" Su Yiyun, chewing on the mung bean cake, nonchalantly stated, "They were pilfered by Jiang Mingyuan." Jiang Mingyuan. Again, it's Jiang Mingyuan. Hu Yao initially intended to discuss Jiang Mingyuan, but reconsidered, realizing she had no personal experience with him, and thus quietly shifted the topic. "How were they discovered?" Su Yiyun moved her chair closer to Hu Yao, as if eager to engage in a serious conversation. Chapter 57. The return home. This incident was stumbled upon by the Emperor's uncle and Taoist Xianxing together. "His Majesty?" Ayi Novet. Hu Yao, puzzled, asked, "Why did His Majesty go to Jingchang Temple?" "I have heard that the Emperor's uncle once planted a magnolia tree there with the late Empress. Each year, on the birthday of the late Empress, he spent a moment in quiet contemplation beneath that tree." Su Yiyun took a sip of tea and continued, "When Taoist Xianxing accompanied His Majesty into the courtyard, he heard strange noises emanating from one of the rooms. He called for the guards to investigate. To their astonishment, upon opening the door, they found 3 disheveled men. Upon witnessing this, Taoist Xianxing only uttered 4 words to the Emperor. Hu Yao urged, "What were those 4 words?" "Snow against the wind," Su Yiyun replied. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression darkened. He merely commanded that the 3 men be taken away for questioning. To their surprise, this inquiry revealed numerous unsettling matters. Hu Yao bit into the mung bean cake, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is a momentous occasion. Have you informed Yi Jing?" Though she found the situation somewhat peculiar, she could not quite articulate what felt amiss. Everything seemed too fortuitous, as if someone were quietly assisting from the shadows. Once I learned of this, I dispatched someone to inform her. And what is the third piece of joyful news? Su Yun replied, with an air of mystery for this third matter. I must insist that Sister Yao feigned ignorance. Hu Yao, noticing Su Yun's demeanor, instinctively nodded. Sister Yao must promise to take me along when the time comes. First, tell me what it is. How can I promise you otherwise? I heard it from Jiang Yuan, who mentioned that Brother Yuan intends to bring you back home to Nanfeng for a brief stay. Hu Yao stared at Su Yun in astonishment. Is that true? That is what Jiang Yuan stated. The emperor's uncle has also given his assent. Brother Yuan is likely withholding the news from you, waiting for the right moment. Should you mishear me, it would render my joy futile, Su Yun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. It cannot possibly be wrong. Sister Yao, you must take me with you. I have long wished to visit the Southern Way. Very well. If we indeed return to Southern Way, I shall bring you along, Hu Yao replied. As Su Yun wrapped her arms around Hu Yao affectionately, exclaiming, I knew you were the best, Sister Yao. Hu Yao attempted to extricate herself from Su Yun's embrace, but the latter clung too tightly. She gently patted Su Yun's hand and said, Yun, I have something to discuss with you. Su Yun released her and retook her seat. What is it? Your expression is rather grave. It concerns my previous promise to allow you to come as a concubine. I no longer wish to proceed with it. Is that so? You nearly frightened me. I thought you would not take me to Southern Way, Su Yun replied. Hu Yao remarked, It is evident that Su Yun's affections do not lie with Mu Yuan. Sister Yao, you are unaware that because of this, not only was I scolded by Brother Yuan, but I nearly found myself in dire straits. Thankfully, I cleverly devised a way out. Hu Yao inquired, You did? I claimed it was Jiang Mingyuan's idea. After all, I have always held the belief that when in need, one should turn to Jiang Mingyuan. For reasons unknown, Hu Yao suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Mingyuan. How did you return to the princess's residence that day after your drunken escapade? It must have been Jiang Mingyuan who escorted me back. I cannot recall. Regardless, when I awoke the next day, he was residing in the manor. Sister Yao, you did not witness his smug demeanor, which earned me a severe reprimand from my mother. Su Yun's affections must be directed towards Jiang Mingyuan, Hu Yao mused. Enough about me. Su Yun leaned closer to Hu Yao and whispered, Sister Yao, is it true what the novels claim, that a man requires 7 or 8 times in a single night? Hu Yao blushed and gasped, 7 or 8 times. She was not well versed in matters of the bedchamber. She had only anticipated pain, yet Mu Yuan had treated her with such tenderness that, aside from the initial encounter, she found some comfort thereafter. However, if the tales were indeed accurate, she would not be able to endure it. Last night, when Mu Yuan insisted on 4 times, she could not bear it and bit him, throwing a tantrum. In hindsight, it seemed her response was unwarranted. Indeed, the novels state as such, Hu Yao acknowledged, shyly touching her neck. What business does a maiden have inquiring about such matters? My curiosity knows no bounds. I cannot ask my mother. She would surely chastise me. If I were to consult Jiang Mingyuan, he would undoubtedly withhold the answer. So I must turn to you, Sister Yao. Hu Yao gazed at the pastries on the table, seeking to divert the conversation. Will you be staying for dinner this evening? I would like to, but my mother has instructed me to return home for supper. Sister Yao, do not evade the topic. Simply tell me whether it is true. What is true? A languid voice emerged from beyond the curtain as Mu Yuan entered with a smile. In nothing. I must return home, Su Yun stammered, her face flushing a deep crimson as she clumsily slipped through the curtain. Hu Yao cautioned, Take care. Understood, Mu Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow as he settled beside Hu Yao. Ning Ping sees me and scurries away. She must be speaking ill of me to the lady. I have not spoken ill of my husband. We were merely engaged in idle chatter, Hu Yao retorted. Mu Yuan reached out to caress her cheek. How can idle talk leave you so flushed? Hu Yao casually remarked. It is merely the heat of the day. Indeed, it is rather warm. How about I accompany my lady back to Southern Way to escape the summer heat? Hu Yao paused momentarily while holding the mung bean cake. Although Su Yun had just mentioned this matter to her, it was still hard to believe upon hearing Mu Yuan say it. Her eyes reddened as she quietly gazed at Mu Yuan. With his chin resting on his hand and a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes, he said, If my lady remains silent, I shall assume her consent. Chapter 58. My lady disdains me. As night fell, the light clouds obscured the moon. Suddenly, the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, until a maid entered to relight the candles and then retreated. Hu Yao took the medicine that had been handed her and drank it in one gulp. Ping Ping presented her with some candies that had long been prepared. Hu Yao placed the candy in her mouth and murmured softly, "Couldn't Erlang make this medicine for menstruation a bit sweeter?" Indeed, a cool, youthful voice resonated within the room. Erlang. Hu Yao looked incredulously at the person before her, nearly choking on the candy. Second young master. Ping Ping hurriedly draped an outer garment over Hu Yao's nightgown, and then set down the medicine bowl and inquired, "Is there something urgent that brings the second young master here so late?" Mu Tian narrowed his dark eyes, coldly stating, "Sister-in-law, where's my brother?" Hu Yao pointed towards the cleansing chamber, indicating that he was bathing. She observed Mu Tian, who at that moment exuded a chilling demeanor, radiating an aura of danger, and could not help but take a step back. His expression was terrifying, even more so than when she first encountered him. Hu Yao tugged at her outer garment and cautiously asked, "Does Erlang require anything of my husband?" Mu Tian coldly placed several books on the table. "Sister-in-law, please inform my brother that these books are for him to keep." Hu Yao nodded vigorously. "I will convey your message word for word. Is there anything else to relay?" Mu Tian produced a small jade medicine box adorned with floral patterns from his robe and handed it to her. She accepted the small box, looking at him with a hint of confusion. Mu Tian pointed at Hu Yao's neck. "This is for applying on your neck." Hu Yao felt a flush rush to her cheeks as she averted her gaze from Mu Tian, stammering her thanks. Seeing her face turn crimson and noticing a slight blush on Mu Tian's ears, Ping Ping suddenly recalled what young Master Wang had said about propriety between uncles and aunts. They were currently in the Liang kingdom and ought to adhere to its customs, which might not bode well in the long run. Though the second young master was a physician, he was still a man. Henceforth, she should remind her princess to avoid being alone with him too frequently. Just as Ping Ping contemplated voicing her concern, Mu Tian coolly remarked, "Sister-in-law, please rest. I shall take my leave." Hu Yao nodded as she escorted Mu Tian out of the room, urging him to walk carefully. As soon as Mu Tian stepped out of the east wing, the maids gathered around nervously. "Young madam, did the second young master give you any trouble? Has the young general been bothering him again?" They had been terrified at the sudden arrival of the second young master. Hu Yao smiled. "It was nothing. Erlang merely came to deliver something to my husband." "Oh, I see. Very well. Let us not disturb the young madam's rest any longer." Yes, yes. Please return to your room and rest, young madam." Hu Yao nodded, and the maids dispersed, and then closed the door once more. And Ping Ping hung Hu Yao's outer garment back on the namu rack. "Young madam, allow me to apply the medicine for you." "No need for that. I shall handle it myself later. You all may return to your rest." After ensuring everyone had exited safely, Hu Yao placed the small medicine box on the table and picked up the book that Mu Tiangang had just gifted her. As she casually flipped through its pages, she was met not with words, but with several illustrations depicting a couple in disarray, engaged in intimate activities. Just then, Mu Yuan emerged from the purification room and immediately noticed his wife, her cheeks flushed, hastily closing the book and tossing it back onto the table. A smirk danced upon Mu Yuan's lips as he approached Hu Yao, teasingly inquiring what she was examining. Upon hearing his languid, amused voice, Hu Yao swiftly hurled the book in his direction. "Why would you send such a book to Erlang?" Mu Yuan effortlessly caught the book she had thrown and replied with a chuckle, "It is only out of concern for Erlang. After all, that rascal has the audacity to mention in my presence that his sister-in-law is frail and that I should be cautious not to overexert ourselves during her menstrual period. Surely, he must be aware of such matters." Mu Yuan suspected the boy was being purposefully provocative. Hu Yao pointed to the book on the table, clearly indicating that Erlang had no need for such paternalistic concern from his elder brother. Mu Yuan, still smiling, tossed the book onto the table with a hint of regret. "It seems to me that you, my dear wife, are merely trying to provoke Erlang. I, as his sister-in-law, am well aware that given Erlang's nature, he would show no interest in such books." "Erlang is not disinterested in literature," Mu Yuan interjected, picking up the small medicine box from the table to divert the topic. Have you applied the medicine yet, my lady? Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze linger on her neck, Hu Yao hurriedly grabbed the medicine box and scurried toward her vanity. Madam, Mu Yuan called after her as he followed closely behind. There is no need. I can apply it myself. His low, muffled laughter resonated softly. I have yet to say anything. As Hu Yao applied the medicine, she stole glances at Mu Yuan in the mirror. She recalled Lady Shi's words, explaining that in the Liang kingdom, couples typically rested in their separate chambers, only coming together for intimate matters when the husband desired his wife's company. Since her marriage to Mu Yuan, aside from that drunken night and yesterday, they had indeed been sleeping apart. In the grand palaces of the Nanwei court, her father had moved to reside with her mother, and loving couples in Nanwei also shared their sleeping quarters. Though her husband professed his affection for her, he had yet to make the move to cohabit. It seemed the men of Liang were indeed less sentimental than those of Nanwei, leaving Hu Yao feeling somewhat aggrieved. As she slowly applied the medicine, she pondered that perhaps Mu Yuan would lose patience and depart. However, he not only remained, but approached her instead. Mu Yuan lowered his gaze upon her, using his silk handkerchief to remove the excess medicine from her fingers. You must apply it to your face next. Hu Yao looked up at him and softly said, Husband, I'm tired. Without hesitation, Mu Yuan swept her into his arms, exclaiming, Why take so long? As soon as Hu Yao touched the bed, she swiftly burrowed into the quilt, peeking out at Mu Yuan with a sweet demeanor. Husband, I wish to sleep now. Then sleep, he replied. Upon seeing Mu Yuan rise to leave, a pang of disappointment struck Hu Yao, prompting her to retreat into the warmth of the blankets. The bed seemed to sag slightly, and Hu Yao emerged from her cocoon. Through the diamond-shaped window, the moonlight spilled in, revealing Mu Yuan as he lay down. It appeared he sensed her gaze and turned to look at her. In a fleeting moment when their gazes met, Mu Yuan smiled as he pulled Hu Yao into his embrace, teasing, Is it merely turning off the lights that makes you yearn for me so? Hu Yao nestled into Mu Yuan's arms, softly murmuring, I thought you had gone to the bedroom. My clothes are in this room. Do you perhaps find me unappealing and wish to cast me away? She added, How could I ever find my husband undesirable when I am so fond of him? It seemed her husband was unaware of the custom in the Liang kingdom where couples slept separately, a detail she chose to withhold from him. Speaking of which, had her mother not advised her to be cautious about sharing a bed? What was it that she was to heed? Chapter 59. Biting after being roused by Hu Yao's kicks for the third time, Mu Yuan sat up in resignation. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why couples in Liang needed to sleep apart. He gazed at Hu Yao's sprawled sleeping form and gently covered her with the quilt from the corner of the bed. After a few murmured words in her dreams, she turned over. Mu Yuan lay back down, pulling Hu Yao into his embrace once more. Perhaps having had her fill of mischief, she merely murmured once before slipping back into a deep slumber. However, Mu Yuan was left restless, losing sleep over Hu Yao's dreamlike utterance, not dozing off until the third watch of the night. Hu Yao awoke in Mu Yuan's arms, her thoughts lingering on her mother's counsel as she drifted off last night. She lifted her gaze to Mu Yuan, who was still asleep. The normally boisterous man now bore a slight furrow on his brow, appearing almost delicate and wronged, which tugged at her heartstrings. Her hand brushed against Mu Yuan's brow as she murmured, Did you have a nightmare? No, came his low, husky reply. He grasped her hand that rested on his brow. Drawing her closer, Mu Yuan held her tightly, resting his chin atop her head, choosing silence over words. Sensing his unusual mood, Hu Yao ventured, What troubles you, husband? Did I kick you last night? I am so accustomed to sleeping alone that I forgot I shared my bed with someone. No, my lady sleeps very well, Mu Yuan replied, placing a kiss on her forehead. He released her and sat up, questioning, Who claimed my lady kicks in her sleep? Hu Yao also sat up, responding, It was my younger brother who mentioned it to our mother. Feigning indifference, Mu Yuan inquired, Is your younger brother's nickname Shan Lang? Shan Lang? Certainly not. How does my husband know of Shan Lang? Last night, you mumbled in your sleep, telling him not to kiss or cause a ruckus. Mu Yuan playfully tapped Hu Yao's forehead with his finger. Do Shan Lang and I bear any resemblance? Noticing Mu Yuan's hint of jealousy, Hu Yao leaned closer, scrutinizing him with a playful glint. Indeed, there is a slight resemblance, she teased. Mu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze dark and inscrutable. In what way? Hu Yao chuckled softly, cradling his face in her hands. I'm just teasing you, dear husband. Shanlang is a dog I raised in Nanwei. How could you resemble a dog? Mu Yuan paused, realizing he had fallen for her jest, and he seized her wrist, suppressing a smile. There is indeed one aspect in which you are similar. Hu Yao looked at him in confusion. What aspect? With a mischievous grin, Mu Yuan replied, your penchant for biting. As he spoke, he leaned in to nibble at her neck. Startled, Hu Yao instinctively recoiled, but with her wrist held captive, she found herself unable to escape. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, he playfully nipped her neck, tickling yet not painful, before releasing her wrist. With a huff, she pushed him away, not forgetting to deliver a few playful kicks. Mu Yuan tilted his head with a light chuckle, saying, the rabbit has kicked someone. You are the rabbit, Hu Yao retorted, glaring at him, her gaze falling upon his waist. Does my husband fear being tickled? He lazily smiled, yes. Hu Yao reached out and gave his waist a gentle tickle, asking, is it ticklish? Mu Yuan squinted slightly indeed. Then why do you not laugh? Mu Yuan seized Hu Yao's mischievous hand, saying, I was pondering whether my lady is ticklish. Hu Yao quickly grasped his outstretched hand, gently shaking it while softly saying, I am ticklish too. Shall we get up, my husband? All right. Shortly after Mu Yuan rose, Ping Ping, and the maids entered. Sitting on the bed, Hu Yao observed the maids bowing their heads respectfully as they assisted Mu Yuan in changing clothes. And she seized the opportunity to ask a question that had long piqued her curiosity. My husband, why are there only maids in the east chamber apart from Yin Jin and a few attendants, while the west chamber has none? As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed several maids casting knowing glances her way, their faces betraying a silent I know. Mu Yuan took the sash presented by a maid, fastening it as he replied, second young master finds them too boisterous. If you feel the same, you may send them to the north courtyard. The north courtyard? Hu Yao recalled that due to her parents' long-term posting at the border, the north courtyard housed only a few matrons for daily cleaning. Before she could speak, the maids were frantically winking at her, their expressions clearly conveying, we do not wish to go to the north courtyard. Hu Yao chuckled softly, I find them quite agreeable. You may make the decisions regarding the affairs of the general's residence. There is no need to consult me. Though she said this, Hu Yao had never seen the key to the general's ledgers since marrying into the household. Previously, she had thought little of it, believing she would eventually depart. Now that she desired to spend her life with Mu Yuan, she felt it imperative to understand him better and gain insight into the matters of the general's residence. Noticing Hu Yao lost in thought after hearing his words, Mu Yuan stepped forward and ruffled her hair. All matters in the residence are managed by second young master. If you wish to know more, simply inquire with him, and once you are familiar, he will grant you the key to the ledgers. Hu Yao nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Mu Yuan, seeing her clutching a soft pillow, raised an eyebrow with a smile. Are you not getting up? Hu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. I will rise once you leave, my husband. Mu Yuan paused, as if recalling something, his ears turning slightly red as he left with a remark. As long as you serve the young madam well. The maids bowed in acknowledgement, yes. Once Mu Yuan departed, the previously demure maid surrounded Hu Yao with garments, leading her toward the bathing chamber. Inside, Ping Ping and had already prepared warm water. Young madam, does your stomach still hurt this time? Hu Yao shyly shook her head. That's good. It means the second young master's medicine is indeed effective. Yes, after taking it for a while, the pain subsided. Young madam, we must tell you that the absence of maids in the second young master's west chamber is not due to our rowdiness. Indeed. Before the young general married the young madam, apart from Miss Jingzhe and a few legitimate offspring, there were hardly any maids. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Yao asked, why is that? I heard that when a young general was around 12 or 13, a maid attempted to climb into his bed but failed. Upon learning of this, Mama Xia punished her and expelled her from Jinsheng. Indeed, the maidservants were all summoned into the household by the young general during his visit to Wudu, and only upon their arrival did they discover that the household consisted solely of Miss Jingzhe and a few other born servants. Mama Xia had mentioned after their entry that the maids were there for the young mistress and were to focus solely on her care. leaving other matters to be handled by others. The young general had previously instructed that, following the young mistress's arrival, all affairs should prioritize her. Yes, yes. While the maidens continued their chatter, Hu Yao found herself lost in thought. She suddenly recalled a statement made by Mu Yuan long ago. Chapter 60. Guests are visitors. This general is never short of women by his side, particularly those who willingly seek his embrace. Now, hearing the maidens speak in such a manner, Hu Yao began to understand why Mu Yuan had uttered such audacious words. Yet, to whom was he speaking at that time? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yao shook her head. Instead of indulging in such musings, it would be wiser to seek an opportunity to directly inquire about the events of that day from Mu Yuan. Her mother had once said that the greatest taboo between a married couple is suspicion. In 10 days, she and Mu Yuan would be returning to Nanwei. This matter needed to be addressed before their return, but it would be prudent to wait until after her monthly cycle had passed to ask. In the following days, Hu Yao spent her time indulging in leisure and merriment with Su Yiyun and Yi Jing, exchanging pleasantries, and at night, she would rest in Mu Yuan's embrace. Life was exceedingly tranquil. In the study, after perusing the second volume of the general's household accounts, Hu Yao concluded that during the sweltering heat, one should remain tranquil rather than active, and sleep rather than study. Erlang, Hu Yao called out to Mu Tian, who was preparing medicine behind the screen. Mu Tian emerged with the medicine. Sister-in-law, is there something you do not understand? With a charming smile, Hu Yao replied, will you promise me one thing? Erlang, what is it? First, you must agree. No, disagree, please. Not a chance. Promise me, I implore you. Very well, sister-in-law, speak your mind. Hu Yao, fearing that Mu Tian might retract his promise, hurriedly added, if you ever marry, please do not separate from your brother. She had inquired about this before her arrival. With her mother often stationed at the border and her husband occasionally away on campaigns, he showed little interest in managing household affairs. Although Mama Xia and the steward took care of things, any urgent matters were entrusted to Erlang for arrangement. As a maidservant put it, the general's household could do without a mistress, but could not function without the second young master. Mu Tian paused, perplexed why. Hu Yao asserted confidently, because the general's household cannot do without you, and I cannot do without your brother. Mu Tian smiled broadly. Sister-in-law, do you wish to avoid the accounts? Hu Yao, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, I never said that. With a calm smile, Mu Tian remarked, while my brother is away on campaigns, I manage the household. What will you do? Sister-in-law, Hu Yao quietly responded, eat, drink, and enjoy life. That is quite a good idea. Setting the accounts aside on the desk, she cheerfully prepared to leave. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Mu Tian pulled her back into the chair. He handed her a volume of accounts, stating that even if she didn't wish to oversee matters, having some knowledge would be beneficial. Hu Yao contemplated refusing, but felt a sense of obligation given Mu Tian's earnestness, so she nodded in agreement. Mu Tian returned behind the screen, leaving Hu Yao gazing despondently at the towering pile of accounts, resting her head upon the desk. She squinted slightly, flipping through the ledger in her hands. What had prompted her to whimsically inquire about the affairs of the general's residence just a day before her return? How could the general's estate possess such vast holdings? Feeling drowsy, half asleep, Hu Yao seemed to hear a soft sigh, followed by the sensation of something being draped over her. When Mu Yuan entered the room, Hu Yao was soundly asleep, her head resting on the desk, while Mu Tian sat nearby reviewing the accounts. He tiptoed to her side, gently tucking her hair behind her ear and softly inquiring, how does your sister-in-law fare? After perusing a couple of volumes, Mu Tian had tossed the ledger aside in disinterest. Mu Yuan chuckled as he lifted Hu Yao into his arms. With someone to rely upon, it was only natural to lose motivation. Mu Tian sighed with a smile. Not a family member, not entering the same door. The excuses for couples to be lazy are quite similar. Mu Yuan laid Hu Yao down on the couch, cautioning, what if you don't know to carry your sister-in-law to the couch, and she wakes with a numb arm? Mu Tian handed Mu Yuan the outer garment that had been draped over Hu Yao, recalling, weren't we just discussing the flavors at Songjin Zhuang with your sister-in-law? If she truly were to be carried to the couch, I wonder how we would enjoy the flavors. Naturally, Mu Yuan's words were interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. A servant entered and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young general, the eldest son of Wang Taifu is waiting for you in the East study." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Wang Qingyan?" "Yes." Mu Tian replied coldly. "What does Wang Qingyan want?" Mu Yuan smiled lightly. "We shall know upon meeting." Mu Tian grumbled. "How tedious." "Long. A guest is a guest." Mu Yuan accepted the outer garment from Mu Tian and draped it over Hu Yao, cautioning, "Do ensure your sister-in-law does not fall from the couch." Mu Tian nodded, somewhat puzzled. Hu Yao stretched lazily, half closing her eyes as she gazed out at the banana trees. The plums hinted at a tartness, while the banana leaves danced with the window's gauze. Mu Tian paused his actions, observing the person on the couch. He anticipated Hu Yao would continue her musings, but instead, she murmured, "I really want to eat plums." Mu Tian. Hu Yao sat up, returning the moon-white outer garment draped over her to Mu Tian. "Was it Erlang who carried me to the couch?" Mu Tian took the garment and hung it back up. "No, it was your brother. Has my husband returned?" Mu Tian nodded. At this hour, Wang Qingyan should have departed. As he pondered, he poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Hu Yao. "Your brother is likely in the East study." Hu Yao took a sip and said, "Then I shall return to the East study." She set down the cup and hurriedly rushed outside. Having never been to Mu Yuan's study, Hu Yao was unfamiliar with the path, so she had summoned Jiang Shi'er to guide her. Following Jiang Shi'er through the floral stone courtyard and traversing the mountain corridor, she encountered a young gentleman clad in an ice-blue cloud-patterned long robe. Initially, Hu Yao did not register who he was until she heard Anne's soft gasp, prompting her to realize that the figure before her was none other than Wang Qingyan. Why was Wang Qingyan present at the general's residence? Hu Yao remembered that in her previous life, Mu Yuan and Wang Qingyan seemed to have had little interaction. Wang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter the princess here. He bowed to Hu Yao, saying, "Princess." Hu Yao returned the gesture, asking, "Is young Master Wang here to see my husband?" Wang Qingyan smiled at her and nodded, saying, "I have clarified matters with the Major General. As long as everything is clear, that is sufficient. The hour is late. I shall not keep young Master Wang from his meal. I will take my leave." Hu Yao gestured for Jiang Shi'er to continue leading the way, but after taking a few steps, she was called back by Wang Qingyan. Chapter 61. The instigator Hu Yao turned to Wang Qingyan, asking, "Is there anything else, young Master Wang?" Perhaps her tone had been too assertive, for even she was taken aback. It suddenly dawned on her that Mu Yuan's words had been true. Though she professed not to harbor resentment, deep down, she still held Wang Qingyan responsible. Why should she direct her ire towards him? With a soft sigh, Hu Yao's tone softened considerably as she spoke again. "If you have nothing further, I shall take my leave. I heard from the Major General that the princess is preparing to return home." "Indeed," he replied. "Is the Major General treating you well?" Hu Yao looked up at Wang Qingyan in confusion, wondering what that had to do with him. Wang Qingyan lowered his gaze, saying, "I apologize for being presumptuous. It is of no consequence. My husband treats me very well. Do you have anything else to discuss, young Master Wang?" Wang Qingyan shook his head, saying, "The hour is late. I must return." "Very well," Hu Yao replied. Wang Qingyan bowed, saying, "Farewell, young madam." Hu Yao nodded and turned to leave. Wang Qingyan watched her retreating figure for a long while before departing himself. Knock, knock. 3 consecutive knocks resounded at the door, but no sound came from within. Jiang Shi'er looked at Hu Yao, saying, "Young madam, the Major General may have just left. Perhaps we should return later?" Hu Yao nodded, preparing to leave when the study door suddenly opened. Before she could react, Mu Yuan pulled her into the room. As the door closed behind them, ping ping, and then were left outside. Hu Yao barely had time to process what was happening before Mu Yuan embraced her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. "Darling?" Hu Yao called softly. "Hu Yao." Mu Yuan's voice was somewhat hoarse, his tone lacking its usual buoyancy. "Darling?" "Sure, why? I am here." "Princess." Hu Yao was momentarily taken aback, then gently inquired, "Darling, what has happened?" Mu Yuan rarely referred to her as princess. When he did, it generally signified troubling news. Seemingly regaining his composure, he loosened his hold slightly. His deep voice whispered in her ear, "Did you come looking for me that day?" Hu Yao, puzzled, asked, "Which day?" "The day depicted in the painting." "The day in the painting?" "The day you encountered the lost gentleman in the palace." Did you come searching for me? Had I not entered the palace that day, would you not have left Zhaoyang Palace? As Mu Yuan spoke, Hu Yao recalled. That day, she had indeed ventured out of Zhaoyang Palace to see Mu Yuan, hearing from Ping Ping and an inn that he had returned from the border. She had meticulously adorned herself, carrying an embroidered pouch to express her feelings to him once more. Yes, I did go looking for you that day. No sooner had she spoken than Mu Yuan embraced her even more tightly than before. I remember it rained that day. Normally, the princess would not venture out. Yet that day, you had deliberately dressed up and carried a red pouch as you left. Later, I sent someone to inquire. And aside from my visit to the palace that day, only Tan Shaoqing and the general were present. By staying beside the princess, I could somewhat discern her thoughts. I have shared all this merely to inform the general that the purse was not a gift from the princess. I sought it under the pretense of needing it. And I was the one who proposed writing on the colored paper. I have never overstepped my bounds with the princess. Wang Qingyun's words echoed incessantly in Mu Yuan's ears. If I had not entered the palace that day, would the lady have refrained from going out? Mu Yuan seemed to suppress some emotion, his tone trembling slightly. Indeed, I despise going out on rainy days. It is dreadfully damp. Suddenly, Mu Yuan tightened his embrace around her, to the point where Hu Yao felt a twinge of discomfort. You're holding me too tightly. Hu Yao sensed his fluster when he released her and softly inquired, what happened that day? Mu Yuan gently wrapped his arms around her, saying, I did not see you that day. It turned out he was the one who instigated everything. Had he heeded Xuanqing's advice and refrained from entering the palace, Hu Yao would not have encountered Tanji. Wang Qingyun's plans would have succeeded, and she would have lived a peaceful and joyful life, as Xianqing foretold, marrying him. Hu Yao met Tanji only because she sought to see him, which led to the matters of the Jiangwu Duke's residence. Hu Yao returned his embrace, explaining, It was because I heard you say there were no shortage of women around you, particularly those who would willingly throw themselves at you, that I felt uncomfortable and chose to leave. Hu Yao gently nudged Mu Yuan. Are you not going to explain why you said such things, and to whom? Mu Yuan lowered his gaze at her, recalling that day in the pavilion sheltering from the rain, when some palace maid, confident in her beauty, had asked me to take her in. Naturally, I could not accept her with my heart belonging to you, so I spoke those words in jest. Are you implying that had you not held me in your heart, you would have accepted her? Mu Yuan? It seems you would have accepted her. I would not. Hu Yao crossed her arms and murmured, Not necessarily. Initially, I also sought you out, presenting myself as a worthy partner on the day of our marriage. Although you rejected me at first, you have since grown quite fond of me. Mu Yuan? Hu Yao leaned closer to him, asking, Am I not the most beautiful among those who admire you? In my heart, no woman can compare to you. Hu Yao waved her hand and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea. Do not speak such empty flattery. Just tell me the truth. Yes. Hu Yao took a sip of tea, her gaze flickering as she sighed. You are a man who charms others with your looks. Mu Yuan pressed his lips together and sat beside her. How fortunate I am to have you. Hu Yao propped her chin on her hand, smiling at him. Naturally, it depends on your performance. If you do not do well, Mu Yuan's beautiful phoenix eyes widened in inquiry. If you do not do well, you would seek solace in another's embrace. Naturally, I cannot allow myself to suffer grievances. Mu Yuan turned away, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. No wonder, after hearing what I said, the purse was not sent, and you want to favor Wang Qingyun instead. Hu Yao's clear eyes widened in surprise. How did you know I intended to send you the purse? Mu Yuan replied truthfully. Wang Qingyun mentioned it. How did he know I meant to send you the purse? Hu Yao asked, bewildered. Did she appear so obvious? Mu Yuan responded he noticed. Hu Yao pondered for a moment and remarked, No wonder Wang Qingyun harbors no affection for me. He must have long been aware of my feelings for my husband. Alas, he surely perceives me as a fickle woman. Mu Yuan, Chapter 62. Enjoy today to the fullest. He picked up the black-glazed rabbit hair cup from the table, silently sipping the tea. His intentions were far from altruistic regarding Wang Qingyun's unspoken affections. Hu Yao became lost in contemplation as she observed Mu Yuan drinking. He set down the cup and, with his fingertip, brushed against the corner of Hu Yao's lips, teasingly noting how her mouth seemed to be watering. Hu Yao's delicate face flushed a rosy hue as she seized Mu Yuan's hand, which had been tainted with her lip color, and declared, "That is clearly lip color, not drool." Mu Yuan, glancing at the remnants of lip color on his finger, tilted his head with a light chuckle and said, "It appears I misjudged. I thought my wife was utterly captivated by my charms. Who is captivated by your allure? I was merely observing." Hu Yao directed her gaze to the wall behind Mu Yuan, where her portrait hung prominently. She pointed at the painting with a serious demeanor, stating, "I was admiring my own likeness." Mu Yuan leaned closer, blocking her view of the painting, teasing her further. Hu Yao glared at him indignantly, retorting, "You are the one being stubborn." Her eyes widened as Mu Yuan suddenly pressed his lips to hers. Just as she opened her mouth to retaliate, he withdrew. "Indeed, it is rather soft," he murmured with a low, playful laugh, his words lingering in her ear like a soft caress. Hu Yao huffed softly and stood to leave, asserting, "You are the soft one." Yet, after taking only a few steps, she heard Mu Yuan's languid voice call after her, "Is my wife upset?" Her eyes flickered, and she returned to stand before him, looking down from her elevated stance, declaring, "I am not upset." Mu Yuan lazily tilted his head, gazing up at her. "I thought." Before he could finish, Hu Yao leaned down and captured his lips in a kiss. Mimicking his earlier actions, she whispered sweetly in his ear, "Your lips are truly soft." Hu Yao beamed at the still-dazed Mu Yuan, feeling satisfied as she prepared to depart, only to be pulled back into his embrace. She found herself perched on his lap, shifting uncomfortably. Mu Yuan held her firmly, preventing her from moving. With narrowed eyes, Hu Yao glared at him, but he merely smiled. "It seems you're genuinely upset this time." "I'm not upset. How about a kiss?" Hu Yao narrowed her eyes playfully and responded with a smile. "Very well." With her consent, Mu Yuan's hand caressed the back of her neck as he leaned in to kiss her. A strange warmth enveloped Hu Yao, leaving sweet, sticky traces in every corner of her being. Time slipped by until he finally released her. Hu Yao sank into his embrace, breathing softly, while Mu Yuan, like a ravenous beast, nestled against her neck and chest. Only when she involuntarily emitted a soft moan did he gradually let her go. Deep currents of desire surged in his gaze as his heated hand slowly traced down her waist. A shiver coursed through her, snapping her back to reality. If this continued, she would surely succumb. In a sweet, soft voice, she called out to Mu Yuan, wrapping her arms around his neck and saying, "Let us seize the day and revel in our joy." With that, Hu Yao leaned in to plant a kiss on Mu Yuan's lips once more. A ripple of emotion stirred within him, and he swallowed hard, releasing her from his grasp. As Hu Yao had anticipated, she effortlessly escaped from Mu Yuan's embrace. Observing the way Mu Yuan's long lashes fluttered and his ears flushed with crimson, Hu Yao couldn't help but smile subtly. She had no intention of complying with Mu Yuan's wishes. Swiftly, she tidied her attire and, at the moment Mu Yuan regained his senses, slipped towards the doorway. "The lady deceived me," she thought, her heart softening at the sight of Mu Yuan, compelling her to approach him. Mu Yuan, noticing her movement, could not suppress a slight smirk. Hu Yao paused after taking a few steps, pondering whether approaching him would be akin to walking into a trap, which would ultimately lead to failure. "Let my husband revel in his own merriment," she resolved, hastily exiting without a backward glance. Fearful that hearing Mu Yuan's words would weaken her resolve, Ping Ping and Anan, upon seeing Hu Yao emerge, hurried to inquire, "Is the princess unharmed?" "All is well," Hu Yao replied. Observing the affectionate glances she exchanged, Ping Ping, understanding her sentiments, shifted the topic, saying, "I heard from the maid that someone sent plums from the west chamber to the east chamber. Would you care to take a look, your highness?" Anan eagerly nodded in agreement. Hu Yao acquiesced, but then noticed only Ping Ping remained, prompting her to ask, "Was she "It is said a soldier, surnamed Lin, has come seeking her," replied Ping Ping. "Yes, Sheer mentioned he is her savior, so we urged her to meet him promptly." "A soldier named Lin? Lin Yin, perhaps? Once I return from the southern way, I must find an opportunity to meet Lin Yin," Hu Yao contemplated. Mu Yuan sighed at the closed door, realizing his wife was not only vengeful but also not easily deceived. He furrowed his brow, steadied his breath, and prepared to take a refreshing shower. Knock, knock, knock. A series of 3 long and 3 short knocks echoed from outside. Enter, he commanded. The dark guard respectfully presented a confidential letter, saying, My lord, this is from the northern region. Mu Yuan opened the letter, perusing its contents while arranging for several of his trusted aides. Understood, he replied. The dark guard, having completed his duty, turned to leave but hesitated midway, stammering, My lord. My lord. Mu Yuan glanced at him, urging him to speak. It seems there is a trace of lip color on your lips. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, revealing a surprising shade of crimson. He chuckled lightly. You may leave now. Yes, my lord. As the dark guard exited, another guard approached him, urgently asking, What did the master say? It's over. Over? What do you mean by over? Is the master sending you to the north? The dark guard shook his head. I often heard that the beauty's bed is a hero's grave, but today, witnessing our master, I find this saying quite credible. Surely, Our Lady is beautiful? Have you suddenly lost your mind? Chapter 63. The headband, a porcelain dish adorned with delicate floral patterns, held an array of fresh, glistening plums. Hu Yao selected a particularly attractive one and took a bite, only to gasp at the overwhelming sourness. How exceedingly tart, she exclaimed, swallowing the fruit and selecting another, frowning at the taste. The sweet and sour plum had turned solely sour. She placed the half-eaten plum on the table, torn between not wanting to offend Erlang's kind gesture and the unpleasantness of the taste. What am I thinking? Came Mu Yuan's voice from behind her. Hu Yao, already disheveled, felt her hair become even more tousled by his presence. She turned to glare at him. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, Ah, a fierce wife indeed. Hu Yao, with a triumphant hum, picked a plum from the plate and offered it to Mu Yuan's lips. My dear husband, do taste and see if it is sweet. Mu Yuan took a bite of the proffered plum, confirming its sweetness. Hu Yao regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Mu Yuan, wearing a mischievous smile, took the plum from her hand and brought it to her lips. Dear wife, do indulge yourself. Hu Yao, leaning into his hand, took a bite, her brows furrowing slightly. You deceiver, it is clearly sour. The one fed by the wife should naturally be sweet. Then surely, my husband has had his fill. As she spoke, she shoved the plum into Mu Yuan's mouth, along with 2 others she had just bitten, insisting there should be no waste. Without a hint of hesitation, Mu Yuan consumed all 3 plums. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hu Yao inquired, Is it not sour? Indeed, it is sour. Have a maid take it away to make wine, he replied. A series of knocks interrupted the moment. Mu Yuan settled into the chair beside Hu Yao, popping a candy into his mouth from her snack plate. Ping Ping entered, holding a scroll. Hu Yao, puzzled, asked, What do you have there? With a bow, Ping Ping responded, It is a list of medicinal herbs sent by the second young master, requesting that the young general and young lady purchase them upon their visit to the southern way. Before Hu Yao could respond, Mu Yuan lazily declared, Do not attend to it. Send it back to Erlang. Hu Yao took the scroll from Ping Ping. Why not? It is simply procuring some herbs for Erlang. My husband, as an elder brother, is being rather stingy. Ping Ping silently took the delicate, hollow-patterned plate and bowed as he exited the chamber. Hu Yao unfurled the scroll, which tumbled off the table, densely filled with names of herbs. She looked at Mu Yuan and chuckled softly. Shall we not return this to Erlang? Mu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, observing her with a smile. Is it not merely assisting Erlang in acquiring some herbs? My wife, as a sister-in-law, is being rather tight-fisted. Hu Yao rolled her eyes at Mu Yuan. I was merely jesting with you. Who says I will not attend to it? Then it shall be my wife's labor. This is what a sister-in-law ought to do. Mu Yuan reached out to help her organize the scroll. What did Miss Yi say? Hu Yao replied. A Jing mentioned that her family elders are discussing a match, making it inconvenient for her to travel. My husband, a Jing, is preparing for a match. Would you like to propose for Erlang? Mu Yuan, taken aback, asked why. At this, Hu Yao recounted the events she had witnessed at the Songjin Manor that day. Noticing Mu Yuan's lack of reaction, she couldn't help but ask, Are you even listening? Perhaps Erlang simply finds them a bit noisy. Could it be? Perhaps, Mu Yuan responded absent-mindedly, prompting Hu Yao to glance at him. In doing so, she noticed the tips of his hair were still wet, droplets cascading down onto his thin nightgown, revealing the contours of his slender waist. Hu Yao felt a flush rise to her cheeks, and, avoiding his gaze, asked, "Would you like to dry your hair, my husband?" Without waiting for his reply, she rose, took a handkerchief from the rack, and stood behind him. Mu Yuan, resting his chin on his hand, allowed her to fuss over him without a word. "What were you thinking just now? You seemed so distracted while I was speaking." Suddenly, the man beneath the handkerchief tilted his head to look at her, his eyes holding a captivating allure. "What is it, dear wife? Would you like some candy?" Mu Yuan spoke abruptly, causing Hu Yao to momentarily forget her response. He called out to her again, "Madam, what is the matter?" With a lowered gaze, Mu Yuan murmured, "Erlang mentioned that you purchased something for me at Sangjin Zhuang. Did you forget to give it to me?" Reminded by Mu Yuan. Hu Yao recalled the headband she had bought earlier at Sangjin Zhuang, but had not delivered to him due to various matters. She removed the scarf from Mu Yuan's head and hung it back on the rack, then hurried to the cabinet behind the screen to retrieve the red brocade box. She opened the box and presented it to Mu Yuan, apologizing for her forgetfulness amid the recent chaos. "You mustn't forget in the future. You should always think of me first," he replied. Hu Yao laughed at his words, responding cheerfully, "All right." Inside the brocade box lay a red headband, its tail adorned with a subtle golden thread embroidery of a protective talisman. "Do you like it, my husband?" "I do." "Then remember to wear it tomorrow." Mu Yuan toyed with the headband, saying, "I wonder if it is durable. Let's give it a try." How do we test it?" Before Hu Yao could react, Mu Yuan had already grasped her hand. A sweet kiss fell upon her lips, compelling her to tilt her head back in response. The warmth of their lips lingered before slowly parting. Hu Yao breathed softly, attempting to lift her hands, only to realize they were bound by the headband. "What are you doing tying me up?" She glared at Mu Yuan with indignation. He seemed oblivious to her glare, merely suggesting, "Let's see how sturdy it is." Hu Yao attempted to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter it became. She extended her hands towards Mu Yuan, adopting a pitiful expression as she gazed at him. "The headband is quite sturdy. My husband, please untie me." Mu Yuan looked at the headband around her wrist with satisfaction, remarking, "It appears to be quite durable. Forgive me for my rudeness, princess." "What?" The sudden lift of her legs caused Hu Yao to exclaim, realizing Mu Yuan's intentions. She anxiously grasped his clothing, pleading, "My husband, we must depart early tomorrow. We cannot tonight." Mu Yuan smirked, "Calling me husband now is futile. You should have anticipated that tonight would be filled with lavish delights when you were so fervent in the study today." As her back met the soft bedding, Hu Yao placed her hands between them, saying, "I was wrong, my husband. I acknowledge my mistake." Mu Yuan grasped her hand that was barricading them, questioning, "You acknowledge your mistake?" Hu Yao nodded vigorously. He gently stroked her wrist, which had reddened from binding. "Does it hurt?" Hu Yao deliberately showcased the red mark on her wrist, bringing it close to his eyes. "It does. If it doesn't hurt, one doesn't learn a lesson. Recognizing one's mistakes can lead to great improvements. Now that I am aware of my mistake, my husband is a gentleman and would not hold it against a little woman like me. Would he?" Mu Yuan gazed down at her, slowly loosening the headband around her wrist. Hu Yao knew Mu Yuan was easy to coax, but she was surprised at how readily he acquiesced. The headband did not come undone as she had hoped. It merely loosened enough not to irritate her wrist further. Leaning closer, Mu Yuan whispered, "Princess, you are mistaken. I'm no gentleman. I particularly enjoy engaging in playful disputes with a little woman like you." He lifted her hands above her head, his low, teasing voice brushing against her ear. "In this long, endless night, I shall exert all my strength to assist you. Princess, do not let me down." As the dawn's gentle light brushed against Hu Yao's slumbering face within the carriage, she furrowed her delicate brows and buried her head deeper into the quilt. The subtle ache in her body gradually eroded her drowsiness, prompting her to rub her eyes and sit up groggily. The bed felt constricted, the chamber appeared smaller. No, this was not her room at all. With her bright eyes partially opened, Hu Yao surveyed her surroundings in disbelief. The crimson drapes, the bedding, and the dark walls adorned with golden and silver wolf patterns indicated that this was indeed a carriage. It was at this moment that Mu Yuan entered, dressed in a splendid red robe woven with gold thread. He wore the headband gifted by Hu Yao, carrying a redwood box embedded with precious gems as he sat beside her. Hu Yao's hair was tousled by his touch, and she feigned annoyance, swatting his hand away. Unperturbed, Mu Yuan placed a lacquered, gold-painted table upon the bed, inquiring if his lady was hungry. "Not hungry," she replied, only for a soft grumble from her stomach to betray her. Mu Yuan chuckled, setting the meal on the table and presenting her with chopsticks. "Even if you're not hungry, you should eat a little." Hu Yao huffed lightly, refusing to take the chopsticks, instead reaching for his headband. Mu Yuan subtly tilted his head away, questioning her intentions. Ignoring him, Hu Yao leaned on the table with one hand while tugging at his headband with the other. Mu Yuan supported the table with one hand and grasped Hu Yao's reaching hand with the other, their palms pressed together, fingers intertwined. Raising an eyebrow in jest, Mu Yuan teased, "Did my lady not have enough fun last night?" Hu Yao's face flushed at his words, and she forcefully withdrew her hand from his grasp. You shameless," Mu Yuan replied. "Such words from the princess truly wound my heart. Just last night, while entwined in bed, you did not speak thus. You mustn't touch me. Not until we reach Nanwei." Hu Yao nearly shouted, her cheeks as red as the curtains behind her. Seeing her on the verge of tears from embarrassment, Mu Yuan ceased his teasing and spooned a bite of lotus porridge towards her lips, soothingly saying, "All right, I shall not speak of it, nor will I touch you." Hu Yao obligingly drank a spoonful of porridge from his hand. Mu Yuan offered another spoonful, to which Hu Yao, with a playful blink, tapped the table, declaring, "This princess demands her meal. You must serve me well." Mu Yuan responded with a smile, "I shall comply." His lady may not possess great skills, yet her commanding presence was undeniable. As the night deepened, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon the drapes. Hu Yao, with her brows slightly knitted, gazed quietly at the moon and stars hanging in the sky. Had she known that a brief rest after dining would lead to insomnia, she certainly would have refrained from it. Lazily leaning against the window, she murmured to herself, "The carriage is distant, the horses are swift." Before she could finish her poetic musings, a red garment was draped over her shoulders. Hu Yao gently adjusted the garment, glancing at the person who had clothed her. Leaning against the carriage wall, Mu Yuan, with a smile, continued her unfinished verse, "May I be like the stars, and you like the moon, shining brightly together every night." Hu Yao, filled with delight, moved closer to Mu Yuan, exclaiming, "I thought you were asleep." As she prepared to embrace him, he deftly avoided her hand. Confused, she called out to him as he settled at the other end of the carriage, "Husband?" Chapter 65. A New Dawn at Yinwen, with a faint response. Mu Yuan began to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Hu Yao believed that based on his recent actions, their marital bond should be gradually deepening. She pouted and decided to forgive him this once, considering his handsome visage. Without shame, she nestled beside Mu Yuan, asking, "May I lean against my husband?" "Not at all," he replied. Hu Yao, incredulous, inquired why not. Mu Yuan opened his eyes to gaze at her, stating, "I promised the princess that I would not touch her until we arrive in Southern Wei." Hu Yao, feeling a surge of indignation, tugged the quilt draped over Mu Yuan's legs and wrapped it around herself. Shortly after, Mu Yuan heard Hu Yao calling him once more. "What are you doing touching me?" "When did I touch you, my lady?" Pointing at the curtain with a mischievous grin, she declared, "The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot deny it, my husband." Following her gaze, Mu Yuan noticed the silhouettes of the two of them depicted on the curtain, their shadows intimately leaning against one another. He chuckled, "Indeed, I have touched my lady. How shall I be punished?" "Let my husband embrace me," she decreed. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, Mu Yuan gathered Hu Yao into his arms, replying, "I accept my punishment." Hu Yao, beaming, nestled against him, asked, "Why has my husband not yet fallen asleep?" "There is a restless rabbit nearby, making it difficult to sleep," he replied. Hu Yao retorted, "I am not being restless." As she gazed at the shadow on the curtain, a playful spirit ignited within her. She raised her crossed arms, entwining her thumbs, and wiggled her fingers. "Look, husband, a wild goose." The silhouette of a soaring goose on the curtain paused as another intruded, and with a flutter of wings, the geese transformed into a rabbit. Observing their intertwined hands, Hu Yao looked up at Mu Yuan, who was also gazing at her. The wild geese fly south, returning home. We Yao are going home. Tears welled in Hu Yao's eyes at Mu Yuan's words, and with a choked voice, she called out, "Husband." Mu Yuan lowered his gaze to her, asking, "What is it? Could you repeat that?" "We Yao are going home." "Husband." "Yes?" Hu Yao tightened her embrace, sobbing, "Husband, I am so fortunate to marry you. I often thought that if I were to marry you, it would be wonderful. And it truly is." Mu Yuan frowned slightly and pinched her cheek, teasingly replying, "You speak nonsense." Hu Yao playfully held Mu Yuan's hand, saying, "I am not speaking nonsense. Does my husband have a courtesy name? May I call him by it?" Mu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly as he replied nonchalantly, "Yes. But the emperor mentioned it would be renamed upon my coming of age. How about you choose one for me, Yao?" Excited, Hu Yao sat up, exclaiming, "Absolutely. But why must it be renamed? Is it because your courtesy name is something crude?" Mu Yuan appeared momentarily stunned, responding, "Not at all." Seeing his reluctance to divulge, Hu Yao became increasingly convinced that his courtesy name was something like ugly slave or dog egg. "In truth, I find names like Choryu and Nu quite pleasant. Such names are easy to live with. I heard from the emperor that my husband fell gravely ill at the age of 8, so Yao." Hu Yao blinked, looking at Mu Yuan. "I am weary." It seemed she had struck a sorrowful chord regarding her husband. It was all the fault of Emperor Liang for bestowing such ridiculous names, as if children should have no sense of dignity. "Then let us rest quickly." Hu Yao gently pulled Mu Yuan down to lie beside her, thoughtfully covering him with a quilt. She nestled into his embrace, softly patting his back with one hand, murmuring, "Let me soothe you to sleep, my husband." As she whispered the lullabies her mother used to sing to her, Mu Yuan found himself becoming increasingly awake. Although he had not yet succumbed to slumber, the person in his arms drifted off after 24 gentle pats. With his long eyelashes lowered, he gazed at the sleeping figure and murmured, "Divine light shatters the dusk. The new sun enters with warmth. Yao, my courtesy name is Yanwen." The slumbering figure nestled closer into his embrace. Mu Yuan replied softly, At the edge of the bed, another person lightly touched Hu Yao's sleeping face with a fingertip. "Do not move, my husband." "Oh, I understand," came a mockingly deep voice in her ear. Hu Yao, slightly bewildered, opened her eyes to see Su Yiyun smiling at her. "Indeed, it is I." Blushing, Hu Yao sat up, exclaiming, "What a mischief! How did you come here? The sun has risen quite high, and I came to check on you since you were still asleep." Su Yiyun stood and walked towards the carriage, saying, "I will summon Ping Ping and to assist you with your grooming and bring your breakfast. We can chat while you dine." "Very well." After a simple grooming, breakfast was laid out. Su Yiyun volunteered to attend to her. Hu Yao teased, "How does the princess plan to serve me?" "Naturally. I will serve you just as Brother Yuan serves you. If you keep speaking like that, I might just silence you." "Ha ha ha. No more that." Su Yiyun laughed, placing a bowl of soy milk in front of Hu Yao. "Sister Yao, guess who else is going to Nanwei besides me? Jiang Ming Yuan." "Oh, how did you know?" "Sister Yao, did Brother Yuan tell you?" Hu Yao broke a piece of fried jujube into the soy milk, replying, "Oh, I guessed." "How did you come to that conclusion?" Hu Yao explained, "Not long ago, the second branch of the Jiang family was exiled due to various matters concerning Jingchang Temple. Although this does not concern young Master Jiang, family honor is always shared, so he must have faced quite a bit of scolding lately." Su Yiyun defended, "This was indeed the fault of the second branch. The matriarch of the Jiang family is biased, yet she still blames the first branch. I truly cannot comprehend her. How can she be so partial when they are both her grandsons?" As Yao munched on the softened fried jujube, she listened to Su Yiyun speak out for Jiang Mingyuan, recounting the matriarch's favoritism and the hardships Jiang Mingyuan faced in his youth. Only when Su Yiyun paused to drink some cool water did Hu Yao interject, "I have a way to make it impossible for the matriarch to be biased." Su Ziyun, excited, asked, "What is your plan?" "If young Master Jiang marries, then they can split the family." Su Yiyun stood up, pounding her chest. "Who is he to marry?" "There is no specific person in mind. I merely suggest that if young Master Jiang were to marry, it would allow for a division of the family." Su Yiyun sat back down, relieved. "I thought you meant Jiang Mingyuan was going to marry." With a leisurely sip of soy milk, Hu Yao asked, "Do you have feelings for young Master Jiang?" Su Yiyun's face flushed instantly. I do not like Jiang Mingyuan. I have no thoughts of marrying him." "Very well. You do not like young Master Jiang and have no thoughts of marrying him. Following Su Yiyun's words, Hu Yao continued, "It's not impossible." Su Yiyun muttered softly. Hu Yao lowered her gaze, stifling a laugh. "Sister Yao." Su Yiyun shifted the topic. "Guess who else is accompanying us to Nanwei besides Jiang Mingyuan?" "You won't be able to guess." Hu Yao had not anticipated that there would be another companion. "Is it the ninth prince?" Su Yiyun playfully shook her head. "Even if Sister Yao guesses about next year, you still wouldn't know." "I don't believe it. I can definitely guess." Hu Yao, unwilling to concede, listed everyone she knew, even naming the crown prince, Wang Qingyun, yet still failed to guess correctly. After the maids came in to tidy up and then left, Hu Yao finally admitted defeat. "I told you Sister Yao wouldn't guess. That person is." Su Yiyun teased, drawing out the suspense. Hu Yao urged, "Speak quickly." "That person is Master Xianqing." "Master Xianqing?" "Indeed. I only learned that Brother Yuan and Master Xianqing have been friends for many years when we set off. Had I known earlier, we could have invited Master Xianqing directly to the General S residence, instead of making a special trip to Jingshan Temple." Hu Yao was equally surprised that a general who did not believe in deities or spirits had such a long-time friend who was a Taoist priest. "Do you know what Master Xianqing is going to Nanwei for?" Su Yiyun shook her head. "Brother Yuan is currently in Master Xuanqing's carriage. You can ask him when he returns." Hu Yao momentarily found it hard to imagine a scene of Mu Yuan sitting together with Master Xianqing. Master Xianqing set down his teacup and slowly spoke. "If you continue to stare at me without speaking." Mu Yuan parted his thin lips. "Xianqing, Yuan, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Mu Yuan asked, "Can a person truly change their mind because of a dream?" "Huh? Would you abandon the one you love just because you dreamt that they failed to save you?" "Yes, my dreams have never been wrong." Mu Yuan rolled his eyes at Xianqing. "What exactly do you want to ask?" Xianqing inquired seriously. "I once read a book at your place that mentioned a technique capable of reviving the dead and altering past events, claiming that if successful, the practitioner would dream of their previous lives. Is there such a technique?" Xianqing, puzzled, replied, "Why do you ask this?" "Just out of curiosity." "No. You came over this early, said nothing, and are simply testing my patience." Yuan, what is your true intent behind these questions?" Mu Yuan squinted playfully, just curious. "Xianqing, your master often said you possess extraordinary talent. Whether it be drawing talismans or learning spells, nothing should be difficult for you. Surely you would know this technique, right? If there are books, Xianqing began, but changed his mind mid-sentence. "Mo Yuan lauket fredi, ise. What do you see?" "I don't even know. Even if I could, I would never let you use it." Mu Yuan, unfazed, chuckled. "No, once we meet your savior in Nanwei, I will know whether you would allow me to use it." Xianqing was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Mu Yuan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Xianqing. "Yao's brother is unwell. Master Xianqing, as a healer, would surely not stand by and do nothing." Xianqing smirked. "Are you trying to manipulate me?" Since he selfishly agreed to accompany Mu Yuan to Nanwei, he had already fallen into Mu Yuan's scheme. Mu Yuan had deduced something. Even he had relied on dreams to glean certain truths, yet he had managed to arrive at his own conclusions. With his long lashes gently lowered, he recalled the dream Hu Yao had described, along with her palpable anxiety regarding Qinzhan. He remembered the inexplicable questions she had posed to the Shadow Guard during the hairpin banquet. It dawned on him that perhaps it was not merely a dream. If it were not a dream, then why did Hu Yao meet her demise? Where was he when she died? Why had he allowed her to perish? Mu Yuan's thin lips pressed together, and his phoenix-like eyes glimmered with a cold, piercing intensity as they turned towards Xianqing. Xianqing took the cup from Mu Yuan's hand, stating, "Your wife is currently waiting for you in the carriage, perfectly well." Mu Yuan closed his eyes and inquired, "What do you know?" "Not much. I only know that the art has indeed succeeded," Xianqing replied, observing Mu Yuan's meditative state. "You have never believed in such things. Why the sudden change of heart?" "Yao told me last night that when she becomes a ghost, she wishes to marry me." "Huh?" Xianqing could hardly believe his ears, staring at Mu Yuan as if he were mad. Mu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "If the Taoist can calculate, why not deduce the rest?" Xianqing rolled his eyes in response. Mu Yuan chuckled lightly, recalling, "Do you remember that day at Jingchang Temple when you interpreted the divination for me? You advised me against believing in such matters. Qianqing, we have known each other for many years. I have never believed, so where does this notion of belief come from? Qianqing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mu Yuan would harbor doubts anew. Though I do not believe, it does not mean I would not resort to it when cornered. Mu Yuan continued. I understand myself better than anyone else. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the carriage window, Mu Yuan murmured, life and death, death and life. Chapter 67. As desired, why not directly inquire with your wife? The dead know more than we do about how they died and how they live again. After a moment of contemplation, Qianqing furrowed his brow and responded, no, she may not be aware of how she has been reborn. The flow of the universe, the tribulations of life and death, are all dictated by the heavenly order. To go against the heavens surely comes with a price. Allow me to search through the texts left by my master for this art. Qianqing's words ceased as he caught sight of the mischievous grin on Mu Yuan's face. It was apparent that he had indeed fallen into a trap. You know nothing at all. Mu Yuan, you are deliberately being ambiguous, waiting for me to speak. Qianqing, you began to panic the moment I mentioned seeing your benefactor in the Southern Way. Your heart was in disarray, making it impossible for you to think clearly. Now that I have a general understanding, I shall not disturb your tranquility any longer. Mu Yuan teased as he lifted the carriage curtain with a smile. Qianqing retorted with irritation, get lost. As Jiang Mingyuan saw Mu Yuan emerge, he rode closer, exclaiming, ah, our young general has finally made his appearance. Mu Yuan mounted his horse and asked, why aren't you in the carriage? Just passing the time, enjoying the sun, he replied. Jiang Mingyuan approached further and asked, has it gone as you wished? Mu Yuan nodded. Then why not hurry back to the carriage to accompany your wife? There's no rush. I too wish to bask in the sunlight. Jiang Mingyuan scoffed. When do you plan to marry Ningping? Once I have tidied up the Jiang family's inner residence. Then you must act swiftly. If you delay, I might send Erlang to propose to the Grand Princess. Hasn't Qianqing mentioned that they were married in their past life? Get lost. Ningping would react like a mouse encountering a cat. If they were to become husband and wife, it would surely mean our utter demise. Mu Yuan rode forth, his spirit unyielding. No, I shall live a long life, he declared. Jiang Mingyuan galloped alongside, affirming, naturally, I too shall enjoy longevity. At the moment the carriage curtain was lifted, Hu Yao swiftly concealed the book she held in her bosom, thanks to Su Yiyun's lightning-fast reflexes. Su Yiyun whispered, Sister Yao, please do not let Brother Yuan know that I showed you the book. All right, Hu Yao replied, her eyes glimmering with regret as she gazed towards the carriage door, having been captivated by an enthralling part of her reading. Upon entering the carriage, Mu Yuan was met with Hu Yao's sorrowful gaze. In that moment, all his concerns faded away. He yearned only for the companionship of this enchanting individual to share both day and night. Husband? Hu Yao's query was met with Mu Yuan's warm embrace. Ah Yao, how I missed you. She gently nudged him, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, husband, Yiyun is still here. Please, let me go. Realizing Su Yiyun's presence, Mu Yuan reluctantly released Hu Yao and glanced at Su Yiyun. Why are you still here? Aren't you leaving? Su Yiyun stuttered, utterly speechless. It was terrifying. Having followed Brother Yuan all her life, she had never witnessed him in such an effeminate state. Surely, Sister Yao had been deceived by this facade. A sharp rapping on the window interrupted their moment. Su Yiyun, aren't you eager to ride? Since the young master is in good spirits today, seize the opportunity to ride. Time waits for no one. Hurry outside. Jiang Mingyuan's voice jolted Su Yiyun back to reality, causing her to dash out of the carriage in a flurry. Hu Yao watched her retreating figure and remarked, Husband, it seems Yiyun is quite startled. Pay her no mind. Mu Yuan replied, once again enveloping Hu Yao in his arms. What were you two discussing? Hu Yao chuckled sheepishly. Just some trivial matters. What did you and Taoist Qianqing speak of? We discussed your brother, Mu Yuan replied. What did the Taoists say? When the time comes, you may have the Empress summon him, he answered. Hu Yao nodded, resting her head against Mu Yuan's shoulder, pleasantly surprised to learn of her husband's friendship with Taoist Qianqing. When I visited Jingchang Temple to seek a divination, It was Taoist Xianqing who interpreted it for me. And what did he say? Hu Yao sat up to look at Mu Yuan. Taoist Xianqing said I would have my wishes fulfilled and live a long life. I had always wished to marry you and return to the Southern Way. As you can see, my desires have come to fruition. Mu Yuan gazed at her, a smile illuminating his eyes. I too have realized my wishes. Hu Yao, her eyes sparkling, embraced Mu Yuan, teasing. Could it be that you have wished for a wife as wonderful as I? Mu Yuan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he lowered his gaze. Indeed. The carriage came to a halt at a quaint inn on the outskirts of Southern Way. The occupants debated whether to rest in the town. Su Yiyun stated earnestly, "In the 3rd month, we should visit Yangzhou." Mu Yuan, languidly, replied, "It is not yet March." Jiang Mingyuan fanned himself, adding, "Though it is not March, it does not preclude us from resting here for a few days." Su Yiyun chimed in, "Exactly. Now that we have arrived in Southern Way, Brother Yuan, let us experience the local customs without haste." Hu Yao quietly lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. Upon seeing the name of Howd Town, Hu Yao was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, during her transformation into a ghost, she had heard a storyteller speak of the affairs of Shiliang. He recounted tales of the tyrannical and foolish king of Shiliang, whose subjects longed for the return of his half-brother to claim the throne. It was said that the king's brother was not only exceptionally handsome, but also a man of deep loyalty and affection. Tragically, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of his elder brother, meeting a grim fate at the southern border of Wei in Howd Town. If she could locate the Prince of Shiliang first, safeguarding his life and returning him to Shiliang, a political upheaval might ensue, sparing Su Yiyun from the necessity of marrying for alliance. She recalled that the prince bore a distinctive red butterfly-shaped birthmark on his shoulder. If she pursued this clue, she should find him swiftly. Hu Yao turned her gaze towards Jiang Mingyuan, who was conversing with Mu Yuan. She had often pondered why, in her previous life, the young Master Jiang had not taken Su Yiyun as his wife. Unable to unravel this mystery, she decided to set it aside and gently tugged at Mu Yuan's sleeve. "Suggest him, my husband. Let us rest in this town for a few days." Mu Yuan glanced at Jiang Mingyuan. His expression slightly darkened and replied, "Very well." "Sister Yao is the best," Su Yiyun exclaimed as she stood to embrace Hu Yao, only to be stopped by Jiang Mingyuan. "Hurry and dismount before Brother Yuan changes his mind." "All right," the two responded in unison. As they alighted from the carriage, an immediate silence enveloped the interior. When Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan, she found him gazing back at her with affection in his phoenix-like eyes, a deep smile gracing his lips. Chapter 68. A hint of jealousy. Mu Yuan gently pulled Hu Yao into his embrace, asking, "What do you think of Ming Yuan's appearance?" Hu Yao candidly replied, "Young Master Jiang is quite handsome, possessing a face that attracts admirers." "Why you ask, my husband?" Mu Yuan cast his eyes downward, confessing, "You have been staring at Ming Yuan since you lowered the curtain. I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy." Hu Yao burst into laughter. "Oh, my husband, do not feel jealous, please. I cannot help it," he replied playfully. With a radiant smile, Hu Yao pressed a kiss to his neck, coaxing, "If my husband does not feel jealous, then all is well, right?" "Indeed," Mu Yuan responded in a low voice. Taking his hand, Hu Yao urged, "Let us dismount swiftly." Mu Yuan allowed her to lead him, responding with a simple, "All right." Upon exiting the carriage, they found Jiang Mingyuan had already arranged accommodations for them, while he and Su Yiyun awaited their meal in an elegant dining room on the 1st floor. The inn was bustling with patrons, and as Hu Yao and Mu Yuan entered, all eyes were drawn to them involuntarily. Since the reign of the benevolent Empress Hui Ming a century ago, the South Wei had embraced a culture of openness, where romantic expressions between men and women were commonplace. Yet today, the striking beauty of the young couple ignited curiosity, with the young lady exuding exquisite charm and the young man radiating youthful brilliance, compelling onlookers to steal glances, observing their attire and demeanor. Many assumed they were a newlywed couple from a prominent family or young lovers traveling in the South. The innkeeper greeted them warmly, ushering them towards the dining area. "Esteemed guests, please this way." With a smile, Hu Yao discreetly offered a handful of silver coins to the innkeeper, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." The innkeeper, his face lighting up at the sight of the coins. Gratefully accepted. Thank you, esteemed guests. Please enjoy your meal. In the dining room, Jiang Mingyuan inquired Sister Yao. After dining, would you care to join us for a stroll? That sounds delightful, Hu Yao replied. Jiang Mingyuan then turned to Mu Yuan, asking, will you accompany us? To which Mu Yuan lazily smiled. If Yao is going, then I shall certainly join. Jiang Mingyuan could not help but roll his eyes at Mu Yuan, exuding a sense of disdain. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, what about Xianqing? In the guest room, he expressed his reluctance to see us before arriving in linen. What did you do? Oh, I merely asked a few questions. Su Yin leaned closer to Mu Yuan and asked, Brother Yuan, what questions did you ask Daoist Xianqing? Hu Yao, who was listening to their idle chatter, found her gaze drawn to a ragged youth outside the inn. The boy possessed eyes reminiscent of Kunlun jade, with ink-black, slightly curled hair. His clothing was torn from the pursuit of his assailants, revealing a butterfly-shaped birthmark in crimson on his shoulder. Hu Yao's eyes widened in surprise. The person she had long sought had suddenly appeared before her. Not wishing to let this opportunity slip away, she rose and quietly approached Su Yun, whispering, Yun, did you see the boy outside the inn? Su Yun followed her gaze and saw him. Could you help him? Certainly, without questioning why she should not go herself. Su Yun nodded and hurried outside. Seeing this, Jiang Mingyuan hastily followed with his fan in hand, calling out, Su Yun. Hu Yao watched Su Yun depart. Her heart stirred. Su Yun did not even inquire about the reasons behind her request. Her trust in Hu Yao was genuine. Mu Yuan observed their interaction with keen interest and, resting his chin on his hand, remarked with a smile, I thought Yao intended to rescue a hero. If I were to save him, will my husband become jealous? When you were staring at him just now, I was contemplating how to deal with him without causing you too much heartache. Hu Yao chuckled. Why will my husband be jealous of a mere child? That seems a bit excessive. Mu Yuan dismissed her concern. He is quite handsome. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. Indeed, he is striking, particularly his eyes, which resemble precious jade. If a Yao is fond of jade, Hu Yao interjected, Husband, please refrain from suggesting that you would gouge out his eyes to gift them to me. Mu Yuan blinked and replied with a light laugh. I intended to suggest that if a Yao likes jade, we could simply purchase some. I had no idea you were contemplating such drastic measures. Hu Yao then asked, why did a Yao ask Ning Ping to rescue him? Does my husband wish to know? I do. Hu Yao beckoned mysteriously for Mu Yuan to lean closer. He complied readily. Lowering her voice, she whispered in his ear, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. When the time is ripe, you shall know. Mu Yuan's gaze flickered, and he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table 3 times, responding very well. Suddenly, a loud thump echoed from the outer room, silencing the previously jovial patrons. Curious, Hu Yao pushed open the door to the parlor. In the center of the inn sat an elderly man in a long robe, vigorously reciting poetry while fanning himself. What poem is he reciting, husband? Why have I never heard it before? It is a fixed performance poem composed by the storyteller himself. Has Yao never heard of storytelling? Hu Yao shook her head. In the southern way, royal sons and daughters could only leave the palace at the age of 13. I turned 12 when I arrived in the Liang kingdom, and I only sneaked out once accompanied by a prince. Her words trailed off, and she glanced at Mu Yuan with a hint of guilt, saying, I forgot the rest. Mu Yuan, understanding her unspoken thoughts, teased, did you forget? Or did the young prince take you out of the palace? Hu Yao smiled sweetly as she held Mu Yuan's hand and playfully said, Husband, let's listen to a story. However, Mu Yuan seemed oblivious to her request and instead inquired, did you enjoy yourself during your outing from the palace? Hu Yao released Mu Yuan's hand and pouted. I was indeed quite happy at first, but my joy waned when I saw the young general being led about the lake by a charming young lady. Mu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. That cannot be. I anticipated you would respond thus, she replied. I did not wish to argue with you, but since you insist on questioning me, let us discuss it properly. Chapter 69. The past in the 29th year of Linda at Zhaoyang Palace, Hu Yao, having suffered from a serious illness and deep sorrow, resolved to let go of Mu Yuan. Throughout her life, she desired to sacrifice herself for the one she loved and who loved her in return. But she would not gamble everything on a man who did not cherish her. Such a course was not worth pursuing. With a sigh, Hu Yao gazed at the embroidered pouch she had crafted for Mu Yuan. She had spent an entire month on it, practicing on a sachet beforehand to avoid any errors. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have stitched it at all. To discard it would be a pity, yet to keep it would serve no purpose. "My princess," a gentle voice echoed within the palace. Wang Chengyun entered, carrying a blue and white porcelain food box. "What brings you to the palace today?" "His Highness the Crown Prince summoned me," Wang Chengyun replied, placing the food box on the table. "A chef from Linen happened to arrive at our residence, so I requested him to prepare the lotus pastry you mentioned before." "Lotus pastry?" Hu Yao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Wang Chengyun nodded with a smile. "Do get a taste, my princess." "Then I shall not hold back," she declared, unceremoniously taking a piece from a box. "Have you tried it?" Wang Chengyun shook his head. Hu Yao selected the most exquisite piece and offered it to him. "Here, this one is for you. Do try it." Wang Chengyun accepted it and took a bite, smiling. "Indeed, as you said, it is exceptionally delicious." "Of course it is." Hu Yao beamed as she savored a piece herself. As a princess sent to marry, she was acutely aware of her fortune. No one imposed harsh restrictions on her diet. No one mistreated her, and no one sought her life. Wang Chengyun's eyes caught sight of the pouch Hu Yao had placed on the table. He picked it up and murmured, "Does he not want this?" Hu Yao, enjoying her lotus pastry, looked up and asked, "What did you say?" "I was wondering if you no longer wish to keep this pouch. Could it be gifted to me? My own pouch has unfortunately torn." "Ah." Hu Yao glanced at the pouch he held out to her, feeling an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Wang Chengyun lowered his gaze to her, his eyes filled with tenderness. "I shall cherish it dearly." Having resolved to let go, Hu Yao intended to sever her lingering thoughts completely. "If you do not mind, then take it. How could I possibly dislike it?" "I truly adore this pouch," Wang Chengyun replied, accepting it. "As a gesture of gratitude, may I take you outside the palace for a spring outing 10 days hence?" Hu Yao looked at Wang Chengyun in disbelief. "Really? You can truly take me out of the palace?" Wang Chengyun smiled. "Indeed, but you must not speak of it to others." Hu Yao nodded eagerly. "Wang Chengyun, you are truly a good person, the best in Liang." At long last, under Hu Yao's eager anticipation, the day for their spring outing outside the palace arrived. She donned the attire that Wang Chengyun had meticulously prepared for her and exited the palace with him, not daring to inquire how he had orchestrated her departure. The carriage halted by the lakeside, and she stepped down, donning the veil that Wang Chengyun handed her. Groups of elegantly dressed young men and women were gathered by the lake, reveling in the beauty of the flowers and the lively atmosphere. "What's the matter?" Wang Chengyun inquired softly, tilting his head slightly. Hu Yao expressed her confusion, recalling that she had heard tales of women from the Liang and Ganbei kingdoms who rarely ventured beyond their doorsteps except during festivities. Yet here, by the lake, were numerous women enjoying the spring. Wang Chengyun explained, since the ascension of the late emperor, women in Daliang have been permitted to go out for leisure, especially during holidays. However, they cannot wander alone. They must be accompanied by 2 or 3 maidservants. As for other kingdoms, I am not well versed. "Ah, I see," she replied. Wang Chengyun glanced toward a nearby stall. "Might the princess wait here for a moment?" Hu Yao nodded in agreement. Wang Chengyun summoned a maid to accompany her, ensuring his peace of mind before departing. With a radiant smile, Hu Yao began to explore her surroundings, her gaze inadvertently catching a glimpse of a flash of red from a nearby tavern. She admonished herself not to look, yet her curiosity prevailed. Inside, a youth clad in red was pouring himself a drink, while nearby women cast furtive glances but refrained from approaching due to the presence of a girl in purple beside him. The girl in purple complained, "Brother Yuan, please stop drinking. Ever since you left the palace 5 days ago, you've been indulging daily. Today, we are here to enjoy the spring. You should be sipping tea instead." Mu Yuan furrowed his brow at the mention of 5 days. What folly had possessed him to enter the palace and return the purse to Wang Chengyun? He should have incinerated it. Yet, if he had done so, the little princess would undoubtedly have to expend time and effort to craft another. Su Yun seized the wine cup from Mu Yuan's hand, pulling him up from his seat. "Brother Yuan, we must go. Jiang Ming Yuan and the others are still waiting for us." Su Yun observed the women who dared not approach Mu Yuan while she was present and mused. Today, I finally comprehend what Jiang Mingyuan meant when he said, I was your shield. Mu Yuan replied somewhat dismissively, Indeed, you are clever. Would it not be better for you to marry me and return to the general's estate? That would not do. I have someone in mind. Who might this person be? I suspect Brother Yuan has conjured him from dreams. Disinterested, Mu Yuan allowed Su Yun to pull him towards Jiang Mingyuan and Siet Song by the lake. However, as Su Yun tugged him along, she noticed he had halted. She looked back at him, puzzled. Brother Yuan, what is wrong? Mu Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the figure of a girl in an ice-blue skirt and veil, standing a short distance away. Is Brother Yuan gazing at Wang Gongzi? Su Yun asked, noticing Wang Qingyun approaching the girl with a sugar figurine in hand. Indeed, it was Hu Yao. Mu Yuan was taken aback that Wang Gongzi had brought his sister along for a spring outing. How do you know that girl is Wang Qinyun's sister? Perhaps she is the object of his affections. Impossible. He is Wang Gongzi. Mu Yuan scoffed, shaking off Su Yun's hand from his arm and turning to leave. Su Yun followed him, offering consolation. Are you perhaps jealous of Wang Gongzi? Though I am aware of your esteemed character, others remain oblivious. Moreover, who could forget your previous indulgences in the pleasure houses? I have even heard whispers of a young lady you brought back from Jingzhou to keep in your residence. Furthermore, if you utter another word, I shall cast you into the lake, warned Mu Yuan. Su Yun made a face at Mu Yuan's retreating figure, reveling in her jealousy. Hu Yao observed as Mu Yuan allowed Princess Ningping to lead him towards the lakeside, curling her lip before turning away from him. Had she known she would encounter Mu Yuan today, she would have resolutely remained within the palace. Chapter 70, Storytelling the Spring Breeze, imbued with an inexplicable floral fragrance, lifted Hu Yao's veil. As she reached up to adjust it, she noticed Wang Qingyun approaching her with a sugar figurine in hand. Upon catching her gaze, Wang Qingyun smiled and quickened his pace. He presented her with a rabbit-shaped candy, saying, I heard that ladies adore these, princess. Please do indulge. Hu Yao expressed her gratitude and accepted the confection. Indeed, he replied gently. Sweet, is it not? He then adjusted her veil, pleased that she enjoyed it. Yes, I find it quite delightful. Gazing at the gentle and refined Wang Qingyun before her, Hu Yao made a sudden decision. She would no longer harbor feelings for Mu Yuan. Her affections would shift to Wang Qingyun. Her father had once said that one should not cling to a single tree, and the same principle applied to matters of the heart. Once Hu Yao resolved to like someone, she would take the initiative. Thus, she declared, Wang Qingyun, let's go admire the blossoms. Shall we also take a boat ride afterward? Wang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but softly replied, very well. So the charming young lady is indeed Princess Ningping? He inquired. Otherwise, do you think your husband would secretly accompany another lovely lady on a lakeside outing? Mu Yuan shook his head. Has your husband acknowledged his mistake? He has, she replied. My dear husband, having recognized his fault, I shall forgive you. Let us consider this matter bygone. Mu Yuan paused, tilting his head with a light laugh. That won't do. Why not? Ah Yao, I could never have imagined that you would develop an affection for young Master Wang merely because of a sugar figurine. Hu Yao defended herself. Surely it is not solely due to the candy. I am not a mere child to be swayed by confection. Is that so? Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes, teasingly questioning, then pray tell what is the reason? Without hesitation, Hu Yao replied, it is due to young Master Wang's erudition, his refinement, but most importantly, his kindness towards me, coupled with his striking appearance. Though he may not be a martial artist, his physique is quite commendable. Would you not agree, dear husband? Dear husband. Indeed, she exclaimed, realizing the absurdity of her own words. Flustered, Hu Yao playfully took Mu Yuan's hand, saying, I was wrong, my beloved, in my heart. You are the most handsome and admirable man in the world. It is too late. The water has spilled, and I am quite jealous. Without hesitation, Hu Yao picked up a pastry from the table and brought it to Mu Yuan's lips. Do not harbor jealousy. Have a piece of cake. Mu Yuan glanced at the pastry, his smile broadening at the sight of the lotus flower pastry. What? She thought, feeling as though she had met her demise before even embarking on her journey. It is merely a coincidence, she laughed. Husband, let us return to the storytelling. Mu Yuan's eyes sparkled as he took Hu Yao's hand. Let us retreat to our chambers and listen there. The innkeeper mentioned that each room of the Tianzi series possesses a unique small window, which, when opened, allows one to hear the storytelling from downstairs, but when closed, it silences all sound. Intrigued yet skeptical, Hu Yao followed Mu Yuan out of the private chamber, wondering if such magic truly existed. As they emerged, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. "Are you two esteemed guests returning to your room for a little rest? After a long journey, my wife is feeling rather fatigued." Hu Yao let out a slight hum, noting how Mu Yuan used her as an excuse. "Please proceed upstairs and turn left. The innermost room is Tianzi number 1. Mu Yuan expressed his gratitude and took Hu Yao back to their quarters. Upon entering the room, Hu Yao immediately began searching for the peculiar small window. It was situated low beside the bed, no larger than the span of her 2 hands. Gently, she pushed the window open, and the voice of the storyteller flowed in with eloquence. When she closed it, the outside noise vanished completely. "Did you hear that, my husband? Indeed. If we speak while keeping the window open, will the diners on the first floor hear us?" The innkeeper assured me they would neither hear nor see. What if the innkeeper is deceiving us? At that moment, the guards were dining downstairs, and Hu Yao could attempt to call out. Nodding in agreement, she followed Mu Yuan's suggestion and called a few times, receiving no response. Looking outside, she confirmed that nothing was visible. Reassured, she removed her shoes, lay down on the bed, and began to listen to the storyteller's tale. The current emperor and empress have only one daughter, Princess Yongle, whom they cherish as their heir apparent. Hence, they are reluctant to marry her off to the Liang kingdom, just as they were about to refuse. A proposal for marriage from the northern region arrived. The Liang emperor wished for his son to wed the princess, while the northern emperor desired his grandson to marry her. If only one nation sought her hand, the emperor and empress could easily decline. However, should both nations make their requests, refusing them both could plunge the southern way into a predicament. Upon learning of this, Princess Yongle proactively suggested the marriage, and after much contemplation, the emperor and empress agreed to the union with Liang while rejecting the proposal from the northern region. Why did Yongle consent to the marriage? Mu Yuan's voice gently pulled Hu Yao back from the storyteller's narrative. Looking at Mu Yuan, who had unknowingly seated himself by the bed, she smiled and replied, "To meet my husband." Mu Yuan chuckled heartily. "You jest, merely trying to flatter me." Hu Yao playfully grasped Mu Yuan's hand, asserting, "You clearly enjoy listening." The diners on the first floor also posed questions to the storyteller. Why does our emperor not choose the grandson? Indeed, if he did, wouldn't our princess become the grandson's wife? Yes, and if the northern emperor and the crown prince were to suddenly become entangled, our princess could find herself as the queen of the northern kingdom. Hu Yao sat up from the bed and covered Mu Yuan's ears. Mu Yuan gently removed her hand. Laughing, "What are you doing? I fear my husband may feel jealous." Mu Yuan adjusted the soft pillow against the bed's edge, saying, "What is there to be jealous of? Lean against the soft pillow. It will be more comfortable." Obediently, Hu Yao nestled against the pillow. "You all know that the northern crown prince may very well become the new emperor. Yet you are unaware that this crown prince is not the biological son of the northern emperor. He is the son of the northern emperor's elder brother, the former crown prince, and is merely 4 years younger than the current prince. The former crown prince went missing on the battlefield, and everyone presumed him dead. Though the northern emperor felt heartbroken, he had no choice but to designate the then prince as the heir. Years later, the former emperor abdicated, and the northern emperor ascended the throne. The former crown prince unexpectedly returned to the country with his 2 young sons. Not long after, the former crown prince passed away, and the 2 boys were raised by the late emperor. Although they were blood brothers, their relationship was fraught with tension. Why was this so? Hu Yao could not help but voice the same question as the others present. In Chapter 71, Fleeting Affections, the storyteller leisurely waved his paper fan and replied, "It all stemmed from a childhood mishap. The crown prince was riding at the horse grounds when the Duke of Zheng intruded for no reason, causing the horse to bolt and throw the crown prince to the ground. The horse's hooves trampled over his knees, leaving him partially incapacitated. Henceforth, he required a wheelchair for mobility during the winter months. Before the late emperor of the northern kingdom passed away, he had established the crown prince. Upon ascending the throne, The Northern Emperor treated the two sons of his deceased brother as his own. His affection for the crown prince surpassed that for the current heir. Seeing Mu Yuan lost in thought, Hu Yao gently shook his hand. Do you believe that the Northern Emperor regards his brother's sons as his own? I do not. I once believed it to be true, and I even mentioned my desire to visit the Northern Kingdom to my father. However, he said that if the Northern Emperor truly cherished the crown prince, there would be no request for marriage alliances. The crown prince serves as a mere stepping stone for the Northern Prince. Is that why Yao came to the Liang Kingdom? Though the Liang Kingdom is distant. The Emperor of Liang is an old friend of my father. He asserted that, given the Emperor's character, his children would not be lacking. Thus, a marriage alliance with Liang would ensure a good life. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and removed the jeweled adornments from Hu Yao's hair. Your father is indeed correct. Hu Yao wrinkled her nose at Mu Yuan. What are you doing, my husband? Mu Yuan's hand rested on her waist, the rustle of her skirt accompanying his movements. Since we departed, we have not shared a room. Yao, I desire you. Hu Yao's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly sat up, swatting away Mu Yuan's inappropriate hand. No, that is unacceptable. Why not? You clearly stated that we would return to our chambers to listen to the storyteller. I have listened. We are merely on a break now. That is still not acceptable. Mu Yuan gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Why? Under his pleading gaze, Hu Yao's voice grew softer. It was still daylight, and she found it hard to resist his imploring look. Mu Yuan's voice was gentle as he chuckled, his warm breath brushing against her neck and shoulders. In my youth, I read of King Yu of Zhou, who lit beacons to amuse a beautiful maiden, and I found it utterly ridiculous. Yet now, I find myself somewhat understanding. Her voice trembled as Mu Yuan's hand suddenly quivered. Will you comprehend? Mu Yuan raised his head, his smile radiating warmth. If I could exchange a kingdom for the affection of a princess, I would gladly do so. Foolishness. As a subject, where would I acquire a kingdom? Hu Yao leaned against the soft pillow, her delicate neck slightly tilted back, unconsciously clutching Mu Yuan's garment. My husband, would you grant me this? He softly called out to her, his voice thick with emotion. Hu Yao responded with a faint murmur. As her soft sigh faded, so did his hand, now wet with spring's warmth. Hu Yao became lost in her drowsy thoughts, no longer attentive to the storyteller's tale from below. The storyteller began. The mountains rise high and the roads stretch far, dust and sand swirling in the air. Clad in armor, a valiant steed accompanies a noble carriage adorned with bridal attire. A youthful general encounters a princess for the first time, and their hearts intertwine at a glance, pledging eternal devotion. The princess adorns herself with a peony hairpin, while the general dons a crimson robe, as the princess returns home with her husband. The wooden awakening reverberated, and the storyteller closed his fan, departing the stage. The iron fan rhythmically tapped against the table. Jiang Mingyuan gazed out at the starless, moonless night sky and remarked, It seems it shall rain tonight, a propitious time for silencing witnesses. Mu Yuan accepted a secret letter from a hidden agent, raising an eyebrow with a smile. If you wish to see it as a favorable time, then your dark guard shall suffer. I understand your reluctance to enter the official realm, yet you should cultivate your own allies. If you return against me, how would you safeguard Ningping? Jiang Mingyuan tapped the iron fan once more. Acknowledging the validity of the concern, in that case, grant me a favor. Send me one from Jin Shanging Qi. Mu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Mingyuan. You are rather unreserved. What need is there for formality between childhood friends? Just tell me, will you? Very well. Jiang Mingyuan, while fanning himself, poured a cup of tea for Mu Yuan. In the dead of night, you do not embrace the warmth of soft jade. You certainly did not come to my chamber merely to deliver a dark guard. Mu Yuan took a sip of the tea and inquired, What of the youth you rescued? He is resting in a guest room, Jiang Mingyuan replied. Su Yun is quite attentive to that lad, providing clothing, food, and comfort for his wounds. What is the princess's intent? Is she unwilling to rescue him herself, leaving it to Su Yun? Certainly, it is a gesture of goodwill. During the journey, you and Ningping should treat that youth kindly. Mu Yuan, influenced by Xianxing's words, was convinced of the existence of a dark art capable of reviving the dead, and he believed Hu Yao to be a person of rebirth. Thus, He naturally assumed Hu Yao's request for Ning Ping to save the youth was due to some connection between them, deeming that the act of saving could only yield positive outcomes. Jiang Mingyuan abruptly rose, closing his fan. What do you mean? That lad intends to accompany us to Linen? Why are you so anxious? Mu Yuan replied. Are you afraid that the youth, in gratitude for his life being saved, may offer himself to Ning Ping? Or are you concerned that Ning Ping might develop feelings for him over time? Nonsense. Since it was not the princess who saved him, you need not be so troubled. Jiang Mingyuan snatched the cup from Mu Yuan's hand. That lad possesses the innate beauty of Shi Liang maiden, particularly with those alluring eyes. How can I not be concerned? Mu Yuan casually picked up the secret letter from the table and tossed it towards Jiang Mingyuan's face. How fortuitous. Hu Yao even remarked that you possess a handsome visage that attracts romantic interests. Jiang Mingyuan turned his face aside, catching the letter, jealous husband. Mu Yuan chuckled lightly. The letter states that the youth is the half-brother of the king of Xiliang, as long as he returns to Xiliang safely. Today's savior shall be tomorrow's honored guest. If you feel a twinge of jealousy during our journey to Linen, so be it. Jiang Mingyuan perused the letter and ignited it with a candle flame. The ashes fell to the ground, scattering with the wind. Having been assaulted in public today, he feared his movements had already been exposed. If I were the king of Xiliang, I would ensure this brother meets his end far from home. Mu Yuan gazed out the window, his expression growing somber. Ming Yuan, it has begun to rain. Outside, the storm raged like a battering ram, and a knock echoed at the door. Mu Yuan, holding the teacup, calmly said, Enter. Master, all the Xiliang assassins have been eradicated. The Dark Guard hesitated before speaking again. Master. Jiang Mingyuan waved his fan and smiled. What have you done to them? Why do you speak so hesitantly? Mu Yuan glanced at the Shadow Guard, inquiring, What is it? The subordinate reported that the rescued youth had entered room number 1. Room number 1? Isn't that your? Jiang Mingyuan was about to tease him when he noticed Mu Yuan rising to leave. He turned to the Shadow Guard and remarked, Your master is beyond saving. Chapter 72. The youth from Xiliang. The sudden sound of rain, accompanied by the knocking at the door, roused Hu Yao from her slumber. Furrowing her delicate brows, she burrowed into Mu Yuan's embrace, only to discover he was not there after what felt like an eternity. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes and stared blankly at the somewhat empty bed. At this late hour, where had her husband gone? Husband, Hu Yao called out a few times, yet received no reply. The knocking persisted. Who is it? It's me. I'm looking for Sister Yao. May I ask if Sister Yao is in? A youthful, hesitant voice drifted in from outside the door. Sister Yao? The only one who would address her as such was Ian. Could something have happened to Ian? Hu Yao hurriedly opened the door. What happened to Ian? The boy looked up at Hu Yao, hands clutching the hem of his garment, and replied, Sister Yun is fine. I came to thank you. Sister Yun told me it was you who saved me. At first, Hu Yao did not recognize the youth before her until she noticed his eyes, reminiscent of Jade from Kunlun. Oh, it's you. No need for thanks. The beautiful young boy, resembling a porcelain doll, nodded obediently. MHM. Hu Yao observed the exquisitely dressed youth and couldn't help but ruffle his hair affectionately. You should return to your room and rest. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap startled the boy, causing him to tremble and cover his ears as he crouched down. Noticing this, Hu Yao knelt beside him and gently asked, Are you all right? The boy looked up at her, despair evident in his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. Sister. Watching the boy, Hu Yao inexplicably thought of her younger brother, who had also developed a fear of thunder after falling ill. She raised her hand to wipe away his tears, saying, Do not be afraid. I am here. As the thunder began to subside, Hu Yao helped the boy to his feet. Shall I escort you back to your room? The boy nodded, but then shook his head as if recalling something. Thank you. Sister, I am fine now. You should rest. I'm relieved you're well. Please, return to your room. Another thunderclap echoed. The boy, frightened, dashed into Hu Yao's embrace, but his ornate collar was pulled back by someone. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, playfully tugging at the boy's collar. What are you doing? Kid? Husband? The boy looked up at Mu Yuan in surprise. Husband? Stop shouting. Mu Yuan pulled the boy toward his guest room. Your whereabouts have been exposed. You can no longer remain in Nanwei. I will send someone to ensure your safe return to Xiliang tomorrow. So now, go back and rest. Thank you, brother. The boy's gratitude was cut short as the door slammed shut behind them. As Mu Yuan entered the guest room, he was met with his wife, hands on her hips, glaring at him with mock ferocity. "What are you doing out so late?" Mu Yuan smiled softly, approaching Hu Yao and gently tousling her hair. "I was discussing that young lad situation with Ming Yuan. Couldn't he wait until tomorrow?" "Certainly, but the child's identity is peculiar, and his matters must be resolved tonight." Hu Yao was already aware of the boy's identity and anticipated that Mu Yuan would inquire, yet she did not expect the investigation to proceed so swiftly. Mu Yuan gazed at Hu Yao, casually asking, "Are you not curious, my lady?" "Curious about what?" She replied, "About the child's identity." Hu Yao paused, feigning curiosity as she asked, "What identity?" "He is the half-brother of the king of Shiliang. I have discussed with Ming Yuan about sending him back to Shiliang tomorrow. If he is clever and astute, he will know what to do upon his return. If he is foolish, no amount of assistance will be of use." "What do you think, my lady?" Hu Yao nodded, acknowledging her husband's reasoning. "Let's hope he is not foolish. The fate of Shiliang may depend on him." Mu Yuan narrowed his phoenix eyes and regarded Hu Yao for a moment before raising an eyebrow. "Are you not surprised, Yao?" "Huh?" Hu Yao was taken aback for a moment, then pretended to be quite astonished. "I was so shocked that I didn't know how to respond, haha." Mu Yuan gently caressed Hu Yao's face. "It seems you were a bit drowsy." Hu Yao yawned. "Yes, I'm still a bit tired." Mu Yuan wrapped his arm around Hu Yao and lowered his gaze upon her. "I feel a bit parched." "Are you thirsty, Yao?" Hu Yao did not respond to Mu Yuan, merely gazing up at him. Today, Mu Yuan seemed rather peculiar. She tugged at his clothing playfully. "Husband, could you lower your head, please?" Mu Yuan leaned down and inquired, "What is it?" Hu Yao held onto his garment and leaned in to kiss him. Unlike before, she mimicked Mu Yuan's usual gestures as she pressed her lips against his. Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Setting down the cup he had just picked up, his hand gently caressed the nape of Hu Yao's neck as he slightly parted his lips in response. In that moment, Hu Yao felt as if she were in her element. After what felt like an eternity, Hu Yao gradually released her hold on his clothing and buried her face in Mu Yuan's embrace, quietly asking, "Are you still thirsty, husband?" Mu Yuan appeared momentarily stunned by her words, then chuckled as if recalling something amusing. Hu Yao blinked her bright eyes, gazing at him in confusion. Chapter 73. A timely night following Mu Yuan's distinctively elegant fingers. Hu Yao's gaze drifted to the table behind her. Unbeknownst to her, a cup filled with water was held in Mu Yuan's hand. "Would you like to drink, Yao?" Hu Yao dazedly shook her head. She watched as Mu Yuan drained the cup in one gulp, her cheeks gradually flushing with embarrassment. So, it was her own misunderstanding. Mu Yuan was genuinely thirsty, not seeking her affection. With her lip caught between her teeth, Hu Yao seized the moment when Mu Yuan set the cup down and swiftly dashed to the bed, hiding beneath the covers. By the time Mu Yuan placed the cup down, Hu Yao had already nestled herself under the quilt, remaining utterly still. He sat at the edge of the bed, calling softly, Yao. Hu Yao replied, "Have you fallen asleep so quickly?" "Yes, let it be as if she is asleep," she thought. Not receiving a response from her, Mu Yuan assumed she had indeed fallen asleep and ceased his calls. Hu Yao sighed in relief, attempting to turn over, but the quilt was suddenly lifted. Before she could react, Mu Yuan slipped in beside her. In the darkness of the quilt, the fragrant scent of agarwood enveloped her. She felt Mu Yuan's breath upon her forehead and his hand resting on her waist, accompanied by the sound of fabric rustling. Startled, Hu Yao abruptly lifted the quilt and sat up, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Mu Yuan blinked innocently at her as he helped Yao remove her clothing. Hadn't Yao fallen asleep? How shameless. "I am asleep, yet you still undress me. Does Yao wish to sleep in her outer garments?" Hu Yao. She cast a glance at the half-removed outer garment on her body. Hu Yao. She had forgotten. With a smile in his phoenix eyes, Mu Yuan continued to assist her. "Did Yao think I intended to do something?" "No, nothing at all." Hu Yao's face flushed as she pulled the quilt over herself and returned to bed. "My husband, please rest. Is Yao wishing for something?" The sound of Mu Yuan's laughter drifted to her ears. Hu Yao shot him a glare. "It's you who desires." "I indeed do." Mu Yuan placed a kiss on her cheek, holding her close. Yet considering Yao's frail constitution and the day's exertions, it would be best to refrain. Hu Yao let out a soft huff, burrowing into Mu Yuan's embrace. As he held her, Mu Yuan was suddenly reminded of the dream he had on the night they first met. The stormy night bore a striking resemblance to this evening. In his dream, a drenched Hu Yao had rushed into his room, lamenting the unexpected rain and how she had waited for him in vain. He had smiled and apologized, effortlessly leading her to the cleansing chamber. It was unclear who had initiated the encounter as they moved from the cleansing chamber to the study, from the small couch to the bed, entwined in each other's arms, seemingly unable to part for even a moment. Ultimately, she lay in his embrace, idly toying with his hair, intertwining a strand of hers with a strand of his. She had said to him, "Tying our hair signifies our union as husband and wife. Our love unwavering. Joy resides in this moment, enchanting and delightful." The person in his arms stirred, pulling Mu Yuan back from his reverie. Hu Yao gently called out, "Husband, look." Mu Yuan lowered his gaze. Hu Yao, reminiscent of a dream, had entwined their hair together, smiling radiantly. "Tying our hair signifies our union as husband and wife." Mu Yuan replied with a smile, "Our love unwavering." As the night passed, the clouds dispersed, leaving a serene sky. When Hu Yao and Mu Yuan descended to the first floor, the innkeeper approached them with a beaming smile. "Did our esteemed guests sleep well last night?" Hu Yao replied cheerfully, "Very well, thank you." Mu Yuan observed the increased number of patrons compared to the previous day and casually remarked, "The innkeeper seems to have a prosperous business today." The innkeeper winked at the guests who were discreetly glancing in their direction and smiled. "Thanks to our esteemed guests, might you consider extending your stay?" Mu Yuan replied, "We shall not, for staying longer would trouble the innkeeper." "Not at all, not at all," the innkeeper chuckled, pushing open the door to the private room. "I would gladly have our esteemed guests stay longer." Hu Yao, noticing the innkeeper's hand resting on the door, inquired, "What happened to your hand?" "The fierce wind and rain last night damaged many of the tents behind the inn, and I accidentally cut my hand while repairing them this morning." Hu Yao reached for the pouch at Mu Yuan's waist, retrieving a bottle of healing ointment and offering it to the innkeeper. "Apply this to your wound, and it will heal in no time." The innkeeper, seeing the exquisite bottle, hesitated. "I cannot accept this. It is too precious. It is my wife's heartfelt gesture. Please accept it," Mu Yuan insisted, handing the innkeeper a list and pouch through his attendant, requesting the innkeeper to prepare some items for them. "No trouble at all. I will send someone to prepare it immediately." A seemingly inconspicuous, modestly designed carriage slowly departed from the border town of Hoda in southern Wei, heading in different directions. Jiang Mingyuan watched the carriage gradually fade into the distance, fanning himself while teasing, "Last night, someone asked me to feel a twinge of jealousy. Yet now the tables have turned, and arrangements have been hastily made to send him away. Truly, one does not comprehend the pain until the flames scorch their own flesh. If you wish for him to stay, I can dispatch someone to retrieve him at once." As Jiang Mingyuan closed his fan, he was poised to jest with Mu Yuan once more when Su Yiyun's voice rang out. "Did we not promise that it was love at first sight? To pledge ourselves to one another?" Hu Yao lifted the carriage curtain, glancing at Su Yiyun, who had yet to board the carriage. "What troubles you, Yiyun?" "Dear Sister Yao, I once read in a tale that unless a woman is of unseemly appearance, a man who is rescued by her will inevitably fall in love at first sight and offer his devotion. Am I truly so unappealing?" Su Yiyun's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Mingyuan's interjection. "What nonsense about love at first sight? That merely speaks of lust. Quickly, get into the carriage. Should I find you reading such absurd tales again, just wait until I inform your mother." Su Yiyun, refusing to back down, retorted Jiang Mingyuan, "Are you implying that this refers to Brother Yuan and Sister Yao?" Hu Yao silently observed Mu Yuan, noticing that he too wore a smile as he regarded her. She lowered the curtain, opting not to engage in the quarrel between Su Yiyun and Jiang Mingyuan, lest she be caught in the crossfire. After all, she had to admit that her initial interest in Mu Yuan was indeed somewhat superficial. Soon after, Mu Yuan boarded the carriage. Hu Yao shifted aside to create space for him. "Did not my husband say we would rest in town for a few days? Why are we departing today?" Mingyuan expressed concern over Ning Ping's beauty potentially saving the hero. It seemed that there would be no such respite after this. Just as Mu Yuan finished speaking, a man's voice called from outside the carriage. "Pardon the esteemed guest. May I trouble you to open a window?" Mu Yuan lifted the window curtain, and Hu Yao leaned out. The innkeeper stood by the carriage, holding a small box. "What brings you here, innkeeper?" Hu Yao inquired. Seeing her peering out, the innkeeper extended the box. "This contains some snacks and trinkets for the esteemed guest, a small token of our goodwill." "For me?" Hu Yao asked, bewildered. Glancing at Mu Yuan, he nodded slightly. Confused yet grateful, she accepted the box. "Thank you, innkeeper, and everyone." The innkeeper bowed with a smile. "As the journey ahead is long, may you travel safely and joyfully." Mu Yuan looked toward the onlookers peering from the inn, his phoenix-like eyes softening. It seemed many had understood the storyteller's tale from yesterday. "Rest assured, innkeeper, though the road is distant, I shall remain by my wife's side throughout." The innkeeper, momentarily taken aback, smiled. "Esteemed guest, take care. And to all, fare thee well." The sound of hoofbeats gradually rose, and the town of Hudan returned to its usual tranquility. After a series of transitions from land to water and back again, the carriage finally reached the post road outside Linen City. Beyond the window, verdant mountains undulated in a continuous embrace, with distant pavilions lining the horizon. Hu Yao lowered her gaze, drawing down the curtain to shield herself from the view outside. She truly was returning to the Southern Way. A wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing that today's events were merely the fleeting dreams of a dying woman. Upon awakening, she might find herself lying on the cold ground, and even Mu Yuan retrieving her body might be nothing but a figment of her imagination. Hu Yao murmured to herself, "It feels just like a dream." Suddenly, an inexplicable pain in her shoulder brought her back to reality. Hu Yao gazed at Mu Yuan in astonishment. "Why did you suddenly bite me, my husband?" Mu Yuan gently pressed his soft lips against her cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts." Hu Yao cautiously tugged at the collar of her top. The bite mark resembled a plum blossom falling on winter snow. Vibrant and striking, Mu Yuan's fingertips brushed over the mark. Yao would feel pain, thus this is not a dream. Hu Yao froze for a moment, her delicate arm encircling Mu Yuan's neck. She rested her chin on his shoulder and whispered, "This is lovely, but you must not bite me again. If you do, I shall retaliate." Mu Yuan bowed his head, enveloping the red plum blossom with his warm, moist tongue. Hu Yao trembled, burying her face into his shoulder, stammering, "Husband, please don't lick. Does Yao still hurt?" "Not anymore." "Is Yao feeling timid upon returning home?" Hu Yao had not seen her father and mother for 3 years, and if one counted her rebirth, she could scarcely recall how long it had been. From the moment the carriage set foot on the post road outside Linen City, she felt a twinge of anxiety. "I am somewhat nervous as well," she admitted. Hu Yao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Mu Yuan blinked his phoenix-like eyes and continued, "What if Yao's father and mother do not like me?" Hu Yao gasped in surprise. "So, my husband worries about such matters too." Yet this was only natural. It was understandable that her husband, being new to the Southern Way, would feel anxious in unfamiliar surroundings. In times like these, how could she allow herself to feel timid upon returning home? "There is no need for you to worry. My husband, as long as you are someone I cherish, my father and mother will surely appreciate you." After a moment of silence, Mu Yuan remarked, in Southern Way, "I know only Yao." Hu Yao reminded him, "There is also Yun, Lord Jiang, and their attendants." Mu Yuan looked at her with a pitiful expression. "But they are not from Southern Way. I have heard that Southern Way men are particularly skilled at winning women's hearts. Yao has often mentioned wanting to keep a lover. I fear that." Hu Yao quickly interrupted him, declaring earnestly, "No, I will never keep a lover. I only love my husband, and he is the only one for me." "Really?" Hu Yao kissed Mu Yuan softly. "Indeed. You need not worry, my husband. In Southern Way, I will stay by your side and protect you. Do not let your thoughts wander." Mu Yuan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he linked his pinky with hers, gently swaying them before leaning down to kiss her lips, sealing his promise. Hu Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt somewhat unworthy, despite having shared the most intimate moments. She still blushed at Mu Yuan's kiss. Just as Hu Yao stole a glance at Mu Yuan, his lips found hers once more. Chapter 75. The Emperor and Empress at the city gate. Soldiers wielding weapons stood in formation, flanked by officials in official robes of varying ranks. In the center stood a pair of elegantly dressed individuals. After the carriage came to a halt, Ping Ping and Anan, accompanied by their maidens, awaited the arrival of the young general and the princess. To their surprise, the first to descend was the princess. Ping Ping and Anan hurried forward to assist Hu Yao. Following closely behind was Mu Yuan. As Hu Yao alighted from the carriage, she reached out to help Mu Yuan. "Be careful, my husband. Take your time." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and unhesitatingly took her hand, expressing gratitude. Not far away, Jiang Mingyuan, who had witnessed the entire scene, shivered in apprehension. "What is happening?" Su Yiyun, with an air of nonchalance, remarked on the pretentiousness of the situation, stating that Sister Yao had been deceived by Brother Yuan's character. Ping Ping and Anin exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had transpired between the princess and the young general. An official from the Southern Wei praised, "Truly, our princess has tamed the men of the Liang kingdom." The bewildered soldiers were at a loss as to whom they should envy. The elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen noticed that Mu Yuan had also observed the numerous women among the Southern Wei officials. In his youth, he often thought it remarkable that his mother, despite being a woman, could stand shoulder to shoulder with the men in court. Now, witnessing this scene, he realized that her ability to serve in office was not solely due to her talents, but largely a result of the emperor's exceptional leniency towards the Mu family. If the women of Liang were permitted to enter officialdom and engage in commerce like the women of Southern Wei, it would not be just his mother who stood out. Unaware of Mu Yuan's contemplations, Hu Yao pulled him towards the city gate. The officials, upon seeing the two, bowed respectfully, greeting the princess and the prince consort. Hu Yao responded with a curtsy, acknowledging the presence of the esteemed officials. Mu Yuan reciprocated the gesture, greeting them in turn. The officials had long heard of Mu Yuan. Their initial impression was that he was a fine general from a foreign land, a misfortune for their nation, and they had hoped he would meet his demise on the battlefield. Now that he had become the prince consort, they wished for his health and safety. "Wan," a gentle and familiar voice caused Hu Yao's eyes to glisten with tears. She released Mu Yuan's hand and rushed towards the two figures. Mu Yuan's gaze followed Hu Yao, though he did not move to join her. "Wan, slow down. Mother, father." Hu Yao embraced her mother tightly, the tangible warmth evoking soft sobs. She missed them dearly. Emperor Wei, Chao Hongyan, gazed at his daughter with affection, his heart heavy with unspoken words. Empress Wei Hu Jing gently patted her daughter's back, comforting her. "Wan, do not cry. We are home now." "Indeed," Emperor Chao Hongyan added, "this time we shall not depart again. Your father understands your concerns for the peace between our nations and how difficult it was for you to agree to that young man." He lamented, "It is my fault. I should never have acquiesced to Xie Huan in my youth. He is a man of untrustworthy word." Hu Yao, with tears brimming in her eyes, glanced at her father, knowing it was her own choice and not something to lay at his feet. Empress Hu Jing shot a disapproving glance at Emperor Chao Hongyan, asserting, "Wan, do not listen to your father's nonsense. What matters most is your own happiness. Do you like the prince consort?" Hu Yao nodded shyly. "I do like him. That is all that matters," Empress Hu Jing affirmed, patting her daughter's hand. Hu Yao nodded and followed her mother's gaze. Not far away, Mu Yuan was conversing with Jiang Mingyuan and the envoys. Su Yiyun, noticing Hu Yao's glance, waved at her. Hu Yao returned the gesture, saying, "Mother, that young lady in purple is my first friend from the Liang kingdom. She is younger than me, but has cared for me greatly." "Very well. Your mother will ensure she is well looked after in Southern Wei, so she does not face any grievances." Hu Yao playfully clung to Empress Hu Jing, exclaiming, "You are the best, mother. At your age, still acting like a child? Go fetch the prince consort so your mother and father can meet him." "Understood." Hu Yao released her mother's arm and approached Mu Yuan, stating, "Husband, father and mother wish to see you." Mu Yuan nodded. "Very well. Brother Yuan, you can do it." "Yuan, you are capable." Mu Yuan. Hu Jing gazed at the hands clasped together, a smile gracing her lips. Chao Hongyan cast a fleeting glance at their intertwined fingers, his gaze sharpening slightly. Reports from spies in the Liang kingdom suggested that this young rascal was quite the charmer, and he feared that his dear Yao Yao might have been beguiled by the young man's appearance. unaware of his sordid affairs. It was his own fault. He should never have recounted this boy's heroic tales to Yao Yao in the first place. "Father, mother, this is my husband Mu Yuan," Hu Yao Yao declared, her eyes sparkling with joy as she regarded Mu Yuan. She realized that when her husband was serious, he indeed possessed the demeanor of a refined and elegant gentleman. "Esteemed Emperor, Empress, I pay my respects," Mu Yuan intoned, his voice calm and clear, with a demeanor both dignified and composed. Hu Jing nodded in satisfaction. Chao Hongyan chuckled. "Young General Mu, you must be weary from your travels." Mu Yuan replied with a gentle smile, "It is no burden to accompany my wife, Yao, home." Chao Hongyan narrowed his eyes. "I have arranged a banquet in the palace to welcome Yao Yao and the others. Let us return to the palace." The officials bowed in agreement. Hu Yao Yao had intended to invite Mu Yuan to share the carriage, but as soon as her father finished speaking, several officials approached to escort Mu Yuan to the carriage that had been prepared. After nodding to her, Mu Yuan followed the officials away. Hu Yao Yao had no choice but to acquiesce, joining her parents in the carriage. On the way back to the palace, there was an inevitable exchange of pleasantries. Hu Yao Yao took her mother's hand, inquiring about the matter that weighed most heavily on her heart regarding her brother. "Mother, how is my brother's health?" Her mother sighed. "It remains the same as before. However, the boy knows you are returning, and his appetite has improved significantly." Hu Yao Yao lowered her head slightly. Her brother's ailment was peculiar. Both the imperial physicians and doctors from outside the palace claimed he was in good health, yet his symptoms of excessive sleepiness and distraction had worsened with age. Noticing Hu Yao Yao's pale countenance, Hu Jing comforted her. "My dear, do not worry. There was an old wandering priest who once said that although Shuran may face small calamities, he is destined for longevity." Chao Hongyan added, "Indeed, with your father and mother here, you need not fret." Hu Yao Yao frowned, yet managed a faint smile. Although she was young at the time, she held a vivid memory of that white-bearded priest. She recalled how he had plucked a red peony and tucked it in her hair, saying, "With each passing year, there is both decay and bloom." As she grew older, Hu Yao Yao realized that his words were derived from a farewell poem, which also made her aware of her parents' deliberate concealment of certain matters. The old priest had mentioned that her brother had lost a soul. Without a soul to guard, he would inevitably face minor calamities, but if he could find a remedy, he would surely enjoy eternal life. The priest had not specified what this remedy was, only that it involved waiting, nor did he elaborate on the consequences of failing to find it. Chapter 76. The letter did not mention him. The old priest's words, whether spoken or unspoken, were understood by both her parents and herself. If he could not find a way, her brother would be destined for death and separation of soul. Hu Yao Yao had previously doubted how a seemingly healthy person could lose a soul, thinking it merely a ruse to swindle money. However, after experiencing much, she began to believe. She thought that if a soul had indeed been lost, she should seek a monk or Taoist, rather than the imperial physicians. In that moment, she recalled Taoist Xianqing. She informed Mu Yuan about the matter concerning Adi, hoping to invite Taoist Xianqing to accompany them under the auspices of the general's mansion. Upon learning this, Mu Yuan merely stated that he would handle it. At that time, she was unaware of the friendship between Mu Yuan and Xianqing, and was concerned that Taoist Xuanqing's proud nature might deter him from joining. Thus, she penned an invitation for a meeting. Taoist Xianqing accepted the invitation but did not meet her in person, instead sending word through an intermediary that he would attend. Reflecting on this, Hu Yao tightened her grip on the empress's hand and relayed the matter of Taoist Xianqing to her parents, the emperor and empress. The emperor paused in contemplation before nodding, stating that he would send someone to invite Taoist Xianqing to the palace for a meeting, and regarding Shuran, they would discuss it after the emperor and empress had met him. The empress embraced her, reassuring her not to overthink and to leave it to her parents. Hu Yao nodded, her expression slightly easing. The red walls and black tiles, along with the intricately carved corridors and pavilions, exuded a grand yet refined elegance unique to Southern Wei. The playful figures of celestial beings and beasts adorned the eaves, and beneath them hung not only palace lanterns but also jade bells that chimed like pearls falling onto a jade plate as the gentle breeze wafted through. Jiang Mingyuan leaned against the railing, observing the interlinked bridges and balustrades, a layout unseen in Dalian. Su Yun remarked, I fear we may get lost. Sister Yao has not yet arrived and must be wandering. Jiang Mingyuan lightly tapped Su Yun with his fan, exclaiming, Fool, this is your sister Yao's home. How could she possibly get lost? Su Yun snatched the fan back and playfully tapped him, retorting, You are the foolish one. Ping Ping approached Su Yun, bowing respectfully, and said, The princess has ordered us to prepare a set of Southern Way garments for the young lady. May she wish to change? Su Yun, ever intrigued by novel experiences, readily replied, Certainly. Jiang Mingyuan attempted to follow her, but was halted by Mu Yuan. What would you look like following her while she changes? I'm not going in. Besides, she has 2 maidservants with her. This is not Dalian. And if any danger arises, Jiang Mingyuan's words trailed off as he suddenly grasped the Emperor of Wei's intentions. When Hu Yao entered the palace as part of a diplomatic marriage to Dalian, she had only Ping Ping accompanying her, while all other maids and attendants stayed with the envoy at the embassy. Their current situation mirrored Hu Yao's past circumstances. No wonder, aside from the accompanying envoys, the Emperor of Wei only permitted 2 attendants. Jiang Mingyuan fanned himself and leaned closer to Mu Yuan, whispering, The Emperor dotes on the little princess, so surely he sent secret agents and guards to protect her back then? Mu Yuan nodded slightly. That was Dalian. Jiang Mingyuan closed his fan and smiled, I understand. If the little princess were to perish in Dalian, Southern Wei would likely remain oblivious to the truth. Southern Wei would continue to receive the princess's correspondence, and the secret agents would still watch over her, unless the Emperor and Empress of Wei personally intervened. Can you have someone alter the little princess's letters? No need for alterations. Has she mentioned you in her letters? Mu Yuan's eyes flickered, shaking his head. What about Wang Chengyan? Mu Yuan shot a glance at Jiang Mingyuan, a smirk playing on his lips. If young Master Jiang is so idle, perhaps you should hasten back to the embassy. TSK, someone is clearly embarrassed, Jiang Mingyuan quipped, resting his arm on Mu Yuan's shoulder. She writes about him, not you. No wonder you were so eager to seek permission to go to Wudu for battle. Had you delayed, the consequences would have been dire. Mu Yuan scoffed, brushing Jiang Mingyuan's arm off his shoulder. Jiang Mingyuan, playfully waving his fan, teased, Do you know what the most frustrating aspect of this matter is? What is it? It lies in the fact that you are aware she has written to someone else. Yet you cannot inquire. Should you dare to ask, she would merely question how you came to know the contents of her correspondence. Jiang Zaigongi, however, was seasoned in such matters. Haha, Jiang Mingyuan awkwardly laughed, steering the conversation away. What did she write about Wang Qingyan? His Majesty has dispatched the son of the Grand Tutor, young Master Wang, to teach me the language of Liang. How dull. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired. What would you wish her to write, Jiang Zaigongi? Naturally, I hope she pens words that would evoke both envy and frustration in you. That would indeed disappoint Jiang Zaigongi. As they spoke, Mu Yuan's gaze lingered momentarily. He gazed affectionately at a figure clad in red on the distant flying bridge, whose vibrant beauty was captivating. Jiang Mingyuan noticed Mu Yuan's expression shift, like turning a page, and looked in the direction he was observing. The young princess had donned a new gown of red, adorned with golden phoenix patterns. The luxurious fabric was embellished with exquisite accessories, and her hair was adorned with unique and opulent golden ornaments. The only flaw, perhaps, was the fragrant pouch hanging from her waist. Jiang Mingyuan remarked with a smile, With such jewels and silks, this truly is a princess nurtured in wealth and grace. A realm so distant that one cannot dare to entertain thoughts of marriage. It was no wonder that Emperor Wei and Empress Wei had remarked that the young princess's previous attire was too plain, compared to her current ensemble. It indeed seemed overly simple. The autumn envoy from Jiangbei has arrived in Liang. Ah Yuan, you should go to greet them in person. Mu Yuan, noticing Hu Yao glancing his way, chuckled softly. Why? To thank them for stoking the flames, compelling Emperor Wei to make a choice. Otherwise, how would you have your lady? Mu Yuan smiled nonchalantly, full of pride. Without them, Yao would still be my lady. Jiang Mingyuan nodded. Indeed, had they not interfered, His Majesty would have dispatched you to Nanwei to deliver the marriage proposal. Had you done so, you would surely have fallen for the young princess at first sight. As Jiang Mingyuan rambled on, He realized Mu Yuan was no longer engaging with him and glanced aside to find him already gone. The sound of jingling ornaments echoed from the flying bridge. Jiang Mingyuan turned to look, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Hu Yao, seeing Mu Yuan approach, beamed and ran toward him, calling husband. The palace attendants followed closely behind, anxious to ensure the princess did not stumble. Slow down, be careful not to fall, Mu Yuan urged as he hurried toward Hu Yao. I won't. Before she could finish, her embroidered shoes caught on her gown. Hu Yao leaned forward unexpectedly, teetering dangerously. However, she did not fall to the ground, but instead tumbled into Mu Yuan's embrace. Are you all right? He asked anxiously. Before he could finish, the frantic palace attendants surrounded Hu Yao. Is the princess injured? Did she twist her ankle? If it hurts, just cry out. I will fetch the physician immediately. I will call for the palanquin. The attendants clamored with concern, completely disregarding Mu Yuan as they carefully helped Hu Yao from his arms. The Princess, Chapter 77. Simplicity. Hu Yao looked down at her hand, which had just been resting on Mu Yuan's waist. How had they been separated so quickly? The attendants, seeing her unresponsive, grew even more anxious. Your Highness, are you? I'm fine. I'm not hurt. There's no need to summon the imperial physician or the sedan chair. This princess has matters to discuss with her husband, so you may withdraw. The palace attendants looked at Mu Yuan in surprise and, after bowing, retreated to the side. Hu Yao extended her hand to Mu Yuan, saying, Husband, come here for an embrace. Mu Yuan's gaze flickered slightly, yet he remained silent as he stepped forward and gently wrapped her in his arms. Hu Yao returned the embrace softly, whispering, The attendants were merely worried about me. In their urgency, they lost their decorum towards you. Please do not hold it against them. Mu Yuan, somewhat displeased, replied, I was quite worried about you as well. Yao. Hu Yao smiled. I understand. It is enough that you do. Thank you, my husband. For what, my lady? Hu Yao looked up and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for allowing Daoist Xianxing to come in Anwei. My father and mother have already met him. Your Majesty, how did the Empress respond? Can Daoist Xianxing enter the palace to treat the prince? Hu Yao nodded. I have arranged for Daoist Xianxing to temporarily reside in the East Palace. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The East Palace? Ah, it is convenient for Daoist Xianxing to attend to my younger brother's ailments. I did not expect the Emperor and Empress to place such trust in him. Neither did I. It seems that Daoist Xuanxing's master is an old acquaintance of my father and mother. Hu Yao tilted her head, gazing at Mu Yuan. My father and mother mentioned that you dress quite plainly, and they have instructed the attendants to prepare new garments for you. Would you like to change? Mu Yuan arched an eyebrow. Plainly? Jiang Mingyuan, approaching, incredulously pointed his fan at Mu Yuan. Him plain? Little princess, you won't find another in Daliang who is as plain as he is. Hu Yao, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, That's what my father and mother said. It was not my intention. At that moment, a palace attendant approached, bowing, Princess, the attire for the prince has been prepared. Shall he change now? Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan with eager anticipation. Mu Yuan feigned ignorance, asking, Do the Yao wish for me to change? Hu Yao nodded with a bright smile. I like whatever my husband wears. Mu Yuan, understanding her implication, replied, I shall go change now, and I will see you shortly. Hu Yao waved goodbye to Mu Yuan with a radiant smile. See you soon. Jiang Mingyuan remarked. He suddenly comprehended the feelings Su Yiyun must have experienced that day in the carriage. So you simply watched as Brother Yuan departed with the attendants? Jiang Mingyuan lightly brushed Su Yiyun's ear pendant with his fan. Indeed, she replied. Jiang Mingyuan continued. How long has Brother Yuan been gone? A while now, she answered. He should be back soon. Jiang Mingyuan paused and chuckled. Here comes the prince. Su Yiyun followed Jiang Mingyuan's gaze. Mu Yuan's attire was reminiscent of his usual style, yet carried an indescribable difference. With a golden crown adorning his hair, a brocade red robe, and a belt of golden baskets and jade beads, he exuded an aura of noble grandeur. For some reason, Su Yiyun thought of the words Royal Majesty. Jiang Mingyuan held the fan in front of Su Yiyun's eyes, saying, When we enter the hall, let us walk slowly. Su Yiyun tilted her head toward Jiang Mingyuan, asking why. To avoid the brilliance of your brother Yuan. Su Yiyun lowered the fan, covering her face, nodding as she gazed at the approaching Mu Yuan. In the Zhanghua Palace, distinguished young ladies and sons of noble families were engaged in lively conversations about recent events in Linen. A young lady, fanning herself, remarked with a smile, "In a few days, the Lantern Festival will take place, and according to the usual 3-year cycle, the courtesan of Chuanha Pavilion will be throwing her embroidered ball. Beside her, a curious young noble inquired, 'Is this year's offspring male or female?' 'Male,' replied another elegantly dressed nobleman with a sigh. Yet another boy. A noble lady, adjusting her ear ornaments, asked, 'But what about Su Qin? I heard she was originally meant to be, but Su Qin fell ill recently and has been replaced by another.' A young man toying with a wine goblet jested, 'I suspect it isn't illness, but rather a desire to avoid relinquishing the embroidered ball to you lot.' 'Enough of that,' interjected another. 'What of young Lord Mu? We haven't seen him in quite a while. Rumor has it that the Empress dispatched young Lord Mu on an errand some time ago. Alas, our princess returns, yet cannot meet young Lord Mu.' The elegantly dressed nobleman lamented, 'Even if she did, what of it? The designated prince consort has turned into a mere attendant. I feel a sense of injustice for young Lord Mu, though His Majesty and Her Majesty have not explicitly stated it. Who is unaware that young Lord Mu was raised to be the prince consort?' A noble lady fanning herself reminded, 'An attendant? Are you not aware that women from other nations cannot raise attendants?' The nobleman in azure brocade exclaimed, 'Is that true? Or the men?' Inquired the noble lady in orange attire. 'Are men also prohibited from taking concubines?' 'It seems men are allowed,' the nobleman in azure brocade replied. The noble lady scoffed, 'Why should women be denied while men are permitted? It should be as it is in our southern way, where both genders are afforded the same rights. If one cannot, then neither should the other.' The elegantly dressed nobleman pondered, 'What do you think prevents women from other nations from coming to Southern Way?' The noble lady with the fan remarked, 'Is it not said that they do not venture beyond their gates? How could they come to Southern Way?' A previously silent noble lady interrupted the conversation. 'Our princess traveled to Liang at the tender age of 12, and has yet to formally learn the studies of Southern Way women. Will she, influenced by Liang, develop into a woman of questionable virtues? That remains uncertain,' mused the young man with the wine goblet. 'Then will our princess not be at a disadvantage? This cannot be permitted. Indeed, I say, must you not wait to meet the princess before forming judgments?' Just then, a voice was heard from outside the hall. 'The princess has arrived.' Chapter 78, A Distant View. Not to be dared to touch, everyone rose to gaze towards the entrance, where a girl in resplendent red robes, with an ethereal beauty, approached gracefully. Her every smile and frown rivaled the beauty of peonies, captivating all who beheld her. The once innocent and charming little princess had blossomed into a stunningly beautiful young woman. The noble ladies whispered, 'I suddenly feel an urge to weep.' The elegantly dressed nobleman nodded, softly sniffling. 'Is it true that Liang cannot accept attendance?' Inquired the noble in a brocade robe. 'Indeed it cannot.' The noble lady in orange asked, 'What of self-recommendation for shared bedding or fleeting romances?' 'That should not be permissible,' replied the elegantly dressed nobleman. The nobleman in azure brocade suggested, 'We are in Southern Way. Surely the princess's nod of agreement suffices.' Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. The previously silent noble lady cautioned, 'Mind your words and actions. Do not frighten the princess.' They all nodded in understanding. As Yao entered the hall, everyone promptly bowed to her. After she returned the gesture and took her seat, the others followed suit. Hu Yao gazed at the lotus pastry on the banquet table, lost in brief contemplation. The gathering, witnessing the princess's quiet demeanor, found themselves at a loss for words until they were jolted back to reality by the sight of her devouring all the lotus pastries on the table. How could Liang deny the princess even the lotus pastries? The noble lady, fanning herself, instructed her maid to present the lotus pastry to the princess. 'Princess, allow me to offer you this lotus pastry,' she said. Hu Yao gazed at the lotus pastry placed on her table with confusion. 'This one is also for the princess. And this one is for me as well,' she heard from others around her. Hu Yao exclaimed, observing the increasing number of lotus pastries before her. She quickly interjected, 'No, and then please take these back to everyone.' The crowd insisted, 'Princess, do have some.' Hu Yao replied, 'Even if I were to eat, I couldn't possibly consume so many. If Mu Yuan were to see this, he would undoubtedly feel envious. Ultimately, due to Hu Yao's fervent insistence and the eager anticipation of those around her, a plate of lotus pastries remained on her table. How has the princess fared these past 3 years in the Liang kingdom? The inquiry from the noble lady drew other young nobles closer to Hu Yao. They carefully chose their words, asking with caution. Hu Yao shyly nodded and responded to each question. So, the prince truly treats the princess exceedingly well? The onlookers observed the princess's bashful demeanor, feeling both comforted and concerned. They were glad that the princess had wed the one she cherished, who also cherished her in return. Yet they felt a pang of sympathy for her as she distanced herself from her homeland for the sake of the Southern Way. A noble lady whispered, inaudible to Hu Yao, the bond between the princess and the prince is indeed strong. Do not even think of meddling in their affairs. The young gentleman chuckled softly. We are well aware of our boundaries, but you ladies should remember not to forget your words in front of the prince. I hear he is quite handsome. No sooner had the words left their lips than a voice from outside the hall interrupted their conversation. The prince has arrived. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, eager to catch a glimpse of the celebrated young general. Clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a golden crown, the youth exuded an air of elegance and nobility in every gesture. The noble ladies sighed in admiration. He stirs my heart. In the confines of a lotus tent, even in death, I would remain spirited. If I could share a bed with him, I would not regret it, even if forsaken. A well-dressed gentleman cautioned. Though he is indeed handsome, do exercise some restraint. Another gentleman remarked, who knows if the prince has an affinity for handsome men? A young man in a green brocade robe rolled his eyes. If you wish for death, simply seek it out, rather than torturing yourself with such thoughts. A noble lady asked softly, what if, in the Liang kingdom, there are those who covet the prince? What would our princess do? The gentleman chimed in. You were just eyeing him yourself. The noble lady laughed. Why not ask the princess herself? The others nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment, while everyone's attention was on Mu Yuan, Hu Yao stealthily waved to him. Mu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he quickened his pace. Just as Hu Yao intended to leave her table to greet him, she was surrounded by the previously whispering noble ladies. Puzzled, she inquired, what is it? In unison, they asked in hushed tones, Princess, if there were women or men who coveted the prince or you, what would you do? The gentlemen, just seated, were taken aback. Hu Yao had never contemplated this question deeply. The noble ladies nodded and pressed on. Surely, the princess cannot allow anyone to sleep beside her. Hu Yao wondered aloud. Should I confine them? The noble lady suggested. The princess could wield the rod, or even blind them, or render them incapable. Hu Yao, somewhat flustered by their words, replied, Then I shall first wield the rod, then blind them, and finally incapacitate them. The noble ladies were evidently very pleased with her response, returning to their seats with satisfaction. As Mu Yuan passed by, the noble ladies silently reminded themselves that the prince consort was a figure to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Just as Mu Yuan settled down, Hu Yao leaned in beside him and sweetly called out, Husband, do you like my attire? Indeed, he replied. Hu Yao's gaze shifted from Mu Yuan's face to his splendid robe, and she paused slightly upon recognizing the golden four-clawed dragon pattern embroidered upon it. Ping ping. Go inquire at the Department of Imperial Garments whether there has been a mistake with the prince consort's attire. Ping ping observed the robe on Mu Yuan, her expression turning serious as she nodded, understood. Mu Yuan interjected, There is no need. I've already confirmed that there was no error. Hu Yao's brows furrowed slightly. If the Department of Imperial Garments claimed that there had been no mistake, it implied that someone had acted with intent. Only her father and mother could have arranged for the dragon robe to be delivered without fear of repercussions. Her mother had just stated that as long as she liked it, she would approve, so it could not be her mother behind this. It must be her father who had ordered it. Yet she distinctly remembered her father once greatly admiring Mu Yuan's talents and frequently speaking of him. Why then, would he act in such a manner now? Chapter 79. Have you truly lost interest in me? Hu Yao gently tugged at Mu Yuan's sleeve and asked, Husband, if you know you cannot wear it, why do you still don it? Because I Yao wish to see, he answered. My words are not imperial edicts. A Yao's words carry more weight than edicts. he replied with a playful smile. Hu Yao mischievously blinked at Mu Yuan. If I were to demand your life, would you grant it to me? With a smile, Mu Yuan placed her hand on his waist, saying, as you wish. Hu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Incredulously patting his waist, Yushi leaned closer to Mu Yuan's ear and whispered, carrying a sword into the court is deadly if others find out. At this moment, my life hangs by a thread at the discretion of my lady. Hu Yao withdrew her hand, huffing, you are quite certain of my affection for you. I was truly worried for nothing. You dare to carry a sword into the court, so what does wearing a dragon robe matter? Mu Yuan laughed freely, propping his chin lazily as he gazed at her. How fond are you of me? I no longer care, she retorted. Not permissible. Humph. Hu Yao raised her chin, her gaze falling on the entrance of the grand hall. She wondered why Su Yiyun and the young Lord Jiang had not yet arrived, only to realize they were surrounded by a crowd. Mu Yuan followed Hu Yao's line of sight. Su Yiyun, looking bewildered, tugged at Jiang Mingyuan's sleeve, asking what the people surrounding them were discussing. She's my fiancée, Jiang Mingyuan declared, silencing the noble ladies who had been suggesting a fleeting romance and asking Su Yiyun if she wished to marry the young master of the Southern Way. The noble ladies sighed with regret and returned to their respective seats. Su Yiyun looked perplexed at the dispersing crowd. Jiang Mingyuan, what were they talking about? What did you say to them? Jiang Mingyuan sat Su Yiyun down and said, I will explain everything to you slowly. Hu Yao could not help but eavesdrop on Jiang Mingyuan's words. Absurd. Jiang Mingyuan is simply speaking nonsense. Suddenly, Hu Yao felt that her decision to learn the Liang Kingdom's language had been remarkably wise. She silently shifted her gaze to the banquet table, pretending not to see or hear anything. When Mu Yuan withdrew his gaze, he found Hu Yao lost in thought, staring at the lotus flower pastry. He shifted his gaze slightly, picking up a piece of lotus flower pastry from the plate and presenting it to Hu Yao. Did Yao truly no longer harbor any affection for me? Hu Yao glanced at the lotus flower pastry before turning her gaze towards Mu Yuan. With a soft parting of his thin lips, Mu Yuan declared, I cherish Yao, and even if she no longer cares for me, my feelings will remain unwavering. Under Mu Yuan's gentle whisper, Hu Yao's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Flustered, she interrupted his tender words, I understand. Mu Yuan observed her with a leisurely smile. After today, whenever she laid eyes on the lotus flower pastry, it was unlikely that her thoughts would first drift to Wang Qingyun. Hu Yao's mind was consumed with Mu Yuan's words, leaving her unable to discern the flavor of the pastry. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. The loud proclamation from outside the hall jolted Hu Yao back to reality. Everyone rose to pay their respects. Upon entering the hall, Chao Hongyan immediately spotted Yao Yao with her charmingly flirtatious husband. This lad certainly had the audacity to dress as he pleased. Hu Jing rolled her eyes at Chao Hongyan, remarking that whether he dressed that way or not was a matter for His Majesty. Your Majesty, please refrain from troubling him. Fear not, Jing. I would never do anything to upset Yao Yao, he replied, though Hu Jing remained skeptical. Chao Hongyan and Hu Jing were not the only ones who noticed Mu Yuan. The civil and military officials following in their wake did as well. After they took their seats, the others gradually settled in. Chao Hongyan raised his cup with a smile, saying, Gentlemen, feel free to enjoy yourselves today without the constraints of formalities. As you wish. Just as Chao Hongyan finished speaking, Hu Yao observed an official across from her, sizing up Mu Yuan, preparing to rise. Just as Hu Yao was about to stand, she heard her mother-in-law inquire, Is the attire of the prince consort suitable and to your liking? Mu Yuan stood to respond, It is suitable and I like it. That's splendid. His Majesty remarked that the prince consort looks splendid in red robes and specially selected them from the wardrobe bureau. Mu Yuan bowed, expressing his gratitude. I thank His Majesty. Chao Hongyan replied nonchalantly, The official, hearing the Empress's words, took his seat once more. In a good mood, Hu Yao sipped a few cups of wine, cheerfully starting to serve dishes for Mu Yuan. During the banquet, Mu Yuan discerned that his father-in-law's demeanor towards Jiang Mingyuan was far more favorable than his own, with veiled comments suggesting how Hu Yao must have been blind to marry him. Mu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, prompting him to reflect deeply. Surely, he had not done anything to invoke the ire of the Wei Emperor. The welcoming feast concluded amidst laughter and merriment, prompted by the Empress's remarks. Since Su Yun was unfamiliar with the Southern Wei dialect, Hu Yao had arranged for Ping Ping to attend to her, placing Su Yun and Jiang Mingyuan in adjacent chambers within the Western Palace. Hu Yao took Mu Yuan's hand as they made their way towards the main bedroom. Inside the chamber, a large redwood screen inlaid with mother-of-pearl divided the room into two sections. Beyond the screen, beneath the diamond-patterned window, a writing desk displayed an open book alongside ink and paper, while a large rocking chair sat nearby. The rocking chair bore a peculiar wolf-shaped soft pillow, and various odd trinkets adorned the space. Within the screen's enclosure, a canopied bed crafted from golden silk nanmu featured curtains made of misty gossamer, decorated with carvings of phoenixes and peonies. The bed's canopy still cradled the peace charm that her brother had procured for her. Nearby on the clothes rack hung the crimson cloud-patterned scholar's robe Hu Yao had changed out of before her journey to Liang Kingdom. With her jewelry still resting on the dressing table after she had donned her wedding attire, Hua Yao gazed at the furnishings of the room, momentarily taken aback. Aside from the newly arranged snacks and the paintings her mother had tucked away, everything else remained unchanged since the day she departed for Liang Nation. Had she not returned, this chamber would likely have remained in stasis since her departure. Fortunately, she was back. Mu Yuan observed Hua Yao's reaction without uttering a word to interrupt her reverie. Time passed, and an entered, offering a greeting. Princess, Prince Consort, the bathing water in the cleansing chamber is ready. Shall you bathe and change now? Upon looking at Mu Yuan, Hua Yao noticed he was also gazing at her. She turned to him with a smile, saying, "You may wait for us in the cleansing chamber, as you wish," and then curtsied and exited with the other maidservants. Mu Yuan, a smile playing on his lips, inquired, "What is it that you wish to say, Yao?" Hua Yao, however, remained silent, preoccupied with unfastening the decorative sash around Mu Yuan's waist. Mu Yuan? Chapter 80. No other woman suffices. With a soft thud, the golden basket and jade-beaded sash was carelessly tossed onto the table. Hua Yao's hands explored Mu Yuan's waist with meticulous attention. His physique is truly remarkable. No, the thought is not appropriate at this moment. She distinctly remembered the soft sword being in this position. Could she have misremembered? Mu Yuan's eyes exuded a languid charm, his thin lips curving slightly as he looked down at her, exuding an aura of indulgence. Undeterred, Hua Yao withdrew her hands from his waist, asking, "Husband, where's the sword?" Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes in teasing. "So, it turns out a Yao seeks the sword. What else would it be?" she replied, her face warming as she boldly stated, "I want both." Mu Yuan was taken aback by her response, a faint blush creeping onto his ears. Hua Yao, too shy to meet his gaze, stammered, "Husband, where is your sword?" As soon as the words left her lips, the sash she had discarded on the table returned to her hands. Mu Yuan grasped her hand, adjusting the sash and drawing forth a sword as delicate as a cicada's wing. "Be careful, do not injure yourself." Hua Yao nodded, admiring the sword in her grasp. Its softness suggested that wielding such a weapon would pose considerable difficulty for harm. If it were merely for self-defense, it should prove simpler. Surely, learning to wield a sword herself would be safer than relying solely on Mu Yuan's dark guards for protection. Hua Yao returned the sword to Mu Yuan, her face alight with anticipation as she asked, "Husband, will you teach me to wield a sword?" Mu Yuan inclined his head slightly, placing the soft sword back into the sash. "How about letting Erlang teach you, my lady?" Hua Yao's eyes widened. "Erlang knows how to wield a sword?" "Indeed, Erlang's swordsmanship surpasses mine, and is superior to that of others. It need not be so exceptional. Since a Yao wishes to learn, she ought to learn from the best." Hua Yao mused to herself. She merely sought to acquire some sword skills for self-defense, while also hoping to strengthen their marital bond through this endeavor. She murmured, "Erlang previously taught me to read and speak, and now he is to teach me swordsmanship. Had I known, I would have simply listened to my mother." Before she could finish her thought, her lips were suddenly silenced by a fervent kiss that brooked no opposition. Hua Yao instinctively responded, calming the irritation that had briefly clouded Mu Yuan's demeanor. She felt as though she might lose her balance from the intensity of his kiss. Mu Yuan, seemingly unwilling to relinquish her, lifted her onto the table, deepening the kiss. The two breaths intertwined, and Hu Yao heard Mu Yuan's slightly heavy panting. "Ah Yao, my horsemanship and spear skills surpass Erlang's." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Hu Yao felt it inappropriate and playfully teased. "Husband, do you smell that? Such a strong scent of jealousy. Someone clearly mentioned before that you wouldn't be jealous of Erlang." Observing her triumphant demeanor, Mu Yuan realized she had spoken intentionally. He pressed his forehead against hers. "It has always been me feeling possessive." "Who said that?" "It was I who felt possessive all along. Just hearing about your affairs is enough to keep me occupied for a long time." Mu Yuan's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. "Ah Yao, the things you have heard, I have never done any of them. I accompanied my mother on a campaign until His Majesty intended to negotiate with the Southern Way and the Fan, summoning me back to Jin City to deliver documents." Hu Yao couldn't help but interrupt Mu Yuan. "No, it wasn't you who delivered the documents. I have met the envoy who did. Some events transpired, and His Majesty assigned the task to another. On my way back to Jin City, I happened to encounter an envoy ambushed by assassins." Mu Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, and he spoke softly with a gentle laugh. "Ah Yao, I met you then. Before that, I had never liked any other woman, and after that." He cradled her face tenderly. "Except for you, no other woman will do. Hu Yao, I am bound to you." Chapter 81. I await you in the chamber. Hu Yao pondered that if she had known Mu Yuan's feelings earlier, she and he would not have missed their chance in the previous life. With closed eyes, she kissed Mu Yuan's lips, and his response was both precious and gentle. Time passed, and their tender kisses slowly descended from lips to neck. Hu Yao couldn't help but shudder. "Husband, I wish to bathe first." "All right," Mu Yuan replied hoarsely, lifting her off the table. Blushing, Hu Yao tugged at Mu Yuan's sleeve. "Reluctant to leave? I must go." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "Shall I escort Ah Yao?" With contentment, Hu Yao replied yes, after giving instructions to the maidservants, and then saw the princess leading the young general over. Is the princess worried that the young general might not find the bathing room, hence leading him there? The maidservants remarked. "If only we had known the princess intended to bathe with the prince, we would have arranged it in the bathhouse. The bathing room is rather small." Hu Yao squeezed Mu Yuan's hand and signaled him to lean down. With a carefree smile, Mu Yuan obliged. She whispered into his ear, "Husband, you need not wait for me here. You may return to the room and amuse yourself for a while." "Husband?" Mu Yuan looked at her with innocent eyes and, resigned, nodded. "Ah Yao, go bathe. I shall return to the room." "All right." Hu Yao smiled brightly and waved goodbye to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan thought to himself that he originally intended to bathe with her, and then remarked, "The princess is indeed concerned for the young general. She is truly kind." The maidservants chimed in. The men of Liang are devoid of romance. A breeze wafted through the half-opened, diamond-shaped window. The candlelight on the desk flickered gently, casting a warm glow on Mu Yuan's face. With his long lashes lowered, he wrote something at the desk. Upon entering the bedroom, Hu Yao caught sight of this scene, and a glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes. With her skirt in hand, she stealthily approached Mu Yuan. A delicate floral fragrance wafted from behind, prompting Mu Yuan to set down his pen and turn with a smile, embracing the stealthy intruder. The intruder, Hu Yao, fell silent for a moment, nuzzling her chin against his chest. "When did my husband realize I was here?" "Just as you entered the bedroom," Mu Yuan replied, gently tracing the faint bite marks on her neck with his fingertip. "Is it fragrant?" Warm breath brushed against her shoulder, causing a ticklish sensation that made her push him away lightly. "Do you find it pleasant?" "Indeed. It is just as delightful as when I first held you from the carriage." "What scent is it?" "The fragrance of peonies." "Husband, peonies are rare in Liang. The land of Liang cannot sustain peonies." Hu Yao nestled closer to Mu Yuan, burying her face in his embrace, remaining silent. Mu Yuan felt a pang in his heart and held her tenderly. Hu Yao peeked out from his arms to gaze at the writing desk, where lay her unfinished transcription of Bei Feng, North Wind. When she was copying the poem, the Liang envoy had arrived with the marriage documents. Her father had summoned her to the Great Hall to meet the emissary. She had intended to complete her transcription afterward, but who could have imagined that this encounter would steal her motivation entirely? In her past life, she would never have guessed that Mu Yuan would ultimately finish the poem for her. Noticing Hu Yao's focus on the poem, Mu Yuan softly recited, "The north wind is cool, the rain and snow fall gently. The north wind whispers, the rain and snow fall softly. Kind and affectionate. Shall we return together? Is it empty or is it real? Is it urgent or merely fleeting? Why did Yao choose to copy this one? I cannot recall. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that I turned to this page." Hu Yao grasped Mu Yuan's arm, urging him outside. "It is getting late. You should bathe, my husband." Mu Yuan replied affirmatively, leaning closer to her ear. "Wait for me in a room." Hu Yao was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she stammered. "What are you waiting for?" Mu Yuan pressed a kiss to her lips. "The time I owe you, I shall reclaim it later." Hu Yao blinked in surprise, then quickly retreated behind the screen. Mu Yuan laughed heartily as he made his way to the cleansing room. Even as Hu Yao lay in bed, she pondered Mu Yuan's earlier words, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation. When Mu Yuan returned from the cleansing room, he found Hu Yao not only waiting for him obediently, but had also fallen asleep. Since their departure from the small town, Mu Yuan had become accustomed to a situation where he could see her, yet could not touch her. He reassured himself that at least this time, his lady had left him half a bed. Extinguishing the candlelight, he lay down and pulled Hu Yao into his embrace. Moonlight streamed through the half-opened diamond-patterned window, illuminating the red paper on the writing desk, where the poem was clearly visible. In the Pepper Room Palace, a woman with features somewhat resembling Hu Yao looked at the entering palace maids with a faint smile. "How is it?" The maid curtsied and replied, "Your Highness. During the prince's bath and changing of clothes, he instructed us to withdraw. We had no opportunity to serve him closely. Surely your highness can rest assured now." At today's banquet, the prince and the princess were inseparable, as if they were glued together. If the prince were unkind to the princess, there would have been no welcoming feast today. The motherly figure sighed, "I remain uneasy. Allow me to observe for a few more days. This old servant understands, and I shall keep watch for you, your highness." Chapter 82. Without reservations, as the sun rose, its crimson light filled the room. Hu Yao, still half asleep, emerged from Mu Yuan's embrace and stretched languidly. Observing the still, slumbering Mu Yuan, she felt an inexplicable sense of regret. After a taxing journey, she had fallen asleep waiting for him the previous night. Gently, Hu Yao reached out to caress Mu Yuan's face, delicately tracing his features. This tender moment evoked memories of the storybook Su Yiyun had shown her. Leaning closer, she whispered in Mu Yuan's ear, mimicking the words of a character from the tale. "If my husband remains silent, I shall kiss him." Receiving no response, she stealthily pressed her lips against his. In that fleeting moment of contact, her heart raced uncontrollably. Reluctant to part, Hu Yao lingered until she felt Mu Yuan's instinctive reaction. Startled, she gazed into his exquisite eyes, which were half-closed yet sparkling with mirth. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly attempted to retreat, only to be drawn closer by Mu Yuan's embrace. A tender and warm kiss enveloped them. Unable to suppress a soft moan, Hu Yao slightly parted her lips. "Good morning, Yao. Good morning, my husband." A wave of guilt washed over Hu Yao, making her feel akin to a thief caught in the act. "Yao, I feel unwell." Mu Yuan's voice was hoarse. "What do you feel unwell, my husband?" Hu Yao asked with concern. "Is it perhaps due to the unfamiliar climate?" Mu Yuan remained silent, merely brushing against her gently, with her clear eyes widening. Hu Yao blushed and stammered, "I merely stole a kiss. What could possibly be wrong with that? Yao, please help me. Last night, you promised to wait for me." Mu Yuan's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance and pleading, causing Hu Yao's defenses to crumble. "I will assist you, my husband. After all, it is still early, and no one will know." With a light-hearted laugh, the warmth of his breath and the calloused pads of his fingers cascaded over her limbs. Hu Yao instinctively rubbed her knees, a thin sheen of sweat forming as she dared to glance up. The usually languid and carefree glimmer in Mu Yuan's eyes mirrored her own emotions at that moment. Her cheeks burned fiercely, and she found herself involuntarily wrapping her arms around him. Their passionate kisses, filled with longing and desire, unfolded unabashedly under the sunlight. Hu Yao, her body soft and pliant, nestled within Mu Yuan's embrace, observed and the palace maids clearing away the breakfast. She felt her courage had grown sufficiently thick to express her desires to Mu Yuan while sharing a room. No longer concerned about how the maids might perceive her leaning against him. After all, it was too late to worry about such matters now. With her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, Hu Yao glanced at the medicine in Mu Yuan's hand. This tonic, once a daily necessity, had now been reduced to a mere thrice-monthly ritual. Had it not been for in bringing the medicine, she might have forgotten about her poisoning altogether. She had contemplated visiting the Imperial Medical Institute to uncover the nature of the poison, but fearing that her parents would learn of the matter, she dismissed the thought. Mu Yuan lifted a spoonful of medicinal broth to her lips. It's not hot anymore, Yao, drink it. Hu Yao took the spoon from Mu Yuan and placed it back into the bowl. My husband, this is not how one consumes medicine, especially such a bitter concoction. Mu Yuan attempted to explain. The storybooks always depict it this way. One cannot believe everything in storybooks. Hu Yao concluded with newfound wisdom. She took the bowl from Mu Yuan's hands and tilted her head back to swallow the medicine in one gulp. The bitter taste spread across her palate, prompting Hu Yao to quickly accept the candy offered by an inn and place it in her mouth. This was how the medicine was meant to be consumed. Yao is truly remarkable. Mu Yuan's fingertip gently brushed against her lips, which were stained with a medicinal concoction. As her tongue glided over his finger, the bitterness of the medicine lingered at the tip of her tongue. Hu Yao gazed, somewhat mesmerized. Indeed, it was quite bitter, Yao. Do share some of the candy with me. The candy was unexpectedly caught by a sudden flick of her tongue, crushed, scattering in all directions, and ultimately dissolving into liquid. And then, aware that the princess preferred not to be disturbed while in the company of the young general, tidied the medicine bowl and led the maids out of the chamber. Upon seeing the person waiting outside, and then paused for a moment. Chapter 83. The matter of poisoning, and then stepped forward to curtsy, inquiring if the matron had urgent business with the princess, if it were not of great importance. She hoped the matron would return at a later time, for the princess and the prince consort were likely not in a position to receive visitors. There is nothing pressing. Merely a request from Her Majesty the Empress to ascertain the prince consort's culinary preferences, the matron replied. The prince consort may partake of dishes that include meat. I shall take note of that. Matron Zhong then glanced at the medicine bowl in Anne's hands, asking, is the princess unwell? Why has she taken medicine so early in the morning? Anne explained, there is no need for concern, matron. The princess is perfectly well. This is merely a restorative tonic prepared by the prince consort for her health. The princess had instructed her and Ping Ping to refrain from disclosing the matter of poisoning to the emperor and empress, lest they worry. Is this medicine to be taken in the morning or before nightfall? Is the prince consort present each time it is consumed? Anne nodded in response. I understand now. You may return to your duties, my dear. Anne bowed, replying yes. As Matron Zhong watched Anne's figure disappear around the corner, her expression turned serious. She instructed the maids behind her to collect the residue from Anne's bowl and deliver it to the Imperial Medical Bureau, ensuring that no one was to be alarmed, particularly not the people of Liang. Understood, the maids replied. Matron Zhong frowned, sighing as she gazed at the tightly shut door. Her princess was innocent, as was her devoted maid. She feared they had been deceived by the Liang people. It was imperative that she inform the empress of this matter post-haste. After bathing and changing, Hu Yao donned a fragrant cloud gauze red peony skirt and spun around before Mu Yuan. Husband, do I look beautiful? Mu Yuan languidly reclined in the rocking chair, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her. Indeed, you are beautiful. Husband, what makes you think I am so lovely? Hu Yao sat beside him, her face radiant with a desire for compliments. Mu Yuan, with a fond smile, replied, Yao princess. Suddenly, an urgent voice from outside the chamber caused Hu Yao's heart to tighten. She stood up, anxiety written across her face as she moved towards the door. What has happened to mother? Mu Yuan, his expression solemn, followed closely behind her. The maid bowed and reported, the empress is feeling unwell and wishes to see you. What ails mother? Has a physician been summoned? What did the physician say? When I arrived, the physician was still examining Her Majesty. The maid, noticing Mu Yuan closely trailing the princess, interrupted. The empress requested only to see the princess. The prince consort should remain in Fengyang Palace. Mu Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. pausing momentarily as he held Hu Yao's hand in the air. Hu Yao, lost in her own thoughts, took Mu Yuan's hand and said, "My dear husband, I shall return shortly. If you find yourself bored, you may visit the West Palace to play with young Master Jiang and Yiyun." Mu Yuan nodded and replied, "Do not worry about me, Yao. Go ahead." Hu Yao hurried towards the pepper room, while the palace attendants followed closely behind, exclaiming, "Your Highness, please be careful. Take your time." Upon reaching the pepper room, Hu Yao found her mother conversing with Granny Zhong. Seeing her mother's complexion as vibrant as ever, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Hu Yao quickly approached her mother with concern, asking, "Mother, how is your health? Are you feeling unwell?" Hu Jing gestured for Hu Yao to sit beside her and gently arranged her slightly disheveled hair. "I am well, my dear. I simply haven't rested well these past few days," the queen reassured her. Hu Yao, still worried, scrutinized her mother and insisted, "Is it truly just a matter of rest? If you are unwell, you must not hide it from me out of concern. Indeed, I am merely fatigued. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Physician Chun." Hu Jing replied. Hu Yao turned to the physician, who was organizing his medicine box. He assured her, "Your Highness, the queen has indeed been lacking rest these past days. Do not worry. Her Majesty is in good health." "It is my fault," Granny Zhong interjected. "When the queen summoned Physician Chun, I panicked and took the liberty of sending for you, causing you unnecessary distress." Hu Yao, still anxious, glanced at Hu Jing and asked, "Mother, are you truly all right?" "Yes. My dear, consider this. If I were truly unwell, your father would have rushed here by now," Hu Jing replied. Hu Yao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Her mother was correct. Had she truly been ill, her father would have come immediately to be by her side. "You gave me quite a scare, Mother. I left my husband in worry to come here, and he is concerned for you as well," Hu Yao confessed. Hu Jing's eyes flickered with displeasure. Yet she smiled and embraced Hu Yao. "My dear, you have returned home, yet you have not even taken a pulse for reassurance. Since Physician Chan is here, why not let him check?" Hu Yao hesitated, then extricated herself from her mother's embrace, insisting, "I am perfectly well, so there is no need to trouble Physician Chun." The physician chuckled. "It would be no trouble at all for me to check your pulse, Your Highness." Hu Jing nodded at Granny Zhong, affirming, "Since my daughter is obedient, let Physician Chun take her pulse, for it will ease my mind." Just as Hu Yao was about to protest, Granny Zhong had already taken her hand. Before she could react, Physician Chun had already grasped her pulse. Hu Yao thought, "If I were to withdraw my hand now, would it not appear suspicious?" Observing Physician Chun thoughtfully stroking his beard, she contemplated how to explain the matter of her supposed poisoning. Physician Chun slowly withdrew his hand and, after a moment of silence, finally spoke, "Your Highness, your health is intact. There is no need for concern." Hu Yao was taken aback. "That cannot be right. Erlang previously mentioned that I had been poisoned and that my constitution was weak, requiring 2 years of careful recuperation to fully recover. Wait, the matter of my poisoning was always discussed between my husband and Erlang. I have never sought another's diagnosis. Could it be that they have deceived me? What could they possibly gain from such deceit?" Chapter 84. The imperial brother Hu Yao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Physician Chen's medical skills were impeccable. He could not have misdiagnosed her. Yet, she also could not believe that her husband and Erlang would lie to her. Thus, only one possibility remained. Her health must have indeed improved. "Dear, Hu Jing gently tapped Hu Yao's nose, saying, "Shu Ran mentioned this morning that he intends to visit Fengyan Palace today. The hour is nearly upon us. You should return to the palace first. It has been quite some time since you last saw each other. He will surely want to spend time with you." Hu Yao smiled warmly and embraced her mother. "Very well. If mother wishes to see her daughter, simply send word, and I shall hasten back without delay." "All right. I shall have a palanquin prepared for you to return to the palace," Hu Jing replied. "Mother, I shall take my leave now." Hu Jing looked tenderly at Hu Yao and nodded. It was only after Hu Yao's figure vanished beyond the palace gates that she spoke. "Dr. Chun, how is Yao Yao's health?" Dr. Chun furrowed his brow and replied, "Your Highness, judging by the princess's pulse, it appears she has been poisoned." Hu Jing was taken aback. "Poisoned? Indeed. The poison has been in the princess's body for some time. To treat and restore her health may require 4 to 5 years. or even longer. During this period, should the princess conceive, there is a grave risk of losing both mother and child. Is a complete cure possible? To achieve a complete recovery, I fear the princess may never bear children again unless a miracle healer were to appear. Hu Jing's expression darkened slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. I only wish for Yao Yao's health. If she cannot bear children, so be it. Can the contents of the medicinal bowl be identified? It is not a child-avoiding potion. The ingredients are complex and will take 3 days to ascertain. Hu Jing nodded. For now, do not inform His Majesty of today's events. Do you understand, Doctor? This humble servant understands. You may leave now. This humble servant takes his leave. Hu Jing's gaze briefly faltered but quickly regained its icy composure. The act of childbirth is inherently perilous. The loss of both mother and child occurs with alarming frequency. Should Yao Yao perish as a result, no one would suspect foul play. I once thought Mu Yuan desired to avoid Yao Yao's child. Little did I realize he simply wished to be rid of Yao Yao herself. Your Highness, do you believe this is the idea of Emperor Liang or Mu Yuan? Whose idea it is matters not. In 3 days, the Imperial Medical Bureau will provide clarity. At that time, it will be up to Emperor Liang to decide whether to sacrifice Mu Yuan or plunge our nations into war. Hu Jing sighed. My only concern is for Yao Yao. Observe how she lights up when speaking of Mu Yuan. Her affection is genuine. I fear that should Mu Yuan lose his life, Yao Yao will be utterly heartbroken. Do not worry, Your Highness. Should the princess learn the truth, though she may grieve, she will undoubtedly find a way to let go. Please write a letter to Jing Er, informing him that Yao Yao has returned to Linen, and instruct him to set aside his affairs and return immediately. Hu Jing had initially been concerned that Mu Jing's presence would create a rift between Mu Yuan and Yao Yao, which is why she had requested his absence during Yao Yao's return. In retrospect, it seems she acted unnecessarily. Hu Jing pondered for a moment before whispering a few instructions to Zhongqin. In Fengyang Palace, Mu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, idly observing Xianqing as he fed Hu Yao's young brother, Chao Shuran, spoonful by spoonful of medicine. He could not comprehend how 2 individuals who had only just met yesterday could have forged such a close bond. Glancing at Xianqing, he inquired, How old is the little prince? 12, Chao Shuran replied, shaking his head and looking at Xianqing. Do you know how old Xianqing is? Xianqing answered, 18. Mu Yuan narrowed his phoenix eyes with a smile, a pear tree weighed down by crabapple blossoms. Xianqing looked at Mu Yuan in confusion, wondering why he was reciting poetry. Mu Yuan rose and took the medicine bowl from Xianqing's hands. Your Highness, medicine should not be consumed in this manner. A man should drink it all in one gulp. Chao Shuran glanced at Xianqing, then at Mu Yuan, before taking the medicine bowl and downing its contents in one gulp. When Hu Yao entered Fengyang Palace, she found her younger brother, her husband, and Taoist Xianqing engaged in a jovial conversation. Upon seeing Hu Yao return, Mu Yuan approached her with a bright smile. Yao. Hu Yao returned his smile sweetly, sidestepping him to reach Chao Shuran's side. Mu Yuan, with a light-hearted chuckle, observed the scene. Hu Yao inquired, Has my brother missed me? Chao Shuran stood up, embracing Hu Yao. I miss you so much, Imperial Sister. Hu Yao hugged him back, saying, I miss you dearly too. Let me have a good look at you. She released Chao Shuran to scrutinize him closely. His complexion and spirit appeared much improved, and he had grown taller. Concerned, Hu Yao asked, Is the medicine bitter? Chao Shuran shook his head, not bitter. Turning to Taoist Xianqing, Hu Yao remarked, I must trouble you further regarding my brother's health. Xianqing nodded slightly. It is my duty. Chao Shuran tugged at Hu Yao's hand. Imperial Sister. Shall we take a stroll in the back garden? Hu Yao responded with a smile. Very well. Husband, my brother and I will go for a walk in the back garden. Xianqing, I shall accompany the Imperial Sister to the back garden. They both stated in unison. Mu Yuan and Xianqing cautioned, walk slowly. Hu Yao and Chao Shuran replied, understood. As they reached the courtyard and the palace attendants withdrew, Chao Shuran spoke. Imperial Sister. Is he good to you? Hu Yao pinched Chao Shuran's cheek playfully. You should refer to him as brother-in-law. Chao Shuran pouted. Is brother-in-law good to you? Hu Yao nodded with a beaming smile. If he treats the Imperial Sister poorly, Hu Yao instinctively retorted, he dares not. Chao Shuran chuckled, pulling her down to sit. Hu Yao noticed the intertwined jujube with bracelets on his wrist and curiously asked, "What is this bracelet? Its design is quite peculiar." It was given by Xianqing. He said it is a yin-yang bracelet, capable of warding off evil and, when necessary, protecting my life. Then you must wear it diligently. Chao Shuran nodded. Imperial sister. Xianqing has mistakenly identified me as his benefactor. Benefactor? What do you mean? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but I do not intend to reveal this to him until he has cured my illness. His misidentification is not my concern. Hu Yao distanced herself from the matter, saying, I'm unaware of any connection to this issue. Chapter 85. Just waiting for 3 days, however, Hu Yao took Chao Shuren's hand earnestly and said, Taoist Xianqing is kindly treating your illness. You must not toy with him. Chao Shuren replied, I have no intention of toying with him. Hu Yao, somewhat skeptical, patted Chao Shuren's hand. While others may not understand her brother's nature, she, as his sister, knew him all too well. Her brother excelled at charming and feigning innocence in front of outsiders, though he possessed a clever mind. The fact that he, despite his frail health, could persuade ministers to willingly petition their father to name him the crown prince after her marriage was enough proof of his cunning. Though Hu Yao had no aspirations for the throne, the thought of siblings turning against each other for power, committing patricide or fratricide, sent a shiver down her spine. After some idle chatter, her brother departed with Taoist Xianqing to the Eastern Palace. Just as they left, Granny Zhong arrived at Fengyang Palace. Hu Yao looked at the matron in disbelief. Granny, what did you just say? Zhong Mama remarked, according to the customs of the Southern Wei dynasty. Aside from the wedding night, when the prince consort may remain in the princess's chamber, he must reside in the side hall on ordinary days. How was I unaware of this convention? Has Mama made an error? Indeed not. The princess's ignorance stems from her departure to the Liang kingdom at the age of 12. While these regulations are typically taught starting at 13, since she has not learned them, it is better to let it be. After all, rules are rigid, while humanity is fluid. Zhong Mama stated solemnly, that cannot be. Without rules, there can be no order. I shall discuss this matter with Her Majesty. The princess. The queen has just taken her medicine and is resting. It will be best for you to visit another day. Unperturbed by her reaction, Zhong Mama turned to Mu Yuan and said, Please. Hu Yao, visibly displeased, exclaimed, What do you mean by please? Mu Yuan smiled gently and took Hu Yao's hand. She turned to him, Husband? He whispered in her ear, It is of no concern. I do not wish for Yao to be troubled because of me. Having uttered his words, he did not wait for her to retain him, but followed Zhong Mama out. Hu Yao watched his retreating figure, feeling something peculiar about his reaction, yet unable to articulate what was amiss. Observing the princess lost in thought as she gazed after the prince consort, a palace maid consoled her, Do not be saddened, princess. If the prince consort holds you in his heart, he will surely seek you. Hu Yao pressed her lips together. Are you suggesting that if my husband does not seek me out, it means I do not occupy his heart? The maid knelt abruptly. I did not mean that. My lady. Hu Yao sighed lightly, rise. Immediately spoke Inyist. If my husband does not come, I shall seek him out regardless. You must not do that. My lady. Why not? I worry that if you take too much initiative, the prince consort may grow weary of you. After all, he did not look back as he departed. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait. If he does not seek you in 3 days, it would suffice to prove that he has been deceiving you all along. Hu Yao frowned. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. The maid timidly replied, Yes. She was confident that it would not take 3 days. Mu Yuan would come to find her that very night. Following Zhong Mama, Mu Yuan arrived at the Western Hall of Fengyang Palace. Given the recent affairs of the palace, I kindly asked the prince consort to remain with friends in the Western Hall for these 3 days. With that, Zhong Mama departed briskly without a backward glance. Once she left, Jiang Mingyuan emerged, fanning himself with a smirk. It seems being a prince consort is no easy feat. Did that mama not mention you must perform 4 bows outside the little princess's chamber at dawn and await her summons before you may share a bed? Mu Yuan cast a bemused glance at Jiang Mingyuan. And what of it? Jiang Mingyuan replied with gravity. What exactly did you do to earn such disdain from your in-laws that they have confined us here? Furrowing his brow, Mu Yuan mused. It seems the spies of the Southern Wei in the Liang kingdom have relayed tales of my supposed romantic exploits, and Jiang Mingyuan halted his fan. Those tales alone would be enough to earn their disdain. Yet you have more? Mu Yuan recalled Hu Yao had once mentioned her chance encounter with Zhou Mama today. This morning, I was seen feeding a Yao her medicine, he stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter, which startled Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yuan, although this is a matter between you and your wife, you cannot deceive the little princess into taking medicine simply for your own pleasure while rejecting the idea of having children. Mu Yuan lowered his long eyelashes, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. He ignored Jiang Mingyuan and entered the room. Jiang Mingyuan followed closely behind, saying, I know you wouldn't harm the little princess, but she should consume this medicine sparingly. It is merely for nurturing her health. Then you should explain it now, Mu Yuan replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. Let us wait. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback and asked, wait for what? Mu Yuan took a sip of tea and said, to be summoned by a Yao. Jiang Mingyuan lightly tapped Mu Yuan with his fan, exclaiming, you're beyond help. I thought your silence was to evoke sympathy from the little princess once the truth is revealed, but it turns out you are merely waiting for a summons. Mingyuan, Mu Yuan acknowledged. I'm only waiting for these 3 days. Jiang Mingyuan realized, from what that nurse said, it is clear that the truth will be revealed in 3 days, so you need only wait. Mu Yuan's brow furrowed. The little princess is shy. She likely will not summon you. Even if she does, they will not allow you to see her. Mu Yuan gazed at the tea in his cup and remarked softly, she can come to find me in secret. What if she does not come? She likes me. She should come to find me. You like her too. You could seek her out. Mu Yuan remained silent, quietly sipping his tea. Jiang Mingyuan sensed a shift in Mu Yuan's demeanor and inquired. You seem to be sulking since earlier. What is troubling you? I wish for Yao to come find me. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't help but curse. Are you out of your mind? Since marrying me, Yao has only come to seek me out once, and that was merely coincidental when Wang Qingyun visited. It was a coincidence. Besides, the little princess used to like Wang Qingyun, but never sneaked out in the middle of the night. The teacup was slammed onto the table, shattering into pieces. Jiang Mingyuan's words were abruptly cut off by the sound of the breaking cup. He suddenly understood why Mu Yuan had abruptly withdrawn all the hidden guards assigned to the little princess. He had found it puzzling. How could Mu Yuan have known she liked Wang Qingyun, yet still choose to remove the guards? At this moment, Jiang Mingyuan sincerely hoped the little princess would come to find Mu Yuan that very night. Chapter 86. Secretly Seeking Mu Yuan Fengyang Palace. Hu Yao lethargically cradled a wolf-shaped soft pillow while reclining in a rocking chair. She had never imagined that Mu Yuan would truly not seek her out. This led her to a profound reflection, concluding that perhaps after they had expressed their feelings, her excessive clinginess had made Mu Yuan uncomfortable. After much contemplation, Hu Yao decided to refrain from disturbing Mu Yuan for the time being, but if he were to seek her out, she would be more than willing. Thus, she restrained herself for 3 days. Today, however, Hu Yao resolved to go find Mu Yuan herself. She abruptly sat up from the rocking chair, instructing the palace maids to prepare her for a bath and grooming, even changing into attire that allowed for ease of movement. And then, seeing her dressed up, asked, Princess, are you going out? Hu Yao replied, yes, to find my husband. As soon as she finished speaking, all the palace maids accepted and fell to their knees. Hu Yao looked at Nun, who met her gaze. After a moment of silence, Hu Yao slowly asked, what are you all doing? My dear princess, the queen has instructed you to remain within your chambers tonight. You may seek the duke tomorrow. Alas, the duke has not visited you for 3 days. Indeed, dear princess. Hu Yao exchanged a knowing glance with Nun, suggesting that if she did not wish to go, then neither should they. Very well. The maidservants bowed and retreated, making sure to close the door behind them. Hu Yao reclined back in her rocking chair, feeling that there was something peculiar about the situation. She speculated that her mother might have her reasons for preventing her from seeing Mu Yuan. The kneeling maidservants only reinforced her suspicions. With that in mind, she resolutely decided she must see Mu Yuan tonight. Meow, a cat's cry echoed from outside. Hu Yao tossed aside her soft pillow, fetched a stool, and cautiously opened the window, and placed a stool outside as well. Be careful as you step out, princess. With an An's assistance, Hu Yao managed to climb safely from her room, and then pointed toward the thicket and earnestly said, I have scouted the path for you, princess. Head that way. There are fewer patrolling guards, and it is closest to the young general's quarters. Anan picked up the stool beneath the window, explaining that she had tested it earlier, and the window leading to the young general's innermost room was not securely closed. The princess could simply push it open upon her arrival. Hu Yao nodded, committing the information to memory. The ground was still slick from the morning rain, so she needed to tread carefully. And should you wish to summon water? Hu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly interrupted, and no water. I shall return shortly. Ignoring Anne's further comments, she turned and left without a backward glance. Princess, Anne called softly from behind. Hu Yao instinctively quickened her pace, cautiously making her way toward Mu Yuan's quarters under the cover of night. She felt like a thief in her own palace. Yet she recalled having undertaken a similar adventure in the Liang kingdom, which lent her some experience. She remembered that time vividly. Wang Qingyun had come to the palace to meet the emperor, who, upon noticing his illness, summoned the court physician to attend to him. With the palace gates unlocked, the emperor allowed Wang Qingyun to stay in the quarters he had occupied as a companion in his youth. Upon learning this, Hu Yao, determined not to miss any opportunity to foster goodwill, concocted an excuse to prepare a bowl of porridge in the small kitchen. Under the veil of darkness, she embarked on her clandestine visit to Wang Qingyun. However, this time was different. Hu Yao found herself in a predicament. She narrowly escaped being discovered on multiple occasions, but ultimately arrived at the window and had indicated. With great care, she pushed the window open. Inside, the room was aglow with flickering candles, yet Mu Yuan was nowhere to be seen. The plan had taken an unexpected turn. She had intended for Mu Yuan to help her inside, but he was absent. Disappointed, Hu Yao pouted, rolled up her sleeves, and leaned against the window frame, exerting a bit of force. With a thud, she landed on the ground. Dejectedly, she gazed at the window, recalling Anne's words. Perhaps she had misunderstood. It was not a stool she needed, but a step. How could she have forgotten to bring a stool? If only she possessed martial prowess, she could have effortlessly flipped herself through the window. With her palms scraped by the rough stones and branches, Hu Yao began to waver in her resolve. She did not want Mu Yuan to see her in such a disheveled state. Slowly, she picked herself up from the ground. Ah Yao, a familiar, languorous voice drifted in from the window. Hu Yao's hands, which had been adjusting her garments, paused momentarily as she turned to regard the source of the voice. Mu Yuan leaned casually against the window, a playful smile gracing his lips. Upon noticing Hu Yao's gaze, his smile deepened. Hu Yao approached the window, tilting her head to look up at him. It had been 3 days since they last met. Did her husband miss her? Instead of answering, Mu Yuan posed a question in return. Did Yao miss me? I have come in person. Does my husband need to ask if I long for him? Hu Yao spread her arms wide, her eyes silently urging Mu Yuan to embrace her. Unmoved, he responded, Have you come empty-handed? Of course not. I brought pastries for you, she declared, retrieving a green bean cake from her bosom and offering it to him. Mu Yuan eyed the treat, a smile gracing his features as he inquired, Did Yao make this? Certainly not, Hu Yao replied. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Mu Yuan's eyes as he confessed, I am weary. Hu Yao, perplexed, asked softly, Isn't my husband inviting me to sit in your chamber? Mu Yuan, with a self-deprecating smile, responded, I am unwell today and unable to attend to the princess. Please return. Hu Yao stammered in protest. I didn't come here just because I was worried about your health. Ignoring her, Mu Yuan placed the green bean cake on the table and retreated to bed. It felt as though she was a warm face seeking a cold shoulder. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and the more aggrieved she grew, the angrier she became. Puffing up her cheeks in indignation, she clung to the window frame and kicked her feet inside. Today, she was determined to enter Mu Yuan's chamber. Did he not wish to rest? That was not even a thought to entertain. After persistent efforts, she finally stepped into Mu Yuan's room. Kneeling by his bedside, she called out, Husband. With his eyes closed, Mu Yuan ignored her. Is it that you find me too clingy, which is why you haven't sought me out these past 3 days? Chapter 87. On this day of the year, the soft sound of Hu Yao's voice filled the room, laced with a hint of playful affection. I heard you were ill, so I specially prepared congee to see you. I was careful not to let anyone notice my arrival. "Do not do this again," came the gentle response from man. Hu Yao obediently replied, "Understood." In the dead of night, she ventured into the man's chamber uninvited. "Have you considered what you would do if this man harbored inappropriate intentions toward you? Do you have such intentions?" "Princess." "Ah, I meant to say you are a gentleman. A gentleman is still a man. I am not so different from other men. That is precisely what makes you different." "Very well. If the princess says I am different, then I shall be different." The man's voice was warm, tinged with a playful affection. "Did the princess prepare this kanji?" "Indeed. I burned my hand while making it. Although I have treated the wound, it might still leave a scar." "Let me take a look," he said, his tone tinged with concern. Outside, Mu Yuan, overhearing Hu Yao's conversation with Wang Qingyun, looked up at the sky and sighed silently. He found himself bewildered by his current predicament. When Hu Yao had cherished him, he had kept her at arm's length. Now that she no longer held affection for him, he found himself helplessly dispatching secret guards to protect her. Ultimately, he had witnessed her mutual affection with another man. Mu Yuan was driven to the brink of madness by jealousy, yet felt utterly powerless. He had brought this upon himself and deserved it. He had resigned himself to his fate. Once the princess returned to the palace, he would dismiss all her secret guards and ensure no further news of her reached him. Understood. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, culminating in the soft click of the door closing. Mu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and sat up, realizing that Hu Yao, who had been crouching by his bedside calling for him, had departed. He gazed at the empty room and let out a sigh. What was the point of holding a grudge against her now? Rising, he donned the dark brocade robe from the wooden stand and pushed open the window that Hu Yao had shut. "What are you doing out at this hour? Dressed like that?" A startled exclamation came from behind him. Mu Yuan turned in surprise. Hu Yao had leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. "My lord must not venture into the palace at night." "I am not," Mu Yuan began, but Hu Yao interrupted. "You're lying. You were not wearing that attire just now. And you even opened the window." Had she not emerged from the cleansing room with her hands bandaged, Mu Yuan might have already escaped through the window. "Ah Yao, I never intended to sneak into the palace. I came to find you." Hu Yao tilted her chin against his chest, gazing upwards. "Why did you seek me?" "I missed you, Ah Yao." Mu Yuan gently pinched her delicate face. "I was ignoring you earlier because I was upset that you hadn't come to see me these past 3 days. But I am here now, seeking you," Hu Yao replied, tugging at his robe and standing on her toes to kiss him. Mu Yuan slightly turned his head to avoid her lips. "Are you not thinking of me?" she asked, bewildered. Mu Yuan chuckled teasingly. Hu Yao's cheeks flushed as she defended herself. I only kissed your face, not anything else." Mu Yuan's long lashes fluttered down, his amused gaze settling on the small wounds on her hands from the branches, which stood out starkly against her fair skin. "What happened to your hand?" His voice bore a hint of anxiety. With a pout, Hu Yao extended her hand towards him, revealing the scratches caused by the thorns. "I fell while trying to see you." Mu Yuan's gaze lingered on her, searching for any other injuries. Hu Yao wore a dark waist-length skirt that bore subtle scuff marks, nearly undetectable unless examined closely. "My backside is a little sore, but otherwise, I am fine." No sooner had she spoken than Mu Yuan reached to lift her skirt, causing Hu Yao to retreat in alarm. "What are you doing?" "Checking for injuries," he insisted, attempting to lift her garment again, leaving Hu Yao uncertain whether he was teasing or genuinely concerned. "My lord, I am unhurt. Please, first tend to my hand." Mu Yuan glanced at Hu Yao, noticing her flushed cheeks. His hands hesitated momentarily. "If anything hurts or bothers you, do not endure it in silence." Hu Yao nodded obediently. "I will wait here. You go fetch the medicine." A smile graced her lips. "All right." As Mu Yuan went to retrieve the medicine, Hu Yao seized the opportunity to change out of her soiled attire and don the night clothes he had hung on the wooden stand. When Mu Yuan returned, he found her sitting patiently on the bed. As he approached, she shifted aside. Mu Yuan settled beside her, gently taking her hand to carefully apply the ointment to her wounds. Hu Yao felt a warmth in her heart, aware that such minor injuries would heal with time. Surely, Mu Yuan understood this as well. "My lord," she called softly. "Yes," he replied. "You must diligently apply the ointment for me, should a scar remain on my hand." Hu Yao paused, observing Mu Yuan's reaction. "And if a scar were to remain?" Mu Yuan's tone, unusually tinged with urgency. revealed a hint of expectation in his gaze as he looked at her. Hu Yao, who initially intended to speak fiercely, found her words softening, thinking of leaving a scar on her husband's hand as well. Mu Yuan bowed his head, his mind uncontrollably echoing the girl's teasing remark. Wang Qingyun, if a scar remains on my hand, you must take responsibility. Unconsciously, he applied the ointment, assuring her that no scar would form. With such meticulous care for my husband, it is certain that no scar will remain. Hu Yao moved closer to Mu Yuan, gazing at him as he tended to her, increasingly sensing something amiss. Husband, I am not injured here. There is no need for ointment. Mu Yuan wiped away the excess medicine from her hand with a silk handkerchief. You have been injured. Hu Yao's words were abruptly interrupted by Mu Yuan's sudden embrace, as he enveloped her in his arms, burying his face in her neck. Yes, on the back of your left hand, near the webbing. You burned yourself while preparing porridge for Wang Qingyun, and I applied medicine to it. Therefore, I cannot be mistaken. Hu Yao froze momentarily, her eyes widening in surprise. No wonder her burn had healed after a nap. It was Mu Yuan who had treated her. How much medicine had he applied? Yao, let me keep a scar then. If a scar remains, Yao will not leave me. Mu Yuan's tone was earnest, even tinged with a hint of pleading, entirely devoid of jest. Hu Yao gently embraced him, saying, Since you are aware of my meetings with Wang Qingyun, you should also recall what he said afterward. Mu Yuan replied glumly, I do not remember. After hearing what you said, I left in a fit of anger. Then how did you come to apply medicine to me afterward? Did you not leave in anger? I cannot bear the thought that Wang Qingyun should benefit from a mere scar. Mu Yuan's lips brushed against Hu Yao's neck. What did Wang Qingyun say? Chapter 88. The moon's cycle, the tickling sensation in her neck, made Hu Yao shiver, prompting her to push Mu Yuan away gently. Aware of her injury, he allowed her to push him away. After hearing my words, Wang Qingyun said something similar to what you said. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He asked you to leave a scar for him? Hu Yao pouted, of course not. He is neither foolish nor mad. Why would he want me to leave a scar? I too am neither foolish nor mad. Reflecting on the events of her past life, Hu Yao murmured, It is hard to say. Mu Yuan let out a light hum. Hu Yao, smiling playfully, shifted the topic. Husband, Wang Qingyun said there would be no scar. Mu Yuan was taken aback. He could not fathom why Wang Qingyun would say such a thing. There will be no scar. When Wang Qingyun made this statement, his demeanor was serious and sincere, in stark contrast to Hu Yao's playful banter. Hu Yao lowered her head, unable to meet Wang Qingyun's gaze. After all, his response at that moment was a veiled rejection for her. Neither Mu Yuan nor Wang Qingyun favored her. The crown prince constantly spoke of her, and she could not comprehend why she was so unappealing to the men of Liang Kingdom. Princess, what I mean is that those who care for you would not allow you to be hurt or saddened. The princess need only be herself, and he will grow fond of her. Thus, she need not feign gentleness or grace, nor require any scars. The princess should simply embrace her true self. I understand now. I shall no longer pretend. However, Hu Yao did not fully grasp Wang Qingyun's words. She only comprehended that Wang Qingyun was aware her gentleness and grace were mere aids. After all, she had not always presented herself as she did now in his presence. This predicament was all Mu Yuan's fault. Had he cherished her and desired to marry her, she would not find herself in this situation today. Wang Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. The princess does not yet understand. You are still young. When you have matured a bit more, I shall elucidate the meaning of my words today. At this moment, Hu Yao began to grasp the essence of Wang Qingyun's statement. She understood why he had turned away when he first encountered her at the Jiang State Duke's residence, and why Mu Yuan had exhibited jealousy and anger today. Mu Yuan narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, aware of the implications behind Wang Qingyun's words, realizing that the one Wang Qingyun referred to as indifferent toward Hu Yao was indeed himself. Feigning ignorance, Mu Yuan inquired, What does a Yao wish to convey? I wish to express that my husband requires no scars, and I shall never part from him. Hu Yao leaned closer to Mu Yuan and kissed the corner of his lips, declaring, Unless it is death that separates us, I shall never leave my husband. She gazed at Mu Yuan, who seemed lost in thought due to her words, and gently nudged his shoulder with her head. I have poured out my heartfelt confession. Yet my husband shows no reaction. Mu Yuan tenderly caressed Hu Yao's rosy cheeks, saying, "Ah Yao, where you live, I shall live. Where you die, I shall die. Even along the road to the Yellow Springs, I will accompany you across the Niha Bridge." Goodness, 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 my husband speaks such ominous words. Mu Yuan laughed. Very well. I shall refrain from saying them in the future. Hu Yao joined in his laughter. What brings you joy, Yao? She suddenly recalled her journey to seek out Wang Qingyun, noting how she encountered no guard from the Liang state, once thinking them inept for failing to notice even a weak woman like herself. Now it seemed that there had been unseen assistance. Mu Yuan's gaze momentarily faltered, but quickly returned with a smile. If my lady had a tail, it would likely be soaring to the heavens. Hu Yao chuckled softly. Burrowing into the quilt, my husband is truly wonderful. Life is splendid now. Mu Yuan leaned down and kissed her cheek. Our future days shall be even more delightful. The warmth of his breath tickled Hu Yao's face, prompting her to shyly retreat beneath the quilt. Mu Yuan remarked, I did not come here solely for that. A soft voice emerged from within the quilt. Do not laugh. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow playfully. Ah Yao, it is perfectly fine to think. Upon hearing this, a warm sensation coursed through Hu Yao's lower abdomen. She peeked from the quilt and found Mu Yuan's gaze fixed intently upon her. Feeling a bit guilty, she said, Husband, I seem to have soiled your nightwear. Mu Yuan leaned closer. If it is stained, then so be it. I shall fetch you a clean one shortly. The fragrance of rare sandalwood filled the air, and Hu Yao hurriedly covered his mouth, exclaiming, Husband, I have come upon my monthly cycle. Mu Yuan was taken aback, blinking in surprise, his ears turning crimson. Does it hurt? His warm breath enveloped her palm, flushing her cheeks. It hurts a little. Could you send someone to Yin to fetch Ping Ping? Also, please bring some supplies for my cycle. I have some. Mu Yuan cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Hu Yao looked at him in confusion. Mu Yuan rose from the bedside cabinet made of Wangwali wood, retrieving a box containing menstrual pads, and sat beside Hu Yao. Is this sufficient? Yes, it will last her 5 days. Hu Yao hesitated before taking one and asked, Why does my husband have these? Mu Yuan lowered his gaze, recalling that it was always around this time. I thought if a Yao were to seek me out, she might need them. So I had Ping Ping prepare some. Noticing Mu Yuan's flushed ears, Hu Yao smiled warmly and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Thank you, husband. Mu Yuan stood up to leave. I will summon Ping Ping. Hu Yao quickly interjected, Husband, don't carry the menstrual pads. Mu Yuan froze, his face reddening further. He placed the pads back on the cabinet and hurriedly exited. Hu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Her husband, in such moments, seemed less like a general accustomed to the battlefield and more like an inexperienced young man, occasionally surprisingly innocent. Not long after Mu Yuan left, Ping Ping arrived with her nightgown. After assisting Hu Yao with her bath and changing clothes, she took the discarded garments and left with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Mu Yuan returned with a bowl of ginger water sweetened with red sugar. Hu Yao was taken aback. Why is my husband making me ginger water? Erlang mentioned that if you were uncomfortable during your period, you could drink some ginger water. Did you prepare it yourself? Mu Yuan nodded and offered her a spoonful of the ginger water. She smiled. I will drink it all. Be careful, it's hot. Sip it slowly. He gently reminded her. Hu Yao nodded, her gaze drifting to the mung bean cake that Mu Yuan had placed on the table. Don't you want to eat the mung bean cake, husband? Mu Yuan tucked a stray hair behind her ear. We will eat it later. Hu Yao's brows furrowed slightly. It struck Mu Yuan as odd. If it were any other day, he would have urged her to share it with him. She recalled how happy he had been when she presented him with a mung bean cake earlier, where he later inquired if she had made it. And upon learning she had not, he had claimed to be tired. Afterward, he noticed her injured hand and applied medicine to it. Wang Qingyun, she recalled. I especially cooked porridge to see you, and I burned my hand in the process. Hu Yao's eyes widened slightly, realizing that Mu Yuan was being petulant. He was feeling jealous. He often spoke of jealousy, but when truly envious, would keep it bottled up, sulking silently. He must have thought he had upset her and was now eager to reconcile. Fortunately, she was perceptive enough to notice. Otherwise, the mung bean cake would have been relegated to the same fate as the lotus seed pastry. Hu Yao nestled into Mu Yuan's embrace. Husband, are you feeling jealous of Wang Qingyun again? Mu Yuan's eyelids drooped, remaining silent. Hu Yao turned to face him, her bright eyes meeting his somewhat shadowed ones. If you do not speak, I will never know what you are thinking, just as if you do not confess your love for me. I will believe until my last breath that you do not love me. In her past life, she had indeed believed until her dying day that Mu Yuan did not harbor feelings for her. Mu Yuan tightened his embrace suddenly. I am jealous of Wang Qingyun. You like him, which is why you cooked porridge for him, yet you have never made porridge for me when you liked me. Hu Yao replied, when I liked my husband, he was either in the pleasure quarters or at the border. Although I have never cooked porridge, I crafted a pouch for my husband. Mu Yuan remained silent for a moment before gently saying, you gave it to Wang Qingyun. Hu Yao replied, I was thinking of the pouch embroidered by my husband. If he feels uncomfortable upon returning to Liang, perhaps he could stealthily retrieve the pouch from the Wang family. Why shouldn't I be the one to fetch it back? Hu Yao abruptly sat up from Mu Yuan's embrace, exclaiming, I refuse to go. It would be too embarrassing. Mu Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it would be somewhat humiliating. Hu Yao let out a soft huff and reclined back onto the bed. Mu Yuan followed suit, drawing her into his arms. Hu Yao held Mu Yuan's hand over her abdomen, finding it as warm as a hot water bottle. Mu Yuan gently caressed her, asking, is it better now? Much better, she replied, placing her hand atop his. Husband, I've just considered that to prevent you from suddenly ignoring me or sulking in the future, why not consume all the vinegar tonight? Mu Yuan narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. That is indeed a splendid idea. Let us begin with the vinegar then. An hour later, Hu Yao yawned drowsily and murmured, is the story not finished yet? There can't be that much left. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not even half has been told. Hu Yao mumbled, if I had known it was old vinegar, I wouldn't have bothered. Mu Yuan, brimming with amusement, replied, too late. My jealousy is quite potent at this moment. Then continue, Hu Yao said, half closing her eyes, beginning to drift into slumber. The fragrance of rare sandalwood wafted around her, leaving a warm sensation on her lips. Accompanied by gentle laughter, it was but a delicate taste. The warm sunlight filtered through the ornate window panes, illuminating the room. Hu Yao, under the service of the palace maids, donned a silver and vermilion cloud silk dress that reached her bosom. After receiving yet another disapproving glance from Granny Zhong, who had lost count of how many she had cast upon her, Hu Yao finally spoke up. Granny, please cease looking at me that way. The princess is not being ungrateful, Granny Zhong replied. Hu Yao playfully retorted, then let us not speak of it. Granny, I must have my breakfast now. Has the princess not yet dined? Granny Zhong paused, quickly altering her words. This old servant shall have the meal prepared immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhong Qin hurried out. Hu Yao reached out to grasp her arm. Granny Zhong, I have already arranged for my meal. You need not trouble yourself. Is there something wrong with my health? Is it not well? Granny Zhong laughed. What nonsense, your highness. How could there be anything wrong with you? Master Chen is quite skilled. Surely, you trust his diagnosis? Hu Yao narrowed her bright eyes and smiled. I naturally believe in Master Chen. But should my mother or father command otherwise, I suspect even he would hesitate to speak the truth. Granny Zhong looked astonished, you know. You need not conceal it from me. I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for concern. For Master Chen has assured that he can provide a cure. Hu Yao furrowed her brows. And Mu Yuan? I have not seen him since this morning. It seemed Granny Zhong had been awaiting this inquiry. Upon being asked, she promptly revealed, the prince is in the Jiaofeng palace. Hu Yao did not press further and hurriedly made her way outside. Seeing this, Granny Zhong and the palace maid hastily followed. Within the chamber, Su Yiyun, peering through the crack in the door, whispered, Jiang Mingyuan, Sister Yao truly emerged from Brother Yuan's room. Jiang Mingyuan waved a fan. I told you so, within 3 days. The little princess would surely seek out a Yuan. Su Yiyun, you have lost this round. No more cheating from you. Who is cheating? This princess has always accepted the consequences of her wagers. Just tell me what you desire. I haven't decided yet. You must wait. Then you should hurry and think. Sister Yao just rushed out in a hurry. Shouldn't we go help? Brother Yuan will be fine, won't he? Rest assured, if I encounter trouble, your brother Yuan will remain unharmed. Bah! instead of worrying about Brother Yuan and Sister Yao. You ought to reflect on your own reckless venture into a man's quarters in the dead of night. If I were to inform my adoptive mother, how would you respond? Su Yiyun boldly declared, I entered your room. Am I not a man? Who knows? Jiang Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said, Su Yiyun, you are doomed. I'm not afraid of you. Su Yiyun retorted. Jiang Mingyuan tossed his fan onto the table and approached Su Yiyun. Shall we test that? You can't hit me like you did when we were children. I am no longer a child. Su Yiyun's face flushed as she pushed open the door and fled. Most of the palace servants in the Jiao Fong Hall had been dispatched outside. Hu Yao strode purposefully into the hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the main hall, she heard her mother's calm voice. Mu Yuan, since His Majesty and I have arranged for Yao to marry into Liang Kingdom, she shall also wed you. This matter will naturally be conducted according to the customs of Liang. Chapter 90. The articulate may not act, what shall we do? Mu Yuan's voice was clear and devoid of emotion. Ping ping, and then what about them? Her mother's voice came again. Ping ping, and then? Hu Yao halted, faintly sensing her mother's insinuation. This son-in-law is unaware of your intentions, my lady. Hu Jing smiled. You are not ignorant. You simply wish to hear it from my own lips. Both you and I are aware of Yao Yao's condition. She cannot consume the contraceptive soup, and a child is presently out of the question, as it will be in the future. Hu Yao's breath faltered slightly. It would be prudent to bring Ping Ping and into the chamber, with beautiful maidens attending. You need not share your bed with Yao Yao. If any among them is able to bear you a son or daughter, it would serve to continue the Mu lineage on behalf of Yao Yao. Would this not align with the customs of Liang? Mu Yuan answered plainly it would. A mere farce. Hu Yao clenched her dress tightly. Upon her marriage, the matron of Liang had informed her of the 7 reasons for divorce, one of which was childlessness. Between the two nations, personal interests were minimal. Mu Yuan could not dismiss her for her inability to bear children. Yet, if she were to reflect deeply, could she truly accept it if Mu Yuan were to share a bed with another woman and even father children? Previously, when unaware of his feelings for her, she might have pretended to accept it, but now she could not. If it counts, then let it be so. Hu Jing, observing Mu Yuan furrowed in thought without any intention of departing, sneered, If General Mu has any other demands, feel free to state them. This son-in-law has not contemplated taking a concubine. Hu Jing was taken aback. What? This son-in-law has not considered taking a concubine, nor has he thought of having anyone other than a Yao bear my children. If a Yao cannot conceive, does not wish to, or simply does not bear, then so be it. Hu Yao was stunned, while Hu Jing laughed. She remarked, I believe the words you speak now. However, as time passes, hearts will inevitably change. The vows you make today may one day turn into avoidance, a thing to be cast aside. Hu Jing lowered her gaze and slowly added, Yao Yao harbors feelings for you, and thus I hope such a day never arrives. However, if it truly exists, I hope that General Mu, considering our past as husband and wife, would allow Yao Yao to feign death and return to her homeland. Rest assured, the Southern Way and the Liang Kingdom will remain steadfast allies, and you, General Mu, may take another wife and bear children, while Princess Yongle will never resurface again. Such a day will never come. If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave. The young man was evidently vexed, casting aside a cold remark before departing without any formalities. Hu Jing let out a soft laugh, yet her eyes betrayed no joy. In youth, who hasn't believed such words? Yet in the end, she lost everything except her life. Were it not for Hong Yin, she might have lost that as well. She was naturally unwilling to see her daughter follow the same tragic path as hers. Hu Jing absent-mindedly traced the scar on her wrist with a sigh. Upon hearing Mu Yuan's departure, Hu Yao's instinctive reaction was to hide. She slipped behind a concealed door at the corner, peering through a crack to see Mu Yuan emerge from the hall. He seemed lost in thought, pausing momentarily before the door where she was concealed. Casting a glance in her direction, Hu Yao instinctively held her breath, fearful of being discovered. What was she even anxious about? Fortunately, Mu Yuan merely glanced once before continuing on his way. Mu Yuan has left. It is time for the young lady to come out. Hu Yao was startled by the realization that hiding here would surely draw her mother's attention. With her head lowered, she stepped into the hall. Mother, she called. You, ever since you were young, have loved to eavesdrop from there. Why can't you find another place? Hu Yao approached Hu Jing, affectionately embracing her. I forgot in a moment of urgency. Did you hear everything? Did mother intentionally have Granny Zhong inform you so you could eavesdrop? Indeed. It was meant to dishearten our Yao Yao. Who would have thought that child would speak such words, moving us? Hu Yao nodded, realizing that her mother did not truly believe her husband's words. In the bloom of youth, the promises made by young lovers are naturally to be trusted. What her mother implied was disbelief. Those who can act may not necessarily speak, and those who speak may not always act. Rather than trust Mu Yuan's words, Yao Yao should observe his actions. When your mother was of your age, she too believed in a man's vows, blinded by her infatuation. Hu Yao noticed her mother's expression, knowing that she was reminded of past events. Her mother seldom spoke of bygone days. Yet she had gleaned some knowledge from the emperor and Granny Zhong. In the past, while returning to Linen, her mother was saved by the fifth prince in an unexpected turn of events, and over time, they fell in love and became husband and wife. However, the crown princess fell ill and passed away, and the struggle for power ensued, dragging her previously uninvolved grandfather into the fray. Her mother, alongside her grandfather, devoted their entire clan's strength to help him ascend the throne. Ultimately, her mother was rewarded with exile to the cold palace, a miscarriage, and the tragic loss of her kin. Later, the emperor raised an army under the pretext of purging traitors, and it was said that the man met his end beneath her mother's sword. Hu Yao once asked her father how he had learned of her mother's perilous condition while he was far away in his fief. The emperor always replied with a playful tone, "I saw it in a dream." If Hu Yao dared to inquire further, he would feign mystery, saying, "Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged." "What are you pondering, my dear?" Hu Jing's words jolted Hu Yao back to the present. She wrapped her arms around her mother's and said, "I suddenly recalled asking father when he first fell in love with you." A rare blush graced Hu Jing's face. "What did your father say?" Hu Yao chuckled. Father mentioned that upon first encountering mother, she rode in splendid red attire, captivating him amidst a throng of noble ladies, rendering him unable to look away. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than for mother to agree to marry him, claiming that a fleeting glance during the autumn hunt cost him a lifetime of yearning. "Mother, truth be told, when I first met Mu Yuan, I felt just as father did." Hu Jing smiled and gently patted Hu Yao, indicating that all her previous words were merely a prelude to this final statement. Hu Yao's cheeks flushed as she huffed. "That's not true. I cannot compete with mother. I shall say no more." Hu Jing replied, "If we're to speak of nothing further on this matter, then let us converse about something else." Hu Yao raised her gaze to her mother. "Are you aware of your own condition?" Hu Yao nodded. "Since you are aware, you must also know what is permissible and what is not." "I understand," she responded. "To love another, one must first love oneself. No matter the circumstances, you must always prioritize your own well-being. Do you comprehend?" "I understand," Hu Yao affirmed. "Knowing this brings me peace, for matters of love can be both significant and trivial. Yet what mother will share next is something you must bear in mind." Hu Yao looked at Hu Jing with a puzzled expression. "There is an ancient saying, a bow drawn too taut will snap, and a full moon will wane." Mu Yuan achieved fame at a young age, garnering the trust and favor of Emperor Liang. Yet, have you considered what may transpire should a new emperor ascend the throne? If the new emperor were to command Mu Yuan to attack Jianlang Valley, he might ultimately become a fool, retreating to the countryside. History teaches us about the present. Nothing in this world is truly novel. The reason your mother speaks of this is merely to offer a cautionary reminder. A new ruler brings new subjects. And when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Hu Yao, feeling anxious, inquired, "If that is the case, what should I do?" "Warn Mu Yuan, and then take no further action." "Why not?" "In the Liang kingdom, your perspective is that of a woman's. That boy is not one who listens to advice." Hu Yao's expression grew increasingly grave. She had never been interested in court matters, and Mu Yuan had never broached such topics with her. She wondered if her second chance at life would alter the events of her past. Chapter 91. Confession. Upon noticing Hu Yao's serious demeanor, Hu Jing tenderly stroked her head, saying, "What your mother speaks of is merely the worst-case scenario. That boy marrying you is akin to securing a talisman for himself and the Hu family. The Liang kingdom would neither allow nor permit you to lose your prince. Hu Yao pressed her lips together. Mother, I am somewhat afraid. Would she truly be a protective talisman for Mu Yuan, rather than harbinger of doom? What is there to fear? You are a princess of the Southern Wei, and Southern Wei is your support. Should anyone from the Liang kingdom dare to mistreat you, retaliate in kind, and bring the matter before Emperor Liang. If the time comes when you must protect Mu Yuan and the Hu family, then you shall bring them back. Though Southern Wei values peace, it does not shy away from battle. Relying solely on peace would not secure the current standing of Southern Wei. However, you must promise your mother that you will never jeopardize your own life for love, putting your safety at risk. Hu Yao, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Rest assured, mother. I would never jest with my own life. Both my husband and I will be just fine. Hu Jing could not help but chuckle. Is it true that you are so infatuated with Mu Yuan? Hu Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, her bright eyes sparkling with joy, love. I fell for him the moment I laid eyes on Mu Yuan. Hu Jing shook her head with a smile, saying you, ever since childhood, have been one to forge ahead without turning back even when faced with obstacles. Since Mother Empress will not dissuade you, follow your own inclinations. Regardless of what the future holds, dear, always remember that you have the Southern Wei behind you. You will always have a retreat. Indeed, she had never been the princess abandoned by Southern Wei in the eyes of the Liang Kingdom's subjects. From the very beginning, it was always her own choice, and her father and mother merely respected that choice. Although Hu Yao tried her utmost to hold back her tears, they still fell. The Empress gently wiped her tears away, saying, Our dear has lost her pearls. Hu Yao threw herself into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, Mother, I'm truly very happy now. If only you would persuade father not to target my husband, I would be even happier. Hu Jing tenderly held her, reassuring her. Mother will clarify the matter of Mu Yuan with your father, so do not weep. She playfully added, You are the best, mother. What a cunning little girl. Hu Jing teased, pinching Hu Yao's cheek. About your escapade last night, climbing out the window to see Mu Yuan. Hu Yao interrupted, saying, Mother, I acknowledge my mistake. I even fell while climbing out last night. Look, my hand is injured. Call for the imperial physician, Hu Jing said, holding Hu Yao's hand with concern. Let mother take a look. There is no need to summon the physician. My husband has already treated the wound, and it is nothing serious. He seems quite composed. Mother, when I went to find my husband, he was also planning to seek me out, sneaking into the palace at night. Such audacity, Hu Jing remarked. Hu Yao, her bright eyes blinking, swiftly shifted the topic. Mother, I have heard that there will be a lantern festival outside the palace in a few days. May I go? Hu Jing, carefully examining her hand, smiled, of course. You have grown up now and can make your own decisions. Really? Can I bring my husband and my brother along as well? Yes, but Shu Ran needs to rest during this time, so you may take the prince and the others with you. All right. Inside Fengyang Palace, the maids were busy hanging colorful lanterns of various shapes. Ping Ping held a food box, preparing to deliver it to Princess Ningping, who was taking the young master, Jiang, to the top of the tower to enjoy the clouds. She approached the princess as she returned from the Jiaofeng Hall and greeted her. Princess, Ping Ping, hasn't anyone left the palace? Yes. When the princess went to find the empress, and Anne's elder brother was waiting outside the palace. I heard that Anne's mother may not survive, so I took the liberty of allowing Anne to stay home for a few more days. All right, inform her not to worry. During this time, in Southern Wei, she should accompany her mother well and also send a physician to check on her. Understood. Ping Ping, do you have any further instructions? Hu Yao gazed thoughtfully at Ping Ping. She recalled hearing her mother mention Ping Ping and in the Jiaofeng Hall, sensing that she seemed to have forgotten something. She remembered that after her death, she had thought of searching for Ping Ping and in the Liang Palace, only to discover that she could neither enter the palace nor leave Jincheng. Later, she heard from others that after her death, Ping Ping and had followed their master in death. Yet Hu Yao distinctly remembered hearing someone call out Ping Ping's name. Princess? Hu Yao returned to her senses and replied, It is nothing. Is my husband in the room? Yes, the young general should be changing clothes inside. Changing clothes? Yes. The garments you previously ordered from the clothing bureau for the young general have just arrived. Hu Yao opened a food box in Ping Ping's hands, took out a piece of green bean cake, and said, I understand. You may go about your duties. Ping smiled and said, indeed. As Hu Yao munched on green bean cakes, she made her way to the bedroom. Upon entering, she immediately heard Mu Yuan's voice from behind the screen. Is this also mine? A palace maid replied, yes, these garments were specially made for the prince consort by the Department of Attire at the princess's request. Will the prince consort change into them? Without hesitation, Mu Yuan declined, no. The maid, with a hint of persuasion, remarked, you do not understand. For it is said that a man adorns himself for the one he cherishes. Since you have never donned such a color, if you were to wear it, the princess would surely be captivated and unable to take her eyes off you. Hu Yao could not help but stifle a laugh. Mu Yuan's languid voice drifted from within. If you have laughed enough, come over here. Hu Yao, suppressing her amusement, approached the screen, wondering what her husband was up to. With a smile, Mu Yuan reached out to her. I was thinking of you, Yao. Hu Yao beamed as she took his hand and settled beside him, teasingly. The maid, suppressing a smile, bowed and retreated. Mu Yuan leaned down to inhale the scent near Hu Yao's neck. She playfully pushed him away. Husband, why do you act like a wolf? Is the fragrance too strong? Just then, she added, I quite like it. Hu Yao feigned annoyance. Who asked if you liked it? Mu Yuan chuckled lightly. After some deliberation, Hu Yao spoke softly. I heard what you said to mother. Mu Yuan raised his phoenix-like eyes to gaze at her. I know. I caught a whiff of the fragrance as I left the peony chamber. So you were aware, she replied. I panicked and hid. After all, I was eavesdropping and overheard such matters. I truly did not know how to respond. I know, Mu Yuan affirmed. Hu Yao muttered, you know everything, don't you? Mu Yuan, in a rare serious tone, said, I know everything concerning you, Yao. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? If you guess correctly, I shall give you a kiss. Chapter 92. Do not tempt me. Mu Yuan's lips curled in a lazy smile as he pointed to the pink robe on the table. Yao desires to see me wear it. Although Hu Yao had not contemplated this, with the thought that a kiss would not be a loss. She boldly leaned in and pecked Mu Yuan's lips. A husband who understands his wife well. Please try it on for me. Mu Yuan did not say much, standing up to begin removing his clothing. While Hu Yao had seen Mu Yuan undress before, she had been lost in a haze of emotion at those times, unlike today, where everything was so clear. She observed his distinctly knuckled hands as he leisurely untied his sash, her face betraying a blush. To distract herself, she found a topic. In a few days, there will be a lantern festival outside the palace. Mother has permitted us to go. Are you happy? Happy, he replied. When will you teach me to ride? After the lantern festival, perhaps? All right. Hu Yao stole a glance at Mu Yuan. The sound of chimes and the elegance of the fabric captivated her gaze. Mu Yuan, having secured the robe, approached Hu Yao, looking down at her, and indeed, she could hardly look away. That's not true. I am looking, she retorted, reclining on the couch, her hands busy either tugging at Mu Yuan's sleeve or fiddling with his sash. Mu Yuan allowed her to play, not stopping her, with a flurry of her playful antics. The sash eventually came undone. Gazing at the loose tie, Hu Yao quietly sought an excuse. Such garments should be worn casually. Listen to Yao. Since my lord has expressed his intention to heed my wishes, let us have him don this attire on the day of the Lantern Festival. Mu Yuan leaned down with a smile, saying, if the princess bestows a reward, I shall wear this outfit. Hu Yao, fearing that Mu Yuan might retract his agreement, hastily retrieved a few gold coins from her pouch and offered them to him. Mu Yuan declined. She poured out half of her coins, inquiring if this was sufficient. Mu Yuan shook his head. With a pout, Hu Yao returned the coins to her pouch and handed it over once more, asking if this time it would suffice. Mu Yuan shook his head again. Exasperated, Hu Yao exclaimed, my lord, you must not be so greedy. I require a kiss from you. Why did you not say so sooner? Hu Yao quickly reclaimed her pouch, wrapped her arms around Mu Yuan's neck, and planted a kiss upon his lips. That does not count. Why not? It is far too perfunctory. Not at all. Mu Yuan lifted Vao Ypsilonois' chin, his warm breath brushing against the corners of her lips. I desire you as I did that night in the inn. Before he could finish his thought, his lips were met with a gentle softness. Hu Yao grasped his clothing, her voice barely above a whisper as she complained, my lord, open your mouth. Accompanied by Mu Yuan's laughter, Hu Yao kissed him once more. In the gradually warming air, she heard the faint sounds of water, the creaking of the door, and the teasing voice of young Master Jiang. Are you not afraid of growing weary all alone in this room? I specially brought Su Yiyun to keep you company. Hu Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she nudged Mu Yuan. Rather than releasing her, Mu Yuan deepened the kiss, caressing the back of her neck. Hu Yao tugged at his clothing in a flurry, attempting to bite him, but he evaded her. She pushed him away, glaring at him with an indignant expression, her flushed face burying itself in his embrace. Observing her antics, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile. He turned to see Jiang Mingyuan approaching. Mingyuan, I have wed. Jiang Mingyuan approached the screen, fanning himself. I know, you have repeated similar words countless times since the celebration banquet. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. If you do not wish to hear such things, next time, please knock before entering. Knock. What have I ever knocked when seeking you? Jiang Mingyuan's words trailed off as he noticed Mu Yuan's disheveled attire, his laces undone and lipstick smudged on his lips. The little princess, meanwhile, had her ears flushed crimson as she nestled closer to Mu Yuan. It was evident that the two were engaged in intimate affairs. Noting Jiang Mingyuan's gaze lingering on Hu Yao, Mu Yuan's brow furrowed. Jiang Mingyuan, leave at once. My apologies, I shall certainly knock next time. You may continue. Jiang Mingyuan closed his fan and promptly exited. Why have you come out? Did you not say you would accompany Brother Yuan? Su Yiyun's voice echoed from the doorway. Brother Yuan needs to rest. What kind of rest is this in broad daylight? I shall rouse Brother Yuan to greet Sister Yao. As Su Yiyun spoke, she moved to enter the room, but Jiang Mingyuan caught her arm, guiding her away. Sister Yao has just returned and is discussing family matters with Brother Yuan. As an outsider, you should not intrude. But you just went in. Jiang Mingyuan, listening to the fading voices of Su Yiyun and Jiang Mingyuan. Hu Yao lifted her face from Mu Yuan's embrace. It is all your fault. Young Master Jiang must have misunderstood. Mu Yuan sat beside her, chuckling softly. Misunderstood what? Misunderstood that we were engaged in matters of intimacy, while you feigned ignorance. Hu Yao, slightly annoyed, playfully tapped Mu Yuan, noticing the lip balm smudged on his lips, and couldn't help but remind him, you should wipe your mouth. Mu Yuan gently brushed his fingers across his lips, leaving a rosy hue. Hu Yao took a silk handkerchief from the couch to clean it off for him. What color of lip balm does Yao like? She asked, lifting her gaze, intrigued by the thought that her husband might be gifting her lip balm. Mu Yuan lowered his phoenix-like eyes and retrieved 2 small boxes of lip balm from the pouch at his waist. I bought these from Yin Yuzhuang. Yao, do you like them? Upon receiving the boxes, Hu Yao realized that these lip balm containers were unlike her usual white jade round ones. One was shaped like golden peony petals, while the other resembled a pink tourmaline snake pattern, each containing a vibrant red and a delicate pink shade. Do you like them? I do. Mu Yuan took the boxes back from Hu Yao's hands and returned them to his pouch. Aren't these meant for me? Not at all. Hu Yao couldn't believe her ears, cupping Mu Yuan's face with her hands. Husband, look at me and say that again. I intend to keep these for myself. Hu Yao blinked, examining Mu Yuan from head to toe, her gaze ultimately resting on his thin lips. It was rare to see her husband apply lip balm. Perhaps he felt shy. In truth, he need not be embarrassed, as many men in Southern Wei use lip balm. I, however, feel no shame. I keep it because I wish to kiss a Yao. Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. What does that have to do with kissing me? Previously, when Yao wanted to kiss me, she refrained due to worries about the lip balm smudging. Therefore, I prepared this so that Yao need not worry when she wishes to kiss me. How shameless. Who said I wanted to kiss you? Mu Yuan remained silent, leaning his handsome face closer to hers. Hu Yao swallowed hard and stammered, you. Don't tempt me. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do you truly not wish to kiss? With beauty so close at hand, Hu Yao unhesitatingly conceded, I do wish to. Chapter 93. The Lantern Festival. The lanterns illuminated the night as brightly as day, with the moon casting its glow over linen. The sound of phoenix flutes and songs drifted from painted boats and high towers, while the streets bustled with splendid carriages and vibrant lanterns. Vendors shouted enthusiastically, and an array of performances unfolded in the corridors, with children joyfully holding lanterns, their laughter filling the air. Jiang Mingyuan, fanning himself, remarked, the market is adorned with jewels and silk. The songs echo through the night, and it is indeed a delight to listen to the flutes while intoxicated. Mu Yuan nodded, his gaze following a girl clad in a delicate yellow dress. Noticing this, Jiang Mingyuan playfully obstructed Mu Yuan's view with his fan. It truly is a captivating place. Would the young general care to? No, Mu Yuan firmly interrupted, snatching the jade fan away from his sight. Jiang Mingyuan teased, TSK, TSK. Our young general might just betray the country. Mu Yuan replied earnestly, Mingyuan, I am a general of DeLeon. Jiang Mingyuan, slightly taken aback, smiled, I am well aware. You would never betray your country, even at the cost of your life. Just as Jiang Mingyuan finished speaking, he noticed Mu Yuan's brow furrowed. Following Mu Yuan's gaze, he saw two burly men blocking a refined young man. The muscular man, expressionless, stated, My lady does not appreciate being disturbed. The handsome young man, slightly taken aback, looked up at the burly men and inquired, Have both young ladies married? The burly men nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Mu Yuan and Jiang Mingyuan in the distance. The onlookers were astonished. They had all married. Might I have a word with your esteemed wife? The handsome young man's words were abruptly interrupted by his companions, who chided him, saying, What are you blathering about? Spare us the embarrassment. Do you think you alone possess the discerning eye to recognize the beauty of the young ladies? Perhaps consider why others have not approached. It's not that they lack the desire. The crowd silently nodded, unable to resist glancing again at the two maidens purchasing lanterns. The girl in purple was lively and enchanting, while the girl in yellow was breathtakingly beautiful. Had it not been for the imposing figures of the two burly men closely following them, they would have already made their attempts to capture the attention of the lovely maidens. Another burly man nodded in agreement, stating, If this young master does not depart soon, I might be compelled to take action. The crowd could not help but glance at the two hulking figures, although they longed to row on the lake with the beauties. They were unwilling to meet their demise on such a splendid day. The handsome young man remarked, I truly believed you were all blind today. The crowd retorted, You are the one who is blind. A friend chimed in, Have you looked behind you to see what their husbands look like? Now, take a good look at yourself. I can look if I wish. I am not boasting. My appearance is among the finest in linen. The crowd, previously captivated by the exquisite ladies, could not help but turn their curiosity towards the young men. The lad in purple exuded an undeniable charm, while the one beside him, wielding a jade fan, radiated an unmatched elegance and nobility. Witnessing the striking appearances of the two, the crowd internally lamented, Today, we finally comprehend the saying that a fleeting glance can alter one's fate. In this moment, we are at a loss as to whom to envy. The handsome young man, feeling inadequate in their presence, sighed, Truly, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. His friend teased, Enough of your lamentations. Shall we not go for a drink? Indeed, we shall. Once the handsome young man departed, the burly men returned to silently guard the two maidens. Boss, what is all this commotion up ahead? Hu Yao relayed Su Yun's question to the lantern vendor. The vendor, beaming with joy, replied, It is the brocade ball thrown by the courtesan of Hechuan Pavilion. It occurs only once every 3 years. Why not give it a try, ladies? Hu Yao conveyed the vendor's words to Su Yun. Grabbing Hu Yao's hand, Su Yun eagerly exclaimed, Sister Yao, let's give it a try. Hu Yao quickly interjected, Wait a moment, our lanterns are not yet ready. All right, Su Yun paused and called out to Jiang Mingyuan and Mu Yuan, Brother Yuan, Jiang Mingyuan. We shall go ahead to seize the brocade ball. You two can hold our lanterns for us. Without waiting for Hu Yao to speak, Su Yun dragged her towards Hechuan Pavilion. Their personal maids and the attendants arranged by Mu Yuan hurriedly followed suit. Jiang Mingyuan looked at Mu Yuan, puzzled. What is this brocade ball? Mu Yuan shook his head, fanning himself with the jade fan. Jiang Mingyuan reached for the fan, but Mu Yuan deftly evaded him. Jiang Mingyuan remarked. The lantern vendor, observing the two young men as leisurely demeanor, laughed. Are you gents not going after your wives? This year's courtesan of Hechuan Pavilion is quite the catch. Before he could finish his sentence, the vendor heard the yellow-clad young man instructing his attendant. You stay here with the lanterns before turning to leave. The purple-clad young man followed closely behind. I said the two gentlemen hardly seemed the type to be magnanimous. The vendor thought, swallowing the rest of his words under the watchful gaze of the attendants. Outside Huchuan Pavilion, the throng was bustling, alive with excitement. With the assistance of the attendants, Hu Yao and her companions secured a prime position. Su Yiyun observed the women outside Huchuan Pavilion and tugged at Hu Yao's sleeve, inquiring why the gathering seemed predominantly female. Listening to the discussions among the surrounding women, Hu Yao leaned closer to Su Yiyun and explained, in the Southern way, courtesans are traditionally open to both genders. This year's courtesan appears to be a man. Su Yiyun pondered for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head. Declining to compete for the embroidered ball, Hu Yao chuckled softly. Since we are here, let us stay and see what this courtesan looks like. Su Yiyun replied with a smile, Sister Yao, you truly understand my thoughts. As they exchanged playful banter, a middle-aged woman's voice resonated from the second floor of Huchuan Pavilion. Today, all who receive an embroidered ball, regardless of gender, shall be esteemed guests of Huchuan Pavilion. The clamor of voices drowned out the woman's announcement. Noticing Su Yiyun's eager gaze directed at the second floor, Hu Yao followed suit, her eyes first landing on the man clad in a pink brocade robe. She paused momentarily, feeling fortunate that she had opted to wear a dress made of the same fabric as Mu Yuan, prompting him to change out of the pink brocade robe he had prepared, lest he become irked upon seeing it. Gradually, Hu Yao raised her gaze to the man's face. Chapter 94. The Embroidered Ball. The man possessed a handsome visage, yet for Hu Yao, such beauty was not remarkable enough to leave a lasting impression. Su Yiyun's disappointed murmur reached her ears. I expected a breathtaking sight. He pales in comparison to Jiang Mingyuan. With a gentle smile, Hu Yao took Su Yiyun's hand, suggesting, Shall we leave? Su Yiyun nodded in agreement. As they ready to depart, they were suddenly called out by the excited women around them. Young ladies, the embroidered ball. Hu Yao looked up just in time to see a ball soaring directly towards her. Before she could dodge, Su Yiyun swiftly knocked the ball to the ground with a decisive slap. The crowd gasped in surprise. Hu Yao couldn't help but applaud Su Yiyun, exclaiming, Yiyun, that was impressive. Su Yiyun, beaming with pride, tossed her hair, declaring, Naturally, the young lady of the county is formidable. A nearby woman interjected, Do you not wish for the embroidered ball, young lady? Having already noted the exceptional grace and beauty of the two, another woman chimed in. Have you no interest in the courtesan? Are you married, young lady? Do you have any brothers at home? The crowd buzzed with questions, surrounding them with enthusiasm. Hu Yao and Su Yiyun found themselves unable to interject, and for a moment, no one moved to retrieve the fallen embroidered ball. Meanwhile, two burly men, adhering to the principle of not disturbing the young lady and the county princess unless absolutely necessary, stood vigilantly nearby. Upon overhearing a woman inquire whether the young lady favored other women, they rushed forward, shielding the young lady and the county princess behind them. One of the men declared loudly, My lady is married and has no interest in women. The courtesan's beauty does not measure up to that of my master. Naturally, my lady would not be swayed. The courtesan lamented, I should have fallen ill today, just as Su Qin has. Seizing the moment, Hu Yao pulled Su Yiyun, who was stifling laughter, and suggested, Let us slip away now. Su Yiyun nodded, suppressing her amusement. With the assistance of their attendants, the two successfully dashed from the throng at Huchuan Pavilion to the serene corner of the marketplace. Ha ha ha! It felt less like a scramble for the embroidered ball and more like a chase for us, Hu Yao remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Who caused the ruckus by slapping the ball and drawing attention? I merely wished to prevent the ball from striking you, Sister Yao, Su Yiyun replied, mimicking her earlier action with a laugh. Look for yourself. Su Yiyun, enveloping Hu Yao in a hearty embrace, chuckled, Sister Yao, don't emulate me. Was it amusing for you, Su Yiyun? Came Jiang Mingyuan's teasing voice from behind them. Su Yiyun released Hu Yao and approached Jiang Mingyuan, hands on her hips, demanding, Since you were watching, why did you not assist me and Sister Yao? Why should I help? Were you not eager to seize the embroidered ball? Jiang Mingyuan retorted. You heartless wretch! Su Yiyun exclaimed, playfully kicking at him. Jiang Mingyuan sidestepped, laughing, Su Yiyun, when you return home, your adoptive mother will know how to deal with your escapade of snatching balls outside a brothel. You would dare complain to your mother? How utterly shameless! Hu Yao observed the playful banter between them, her gaze instinctively drifting behind Jiang Mingyuan. Aside from the attendants, no one else was present. "Where's Mu Yuan?" she pondered, stepping closer to Su Yiyun and Jiang Mingyuan. "Excuse me for interrupting, but where's my husband, Jiang Young Master?" Hu Yao inquired. It was only then that Su Yiyun noticed Mu Yuan's absence. "Jiang Mingyuan, where is brother Yuan?" Jiang Mingyuan paused, then replied, Yuan mentioned he would buy something and asked us to wait here for a moment." Hu Yao recognized from Jiang Mingyuan's hesitation that he had forgotten to relay Mu Yuan's message to Su Yun. However, it was quite perplexing that Mu Yuan seemed unconcerned about her chasing after the men's embroidered ball, instead finding time to shop. Hu Yao pursed her lips, then overheard Su Yiyun and Jiang Mingyuan bickering once more. In recent days, Hu Yao had discerned the undeniable mutual affection between Su Yiyun and Jiang Mingyuan, though neither would openly admit it. Suddenly, Hu Yao halted, her breath catching as she turned to the source of a voice. Upon seeing the man before her, the memories she had momentarily forgotten surged back. In her previous life, after her demise, she had encountered this very man, a deranged individual who incessantly questioned others about the whereabouts of Ping Ping. She had overheard vendors in the street mention that he hailed from Nanwei, arriving alone in Daliang to acquire land, purportedly to marry the cousin of his late mistress. It was later rumored that his cousin had perished, and not long after, he succumbed to madness. At the time, Hu Yao had paid little heed to this madman, merely noting that the name of his deceased cousin coincidentally matched that of Ping Ping. Until one fateful day, amid a heavy snowfall, she spotted the madman once more in the street. He sat quietly in the snow, clutching something in his hand. Curiosity piqued. Hu Yao approached to see what he held, and when she beheld the half of a jade pendant, she was struck dumb. She recognized the pendant. It had once adorned Ping Ping's neck. It was not merely a matter of shared names. The madman had been tirelessly searching for his cousin, who was none other than the Ping Ping she had known. Ping Ping had perished, and so had the madman. After Hu Yao's demise, the truth she had long sought to evade confronted her with an undeniable clarity. Her choices, made out of affection, led to the tragic fates of Ping Ping and Anan, who perished far from home, depriving Ping Ping of a life filled with happiness alongside her cousin and leaving Anan to mourn at her mother's side. This time, Hu Yao resolved not to let them drift away from their homeland and loved ones. "Cousin?" Ping Ping's voice held a note of surprise. After a moment of joy, the man hurriedly approached her, expressing concern. "Are you accustomed to your stay in Liang Kingdom? Why did you not inform me of your return? Have you lost some weight?" Ping Ping tugged at the man's sleeve, signaling him to cease his inquiries. "Your Highness, my cousin lacks decorum." Before she could finish her sentence, the man suddenly knelt before Hu Yao. "Commoner pays respects to your Highness. May you have peace. I have an earnest request." Ping Ping's face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to pull him away, but he remained steadfast, bowing his head repeatedly. Hu Yao narrowed her eyes, gazing down at the kneeling figure. "How did you come to know we were here?" She understood the man's feelings for Ping Ping were genuine. Yet their departure from the palace had been known only to their parents and the servants of Fengyang Palace. Why then did he appear here? Chapter 95. The man appeared taken aback, halting his bowing. Hu Yao furrowed her brows. "You would do well to speak the truth, otherwise your request shall remain buried within you forever." Ping Ping, sensing the gravity of the situation, interjected, "Cousin, who informed you?" In a flurry, the man answered, I do not know who. I only received a note stating that Ping Ping was at Huchuan Pavilion's back street. I came out of curiosity, not expecting to find her indeed here." Ping Ping anxiously inquired, "Where's the note?" The man hastily retrieved a folded note from his bosom and handed it to Ping Ping. Hu Yao took the note from Ping Ping and opened it, pausing momentarily at its contents. She then folded the note neatly and tucked it into her waist pouch. "Rise," she commanded. The man, evidently astonished by Hu Yao's acceptance, remained in a daze as he gazed at her. "Cousin, help him stand," Ping Ping urged. As the man rose, he returned to stand beside Hu Yao. "Your Highness, was there any issue with the note?" Hu Yao smiled at Ping Ping. "There's no problem." Ping Ping sighed in relief and gestured for her cousin to leave in haste. The man, seemingly oblivious, prepared to kneel again. Hu Yao interjected, "Do not kneel." Su Yiyun, unable to comprehend the situation, attempted to approach to ask a servant what was occurring, but was restrained by Jiang Mingyuan. It is best we keep our distance. Why? If we leave, what if someone bullies Sister Yao? We, as outsiders, should not intrude. Jiang Mingyuan pointed to the two burly men nearby, who were intently watching Hu Yao. They will protect your Sister Yao. Come, let me take you to buy sugar figurines. We shall get one for Sister Yao as well. Very well. Hu Yao, catching a glimpse of Jiang Mingyuan leading Su Yiyun away, slowly addressed the man. Pray, speak of your earnest request. With a grave demeanor, the man stated, I beseech your highness to grant Ping Ping's hand in marriage to me. I vow to cherish her and ensure she suffers not the slightest grievance. This declaration, Hu Yao believed wholeheartedly. After all, in her past life, this man sacrificed himself for Ping Ping. Hu Yao was about to respond when she heard Ping Ping say, Cousin, I will not marry you. Please return home. Do not worry uncle and aunt. The man softly called out Ping Ping's name. She averted her gaze. Seeking solace in her own words, I have been by the princess's side since childhood. She treats me like family. I must return to Liang Kingdom with her. And it is impossible for me to be with you. Hu Yao's heart stirred. You all go ahead. I have something to discuss with Ping Ping. The maids withdrew, and the man stepped back to a distance. Ping Ping spoke. Princess, I know. I heard everything you said to Anan. Hu Yao gently took Ping Ping's hand, saying, As for Mu Yuan and me, regardless of what the future holds, it will not require any sacrifice from you. Ping Ping was momentarily taken aback, gripping the princess's hand tighter. Princess, Hu Yao smiled, this is not just for you. It is for myself. You know I am quite jealous. If you and Anan truly become his concubine and have children, I will not care whether you are doing it for me. Besides, you plan to leave the child with me. I certainly will not raise it. Ping Ping burst into laughter. Hu Yao feigned a fierce demeanor, saying, You dare laugh when I am planning to reunite you with your child? With such words from the princess, the maid felt reassured. She believed that if that day ever came, the princess would decisively withdraw and not allow herself to be wronged. Hu Yao teased, since you were reassured, when you plan to arrange your marriage with your cousin. Ping Ping's face flushed as she exclaimed, Princess. Hu Yao chuckled, Ping Ping, your cousin is a wonderful person. You will find happiness with him. Ping Ping nodded with a smile. I know. I've always known he is a good man. Hu Yao gave Ping Ping a gentle push toward the man. Hurry over. If you don't go soon, he will be anxious. Ping Ping hesitated. Princess, what about the matters in the palace? Enough about palace affairs. I will speak to mother. If you do not leave now, I might think you wish to become Mu Yuan's concubine. I do not. I shall leave at once. Fearful of being misunderstood, Ping Ping quickly bowed and turned to run towards the man. He greeted her from afar, his face radiant as he took her hand and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Hu Yao felt a twinge of envy. In her past life, she had not encountered a man willing to sacrifice himself for her. Perhaps it was fortunate she hadn't, for how heartbroken he would have been after her death. According to Mu Yuan, he must have liked her. That was why he retrieved her body. Surely, he mourned for her for some time thereafter. How I long for my husband. The thought slipped from her lips before she realized the maids had returned to her side. They smiled. Princess, wait a moment. The prince is coming soon. Her face flushed. I shall go to the riverside to enjoy the breeze. Yes. After taking a few steps, a piece of spring green silk gently floated down before her. Hu Yao pretended not to see it and walked on. A warm male voice echoed from above. Chapter 96. Wishes Lady Hu Yao paused slightly in her steps, and the maidservants looked up in confusion. I am unable to descend at this moment. I would be grateful if you could retrieve my silk handkerchief, she said. Hu Yao feigned ignorance and continued walking forward without raising her head. Yes, the one at your feet. Thank you, my lady. As Hu Yao halted, the maidservants picked up the handkerchief from the ground and handed it to her. Upon receiving it, Hu Yao lifted her gaze. A gentleman clad in a spring green robe reclined by the window, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed upon her. He was charmingly elegant, exuding a refined allure that surpassed the beauty of the flowers at Heechun Pavilion just moments ago. Noticing Hu Yao's glance, the gentleman's brows arched with a gentle smile. Thank you, my lady. I would trouble you to send it up to me. The maidservants understood the unspoken dynamics and discreetly stepped aside. If the princess wished for an encounter, they would not intervene. As for the prince consort, that was beyond their concern. Hu Yao's bright eyes narrowed as she prepared to decline, but her view was suddenly obstructed by a jade fan, and the handkerchief was whisked away from her grasp. Mu Yuan, with his enchanting phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, casually tossed the handkerchief to a maidservant. "Deliver this to the gentleman." The gentleman appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "My thanks once more, my lord." Hu Yao's heart and gaze were filled with Mu Yuan. Had it not been for the crowd, she would have embraced him already. With a joyful smile, Mu Yuan offered her a candied hawthorn skewer. "Here." Hu Yao accepted the skewer, beaming as she leaned closer to Mu Yuan. "My lord, you merely went to procure this?" Mu Yuan grasped her hand, which was free of the skewer, and led her toward the riverside. "There is more to it than that. I know what my lord was up to," Hu Yao remarked, biting into the syrupy hawthorn candy. "Ah, Yao is truly astute," Mu Yuan replied, glancing back at the gentleman. After a brief nod, the gentleman closed the window. Hu Yao took a bite of the hawthorn. "How sour! I no longer wish to eat it. My lord no longer loves me. How could I not love my lady?" Mu Yuan retorted. "I went to seize the embroidered ball, yet you are concerned I would indulge in other matters?" Mu Yuan waved his fan nonchalantly. "I'm not worried." Hu Yao halted, looking at Mu Yuan in disbelief. "What did you say? Even if you were to seize the embroidered ball, you would not spend the night with that courtesan?" "Humph, who says I wouldn't?" Hu Yao passed the hawthorn skewer to Mu Yuan, declaring, "I shall not eat it. You can have it." "You do not find him appealing," Mu Yuan observed, taking a bite of the skewer with a slight frown. "Is it sour?" Hu Yao's words were layered. "Indeed, my lord understands me well. As for the gentleman who requested the handkerchief be picked up, he is to my liking." Mu Yuan handed the skewer to a servant, instructing him to procure some sweets. "Understood. Just a fleeting glance, nothing more," he mused. "If you wish to scrutinize him further, we might as well visit He-Chun Pavilion to order him." "That gentleman is from He-Chun Pavilion? He must be the courtesan." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "A fleeting glance? Not a thorough look? Ha, my lord, let's go to the riverside to release the lanterns." Hu Yao exclaimed, pulling Mu Yuan toward the small river. Due to the lantern festival, the crowds gathered by the pavilions in the bustling market, leaving the riverside devoid of others except for the two of them. Mu Yuan took the lantern from the servant and said, "You may disperse now." "Understood." The maidservants and attendants bowed and withdrew. Hu Yao took the lantern lit by Mu Yuan and urged, "Husband, quickly ignite your lantern as well, so we may release them together." "All right. 3, 2, 1. Together." Hu Yao and Mu Yuan lowered their lanterns into the river. "Husband, make a wish and remember to close your eyes." Hu Yao pressed her hands together and hastily closed her eyes to make her wish. Mu Yuan gazed tenderly at the closed-eyed Hu Yao before gently shutting his own eyes. May Hu Yao find happiness and contentment in all her lifetimes, and may she enjoy boundless longevity. As Mu Yuan opened his eyes, Hu Yao did so as well. With a playful smile, she retrieved a folded note from her pouch and handed it to him, returning it to its rightful owner. Mu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he tossed the ignited note into the river. "Next time, write with your other hand, dear husband," with a twinkle in his eyes. Mu Yuan replied, "Very well." Hu Yao took his hand and pushed the lanterns gently. The two lanterns drifted slowly down the river, floating away into the distance. "What did Yao wish for? I won't tell my husband. If I do, it won't come true. With only our lanterns on this river, Yao's wish will surely be fulfilled, and my husband's wish shall also be granted." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as fireworks erupted in the sky nearby. The fireworks soared, burst, and cascaded down, ultimately vanishing into the night. Mu Yuan leaned closer to Hu Yao and whispered in her ear, "Does a Yao like fireworks?" Hu Yao shook her head. "Fireworks are fleeting. I do not like them. I prefer enduring beauty over transient splendor." As another round of fireworks illuminated the sky, Mu Yuan placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Hu Yao nestled into Mu Yuan's embrace, pointing at the distant fireworks with a smile. "But I enjoy watching them with my husband. I always wanted to see fireworks with you. I too wish to watch fireworks with Yao, and to enjoy the sounds of fireworks together." Hu Yao looked up at him. Mu Yuan lowered his head and whispered, "I wish to stroll through blooming flowers with Yao in spring, to row boats and drink wine in summer, to ride horses and ascend heights in autumn, and to brew tea and watch the snow in winter." Hu Yao gazed at Mu Yuan and smiled. What my husband desires is what I desire. The two nestled together, quietly watching the fireworks bloom in the night. With the sound of the fireworks bursting, the door to the elegant room of He-chun Pavilion was pushed open. A young man clad in a spring green robe shifted his gaze from the silk handkerchief in his hand to the entrance. I wondered why you suddenly fell ill. Turns out you didn't want to throw the embroidered ball. I thought I had struck gold. Su-chin casually placed the handkerchief inside a box, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Struck gold? What do you think? I originally intended to toss the embroidered ball to a lady of ethereal beauty, but she showed no interest at all. In the end, that ball was carelessly picked up by a young master from the Zhongyi Bow Mansion. Is the young master from Zhongyi Bow Mansion fond of handsome boys? What nonsense! He's only 7. I felt like a nursemaid accompanying him through the lantern market. He shamelessly made me spend money on snacks. I suffered a great loss. Su-chin burst into laughter. Indeed, you suffered a loss, but I earned something today. Did you meet that old Taoist priest who said he would redeem you with a young lady? Chapter 97. Childhood sweethearts outside the window. Fireworks erupted, and the old priest's words echoed in the air. Young man, wait. Once you emerge from here, your own world shall await you. At that time, Su-chin was merely 15, and the first guest he encountered was a mysterious and whimsical old Taoist priest. Growing up in He-chun Pavilion, he had witnessed many peculiar men and women, yet this was his first encounter with someone who dabbled in the arcane. The old priest offered money to Madame Hua and discreetly slipped some to Su-chin as well, prompting him to sit and listen to the old man's ramblings, while also inquiring, when shall I wait? In 7 years, on the night of your 22nd birthday, you will meet her in the back street of He-chun Pavilion. Madame Hua remarked that she was beautiful, the kind of beauty that would allure both men and women alike. Among his patrons, there would surely be a man. Su-chin cared little for gender, as long as the payment was forthcoming. Thus, he asked the old priest, is it a man or a woman? The old priest, taken aback by the question, paused for a moment before replying, it is a lady. What does she look like? You will know her upon seeing her. 3 times. The old priest continued, you will depart He-chun Pavilion after your 3rd encounter with her. With a youthful skepticism, 15-year-old Su-chin felt that the old priest was attempting to deceive him thrice. Over the course of 7 years, Su-chin mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, eventually becoming a courtesan. His clientele was abundant, and he saved enough money to redeem himself. Yet He-chun Pavilion had strict rules against self-redemption. Throughout the 7 years, the elder brothers and sisters of the pavilion demonstrated that being redeemed was not necessarily a blessing. Madame Hua once said that if a suitor were truly a good man, he would not venture into such a place of fleeting pleasures. Recently, under the pretense of illness, Su-chin managed to avoid the triennial tossing of the embroidered ball. With Madame Hua turning a blind eye, Su-chin had long forgotten the old priest's words, until one afternoon, while sorting through his money box, he stumbled upon the peony-patterned silk handkerchief the old priest had given him. In a fit of boredom, he opened the long unopened back window. Leaning against the window, he idly gazed out from the afternoon until the present moment. He felt rather foolish, having begun to believe in the old priest's prophecies as he grew older. As he stood to close the window, his peripheral vision caught sight of a radiant young girl in a pale yellow dress approaching. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he returned to his seat by the window and carelessly tossed the silk handkerchief out. Su-chin felt that regardless of whether the approaching girl was the one destined to lead him away from He-chun Pavilion, he had nothing to lose. If she was, they would meet again. If not, he could still enjoy an enchanting evening with a beautiful maiden, even without monetary gain. What he did not anticipate was the presence of a wolf by the girl's side, fiercely protective, even summoning a pack to ward him off. Su-chin realized that unless the wolf perished, the girl would never redeem him. Ultimately, he fell victim to the old priest's trickery after 7 years, genuinely believing he would find a different world. Su-chin, did you see her or not? Speak up. Su-chin shook his head, replying, no. I only saw a beautiful couple. They were quite a sight. But do not place too much faith in the old priest's words. If someone offers to redeem you next time, consider it carefully. Otherwise, when age and beauty fade, life will become arduous. With a smile, Su-chin ushered the person to the door, expressing gratitude for their kindness, Thank you. But tonight, you must rest after your hard work as a mother. The person outside rambled a few words before departing, and Su Qin leaned against the door with a soft sigh. Over the years, he had used the old priest's words as an excuse to refuse many who sought to redeem him, not because he believed the old man, but because he had discreetly investigated those individuals with his own funds. If he associates with those individuals, he will ultimately become a mere object of exchange. The image of a girl, tinged with a hint of resignation, unconsciously surfaced in Su Qin's mind. He muttered to himself, 2 chances remain out of 3. The sounds of fireworks gradually faded, and the carriage finally came to a halt at the palace gates. Hu Yao, holding the sugar figurines that Su Yun had purchased for her, walked alongside Su Yun, who similarly carried a sugar figurine, as they approached Fengyang Palace. Mu Yuan and Jiang Mingyuan trailed behind, each bearing the lanterns bought for the ladies in front of them. Once assured that the 2 ahead could not hear their conversation, Jiang Mingyuan slowly began, Yuan, while buying sugar figurines with the Yun, I overheard 2 rather intriguing pieces of information. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from the small wolf lantern to Jiang Mingyuan's face. What is it? The first piece of news made me feel quite sympathetic towards the little princess. As we know, in the Southern Way, aside from the lack of distinction in the education of males and females, women are permitted to hold official positions and engage in commerce, while men are expected to manage the household and serve their wives. Mu Yuan frowned slightly, urging him to get to the point. I heard that if the little princess does not enter into a marriage alliance, she will begin receiving the crown prince's education at 13 and be conferred the title of imperial daughter. Don't you think that the current position of the young general's wife is rather a slight to the little princess? How others perceive or think is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether a Yao feels slighted. What? If the little princess feels slighted, do you plan to help her usurp the throne? That is out of the question. Mu Yuan reminded him. Mingyuan, think before you speak. Jiang Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. Yes, yes, yes. Would you like to hear the second piece of news? I assure you, once you hear it, you'll want to stay in the Western Palace permanently. Mu Yuan's expression darkened slightly, signaling Jiang Mingyuan to continue. Has the little princess ever mentioned someone named Mu Jing to you? Mu Yuan shook his head. Jiang Mingyuan could not resist teasing. I didn't expect the little princess to be so tight-lipped. She hasn't revealed a word she shouldn't. Mu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Clarify. Seeing that Mu Yuan truly did not know, Jiang Mingyuan's interest piqued, and he divulged everything he had learned about Mu Jing. He is the only son of General Mu Xian of the Southern Way, known as young Lord Mu Jing. It is said that all other members of the Mu family perished in battle for the Southern Way. For this reason, the Emperor and Empress took Mu Jing into the palace to raise him, refraining from teaching him martial arts, treating him as their own. Jiang Mingyuan paused and added with a smirk, don't you find the situation somewhat familiar? Mu Yuan remained non-committal, urging him to proceed. Do you remember the rocking chair in the little princess's chamber? It was made by Mu Jing for her. The swing in Fengyang Palace was constructed by Mu Jing alongside the little princess. Mu Jing has always resided in the Eastern Palace, which means you, as her husband, can only dwell in the Western Palace. Jiang Mingyuan, relishing the unfolding drama, remarked, the youthful romance of childhood friends on the swing, with no hint of suspicion. Do you think the little princess harbors feelings for you simply because you resemble Mu Jing? Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and laughed freely. Not at all. Jiang Mingyuan appeared slightly taken aback. Not jealous? Why should I be? That shouldn't be the case. Weren't you always envious of Wang Chengyan? Now, this Mu Jing is the little princess's childhood companion, almost becoming the prince consort. Mingyuan, this is different. What is the distinction? Chapter 98. Similarities. Mu Yuan's gaze fell upon Hu Yao. Mingyuan, the marriage alliance was chosen by a Yao. If a Yao truly favored Mu Jing, she would not be the one entering into such an alliance. Jiang Mingyuan was somewhat persuaded by Mu Yuan's reasoning. He playfully leaned on Mu Yuan's shoulder and asked, are you aware that Mu Jing is returning? Suddenly, the sound of barking dogs interrupted Jiang Mingyuan's words. Both Mu Yuan and Jiang Mingyuan turned to look. A large black fur dog with gray eyes, resembling a wolf, was sprinting through Fengyang Palace. Mu Yuan was leisurely watching the wolfhound that Hu Yao had mentioned as it dashed towards her when Jiang Mingyuan nudged him. "Aren't you going to heroically rescue the wolfhound?" Hu Yao called out, running over to embrace the wolfhound that was leaping towards her. Jiang Mingyuan's words were interrupted by Hu Yao's call. "Is that the dog raised by the little princess?" Indeed. Observing the affectionate scene between the girl and her dog, Mu Yuan broke into a carefree smile. Jiang Mingyuan remarked as the wolfhound wagged its tail, jumping excitedly in Hu Yao's arms. Hu Yao held it close, attempting to stop its enthusiastic kisses. All right, you're getting drool all over my face." The wolfhound whimpered softly while resting on Hu Yao's shoulder. She gently patted the wolfhound, reassuring it. I know. I miss you too. Woof woof." The wolfhound could not continue to cling to Yao Yao, acting spoiled. A warm male voice resonated from nearby, causing the wolfhound to settle down. "Brother Mu," Hu Yao exclaimed with surprise as she looked up at the newcomer. The young man approached Hu Yao and took her hand, saying, "Let me have a good look at our Yao Yao." Hu Yao smiled brightly, replying to Mu Jing, "Brother Mu, you must take a close look to see if Yao has become even more beautiful." Mu Jing smiled tenderly, reaching out to smooth Hu Yao's slightly disheveled bangs. "Indeed, you are even more beautiful." Mu Yuan narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, his gaze sharp. Jiang Mingyuan observed the refined young man in the ice-blue robe not far away, a smile flickering in his eyes. "Ah Yuan, doesn't Mu Jing resemble someone?" Su Yun approached with a sugar figurine, standing beside Mu Yuan and Jiang Mingyuan. "Do you think that gentleman's demeanor and bearing are reminiscent of the eldest son of the Wang family?" Jiang Mingyuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yuan, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Which eldest son of the Wang family?" "Wang Chengyun," Su Yun replied eagerly. Mu Yuan casually handed a lantern to Su Yun. "Brother Yuan, be quiet." With that, Mu Yuan turned and walked towards Hu Yao without looking back. Su Yun took a bite of the sugar figurine, wondering why he was upset. "Jiang Mingyuan, why does Brother Yuan react so negatively to Wang Qingyun's name when he hasn't done anything to provoke him? Not only can he not tolerate Wang Qingyun's name now, but in the future, he might also not want to hear brother. You should refrain from calling him that." "I refuse. I shall continue to call him Brother Yuan, Brother Yuan, Brother Yuan." Su Yun teased. "You're doing this on purpose." Su Yun stuck out her tongue at Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan reached out to pinch Su Yun's cheek, saying, "If you keep calling him Brother Yuan in my presence when he is not around, I might just spank you like I did when we were children." "You can't spank me." Su Yun's face flushed red as she kicked Jiang Mingyuan. He dodged and seized Su Yun's hand that held the sugar figurine. "My mother said that as your elder brother, I have both the right and the duty to discipline my sister. I am not your sister." A hint of sadness flickered in Su Yun's eyes as she forcefully shook off Jiang Mingyuan's hand. "If I am not, then so be it. Who would care?" Jiang Mingyuan released Su Yun's hand, taking the flower lantern from her grasp and passing it to the maid. "You may not cherish it, but many others do," he remarked with a furrowed brow. "Su Ziyun, should you dare to clandestinely associate with other men behind my back, just wait and see how I will explain this to my mother." You only know how to threaten me with your mother." "I will indeed secretly associate with other men. If I cannot marry Brother Yuan, then I shall marry Wang Chengyun." Su Yun blurted out a name, as if recalling childhood quarrels with Jiang Mingyuan over marriage, similar to when she whimsically mentioned marrying Mu Yuan. Jiang Mingyuan never imagined that one day he would find himself jealous over Mu Yuan. With Hu Yao in the past, and Su Yun now, Wang Qingyun was truly quite charming. Jiang Mingyuan laughed in disbelief. "When did you come up with this idea?" Su Yun was most afraid of Jiang Mingyuan's half-smiling gaze upon her. "What does this have to do with you?" she retorted defiantly. Jiang Mingyuan's eyes glimmered slightly as he leaned closer to Su Yun's ear, playfully whispering, "Haven't you always wanted to know why a Yuan cannot bear the mention of Wang Qingyun's name? If you wish to find out, come to my room quietly after your bath, and I shall tell you." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Yun asked, "Really?" "Indeed," Jiang Mingyuan replied, his peach blossom eyes curving into a smile. He understood Su Yun well. She was carefree and light-hearted, easily diverting her attention mid-argument. Unlike the delicate princess who doted on Mu Yuan, Previously, Jiang Mingyuan believed that the crown prince's indifference towards Hu Yao was partly due to the late crown princess, and partly due to character differences. The women of the Southern Wei were vastly different from those of other nations. Jiang Mingyuan recalled how his teacher had once spoken to the Southern Wei. For a century, the Southern Wei had continued to observe the laws established by Empress Hui Ming, allowing women to participate in government, engage in commerce, and inherit titles. Jiang Mingyuan remembered that among those present, besides the reading crown prince, the truant seventh prince, the eighth prince who was dozing off, the Dai Xiejiu, the silent Mu Yuan, and Wang Qingyun, nearly everyone disagreed with the laws of the Southern Wei, some even citing various instances of nations falling due to women's actions. It was Mu Yuan who interrupted the speculation regarding when the Southern Wei would meet its demise. Stretching lazily, he casually inquired, "Why don't you all share what cruel deeds the women of the Southern Wei have committed to achieve their goals?" One scholar replied, "Take the Southern Wei princesses, for example. They have committed patricide and fratricide to seize the throne, and some have even slaughtered entire families." The crowd was initially taken aback. Then some lamented the treachery and venomous hearts, exclaiming, "I thought they had done something significant. It turns out it was merely these." What was Mu Yuan implying? Did the young general believe their actions were justified? Wasn't it inhumane and unjust to be so cruel? Chapter 99, Different Paths. Same destination, I cannot comment on their right or wrong. As for cruelty, without mentioning the historical records before you, just consider the actions of Liang's founding emperor who imprisoned his father and killed his brother. Do you not remember how it was spoken of at that time? With a voice as warm and gentle as jade, he recounted the praises once bestowed upon such a figure, a man of great talent and strategy. His merits outweigh his faults, such as the art of kings. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the source of the voice. Does young Master Wang still remember how the teacher spoke of this matter? Wang Qingyun nodded slightly and remarked, "The esteemed teacher has stated that a ruler should prioritize the welfare of the common people. If, in the interest of safeguarding the nation and its populace, one must resort to actions considered unkind or unjust, it is understandable. One cannot hastily condemn the teacher. Have I spoken incorrectly?" The instructor cleared his throat and affirmed, "Indeed." Mu Yuan chuckled softly. "Because she is a woman, you all seem reluctant to acknowledge her contributions to the state. Do you truly believe that the Southern Wei has reached its current state solely due to its vast territory and populous nature?" Someone interjected, "Certainly not. The Southern Wei boasts canals that connect to all directions." Wang Qingyun gently replied, "The reforms in the grain transportation of Southern Wei were proposed by the woman Jiang Xian, and thereafter other nations emulated and implemented them." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Rather than worrying about the future of Southern Wei, perhaps you should concern yourselves with how the great Liang will fare once you enter officialdom." Wang Qingyun lowered her gaze and smiled lightly. Jiang Mingyuan fanned himself while observing the spectacle, and the awakened Zhu Rui laughed aloud, prompting the earnest sixth brother, who had been listening attentively, to inquire about the commotion. Some individuals expressed their dissatisfaction, and one even questioned, "Mu Yuan, as a man, why do you always support the teacher?" Let us end this for today. The silent crown prince interrupted the crowd. The instructor wiped his brow and nodded. While some did not conceal their displeasure towards Mu Yuan's words, they bowed and departed. Deterred by the crown prince's interjection, the crown prince called out to Mu Yuan, who was conversing with Jiang Mingyuan and Siekong Xiaoyuan. "My father mentioned that the general of the state will return in 3 days. You should refrain from visiting the camp daily during this time. The general has devoted herself wholeheartedly to the great Liang, so as her son, you ought to accompany her well during these days." A smile graced Mu Yuan's brows as he replied, "His Majesty has reminded me several times yesterday. There is no need for you to reiterate, Your Highness." The crown prince chuckled, "I know, but I fear you might forget." Xietsong chimed in, "Fourth brother, no one will forget as long as it's about a yuan." The crown prince turned to the onlookers who had paused due to his words, and said with a smile, "As long as you remember." Wang Qingyun's hand holding the book momentarily halted. Noticing Wang Qingyun's reaction, Zhu Rui quietly asked, "Qingyun, what does His Highness mean by that?" Wang Qingyun softly replied, "His Highness is reminding us not to forget that the general of the state is also a woman." Zhu Rui was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in understanding. The others fell into contemplative silence. The sixth prince reminded, fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law mentioned she would personally cook today and asked us to return to the Eastern Palace early. We should hurry. Xie Song exclaimed. Fourth sister-in-law is cooking herself? I want to join. Jiang Mingyuan leaned closer to the crown prince. Your Highness, I wish to go as well. Zhu Ruwei pulled Wang Qingyun along. I wish to go too. The crown prince nodded. The seventh and eighth princes, having returned at some point, approached the crown prince and said, We shan't linger. Fourth brother, take us along too, and bring Xiaoshi with you. You lot. The crown prince chuckled helplessly. Yun can join us as well. Wang Qingyun replied, I appreciate your highness's kindness, but I have matters to attend to today and cannot accompany you. Then perhaps next time, she added with a slight nod before taking her leave. The crown prince turned to Mu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, it is time to depart. Mu Yuan responded, I have matters to attend to as well today. The crown prince cautioned, Be careful in your endeavors. Mu Yuan nodded and smiled at Wang Qingyun, who was also preparing to leave, and remarked, I did not anticipate sharing the same path as the esteemed Wang. Wang Qingyun smiled in return, nor did I expect it. Mu Yuan playfully draped his arm over Wang Qingyun's shoulder, prompting the young master to ponder what the scenery along their journey might reveal. Wang Qingyun, unperturbed, recognized that with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the young general in attendance, peace and prosperity would surely reign. Mu Yuan retracted his hand with a smile, remarking that Wang Qingyun could not be absent from such a delightful excursion. The two exchanged knowing glances and, without further ado, parted ways at the entrance of the academy. Embarking on separate paths, Jiang Mingyuan seemed to grasp why Wang Qingyun had developed an affection for Hu Yao. At their core, Wang Qingyun and Mu Yuan were remarkably similar, and it was only natural for like-minded individuals to be drawn to one another. Hu Yao, too, found herself captivated by their shared essence. His gaze shifted away from the trio in the distance as he turned towards the Western Hall. Su Yun promptly tugged at Jiang Mingyuan's sleeve, inquiring, Are we not going to watch any longer? Brother Yuan is rather possessive. What if he sees Sister Yao in a favorable light with that gentleman and trouble ensues? Jiang Mingyuan withdrew his sleeve and reassured her, Do not worry. No conflict will arise. Should the day come when you, Sister Yao, are present, Brother Yuan and Wang Qingyun may converse without hesitation. Su Yun's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Jiang Mingyuan's words. She trailed closely behind him, exclaiming, Jiang Mingyuan, I shall quickly bathe and change. Await my return without resting. Share everything with me before you take a break. Very well, I shall wait for you, he replied. Meanwhile, Hu Yao was introducing Mu Yuan to Mu Jing. With a gleeful smile, she linked her arm with Mu Yuan's and said, Brother Mu, this is my husband, Mu Yuan. Do we not make a fine pair? Mu Jing, recalling the empress's words upon returning to the palace, replied softly, Naturally, you have chosen well, Yao Yao. Mu Yuan's phoenix-like eyes curved slightly as he addressed, Yao, Brother Mu must be weary from his travels. It would be prudent for him to rest. We can converse another day. Oh, how thoughtless of me. Brother Mu, you must be exhausted. Please return to your quarters and rest. We shall speak again tomorrow. Mu Yuan reminded her, You are to learn horseback riding tomorrow. Hu Yao muttered softly, It's not as if I will learn it all in one day. Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Indeed, you shall learn it in one day. But, Mu Jing interjected, Isn't Yao Yao already skilled in riding? Hu Yao clarified, Previously, I only learned to make the horse walk slowly. Now I must learn to gallop. Then, Yao Yao, you should return to your room to rest. We shall meet again tomorrow. Brother Mu, do take care to rest as well. Very well, Mu Jing replied with a smile directed at Mu Yuan, who returned the gesture. As Shan Lang noted Mu Jing's departure while Hu Yao lingered, he looked back and forth between them, ultimately observing Mu Yuan reaching for Hu Yao's hand and barking out a call, glancing back at Mu Jing. Mu Yuan rishulet, Shan Lang. You shall stay with Brother Mu tonight, and tomorrow I will prepare a cozy spot for you. All right? Pointing at Shan Lang, Mu Yuan remarked, a cozy spot? Woof woof. Shan Lang responded. Mu Jing gently called out, Shan Lang must heed Yao Yao's words. Come here. Woof. Shan Lang cast a glance at Mu Yuan before following Mu Jing away. Mu Yuan led Hu Yao, who was reluctant to part from Shan Lang, back to their chamber. When Hu Yao entered the cleansing room, Mu Yuan casually locked the door behind them. Chapter 100. Two documents as Hu Yao emerged from the cleansing room. Her gaze fell upon Mu Yuan, freshly bathed and attired, standing before the bookshelf, admiring a painting. She hurried to him, snatched the painting from his hands, and returned it to its rightful place on the shelf. In the evening, gazing at paintings strains the eyes. Dear husband, please refrain. Mu Yuan playfully pinched Hu Yao's cheek and remarked, having met today, do you still fear my gaze upon the artwork? Hu Yao, cuddling against Mu Yuan, pouted. These were all painted for me by the artist at my father's behest during my birthday. I find solitude rather dull, and with my brother unwell. I persuaded Brother Mu to have him included in the portrait. Does Hu Yao's affection for the young master Wang stem from his resemblance to this Mu Gongzi? Hu Yao shook her head vigorously. No, my dear husband, if I truly favored Brother Mu, why would I seek a marriage alliance? Even if he bore a striking likeness, I would not be swayed by such superficial reasons. Mu Yuan was aware of this, yet he yearned to hear Hu Yao articulate it herself. However, upon hearing her words, a twinge of sorrow gripped him. He understood that only if Hu Yao were to decisively reject Wang Qingyun after comprehending his feelings for her, choosing him in turn, could he truly quell his jealousy. Otherwise, regardless of Mu Yuan's actions, he would always fear that Hu Yao might regret marrying him upon realizing Wang Qingyun's affections. Even though Mu Yuan recognized that Hu Yao loved him deeply at present, Hu Yao earnestly explained to Mu Yuan that since childhood, she had regarded Mu Jing as an elder brother, harboring no untoward thoughts towards him, only to hear Mu Yuan confess, I still feel a hint of jealousy. Drawing from past experiences, Hu Yao knew that Mu Yuan's willingness to express his feelings indicated a desire for her to soothe him, and once she did, all would be well. Why do you feel jealous, dear husband? Mu Yuan playfully tugged at a few strands of her hair, saying, since you met him, you have referred to him as Brother Mu repeatedly, which stirs discomfort within me. You have never called me that. Yet, didn't Yin always follow you around? Calling you Brother Yuan? Hu Yao countered. Neither I nor young Master Jiang felt envious. This is what one might call a double standard. The jealousy pot of Ming Yuan was overturned years ago. Did you truly never feel jealousy? Hu Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief. I have. Hence I believe we are even now. Truly, one must not lose out. Mu Yuan chuckled softly, leading Hu Yao towards the bed. As the saying goes, misfortune can lead to fortune. My dear husband suffers while I enjoy blessings. Well, the misfortune that befalls you, my lady, Hu Yao whimsically replied, when the lady suffers, the husband faces calamity. Thus, the lady must not incur loss. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer, Mu Yuan assured her, casually retrieving a handkerchief from the cabinet and settling down. Why did you suddenly decide to view the paintings, dear husband? Hu Yao inquired. Upon entering the bedroom, I noticed remnants of where paintings hung. I was curious when I discovered a piece on the easel. When did you first notice these marks? On the day I wrote poetry. The handkerchief caressed the damp ends of Hu Yao's hair. You had seen the paintings that day? Why have you never mentioned it? I was waiting for you to bring it up, yet I found you rather tight-lipped. Had it not been for young Master Mu's return today, I fear we would have left for De Liang without you ever mentioning it. Hu Yao chuckled. I merely wish to spare you from jealousy. Besides, my discretion serves you well. Mu Yuan inquired with a smile. What benefits does it bring? It preserves secrets, just as if you were to share a secret with me. I would never divulge it to others. With bright, clear eyes glimmering with mirth, Hu Yao gazed at him. Do you possess any secrets? He replied truthfully, indeed. Do you possess any secrets, dear Hu Yao? She replied candidly, indeed. I have reconciled with my husband. Mu Yuan smiled, and Hu Yao echoed his joy. They shared an unspoken understanding, neither daring to inquire about each other as secrets. Mu Yuan placed a handkerchief on the bedside table, gazing intently at her. Do you feel wrong to be wed to me, my lady? Hu Yao shook her head, her eyes brimming with affection. Had I not married you, my lady would have been a consort. Hu Yao, aware of Mu Yuan's intended words, interrupted him, saying, my husband, the people of Liang often claim that the men of the Southern Way have ceded their rights to women, but in truth, What the Southern Way truly offers women is the right to choose equally. Women of the Southern Way can choose to be soaring eagles in the sky, free larks in the fields, or swallows beneath the eaves. The crux lies in the fact that this choice belongs to the women themselves, not dictated by fathers, brothers, husbands, or anyone else. Just as men in the Southern Way can choose their own paths. When a young woman spoke these words, she exuded confidence and radiance, unrelated to her appearance or status. Noticing Mu Yuan's unwavering gaze, Hu Yao shifted closer to him, whispering softly, "Though I have faced grievances, I have never regretted marrying you and going to Liang for the alliance." Why did Yao agree to the alliance? Her husband had previously posed this question at the inn. At that time, His Majesty intended for me to come to the Southern Way to deliver documents. Hu Yao looked at Mu Yuan, puzzled, recalling his earlier words, "I am aware." Mu Yuan gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, explaining, "His Majesty knew of the Southern Way's tradition of establishing heirs without regard to gender. Hence he prepared 2 documents, one for the alliance and another for the hostage." Why did Yao choose the alliance? Hu Yao blinked her clear eyes, answering, "Because my younger brother's health is frail. I did not wish for him to be sent to Liang as a hostage. I feared for his life. If the young prince were to go to Liang, Xie would come to the Southern Way, which is preferable to my alliance. Moreover, our father and mother have only me and my brother. The Liang emperor has many sons, and who knows whether he cares for the life of the 9th prince." Mu Yuan, sensing her hesitation, gently prompted, "And what else?" Hu Yao murmured, "Furthermore, my husband is a close friend of the 9th prince, and I am certain you would never allow him to be a hostage. Had it truly been you delivering the documents, given your character, you would have only provided the alliance letter. Your current words arise from your affection for me. Had it been then, you would have cared little for my fate and would have preferred I marry into Liang." Mu Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Only a Yao understands me." Hu Yao retorted, "Humph, the 9th prince is your friend, and you still consider him. My brother is my blood, so naturally, I will consider him as well. I believe that if it were a matter concerning Erlang, you would make the same choice as I. Conversely, if it were left to my brother and Erlang to decide, they too would make the same choice we have." Mu Yuan's phoenix eyes flickered as he slightly nodded. Hu Yao whispered, "In truth, there is another reason." "What is it?" "I am accustomed to idleness and unfit for the position of heir." Mu Yuan lowered his head, his nose brushing against hers. "It is not that you are unfit, but rather that a Yao does not wish to bear the burden. I simply wish to enjoy life freely." Indeed, no sooner had Mu Yuan spoken than a warmth descended upon Hu Yao's lips, a fragrant essence invading her senses unabashedly.